Kang T was a professional boxer at the peak of his career. His fame was immense, but due to his youthful recklessness, a moment of impulse made him pay the price. An injury forced him to abandon his career. He became a gangster. He did not know for what reason. He had been targeted by the crime boss. In the final moments of his life, Kang T wished for only one thing, that was to have a chance to go back, to return to his passion for boxing. Scene change. Hey Kali, wake up. Is this brat dead? Brat, even if you are dead, I do not care. Let us run. The voices woke Kang T. He found himself lying in a pool of blood. What is this? Was I not stabbed to death? Hui. A few days later, at the training camp, the loser will go to the mining zone. The winner will stay at the August boxing training school. If you do not want to go to the mines, then train. Now I will pair you up. Torres and Meros, Andat and Bizan, Kizu and Damian, Johnny and Cesar, Bao and Nixa the coach. Looking towards Kali, Sole and Kali, these pairs will fight each other in a week. Well, the result is clear. Torres laughed. The large-looking people named also laughed along. On the other side, the shorter people could not laugh. One asked, Captain, are you telling us to go die? Kang T and now Kali was not happy hearing this either. He paired the weak with the strong. He understood his intentions. Working in the mining zone easily leads to death from accidents or lung cancer. The environment there is extremely harsh. At all costs, he could not let himself be sent there. Lost in thought, Kali was called out by Nixa for a private talk. As soon as they left, some were dissatisfied. Is this brat getting special treatment? He is just the bottom-ranked brat. Back to the male lead. Nixa took Kali to the forest next to the training ground and said, I asked the boss to let you go. Kali calmly asked why. Nixa explained, you are not a fighter with such a small body. Going to the mines would only mean death. Kali silently agreed that was right. With this body he would only last a year. I negotiated with the boss to sell you to someone else. No need, I will still fight next week. Kali refused. Nixa was very surprised to hear this. Are you serious, Kali? Usually you only know how to cry. Sir Captain, I am certain I will become a boxing fighter. Looking at the determined look in Kali's eyes, Nixa smiled and replied, if so, I have nothing more to say. If you change your mind, just come find me. On the way back, thoughts swirled in Kali's head. Am I Kali? Of course not. Just recently I was Kang T, a gangster on Earth. Now I have a different life in the body of this brat Kali. This is a chance to box again, but this body is both skinny and weak. Not to mention this brat was often bullied. It is all because this weak body. Why is my second chance like this? Kali was feeling down when Soleil and his friends from the strong side blocked him. He blocked the way and mocked Kali's chances of winning. The result was that Kali got beaten up again. I never liked this bastard. And the captain even treats you specially, daring to brag that your father is a champion. Just a weakling. Torres stood watching, thinking it was pathetic. A moment later, seeing Kali trembling yet still struggling to stand, Soleil sneered, oh, normally after a beating like this you would be crying for mercy. Now I just want to see your face in a week. Kali smiled back, that is right, because you are about to be sent to the mining zone. Soleil's blood boiled upon hearing this. He prepared to settle the problem with his fists. 5 massive punches with this body then. How could he do it? Kali asked himself. Suddenly he saw the fist coming very slowly, so slow that he could see its movement and easily dodge it. Torres witnessed this scene, and could not help but be amazed in his heart. Just now this kid, Soleil saw the first punch begin. He immediately unleashed a flurry of punches. This time Kali could be certain it was not an illusion earlier, it was truly real. He could clearly see the trajectory of the fist. Because of that, Kali continuously dodged Soleil's attacks. At the same time, he closed the distance and pushed with all his strength. He struck at Soleil's weak point, his stomach, right before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. For a man as huge as Soleil, that punch was like a mere itch to him. In the end, he was still grabbed by the neck and punched into a knockout. A nobody like you don't get cocky. Soleil left a word and left with his group of friends. Torres stopped, turned his head, and gave Kali a meaningful glance. Only then did he leave with everyone else. Now only Kali lay on the ground, his whole body covered in wounds, his body aching. Yet he laughed happily. Why'd he only realize it now? The important things in boxing like weight class, hand-eye coordination, and most importantly reflexes, the ability to observe every grain of sand. It falls and follows its movement, reflexively dodging the blow. He was still weak in this fight. That is right, I will not go to the mine. I will win. I will survive. 20 years ago was the golden age. The armored fighters. That was an era where even an ordinary soldier was very difficult to deal with. The entire kingdom could not suppress the rebellion. Not long after, the slaves were freed, and thus the fighters were born. The struggle to knock down an opponent with a punch brought excitement. That was what he knew about fighters from that day on. Kali threw himself into training. He had to do everything to survive. In this world, lacking strength meant defeat. After the endurance run, Kali panted, thinking to himself, before smoking and drinking, he could still run better. Nixa stared at Kali, the kid who always lagged behind, now finishing in the middle of the pack. If he was like this before, there would have been no need to send him. What happened to him? Nixa overheard 2 trainees talking. What happened to Kali after he got beaten up? Maybe he hit his head somewhere? He is acting so strange today. Kali hit his head? Nixa asked, startling the 2 trainees. So the story of Kali and Soleil was told. Kali was ganged up on? Nixa asked with a serious face. Yes, I think he was beaten black and blue worse than usual. I thought he died from bleeding from his head and nose. Did being close to death change him? Let's keep watching and see. Nixa thought to himself, then made the two young men run an extra 50 laps. When the afternoon free training session arrived, Kali glanced at the other trainees practicing, gaining more motivation in his heart. Everyone was trying hard not to be sent to the mine. He had to train even harder, but training like this was not effective. How can he strike with such a frail body? He must aim for spots like that. The jaw is a weak point, because a hit there affects the brain. What is needed is a punch that knocks the opponent out instantly. He needs to strike the lower jaw with precision. As Kali was training with the dummy, another coach came over to ask, Kali, what are you training? He replied, I am practicing mid-range. I know, but why are you not training like the others? Kali asked back, is it not allowed to train differently? You insolent brat, we were fighters before you were born. How dare you disrespect the lessons of a veteran? Kali understood his meaning. Here, boxing emphasizes a defensive and enduring style. Just like the former world heavyweight champion, he was used to training that way. But with this body, he could not follow the old ways. Pick up the log and train, that coach said. Wait, Nixa lightly tapped the coach, asking Kali, you learned that from your father, right? Seizing the opportunity, Kali immediately nodded. Then keep training that way, it is the style of a champion, very worthy of learning. Continue. Kali bowed his head in thanks and then resumed training. Kaverin was once a champion, but he was not a boxer. So did he teach Kali some training methods? Nixa watched Kali's decisive movements, feeling satisfied inside. The kid had changed, though there was a clear difference within him. The training session ended as dusk fell. Tired, Kali sat leaning against a tree to rest. Feeling hungry, he saw ripe apples right above his head. Kali immediately climbed the tree. He picked one and devoured it. Revived, he laughed joyfully. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out. Hey, what are you doing? Kali looked at the girl's fiery red hair and luxurious clothes. Fearing, he thought, is this a noble? Before Kali could say anything in his confusion, the girl spoke again. Climb down and pick one for me, I want to eat too. Kali quickly licked an apple and climbed down, handing it to her. Here you go. Good. Are you a slave from the training camp? Do not say you did not know this was a noble's garden. Getting caught would be troublesome. Cannot let the body take more damage. Thinking to himself, Kali replied, I truly did not know. Seeing his worried expression, the girl laughed. It seems you do not know who I am. My name is Azalia. My father is Baron Gardolf, your master. Now it is your turn. What is your name, slave? I am Kali. Kali? I will pretend I saw nothing today since you picked an apple for me. If you get caught again, I will personally punish you. Go now before others see you. Azalia waved her hand. Thank you, my lady. Kali bowed his head and ran off, breathing a sigh of relief. Watching him, she thought to herself, he is too weak. How can he be a fighter? Azalia watched the thin, retreating back of the golden-haired boy. He had beautiful golden hair. The name Kali was henceforth etched into Azalia's. In the following days, Kali continued to train diligently. His efforts made even his opponents wary. Kali had changed. He drew attention with his astonishing effort. That day, the brat could actually land a punch on him. If this continued, things would be over. Thinking this, Solai irritably threw the log to the ground and turned to Curly. Hey, are the coaches not here yet? They have been called away by the camp master. Checking the opponent does no harm. Solai smiled maliciously. I will show them who is the boss here. Starting with that annoying face, I will crush him to the ground. Solai silently approached his target. He aimed for Kali's head and threw a punch. Just as the punch was about to land, Kali ducked his head to dodge. Then he turned around and threw a powerful uppercut, and his fist was just an inch from Solai's chin. Kali suddenly startled and stopped immediately. With a surprised expression, he said, Oh my, I am sorry. I was so focused I did not realize you were standing right next to me. Did I hit you? Solai, still in shock, replied mechanically, No, I am fine. That is a relief. You should not get injured before the match, right? Kali glanced at Solai with a sharp gaze, then flashed a bright smile. Then I will continue my training. In his heart, he cursed, damn bastard. Back when I was in the organization, I have seen plenty of people like you. The kind that tries to act tough by putting others down. I will crush every single one of them. Torres was training nearby and witnessed everything. That was no coincidence, he thought to himself, then walked over and lightly punched Solai on the shoulder. You look pale, Solai. Are you worried? Worried. What are you talking about? Hitting the nail on the head, Solai tried to stay calm. I am lucky to have that weakling Kali as my opponent. Could not be better. Kali had indeed changed. Usually he would cry and make a fuss, then we would beat him. But recently, Torres remembered Kali's determined eyes and kindly gave a warning. You better not be careless and let your guard down. That sentence made Solai somewhat afraid. Even Torres had to pay attention to Kali. Seeing Solai's pale face, Torres burst out laughing and said, But Kali is still Kali, for heaven's sake. Do not worry, just send him down to the mine and it is over. Solai pretended to be confident. Of course, that is what we must do. At the same time at Gardolf's manor. It seems the preparations for the round are going well. I am Don Fort. Nixadab, yes. They even started living in the training facility. Torres is on the list. Is he the promising one you mentioned? How is he? He balances strength and agility quite well. Moreover, he is aggressive and skilled. He has keen eyes and knows how to overcome weaknesses. He could even win the championship. Gardolf said with satisfaction, I am quite quite looking forward to it. Ah, Nixa, I have a favor to ask of you. The training center's reputation is declining. We are having financial difficulties. We had to send half of the slaves to the mine due to shortages. I want to invite commoners to watch to earn some money. They must miss watching gladiators fight. They will probably be interested. Can you show them a match worth watching? On the surface, Nixon happily agreed, but inside he despised the Baron, his master, but so incompetent. The reason the center declined in the first place was his greed. Baron Gardalgusta. He had been running the center for 15 years. In the first 5 years, he maintained it by inheriting gladiators from his ancestors, but in the 10 years after, he made them fight too much, nearly depleting their numbers. The Augusta territory was barren with little farmland. He had to sustain the family legacy with income from the center, but now that income was no longer sufficient. If only he had not sent the young gladiators to participate in the national boxing tournament 2 years ago. If only he had not done that, the center could have risen again. As the meeting was about to end, Azalea spoke up. Father, I also want to watch the match. Can you prepare a seat for me? Gardolf asked with a laugh. Oh, what is the matter? Did you not say you hated it because it was barbaric? Sometimes I find barbaric things not so bad, Azalea replied. Nixa advised, it might be a bit too stimulating for you, miss. Stimulating means fun, does it not? You seem quite eager to watch, don't you? Azalea laughed it off. In her heart she thought, usually I am not very interested in this match, but I want to see with my own eyes how he will fight. Finally, the day of the match arrived. The spectators in the stands were cheering excitedly, rooting for Torres's victory. On the ring, Torres kept a calm expression and spoke softly. Easy as pie. He raised his fist high. On the viewing platform, Gardolf praised the match, saying it was a wonderful bout. He said Torres had trained well and turned the boy into a champion in just 1 year. Nixa bowed his head slightly in response. Yes, master. At that moment, the referee loudly announced that the final match would be between Soleil and Kali. The two heard their names called and stepped onto the arena. They came into everyone's view. On the viewing platform, Azalea suddenly asked, everyone was tall, large, and muscular, but that kid named Kali with his small body, could he become a gladiator? Nixadap replied that physique was the most important factor for a gladiator, because physique was directly related to strength, but there was another way as well. As he spoke, Kali and Soleil on the arena assumed their combat stances. Soleil spoke up, hey Kali, why don't you surrender? If you try to fight to the end, you won't leave this place healthy. Kali retorted, if your dueling skills were as good as your mouth, you would have been the champion already. He calculated inwardly, I knew this would happen, I can't find any openings. The 5 punches I landed on his body did no damage. He needed to hit him on the jaw. To do that, he needed 2 things. Right then, Suolai took the initiative to rush at Kali and threw a punch. Kali tilted his head to dodge. First, he thought to himself he had to make his opponent's upper body lean forward like right now. His short stature made him slippery like an eel. He continuously slipped past the punches. Thank you all for watching and see you in Solei's next video. Stop running back and forth, you little bastard. What are you doing, you cowardly cat? After a storm of ineffective attacks, Solei was getting tired. He was panting heavily, cursing inwardly for being provoked into almost exhausting his stamina. But how was this kid still fine? What was going on? Unable to find the reason, Suolai, frustrated, charged at Kali again and shouted, you little bastard. The reason was actually very simple. Kali only needed to make Solei continuously attack him. That was why he ran out of stamina faster than him. He only dodged the blows. And second, when he let his guard down, he would punch his jaw. Kali silently shouted, seizing the right moment to dodge Solai's punch, then quickly threw his fist towards his chin. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, Solai suddenly used one hand to firmly grip his shoulder. He did not let him dodge. With his other hand, he punched him hard in the rib cage. Kali fell to the ground in pain, hearing the sound of his own ribs breaking from that blow. This is cheating. Does anyone know he's cheating? Kali thought to himself, turning his head to look at the viewing platform. He only saw excited cheers from them. That's right, crush him. Kali could only lower his head and blame himself. He grabbed me with his fingers, not with his gloves. I didn't anticipate this. At that moment, the referee pointed his staff at him and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Kali thought to himself, what should I do? The countdown continued. 6, 5. Get up. Broken ribs? 1 or 2. But this was not the time to think about that. Determined, Kali gritted his teeth, forcing his body up bit by bit. Finally, he managed to stand upright just before the countdown ended. The referee approached and asked, do you wish to continue the match? Kali answered with actions instead of words. He raised his fists, assuming a combat stance. Seeing this, the referee signaled for the match to continue. You will regret getting up, Solai said, then charged at Kali. Kali stared at his opponent, his mind racing. His ribs were shattered. He could no longer move freely. This was bad, but since things had come to this, he would do everything he thought. When Solai's punch was just inches from his head, Kali suddenly opened his mouth and yelled loudly, startling him. A reflex, he pulled his hand back. Taking advantage of his surprise, I must attack. Thinking this, Kali lowered his body, making a motion as if about to attack. Seeing this, Solai angrily shouted, you cowardly rat. Then he raised his fist and punched at him again. I need to dodge it. Saying this silently, Kali with a calm expression leaned to one side. He slipped past Solai's punch. And then Solai's chin was exposed right in front of him without any guard. This is my chance. Shouting inwardly, Kali did not hesitate, using all his strength to punch Solai on the jaw. Solai suddenly bared his teeth in a grin. You think with just one punch of yours, you could take me down? As he spoke, Solai's eyes suddenly turned white and he fell backwards. The referee began the countdown and then announced, "Winner is Kali." The audience gasped in astonishment. What? How could this be? Hey, this is insane. What the hell is going on? That burly guy is actually the winner. On the ring, the corner of Kali's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his fist high and whispered, "Right now I am still alive. I will not let this second life fade into the past." A week later, the slave traders came and took half of the trainees down to the mines. There was only one exception who was not taken, and that was Kali. Now only about 10 people remained in the training area. The atmosphere was eerily silent. At the August mansion, Nick Zadir said 6 chains would be removed after he returned to the training camp. Walking behind with his hands chained, Kali looked around and thought this was his first time at the August mansion. Nixa asked about his condition. Kali replied, "I am fine, coach, but why did the lady summon me?" Nixa turned to look at him, saying that she seemed to have taken an interest in him after the last match. Not long after, Nixa led Kali to Azalia's room. Azalia sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea and smiled in greeting. "Hello, slave boy, we meet again." Kali bowed and thought to himself, "Again, I do not want to be suspected." Azalia looked at Nixa and told her to step out for a moment. Nixa was slightly puzzled but still complied. "I understand." After Nick left, Azalia pointed to an empty chair and told Kali to sit. Kali remained standing. "I am fine." "Very well, I will not say it twice." Kali asked, "I heard you summon me, miss." Azalia tossed him an apple. "You are a bit impatient. Have some fruit first, then we talk." Kali caught the apple and took a bite. Seeing this, Azalia chuckled softly. She asked further, "I called you because I have something to ask. You know that slaves have no right to resist, do you?" Kali thought to himself that she was really hard to read, but outwardly he replied politely, "Yes." Azalia pointed at Kali's arm. "You performed excellently in the last match, finishing your opponent with a single blow. My father said it was just luck, but surely that is not the case, is it?" Kali thought to himself that she was smart and quick-witted, although that punch was indeed by chance. He answered honestly, "I caused him a concussion." Azalia asked in surprise, "A concussion?" "Yes, if you strike the jaw accurately, the opponent's head will suffer a concussion, temporarily losing control of their body. Of course, the impact force must be strong enough." Azalia lifted her chin in thought and then asked, "You aimed for that spot and attacked, did you not?" Azalia suddenly broke into a smile. "Very good, Kali. I look forward to your progress. Win and become a professional gladiator. If you become champion, you might earn your freedom." A while later, Kali and Nixa left the mansion. The shackles on his hands were removed and he rubbed his wrists. Kali whispered softly, "A free man." Time passed. During the afternoon training session, Torres was stubbornly training while carrying heavy weights. "Freedom, that is my goal. I will definitely obtain freedom." He recalled Nixa's words when he was 14. "You will become strong enough, Torres. You have a natural build and a fighting spirit. Keep it up. Become the champion and become a free man." He threw the heavy weight off his shoulder to the ground. Torres sat down to rest, thinking to himself that he hated guys like Kali who always did pathetic, aimless things. But suddenly that brat changed, beat Solai, and survived. Suddenly, a few people came to him. "Kali is getting arrogant. We should teach him a lesson. Because of that cowardly little punk, Solai was sent to the mines. Torres, in 2 hours, let's go beat up Kali." Hearing the voice, Torres immediately knew it was Kizu, nicknamed Quitter. He turned and walked away. "I am done with my business, I do not care." Kizu was surprised. "Really? How boring." Thinking of Kali, Torres murmured to himself, "If he wants to change himself, I will not interfere. I was just annoyed by his constant complaining before." Not far away, Kali had just performed a few basic movements to warm up. He thought happily that his ribs had fully recovered. "During the recovery time, I trained and my muscles have become firmer." At that moment, Kizu arrived. "Hey Kali, you finally came to the training area after such a long time." Kali glanced at Kizu, saying inwardly, "I was wondering when you would show up too." Kizu cracked his knuckles and asked, "You are pretty happy you won easily, aren't you?" The 2 lackeys following him sneered mockingly. Kali waved his hand and sighed. "It would be troublesome if someone got hurt." Kizu grinned fiercely. "Don't worry, Makali. I promise to go easy on you." Kali opened his mouth to correct him. "No, it would be troublesome if you got hurt." Hearing that, Kizu angrily punched straight at Kali. Kali edgily stepped back to dodge. Kizu chased after him and launched an attack. He struck with a punch from his other hand. Kali lowered his body to dodge the attack. Then he immediately punched hard into the opponent's jaw. He thought to himself, "May probably thinks I won only by luck, right? You guys are getting arrogant now." His tall, large build and overwhelming reach. Fighting them is like bare hands against someone using a spear. Long-range punches almost give me no chance to get close. The large reach is clearly a significant advantage, but Kizu moves too widely to land his strikes. This prevents the reach advantage from being fully utilized, so he is just a big punching bag in Kali's eye. He kept moving and launching attacks, not giving him any time to rest. He thought to himself again, "I must keep overwhelming him nonstop." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Kali, "You have gone too far." Glancing back, he saw the two men who came with Kizu charging into attack. Kali had to give up attacking Kizu to dodge the strike. "All three of them are rushing at me. How annoying." Cursing inwardly, Kali widened the distance and warily looked at the three men. Kizu wiped his bloody nose, glared at Kali and said, "Do not get cocky because of that lucky punch." Kali questioned, "Damn it, are you guys planning to make up for quality with quantity?" "Shut up," Kizu yelled and then charged to punch Kali. Kali blocked with his hand but was sneak attacked by Kizu's companions. A knee strike to the back made him fall to the ground in pain. Then they turned back, laughing and stomping on him. Kali could only curl up to shield himself and lie there taking the hits. He thought to himself, they ignore others and now bully me out of wounded pride. But looking back, I was not much different before. At that moment, Taurus stood up and spoke, "I cannot sit back and watch anymore. If you plan to gang up, then do it from the start. Why bother putting up a one-on-one match?" The three men stopped their actions, turned to look at Taurus. Kizu asked, "Why are you taking Kali's side?" Taurus said, "I am not taking anyone's side. I am just annoyed that a bastard like you loses and then calls for backup." Kizu angrily roared, "I did not lose, I was just a bit careless." Taurus suggested, "Then fight one-on-one again. I will be the referee." "Fine, come on, Kali." As he spoke, Kizu turned to look at Kali and met his gaze, a gaze that made his hair stand on end, shocking him inwardly. "What the hell is that? Is that really that brat Kali?" He yelled out loud to regain his composure. Kizu took the initiative to attack Kali first. Kali leaned aside to dodge and said, "Punches as slow as snails. It would be weird if I could not dodge." Then he immediately threw punches at Kizu's stomach and ribs. "Shut up." Shouting loudly, Kizu endured the pain and continuously swung both fists forward, but all were nimbly dodged by him. His movements had too many unnecessary motions. May only reveals his own weaknesses. As he spoke, Kali closed the distance with Kizu. Once he was within proper striking range, he immediately threw a full-powered punch to knock the opponent out. Kizu cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Then his body collapsed to the ground unconscious. From a corner observing from start to finish, Taurus looked at Kali and thought, "He looks like a professional boxer. His father was a champion, so he must have talent." At this moment, Kali called out to Taurus. Taurus asked, "What?" "Let me say in advance we have nothing to do with each other." Kali stared at Taurus and asked, "Didn't you hate me? Why are you helping me?" Taurus sneered, turned around and walked away, saying, "Why would I need to explain myself to you? Get lost." After that incident, no one dared to deliberately provoke Kali anymore. Everyone tacitly acknowledged that Kali was one of the aspiring boxers. In the parlor of the August mansion, the informant said not to worry, just let the match continue. Nixa worriedly thought, "Boss, don't tell me." He hurried to Gardolf's room and exclaimed, "Sir, I already advised you to reject the match. Our side only has aspiring fighters." Gardolf angrily slammed the table and shouted, "How can I tolerate this? Doraemon doesn't have many professional fighters, so we can win if we try." Knowing he didn't shake Gardolf, Nixa sighed and said there were two ways: choose the best members to fight, or send a sacrificial lamb and accept defeat. Gardolf scoffed, "Listen to my orders, find the three best and bring them to me. I want to see Baron Doraemon utterly defeated." Hearing this, a vein bulged on Nixa's forehead as he angrily thought, how much more does he have to destroy the training center before he realizes? If a trump card like Taurus became crippled, the center would be finished, but his anger quickly turned into helplessness. Nixa clenched his fists and told himself, "Only 3 days left. I must train the trump cards and prepare mentally." After returning from the mansion, Nixa called Kizu, Taurus, and Kali to a corner to talk. He looked at the three of them and said, "Taurus, Kizu, Kali, I have decided to train the three of you to face the Doraemon camp in 3 days. I chose you because, in my eyes and the eyes of the trainers, you are the top students." Taurus asked doubtfully, "Coach, do you think this lineup can win?" Recalling Gardolf's attitude when giving orders, Nixa sighed and turned to walk away. "Your chances of victory are extremely slim." Hearing this, Kizu turned pale with fear and asked, "If we lose, will we die?" Nixa turned back to look at him and replied, "The boss won't let anyone die, because you are his property. But the opponents can break your bones if they have malicious intent." Kali spoke up, "So you called us here because you believe we can win, right?" Just then, 3 trainers walked over. Nixa immediately pointed at them and said to Taurus, "All right, Taurus, you will continuously spar with the trainers to gain experience over 3 days. Next, he looked at Kizu and instructed, "Kizu, you should find a way to control your fear. You need more training in terms of willpower." Finally, Nixa looked at Kali and said, "As for Kali, if you need any help, you can tell me. I chose you because your recent performance has been very good, so I haven't prepared anything for you yet." Kali rubbed his chin in thought and said, "Then I need someone to help me train." A moment later, Taurus was hit in the face by a punch. The trainer sparring with him spoke up, "Don't hesitate, your opponents are all seasoned fighters, but they are still human. No matter how strong they fall when hit, even if your legs tremble and your body is exhausted, you must appear as one certain of victory. Make your opponent feel like you are an immortal god. Rest a bit now, continue in a while." Hearing this, Taurus immediately relaxed his body. He was about to find a place to sit and rest when he caught sight of Kali nearby with a strange training method, making him frown and think inwardly, "Kali, what the hell is he doing on the training ground?" At Kali's training spot, Vankiran held a large rock and looked at him, asking, "Are you crazy? Telling me to throw this?" Kali urged impatiently, just do it. What are you chattering about? It's fine. Then I'll throw it. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Vankiran threw the rock hard towards Kali. Kali focused his mind to dodge the incoming rocks. This was a secret training method in modern boxing. No matter how he trained in 3 days, Kali could not develop his muscles. So he would train his footwork, body movement, and reflexes. Training body reflexes was the way of boxers, and it was currently his most powerful weapon. After a while, Kali caught the incoming rock with his hand and said, "Good, that's enough for today." A short while later, Hikali had just returned to his quarters when he heard a commotion inside. "Damn it, I'll take care of all of them." "Hey, hold Vankiran back. You're not the only one angry. Let me go." Kali quickly pushed the door open and saw Vankiran with an angry face, holding a dagger and shouting, "Doraemon, I will not forgive you." He turned to Kizu beside him and asked, "Kizu, what the hell is going on?" Kizu hesitated and replied, I don't know either. "Is that so?" Kali pressed with a serious face. "Really? Just say it straight, the situation is tense enough." Kizu gritted his teeth and recounted. "Some fighters from the training camp. Doraemon just arrived. They beat us brutally because they were pissed off about the match, but there are no serious injuries. It was only bruised, so the trainers could not intervene." And he hung his head dejectedly, whispering that we would lose completely. Meanwhile, Vankiran was still shouting, "Doraemon, you bastards, I'll take you all out." Just then, Nixa pushed the door open and walked in, shouting loudly, "What do you think you are doing? Have you lost your mind?" Then, he gave Vankiran a slap and scolded him. "If you lose, this is what you get. Have you forgotten? We just lost to them. So from now on, try to become stronger than them." Thanks to Nixa's intervention, things settled down. From that moment, Kali realized, after a period of training and living together, a bond had formed between everyone. From now on, this fight was no longer entertainment for the common people. Instead, it was also a battle for honor of the August House. This was the decisive match between the two training camps. 3 days later, the day of the match arrived. The stands of the arena on the August Bager estate were packed with people. About half of the estate's residents had come to watch this confrontation. In the waiting area, Nixa gave Torres, Kizu, and Kali each a bowl of water, saying it was herbal tea to give them strength and a calm mind. He said if they thought they could not win, they should raise 2 fingers. It was better to lose honor than to be crippled. The order to step onto the field is Kizu, Torres, Kali. "Get ready, Kizu." Upon hearing this, Kizu was startled, spat out his tea, and exclaimed, "Wait, I am the first one?" Nixa pushed him off the chair and told him to do well and come back. Kali suddenly called, "Kizu." Kizu turned back and asked, "What do you want?" Kali said, "Do not let the opponent get close, understand?" Kizu became angry. "Idiot, what nonsense are you talking? You have to get close to hit them." Kali muttered reluctantly, "Listen to me, brat." A moment later, the referee announced, "On this side is the gladiator trainee from the August training camp, Kizu." Cheers rang out from the stands. "Win, Kizu." "His height, is he a trainee? August?" "August." Kizu was slightly panicked by this fervor. He muttered, "Damn it," then nervously stepped into the arena. The referee shouted again, and a warrior with 14 wins from the Doraemon camp, Gladiator Beth. Beth stepped into the arena, staring intently at Kizu. He bared his teeth in a grin. "Hey kid, having long limbs does not prove you are strong." Hearing this, Kizu trembled in fear as he looked at Beth. Down in the waiting area, Torres spat, muttering, "It is over. This praying mantis is frozen stiff." Kali also whispered worriedly, "Kizu." In the VIP stands, Baron Joseph laughed gleefully, turning to Godolph and saying, "That guy is tall, but in the end, he is just a child. Is that not right, Baron Gadenfagus?" Ardolph coldly replied, "The match has not started yet, Baron Doraemon." In his heart, he thought, "Damn it, Nixa, send someone who can win up here." In the arena, the referee shouted, "The match begins." Beth immediately charged forward, throwing several punches at Kizu. Kizu clumsily dodged those punches. Seeing this, the audience shouted in dissatisfaction, "Are you even a man? Did we come here to watch this?" "Take him down." In the arena, Kizu cursed silently. "Damn it, try fighting yourself. Anyone can talk. How long are you going to run?" Beth asked with a laugh, raising his fist aimed at Kizu. His head. Thinking this, Kizu immediately crossed his arms to guard in front of his head. But that was only a feint from Beth. His real aim was to use his other fist, punching hard into Kizu's stomach. He laughed inwardly. Falling for such a basic trick, how pathetic. Beth seized the opportunity to land another punch to the face, sending Kizu crashing to the arena floor. Down in the waiting area, Kali exclaimed, "Crap." The other two said nothing, but their faces clearly showed worry. In the stands, the audience booed, "Is this boxing or what? Get up now." In the arena, the referee began the countdown. Lying on the floor, Kizu thought warily, "Not good. How can I win this? Should I surrender?" But then he saw Gardolph's face red with anger on the VIP stand. The thought of surrender instantly vanished. Kizu immediately stood up right before the referee finished counting. He told himself that losing without landing a single punch would be truly humiliating. He would definitely be kicked out of the training camp. Seeing Kizu still getting up, Beth sneered and asked, "Oh, you still have the will to fight?" Kizu roared angrily, "Shut up. I am a fighter too." He tried to calm himself down. He recalled what Nixa had said before when asking about his loss to Kali, and Kizu admitted the truth. Nixa asked, "Do you think about why you lost?" Kizu hung his head and said he had never thought about it. Nixa pointed at Kizu and said, "I believe that wasn't the match you deserved to lose. You have the advantages of a fighter. You are tall with long limbs, but it seems you don't know how to use that advantage. You must have lost your composure and became impatient, letting Kali get close to you. If you continue like this, you will definitely lose the next match. Stay calm, don't be afraid. Don't let him get close, stop your opponent's attacks." Back to the present, seeing Beth charging, Kizu took a deep breath to steady his mood. He waited for the opponent to come very close. Kizu was like a praying mantis lying in ambush for its prey. He threw a fast and precise punch straight at Beth's face. Seeing this, the three members of Kali's group all broke in happy smiles. In the arena, Kizu stood stunned. "I hit him." But very quickly, overwhelming joy filled him as he silently exclaimed, "I hit him. I hit him!" Pressing his advantage, Kizu attacked his opponent in quick succession. Kali watched this scene. He admired him silently. After releasing the tension in his muscles, he had become quicker, much more agile. His attacking momentum was stronger than before. Very good. That posture really did resemble a praying mantis. On the arena floor, Beth was now on the defensive. He thought, "I am ready to attack, but he is too tall. Defending is also difficult. If I throw a stronger blow than you, your life is over." Beth decided to catch Kizu off guard. He put all his strength into an uppercut, but that was a trap Kizu had deliberately set. When Beth missed his punch, he immediately threw a punch, directly knocking out his opponent. Kizu involuntarily turned his head to look. He saw Nixa receive a nod from the distance. He gave a satisfied smile. "I won." 2 streams of tears rolled down Kizu's cheeks. He raised one hand to the sky, savoring his victory amidst the roaring cheers of the audience. Baron Gardolf grinned widely. "What's this?" "My apprentice won." Emphasis on apprentice. Baron Doraemon. Joseph tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand. He gritted his teeth and replied, "There are still 2 matches left, Baron August." Gardolf waved his hand and said to Vankiren, "Send word to Nixa. I will not forgive the loser. Whoever loses will be sent to the mining district." Nixa received the order and immediately turned to speak with Torres and Kali. "Did you two hear that? Though that threat sounds serious, it's probably just a bluff. If you feel you're in danger, just surrender. I'll persuade them later." "No need, because I will win," Torres replied, then stood up and walked to the arena. His fighting spirit was blazing, but that man Manga. Kali looked worriedly at Torres's opponent. He thought, "I think he is on a different level compared to Beth." As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Manga threatened, "I'll give you a friendly piece of advice. I'm not like Beth. If you don't want to be crippled, give up." Torres was not fazed and answered back, "Stop talking nonsense, let's fight." As soon as the referee's words ended, the 2 sides charged, trading blows in a spray of blood that excited the audience. The cheers and applause rang out endlessly. "How many punches have you thrown at me now?" Torres asked with a smug expression. Blood flowed from his nose. He still remembered his coach's teachings. Even if he was about to fall, he still had to show the spirit of a winner. Manga was fooled by that expression, thinking Torres had faced many professional fighters but could not beat him. With that said, that man began to play dirty. Instead of using his fists, he used his elbows. The sudden attack caught Torres off guard. Reacting, he took the full blow to the face. "Hey old man, using elbows is cheating." Manga laughed in reply, "That is just a common accident in matches. You want to play this way, huh?" Thinking that, Torres looked at Manga with a cold glare. The stalemate on both sides made Manga start doubting. 18 fighters have fallen under my hand. Even though I failed to become an A-class fighter, I am still proud to be a veteran. But this guy is just a trainee fighter, so why has he not fallen yet? He looked no different from a wild bear. Punch him, good job. The audience was excited by the matchup between the 2 fighters, but Kali was different. Although brutal, he was truly very strong. The gap in skill was still too great. This was proven by the truth. Kali's worry was unnecessary, because just a few minutes later, Manga could not withstand the young man's stamina. He was punched down by Torres. A good match did not disappoint the audience's expectations. Nixa Vu, playing the role of Torres, praised him. Torres did not reply. Just breathing was difficult due to exhaustion. "Good job," Kali said as he began to warm up for the ring. At that moment, Torres suddenly spoke. "Kali, our victory now depends entirely on you." "Fine, I will be back after this is over." The last fighter from the Doraemon training camp. The fighter with 11 wins, Burrito. And the fighter from August, Kali. Seeing Kali's small stature, the audience laughed and mocked. "How can he win? My kid at home is even bigger than him." Of course, there are exceptions. Vankiren spoke up. "Try your best to win, Kali." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he was a bit loud and quickly covered his mouth. But Azalea still heard him, so she asked, "Vankiren is your man Kali?" "Ah, yes, because I helped him train over the past few days. He asked me to throw stones from a distance to practice dodging." "Throwing stones?" Azalea was thinking when she heard Joseph sneer, "A walking skeleton? Our fighters were just a bit careless earlier. This match will be easy." Godolph was drunk and laughed in response. "Yeah, it would be too embarrassing if we did not win." Azalea looked at Kali in the ring, thinking to herself that she was looking forward to his fight. The final battle finally began. Sorry, but I cannot lose to you. With that, Burrito charged forward. He attacked Kali at full speed. It was astonishing, forcing Kali to be on guard. He was even faster than he thought. Dangerous indeed, this guy is limiting my movement. If I get cornered, I am done. I have to escape at all costs. Thinking this, Kali launched a diversionary attack by striking at Burrito. What a weak punch, Burrito said contemptuously. Seeing Burrito only defend, the audience grew frustrated and jeered. Fight properly. Your opponent is just a kid. Is he really a fighter with 11 wins? Use a 5-punch combo. Hearing the audience, Burrito began to waver. You're not planning to let me win, are you? Use your fists to prove it. Kali provoked him. Taking advantage of the crowd, I don't know what you're plotting, but I will take you down. Having decided, Burrito gave in to the crowd and Kali, swinging his fist to launch an attack. Waiting for that exact moment, Kali continuously dodged Burrito's strikes while observing his movements. The audience saw him repeatedly escaping those blows. Near hits made them gasp loudly. As for Burrito, he was taken aback by Kali's performance. Is he really a trainee? His perception that sharp? Baron Doraemon, seeing this from above, angrily slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "That useless Burrito! Why can't he land a single punch? He's just a scrawny trainee." Azalea thought to herself, feeling pleased at the Baron's anger. He's no ordinary trainee fighter. Show them how different you are, Kali. Burrito clenched his fist and charged forward. Kali was highly focused. He watched Burrito's arm and thought, he always uses his right hook. Kali dodged the punch with ease. He seemed to read Burrito's next attacks as he evaded them. A left hook, then one from the upper right. Kali recalled fighting Vankiren. He had asked, "Why do you keep dodging?" Gasping for breath, Kali replied, "Do you want me to take a beating all day? Look at my body. One hit and I'd be crushed to pieces." Vankiren asked, "I didn't mean it that way, but how can you win if you never punch back?" Kali answered, "Dodge to wait for the perfect opportunity." Vankiren scratched his head in confusion. What is the perfect opportunity? Kali replied, "It's observing your opponent's movements and analyzing their attack patterns." Back in the present, he was observing and evading Burrito's attacks. Kali looked at Burrito's foot and thought, his foot is about to step forward, he guessed. Or maybe he shifts his upper body before throwing the punch, and also the shoulders, chest, and waist. Kali predicted Burrito would then be ready to strike. He took a stance, focused his strength, and thought, I wonder if this frail body can withstand that blow. Kali recalled his time as Kang Ti, but it was the body's own experience, instinct, that could help him win. Following that instinct, Kali leaned back to dodge the punch. He immediately counterattacked, punching Burrito straight in the face. That man's nose began to bleed. Kali threw another punch. Everyone's jaws dropped. He hit Jim. Nixa exclaimed, "That's the second time." And Chiron thought to himself, analyzing the fighting style. He watched Kali in the arena and thought, he actually did it. Hit by 2 consecutive punches, Burrito panicked, thinking, how is that possible? Kali clenched his right hand, tense, and thought, don't get up. I can't use my right hand anymore. Just give up and move on. Burrito slammed his fist into the ground and roared. He wiped his bloody nose and cursed, "You little bastard." Seeing him still getting up, Kali took a stance and cursed. "Damn it." Burrito frowned and said, "You're just a scared mouse. I'm going to tear you apart." He tightened his grip on the sand in his hand. Burrito executed his dirty trick, charging towards Kali. He threw the sand directly into his eyes, thinking, no matter how fast he is. Kali squeezed his eyes shut. Burrito thought to himself, if he can't see, he's done for. Azalea shouted from the stands, "That's cheating." Joseph said, "It's just a lack of caution. Falling with sand in your hand is normal." Kali rubbed his eyes, thinking, I really can't get used to this boxing style here. He slowly opened his eyes. Damn, that hurts. Burrito took the opportunity to charge and punch Kali in the face. He was sent flying backward. However, Kali managed to throw sand back at Burrito. He covered his eyes and exclaimed, "Uru, you dirty bastard." Kali gasped for breath. The fight was incredibly tough. Burrito yelled, "You're done for now." Kali closed his eyes, focusing his mind, I have to stay calm. He visualized Burrito charging at him and thought, analysis is complete. He always starts with a right hook. Kali punched Burrito directly in the head, knocking him down. Blood splattered from his nose. Then he lay unconscious, no longer aware of anything. Kali raised his hand, happily celebrating the victory. Azalea thought to herself, she had come this far. Looking at Kali's joyful face, she wanted to feel that happiness. Nixa ruffled Kali's hair, that boy. He praised with a click of his tongue, never expected us to win. After the battle, Baron Doraemon lost face and hastily left the territory. Gardolf happily rewarded us with 3 pigs. And 2 months later, the harvest season had arrived. The scene shifted to a field of golden ripe rice. Someone set a barrel of potatoes down, accompanied by a curse. Kizu said irritably, damn it, are we farmers or fighters? Kali set the potato barrel down, you complain too much. Just think of this as a physical training session. Kali set the barrel down and leaned against the shelf. A farmer approached to praise, good job, take some home. Kali thanked him. He asked, are you guys planning to attend Duke Wesley's Harvest Festival? Kiro answered while eating, We are still apprentices, so we have to wait another year. The farmer expressed regret. Kali asked what they do at the harvest festival. Kizu said, are you stupid? The highlight is boxing. Her master is a relative of the Duke. Doraemon and August are feuding under his patronage. Now Doraemon is at a disadvantage. Kali pretended to know. Kirotis, did you get hit in the head last time? Kali murmured while looking towards the castle. A year already. The scene shifted to the August mansion. Nixa said worriedly, please allow one more year, master. Godolph August refused. He said the last victory was due to luck. Godolph interrupted, here is a letter from the Duke. His face showed worry. They have already heard of our victory. I want to give you time, but Wesley wants to see the 3 apprentices. Godolph August put the letter down if I refuse. Nixa thought to himself, Duke Wesley is one of the 5 dukes. He cannot refuse, he replied, I understand. Godolph ordered departure in 2 days. From now on, those 3 are official fighters. He instructed brand them. Soon, the official brand was stamped onto Kali's hand. He winced, it still hurts. Kali looked at the brand and thought to himself, but just being able to fight. The carriage began to move. Azalia's voice rang out. Congratulations on becoming an official fighter. Kali looked up. Azalia rested her chin on her hand and said, thanks to you, I am able to stand among the nobility. Kali pointed at himself and asked back. Azalia nodded, it's you. Kali thanked her. Azalia stared intently at Kali. She exclaimed, you have really changed. Show everyone the results at the festival. Izu whispered, the lady is pretty, right? Red hair, full lips. You can tell she's a beauty from afar. Kali thought to himself, she is beautiful indeed. Torres warned, if you don't want to die at the boss hands, watch your mouth. Kizu let out aha. Kizu said calmly, what are you worried about, Kali? Listen, that guy actually likes you. Kali yelled, I know. Someone shouted order immediately, you slaves. The sky grew dark. A voice rang out, stop and rest before continuing the journey. Kiro asked while scratching himself, why take the mountain road? Kali complained, a bridge collapsed due to a storm. Kiro worried about bandits. Adolph looked outside and said to Azalia, the sunset is quick, sleep first. He went out and told the soldiers to move at dawn. The soldier warned that bandits are rampant during the harvest season, so we should hurry. Ardolph replied, isn't that why I pay you all? Kali suddenly sensed something. He was startled. There was a rustling sound from behind a bush, and a group of people appeared. Kali said loudly, there's movement in the bush, we have to go immediately. Godolph exclaimed, what is it? He asked, where are you going, you slave? Just as he finished speaking, an arrow flew in and struck the soldier beside him. Then countless arrows rained down. The soldiers shouted ambush, protect the Baron. Gardolph shouted in panic. Nixa found a hiding spot and called out, over here. Kali looked back. The rain of arrows had stopped. A fierce group of bandits appeared. Kali thought to himself, bandits, there are too many of them. Kali said to Nixa, we don't have enough soldiers. If you unlock the chains, I will fight. Kizu and Torres also echoed in agreement. Nixa held out the keys. Old Thao released the chains for the 3 of them and instructed, once they had dealt with these men, rescuing the young master and young lady was the top priority. Bandit raised his sword and shouted loudly. It was their turn now. Kali blocked the sword with his hand. He threw a punch at the bandit. Then he turned back and told the other 2, don't just stand there, let's go. Torres wrapped the chain around his hand and said, how that bastard has gone mad. Kiro added, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Kali ran while thinking he had to find Godolph and Azalea. On this side, soldiers were dragging Gardolph away. He struggled, I have to go right now. Let me go. Not allowed. Kali glanced over. Gardolph was safe. Godolph August shouted. Azalia was still in the carriage. Kali immediately ran towards the carriage. A bandit also charged there. He thought, damn it, someone was rushing over. Kali yelled, stop. The bandit turned his head to look at Kali. He swung his sword and slashed at him. Kali was knocked back. This guy was strong indeed. The bandit opened the carriage door, and Azalia's scream rang out. Kali recognized that scream, Azalia. The bandit had caught her. It seemed Azalia had been knocked unconscious. Kali called out Azalia's name loudly. The bandit carried Azalia and ran away. Seeing this, Godolph August shouted, what are you doing? Save the girl quickly. Kali chased after the bandit and said, I will be right back. Kali closed and he roared, stop. The bandit stopped in his tracks. Kali said, you have nowhere to run. The bandit placed Azalia on the ground and looked at him like a slave. He raised his sword, revealed a sinister smile, and whispered, why don't you come with us? Kali warmed up his body and replied, you may not necessarily defeat me. Besides, going with you is just for robbery. Hearing this, the bandit swung his sword back. Then there is nothing more to say. Kali saw his movement and thought to himself, that was a trained movement. He exclaimed, no way, a gladiator. The bandit charged forward with his sword. That is correct, I am a gladiator with 42 wins. Kali calculated he could not fight him head-on, he had to counterattack. He watched the sword's trajectory and thought, good. Kali immediately stepped back. He hesitated, skip this spot. Bandit was slightly surprised. Seizing the opportunity, Kali picked up Azalia. Truly sorry to you. Holding Azalia, he jumped down the cliff and said loudly, I don't intend to fight. The bandit did not react in time, just stood on the edge watching the 2 fall into the river. A moment later, Kali's voice rang out, it is all right, young lady, she is still breathing. Azalia slowly opened her eyes. She woke up. Kali asked happily, are you all right? They were hiding in a cave. Kali recounted the situation to Azalia. That is right, that is what happened. Azalea spoke up, I clearly remember that one-eyed man hit me. Kali snorted, never thought I would use a military camouflage technique here. Azalea sat curled up in a corner and said, hey, at least start a fire. Kali replied, can't do that because the wood is wet, worse, we could be discovered. Azalea shivered, useless. Kali saw Azalea shivering, she must be cold because of her wet clothes. He immediately said, wearing those clothes will make you catch a cold, taking them off would be better. Azalea blushed and shouted, you are telling me to take off my clothes, you shameless pervert. Kali explained, don't misunderstand, I mean it is better than freezing to death. I will turn around. He turned his back. Azalea remarked, you have become bolder. Kali replied, because I have to protect you, otherwise the master will kill me. Azalea threatened him not to turn around, if you turn around I will kill you. Kali closed his eyes and replied, yes. He felt a bit dizzy, his head spinning. A moment later, Azalea had changed clothes. Their clothes were drying on a rock inside the cave. Kali asked, are you feeling less cold now? Azalea shivered and replied, Kali was no less cold, his whole body curled up. He thought, lying, I am also about to freeze to death. He saw her lips were purple and her body was shivering from the cold. He spoke up, there are two ways to raise body heat, either get close to each other. Hearing this, Azalea said, it is fine, I am alright. Azalea saw Kali trying to do push-ups and called out to him in confusion. He stopped and stood up. He said, forgive me. Kali sat close to Azalea. She suddenly blurted out, what are you doing? Kali shyly turned his face away and explained, I told you we need to be close together. They say this is how soldiers endure the cold in winter battles. He continued, even if you do not like it, if something happens to you, I will die. Azalea blushed and fell silent. The two of them sat like that side by side all night. The night passed and morning came. Kali and Azalea put on their clothes and left the cave. He asked Azalea if she could walk. Azalea replied, what if I cannot? Are you going to carry me? Kali thought to himself that she was still stubborn. Azalea's stomach growled. She said shyly, oh, I did not mean to. I have not eaten anything since last night. Kali noticed something and said, is that so? He looked at the river in front of them and asked, Miss, will you eat? After catching fish in the river, Kali used a knife to prepare them. He tried a piece of the fish and then handed it to Azalea, who looked at it with a half-believing, half-doubting expression. But when Azalea tasted it, she found it very delicious. The two walked along the riverbank. Kali said if they went upstream, they would meet them. Azalea asked, what if we encounter bandits first? Kali replied, it is still a lucky decision to go. Azalea grumbled, how irresponsible. Kali said, I always do my best. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Azalea thought to herself, he does not seem like a slave nor like a child, but like someone who has learned nothing from anyone. She looked at Kali and thought, but I feel at ease when I am near him. Azalea was curious. The more she knew, the more mysterious he became. Kali asked, did you say something? Azalea replied, when you are walking, look straight ahead. Someone was sitting on a pile of soldiers' corpses. He spoke up, I am trying to collect a ransom. That damn brat. It was that bandit, his face full of killing intent. He said, I will kill you the moment I see you again. The bandit sensed something. Kali's voice rang out, they will meet the soldiers soon probably. The bandit hid behind a bush. Kali and Azalea walked and talked. This is the third time I have heard that. He rejoiced inwardly. This is truly a godsend opportunity. He spoke up, they say even a lake will come if invited. The two froze. The bandit revealed himself, grinning viciously, glad to see you again. Kali immediately stood in front of Azalea. The bandit sneered, you think you can fight me unarmed? Ridiculous, you bastard. He continued, I will kill you and take that special reward. Looking at Azalea, he said, before selling her off, why do we not have a little chat? Azalea's face turned pale. Kali clenched his fists and said, you are dreaming. Who said I would let you take her? He thought the chain had been lost when it fell into the river, so defense was impossible. The bandit raised his sharp sword, sneering, you brat. I will start with you first. The bandit swung his sword. Kali dodged to the right. He then dodged to the left. Bandit praised, you are fast. I wonder how long you can keep dodging. He attacked continuously. Kali used all his strength to evade. The bandit spun around. Then he kicked Kali away. He fell to the ground. Azalea worriedly exclaimed, be careful, Kali. The tip of the sharp sword was about to reach his eye. Kali narrowly dodged the fatal blow. He sprang up and retreated, calculating that the sword had high damage and long range. But he already knew the pattern of this devastating attack power. Kali remembered the fight with Kizu, a man with long arms. Then he looked at the bandit, his gun and knife. Kali charged straight at him. If he wanted to win armed, there was no other choice but to advance. The bandit shouted, so you want to throw your life away? Azalea seemed to realize Kali's intention. No, you are wrong. Bandit slashed down. Kali quickly circled behind him. He punched the bandit in the side. The bandit gritted his teeth in pain. He roared, damn it, time to end this chase. He swung his sword at Kali. He thought about what he needed at this moment. Sword grazed past Kali's nose. He felt that it was the courage of daring to stand before the blade. Kali charged straight at the bandit with unwavering determination to advance. The bandit quickly counterattacked. Kali circled behind him. He realized Kali was aiming for his blind spot. Kali tightened his fist. He punched the bandit square in the jaw. Bandit spat blood from his mouth. Kali immediately grabbed hold of his arm. He punched the robber directly in the face. Then he delivered a devastating uppercut to him. After the scuffle, Kali gasped, saying he could not move anymore. He sat leaning against a roadside tree. That robber lay sprawled on the ground. He tried to move his arm, but it was useless. Grinding his teeth, he silently swore he would definitely kill this bastard. Azalea walked over to the robber. She picked up his sword. He reached out to grab it back but missed. Azalea raised the sword, saying that he had dared to insult her. She drove the sword straight down into the robber's body. With a face full of hatred, she said killing him 100 times was not enough. Ellie's mouth fell open in shock. He remarked that so this lady was not normal at all either. Right now, he just wanted to rest a little. After the battle with the ringleader, the rescue team found them and brought them back to safety. The soldiers had discovered the two of them, Kali and Azalea. As Nixa applied medicine to Kali, she grumbled that he was lucky to still have his eyes. Kali replied that it made him look cooler and better. Godolph August stepped forward and called his name. He sincerely thanked him for saving his daughter. Slightly surprised, Kali thought to himself, a slave receiving thanks, then replied that it was his duty. Seeing Kali stand up, Godolph August shook his head, telling him to sit down and rest. This was an order, he deserved it. He looked at the useless soldiers and said loudly that even a slave knew better, but those bastards did not. Godolph August wondered how he had defeated a swordsman. Kali replied it was because of his weak appearance. They often underestimated him. They successfully rescued Azalea from the bandits and gained her trust. On the carriage, Kizu asked suspiciously how he had beaten a swordsman. They were given priority to ride in the carriage. As dusk fell, the group finally arrived at Duke Wesley's territory. Duke Wesley welcomed them warmly, saying it had been a long time. Baron August Godolph. Duke Wesley approached, saying he had traveled a long way. Godolph August replied with thanks. Duke Wesley complimented Azalea, saying she had become a beautiful lady like her mother. Azalea curtsied, replying it was a great honor that he still remembered her. Kali recalled how Azalea had given him a new set of clothes earlier, saying a servant was sick and he had to take their place. She told him he was the most suitable, because the others had ugly faces and big bodies, not fitting the look of a servant. Kali told himself he just had to get used to it. The scene shifted to a lavish banquet table, where everyone was seated. Duke Wesley asked August Godolph if it was true they had won all 3 previous boxing matches against the trainees. August Godolph immediately replied that it was embarrassing. Those trainees were now real gladiators and Duke Wesley praised his training methods. Everyone chatted animatedly. Azalea sighed in boredom. She whispered to her father. Then she signaled to Kali and said, "Follow me." Kali replied yes. Azalea and Kali left the Duke's mansion for a walk. She complained she thought she was about to suffocate. Azalea said irritably that she'd not want to be here, letting them talk among themselves. Kali remarked that she looked unhappy. Azalea complained that her father kept picking husbands for her. It was terrible to be tied down when she was young. Kali said he was useless in this matter. Azalea sighed, then spotted a candy shop. In an instant, Azalea was holding 2 candy sticks, introducing them as candy. She gave the candy to Kali, asking if he had never tasted it. Kali thought to himself that since arriving in this world, he had not eaten anything sweet except fruit. He tried it and found the candy very tasty. Azalea smiled and said it was delicious, right? Kali blushed, thinking she was as beautiful as a gift from heaven. He looked around. It was easy to understand why she attracted so much attention, but that old woman kept staring at him. Kali was on guard. Why was she staring at him like that? The witch approached Azalea, asking to read her fortune. Azalea asked back, "Read my fortune." Kali immediately became cautious and advised her to leave right away. Azalea interrupted, saying, "Wait, it sounded fun." She had never had her fortune read. The witch led the two into the tent, walking and saying ki. She would give the lady a discount. Azalea looked around inside the tent and said with interest, so this was the tricky tent she had heard about. Kali looked at the witch chanting over the crystal ball, wondering what she planned to do next. The witch closed her eyes and said her life would not be easy, with many ups and downs. Azalea showed interest, saying it would be boring if her life were like everyone else, then asked to see her marriage fate. Kali thought to himself that fortune-telling always drove people crazy. The witch continued that her partner was very close, but the love would not be as expected. Azalea blushed and Kali felt a bit confused. The witch pointed at Kali, wanting to read his fortune, but he refused, saying he was fine. Azalea urged Kali not to be stubborn, since it was free and cost nothing. The crystal ball on the table suddenly flared up brightly. The witch exclaimed in astonishment. She said he came from a very distant place that people could hardly imagine. Kali asked where he came from. The witch said she did not know, only recounting what she saw. Azalea asked what she saw. She saw images of airplanes and cars. She saw the images from a television through the crystal ball and answered. Flying metal rod, a cart without a horse, a person inside a box. Kali slammed the table in surprise and exclaimed. He wondered what the hell she was talking about. Kali was surprised, thinking she could see his past, and the witch said there was a strange energy surrounding him as if a guardian angel was beside him. Azalea happily said he had the fate of a gladiator, which was why he always won. Kali denied it as superstition, saying she would be foolish to believe it. Azalea flushed with anger and left, saying, "Do not go far, you are just a slave." Kali quickly chased after her to apologize, and the witch was surprised to hear he was a slave. She thought to herself that someone with such energy could not remain a slave forever. Over the next 3 days, days he needed to calm Azalea down. Finally, he returned to the slave quarters, intending to start training immediately. 2 soldiers blocked his path, mocking Kali's thin appearance. He was annoyed at being provoked. He frowned and ordered them to get out of his way. Soldiers continued to harass him, demanding he crawl at their feet. Kali irritably asked if they had ever been hit by a gladiator, telling them not to pick a fight. The angry soldier raised his spear to attack, refusing to believe a slave dared to challenge them. A voice rang out, ordering them to stop and asking what was going on. The 2 soldiers exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Duke." One soldier tried to cover up, saying the slave had the audacity to enter the commoner's area. Duke Wesley affirmed the boy belonged to his guest, Baron August. He asked in a harsh tone if they wanted to embarrass him. The 2 soldiers quickly left, and the Duke said that at first glance he could not believe Kali was a gladiator. He asked if he had defeated Doraemon's gladiator. The Duke felt Kali's body making him uneasy, but he still answered yes. He raised his hand to his chin, praising the strong shoulder muscles, but remained skeptical. He frowned, implying that he was hiding something. Kali's expression changed. Duke Wesley smiled. He patted Kali's shoulder, apologizing for being a bit excited when meeting a gladiator, and promised to stop to avoid being misunderstood. He turned and walked away, saying he would see him at the match. Kali was confused, wondering what the hell just happened. The scene shifted to the lodging area for slaves and gladiators. Kali propped himself up on the ground, drenched in sweat, thinking his mind had too many things going on. He thought training was the best course of action. He did one-arm push-ups, keeping his body straight. A familiar voice called out, "Hey." It was Torres, who asked if he enjoyed living in the arena for 3 days. Kali stopped exercising and replied, "I have been in a bad mood lately." Nixa looked around, judging this place to be larger than the previous venue. He pointed at the muscular gladiators, saying it was not just Doraemon's men here. There were also outside gladiators. If they were lucky, they would be skipped because the tournament roster was already full. Torres asked if the trainer had that luck. Nixa said for now they did, but it would take them 100 more years to beat those gladiators. Torres excitedly said, "So you told me to just stay in the camp, but I am ready to beat them all." Nixa frowned, closed his eyes and sighed. He kicked Torres directly in the stomach. Nixa said angrily, "How amusing. You could die before even stepping onto the platform. Stop deluding yourself, you bastard." Nixa recounted that in truth, there were gladiators who had won dozens of consecutive matches, and a large number of gladiators were buried beneath. He said angrily, "If it weren't for the match, I would have killed you myself." Torres bowed in apology. "I will remember that. My sincere apologies, coach." Nixa rubbed his face and said, "No matter how strong, a gladiator can lose focus in the middle of a match. You were too excited." Nixa turned to Kizu. "That's why I'm worried about you." Kizu immediately replied, "I'll be fine." A massive chain was being dragged across the ground. People buzzed with excitement. A demon, Joseph's demon, had arrived. Nixa turned to look and exclaimed, "A demon." A tall man stood out among the crowd. Nixa marveled, "Baron Doraemon is really going all out. I can't believe he brought that demon along." Kizu's face paled as he asked, "What is that? Is it human?" Nixa replied, "People say he's as strong as a monster." Ali looked at Oxer and wondered, "Is that really a human?" He gaped, thinking that man was no different from a demon in a fantasy world. Nick's sake, Doraemon's demon is a brutal gladiator who won 76 matches in just 1 year. Kizu gasped in amazement. 76 victories in 1 year. Kali calculated he must fight 3 or 4 times a day. Nixa said, people rumored he could tear a person apart with his bare hands, so the nickname was no exaggeration. Kizu asked worriedly, "Are we in danger?" "I don't know how the boss will handle it if he has to fight the demon." Nixa pondered and then replied, "Actually, the Baron said it's still too early for you guys to fight him, so there's a chance you won't have to face him." Torres evaluated, "Interesting, he has the nickname Demon, and it's not an exaggeration at all." He added, "It seems we belong to 2 different species." Kizu was pale with fear. He asked Kali, "You don't want to fight him either, right?" "If it were me, I would never fight." Kali muttered a strategy. "If my fist can't reach his jaw, I need to make him bend down, but I'll probably be exhausted first. Hitting elsewhere won't do any damage. The gap in strength is too great. Honestly, I can't think of any way to beat him." Kizu grew even more frightened. "Are you crazy? You want to fight that monster too?" Kizu sweated and thought to himself, Kali is a bit strange sometimes. He has a rather savage personality. I don't think he's a normal person. Everyone gathered around the notice board. Someone announced, "Here is the schedule for the rounds. Please check if it's correct." Someone spoke up, "This is going to be quite tough." Turned out to be Baron Joseph Doraemon. He said, "We meet again." Joseph taunted Gardolph August. "Anyway, everyone surrenders when they meet the demon." Gardolph sneered, "Wait until the match happens, Baron Doraemon." Nixa whispered to Gardolph August, "You did well. If he provoked you, you would just lose more gladiators." Gardolph replied, "I know, Nixa, what do you take me for?" He glanced at Oxer, who would be crazy enough to fight that monster. Gardolph August mused, "I understand why Doraemon's demon is famous." Joseph Doraemon said confidently, "I was just showing respect to the 3 gladiators from last time. Just wait and see." Nixa asked in confusion, "What does he mean? Does he want the 3 of them dead?" Gardolph replied, "I heard he's making the 3 gladiators fight the demon. It seems he's serious." Nixa mused, that's a death sentence for them. Gardolf August pointed at the board and asked Nixa, I came here to see the schedule for round A. Nixa remembered. Ah, right. Nixa explained Tor's fights on the first day, Kali and Kizu on the second. The demon also fights on the first day but not against us. Adolf August heard this and said, poor gladiators from the other barons. Nixa replied, yes, truly pitiful. Right at the start of the tournament, the whiskey arena was packed with spectators. That gladiator's face was pale. His opponent was Oxer. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The gladiator said fearfully, don't come near me. He had already backed up to the edge of the ring. Oxer emitted an immense killing intent, his eyes fixed on his opponent as if deciding life or death. He threw a punch. Oxer punched a pillar on the ring. The pillar cracked. Oxer's opponent was terrified. Joseph Doraemon on the stands exclaimed, that damned demon, I told him not to destroy the pillars. He deliberately showed off, I apologize, Duke. I will have it repaired. In his heart, Joseph was pleased. Good job, demon. Show them how strong you are. Kali witnessed this and understood. I understand why he has the nickname demon. His face showed worry. I can't sense any humanity in him. The audience shouted, kill him, get up and fight. Oxer's opponent couldn't get up. The audience shouted in unison, kill him, demon, kill him. Oxer's opponent showed clear panic. He quickly said, I surrender, I let you win. Oxer heard this and said, the audience wants me to. Oxer clenched his fist and shouted, kill you. Oxer's opponent's eyes went wide with blood splattered, the audience delighted. Kali's ears twitched. He thought he had seen many deaths, but never one as gruesome as this. Exclaimed in fear just with his bare hands, it's like a human fighting a monster. Oxer's opponent was hit repeatedly. Kali mused. Luckily Chen Xing did not know the professional technique. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. It was Kizu. He asked Kali if he was still thinking of a way to defeat Chen Xing. Kali hesitated, thinking he probably had no chance to face him. Kizu advised Kali to stop daydreaming. Torz added if he met Chen Xing, he had no chance of winning, and now that man even wanted to kill his opponents. As Torz finished speaking on the arena floor, Oxer already had his opponent's head in a grip and was roaring. August's wild beast, Torz commented he never gives up. In the last match of the opening day, he defeated his opponent with all his strength. Torz was breathing heavily, his face full of excitement. Kali thought about the next day. His expression turned serious, determined to fight. Azala's voice brought Kali back to reality. Kali, do you like boys? Kali replied, of course not. Azalea explained that everyone else was awkward around her, only Kali was calm. Miss Lick looked at Kali and asked if he felt restless. Azalea said as she walked that many fighters died on the opening day, and she might not see Kali again. Kali replied, I am not a noble, I have nothing to lose. Azalea laughed and said he had a silver tongue, or perhaps it was because he was a fighter that he spoke that way. Azalea gave Kali an apple and made a promise if he won tomorrow. She turned back and said she would spend more time with him as a reward for victory. Kali ate the apple and then reassured the young lady, I will win. The drum signaling the second day of competition sounded. Kali said while wrapping his hands, finally the time has come, his second day. Nixa observed that Kali's body had changed a lot. He noticed that the muscles on his back and shoulders were bigger than before. The scene shifted to the arena. The MC introduced the veteran with 21 wins from Camp Vadamon, the Steel Wall Caesar. Although Caesar's opponent looked short and thin, he had defeated a veteran, Kali, the next fighter from Camp August. The audience complained about the boring match and Kali's appearance. He heard the gossip and oil on his hands. On the stands, Azalea hoped Kali would win. Someone's voice said the outcome was too clear. Warren started a conversation with Azalea. Caesar was getting attention and could become the champion. Azalea was annoyed. There was nothing here worthy of her attention. She smiled politely and replied, I think the young man on our side will win. Warren Joseph boasted that physique was the decisive criterion, and he once had to fight. Azalea thought this pathetic man was bragging. She said, why don't we make a bet? I'll put my money on that young man. She set the condition. If she lost, she would spend time with Warren tomorrow. Warren showed interest. Warren asked what she wanted if he lost. Azalea replied, I liked the ruby necklace at the craft shop yesterday. Warren Joseph happily closed the bet, thinking it was an interesting wager, and thought she was not interested in him. Warren was confident that Azalea was betting on a sure loss. On the arena floor, Caesar kicked evenly, saying Kali would lose easily. He should blame his master. Kali sighed in annoyance. Everyone is the same. He said angrily, do you all fight with your mouths? Kali's face was full of killing intent. He challenged his opponent to come at him. Caesar sneered, calling Kali a little brat. He lunged. Kali quickly dodged just as expected. He analyzed. His muscles are like metal. With skin that thick, even a punch to the jaw is hard to take him down. Here it comes. His opponent just launched an attack. Kali seized the moment and ducked down, then immediately retreated. Caesar praised Kali for being good at dodging. He smugly thought he wouldn't let Kali dodge anymore, so he took a deep breath. Kali was surprised. Caesar unleashed a series of consecutive attacks. On the stands, Warren sighed confidently, thinking the match was over. Before he could finish, the person next to him exclaimed. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. Caesar attacked continuously. Kali also never stopped dodging. Warren Joseph couldn't believe his eyes, huh? What the hell? Caesar gritted his teeth. Impossible. People murmured was that the fighter who defeated Joseph's opponent. They said he won while his eyes were closed. Warren heard this and asked in shock, is that true? Azalea rested her chin on her hand, a victorious smile blooming on her face. The audience had their mouths agape in shock. Kali thought, could he take him down in one hit? He dodged while calculating. Or should he use multiple blows to break through his muscles? Caesar threw a hook. Kali ducked to dodge. He wondered if his stamina could hold up. Kali hesitated, uncertain whether to strike his shoulder or his liver. Caesar gasped for breath, cursing that brat. Kali told himself he could not miss this chance. He immediately lunged forward, punching the old man straight in the stomach. Caesar's ribs shattered under the blow. Kali rejoiced. All right. Nix's eyes widened in surprise. He remarked that he had launched the attack the moment he charged, and shifted his center of gravity perfectly. Kali recalled his days of hard training. It seemed he had reaped the rewards, something his former frail body would not have dared to dream of. It was not a blow relying on the opponent's movement or weight. Kali watched Caesar spit blood. That was a punch containing pure strength. Caesar trembled, clutching his stomach. Kali did not stop. He punched him straight in the jaw. Nixa said with pride, you have grown up, Kali. The spectators cheered. Go on, kid, overwhelm him, not bad for a small guy. Warren's eyes widened in shock. Kali clenched his fist. A sharp pain shot through it. Caesar's muscular body and natural armor seemed to shatter. Kali observed he was breaking apart slowly. Caesar gritted his teeth, roared, and threw a full power punch. Kali quickly circled behind, attacking his opponent's back. Caesar could clearly feel this was no ordinary punch. Something was piercing through his body. Caesar likened it to a spear, piercing everything, charging straight toward the wall, then penetrating the solid stone wall. A sharp blade, that was Kali's fists. Kali focused completely, thinking of this point. He punched straight into Caesar's diaphragm. In the stands, Azalea was extremely nervous. He was determined, I will do it again. Nixa watched the match tensely. Kali clenched his fist, pouring all his strength into the decisive blow. He unleashed the final strike. Caesar's face was covered in blood. He lost consciousness and fell. Kali breathed heavily, raising his hand to signal victory. Warren Joseph shot to his feet in disbelief. Azalea said triumphantly, oh my god, so I win. She emphasized, I am really looking forward to that necklace. Warren Joseph retreated in humiliation, bitterly thinking he should have hit harder. Godolph August boasted, that boy is my gladiator. I trained him well. Kali turned to look at Godolph August, placed his hand on his chest, pledging loyalty, then raised his hand high, signaling victory. Godolph August was satisfied. He is looking to me, knows how to show gratitude. Kali was overjoyed. I did it. He was happy that he had grown stronger. Nixa spoke up, a splendid match. He draped a towel over Kali, saying the public and nobles must be very impressed. Kali thanked him. Suddenly his hand turned tensely. Nixa unwrapped the bandage. The wound had turned black. He told him to soak his hand in water. Kali soaked his hand. Nixa sighed. Indeed, he still had a long way to go. Looking at his reflection in the water, Kali thought he had not even felt the pain. If he had used more force, the bone might have been damaged. Torres praised, your frail body is still the same, but you did well. I thought you only knew how to use your brain. Kizu trembled, stammering, Kali, you won. I am sure I will win too. Torres reminded him not to shake. You are using my chair. Nixa calmed Kizu, take deep breaths. Are you going out there unable to land a single punch? Kizu was anxious. The crowd noise keeps echoing in my hands. Kizu breathed with difficulty, feeling choked and short of breath. I might go crazy. Kali thought to himself, he is panicking, his spirit is too weak. Kali said, relax. Do not overthink, just step back and fight with your long reach like last time. Kizu worried, forget everything else. Is that even possible? After a while, Kizu returned with a battered body and a bruised face. He proudly said, I won. I also triumphed, damn it. Kizu raised his hand high in celebration, the glow of victory seemingly shining upon him. Seeing this, Kali could only force a smile. Kizu grasped Kali's hand and thanked him for following his instructions to secure the victory. Kali replied, ah, right, that's how it should be. Kizu gained more confidence. I am truly strong, I am the best. Kali thought to himself that it was a desperate measure, but this guy did have talent. The next day, Azalea kept chattering. You should have seen that man's face. His face was red and his hands were trembling. Kali stood outside Azalea's room and asked, what would the young lady have done if I had lost? The maid was helping Azalea put on her dress. She replied, didn't you already declare you would win? Because of that, you have a position as my protector. Kali replied, that's true, but it's also thanks to Lady Azalea's kind heart. Azalea called out, I'll take that as a compliment. Azalea had finished changing. She looked at Kali and said, let's go, Kali. Just then, Godolph August hurried over and said, Azalea, there you are. He was panting, then said a guest had come to see her. Azalea wondered who the guest was to cause such a commotion. Godolph August replied that it was the second son of the Dowager, Joseph. Azalea had a bad feeling. Could it be? Outside the mansion, Warren's voice rang out. "You are one of the potential fiancés chosen by the August estate for me." He smiled and said, "I found a beautiful girl with red hair," and quickly recognized her. Warren Joseph, the second son of the dowager, introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Warren Joseph." Azalea thought dejectedly that he knew she was a girl from a weak, barren family and had become arrogant. She mused that the Joseph family had authority and influence over central politics. Her father must be very happy to find a candidate for a husband. Azalea looked at her father's behavior and thought irritably, "Father is acting like a damned visiting baron." Warren presented the promised ruby necklace. It was very finely crafted and matched her hair color. Azalea looked at the necklace in her hand and thought to herself, "I've been embarrassed." Although annoyed, Azalea had to perform a courtesy. "Thank you, you are truly a respectable person who keeps his word. I shall take my leave now." Warren continued to say that despite losing the bet, he hoped to accompany her. Azalea felt as if struck in the heart. "I wanted to leave before this guy said that." Dolph August noticed Azalea's discomfort. He took his daughter's hand and spoke up. "Haha, seems you are too shy to speak, right? We will prepare right away." Warren Joseph replied, "Yes, please take your time." Azalea angrily walked into the house, raising her voice. "What the hell are you saying, father? I have no intention of spending time with that bastard." Godolph August quickly said, "Azalea, wait a moment." He pleaded that she could, for his sake as an old man, spend some time with him just once. Maybe she would find his good side. Godolph August added that he wanted her to be able to live in a better place than this August territory. Azalea was slightly swayed. She sighed in concession. "Just once. I will not see him again if he comes back." Dolph August ordered the servants. Kali stood behind, thinking to himself, "A pathetic gentleman." He mused that the man ran a training camp knowing nothing about boxing, only thinking of short-term gains. He had sold off the trainees, the assets of August Menor, but had not gone bankrupt. Warren's voice rang out, "So the brat gladiator is from here." He looked at Kali, then disdainfully said no wonder she was so confident when making the bet. Kali blurted out in confusion, "What do you mean?" Warren's face showed clear disgust. He said, "This disgusting feeling, you two plotted to trap me, didn't you, you filthy slave with that pathetic face." Warren struck Kali a few times in the face, then said, "You better feel lucky this time." He warned, "You will fall in the arena soon enough." Warren quickly changed his expression and said to Azalea, "Shall we go, Lady Azalea?" Kali's face darkened. He was fuming, "Oh, look at this brat." Under the brilliant sunlight, the lake sparkled, reflecting the sky. Servants lined up on both sides. Before them was a young man and woman sitting on a mat by the lake. Kali lay on the grass, hands behind his head, eyes intently fixed in one direction, lost in thought. He didn't want to leave her alone with that frightening, deceitful brat anymore. His eyes were still fixed on the group of servants, in the middle of which a man and a woman sat on a red mat with a picnic basket. Kali's gaze was dazed as he looked up at the sky. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. He muttered to himself, "The weather is really nice." His eyes closed and he slowly sank into old memories. A very long time ago, a shout rang out, "Now make Kang T sit down." A punch flew straight at him. Kang T leaned to one side, thinking, so noisy. He counterattacked, punching the man opposite him squarely in the face with his red boxing gloves. Kang T thought to just keep hitting and punching. The man he punched fell to the floor, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes wide open. With a bold smile on his lips, he thought, "After taking one of my punches, no one can get back up." That was when Kang T quietly thought. At that time, he didn't expect a club to swing right behind his head. Thinking this, Kang T whispered to himself, "That club smashed right into my temple." Because blood was dripping down his arm, he had become very arrogant. He lived by violence, hoping that his broken fists would be compensated. Each punch was powerful against the man. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood from his head flowed into his eyes. His knuckles were covered in wounds. Kang T at that time tried to sit down, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. If only he could go back. And he never would. The man was covered in blood. The scene seemed to fade, only the knife flashing with a cold gleam as it stabbed into that weak heart. Kali jolted, his eyes wide open. He sat up gasping, his hand touching his chest. Long was still afraid. He thought it was just rain. Kali sank into thought. He had been given a second chance. But if he went back to the past, he would not live so arrogantly and terribly anymore. A maid hurriedly ran towards her young master Lado Kali. She shouted loudly, "Something is wrong." The sound of arguing rang out. A wine bottle spilled on the grass carpet. Azalea yelled, "What are you doing?" Warren shouted back, "You good for nothing. Do you know how much that ruby necklace is worth?" He gritted his teeth. "If you take this thing, you have to pay with your body." His hand gripped her wrist tightly, his face flushed red. Azalea returned his angry glare. "Don't be ridiculous. That was what we bet." Azalea shouted bastard as she kicked Warren between the legs. His face turned pale instantly. His face was like rotten fruit, eyes bloodshot and mouth snarling. Warren slapped her across the face with a loud crack. Watching that scene from afar, Kali froze. Dashed forward shouting loudly, "You bastard." 4 male servants blocked his path. One of them said, "Eta cannot let anyone near the young master, this half-baked rookie gladiator." Kali's face darkened, veins bulging on his hands. He roared, "Let me go and I will spare you. What do you say?" The tall male servant sneered, "A half-learned martial art relying only on fists is useless in real combat." The one beside him laughed, "Come on." Before he finished speaking, a fist slammed straight into his eye. He screamed in dismay, "My eye." His fingers were bent by Kali, his gaze full of ferocity. The miserable scream scared the other 3 servants pale. The tall male servant ran off hastily, leaving his words carried by the wind. "I will go call the guards, hold him off." The remaining 2 had no time to react, only managing to shout. Kali's eyes looked at them cruelly, the one he punched writhing at his feet. His voice was vicious. "Next." The 2 servants stared in terror. Over here, chaotic cursing rang out. Azalea yelled, "Let me go, aren't you ashamed?" Warren snarled, "You dared talk back to me?" On the grass he pinned Azalea down, his hand gripping her wrist tightly. "Stay right there." Azalea struggled, "Let me go." He frowned and scolded, "Don't resist, you bitch." Kali ran over quickly and kicked Warren square in the face. He flew several steps away. Touching his face, Warren fumed, "You bastard." Kali gritted his teeth and spat out each word, "You bastard." His finger pointed at him, his gaze sharp and cold. "Do you know what you're doing?" Warren retorted, his eyes equally fierce. "Yes, I am trying to get back the money for the ruby necklace." Red glint flashed in Kali's eyes. Repeat compensation. A moment flashed in his mind, blood flowing from his knuckles, each drop falling nonstop. Warren laughed scornfully. "What is wrong with you, you filthy slave?" Before he finished his words, a fist was right in front of his face. The punch was powerful. Warren's face turned black and blue, blood spurting from his mouth. Kali grabbed his hair and repeated, "Compensation." As if losing his mind, he dunked Warren's head into the water. He panicked and begged for mercy. Kali pulled his hair up and asked, still conscious. He continued to dunk him down. "You think because you are noble, everything in this world belongs to you. Do whatever you want." Azalea was horrified. "Kali." Warren, barely conscious, muttered, "Forgive me, I was wrong." Kali said, "I hope the young master will learn his lesson." Kali turned to ask Azalea, "Miss, are you alright?" She said in panic, "Do you know what you just did?" Tears streamed down. "He is the son of a powerful noble family. You must run far away." The tall servant brought the guards, shouting at Kali, "You stay right there, you troublesome slave." Kali said calmly to her, "It seems it is too late." Azalea looked at him in horror. Warren got up, soaking wet, his eyes burning with hatred, trying to escape. He pointed at Kali and shouted, "Kill him." The shocking news spread among the nobles. Joseph's second son was beaten by a slave. News quickly spread among the nobles at the festival. Warren walked away in anger, his heart seething. If the family wanted to avoid ridicule, then that damn slave must be executed. Cruel thoughts filled his mind. He walked faster, his eyes malicious. Warren laughed viciously. "And from now on, the Eggs family will never set foot in politics again." Godolph slammed his hand hard on the table. Damn it. He was furious, his hands trembling. How could this be? I thought everything was smooth. But the Joseph family. Gardolph. How dare that damn Warren touch my daughter? Nixa said worriedly. Kali is imprisoned, considered a troublemaker. We cannot get him out. Gardolph was frightened. What are you talking about? Get him out. Just consider him dead and move on. He justified himself. I am very grateful that he saved my daughter, but bringing him back would destroy this family. Nixa bowed his head deeply. Yes, he muttered in his heart, the life of a slave. Room door open. Azalea walked in, her cheek still bruised. She breathed heavily, her voice trembling. "Father." Godolph was astonished. "Azalea." He continued, "What is wrong, daughter? You should rest more." Azalea shook her head, her eyes determined. "Father, please save Kalidia." She continued, "He had saved her twice. Even if he were a slave, he deserved fair treatment." Azalea added, "Even monsters were treated well when they saved their master, but not Kali." Godolph reluctantly and dejectedly replied, "I will handle that matter myself." Azalea struggled to break free from Nixa's grip, saying she knew her father would abandon Kali. Nixa explained that the young lady had no other choice at the time. Azalea blamed herself, her trembling hand lost in thought. At that moment in the western prison, surrounded by sturdy iron bars and moldy ground, a prisoner in the cell opposite Kali cheerfully said, "Hey buddy, you hit a noble, didn't you?" He excitedly exclaimed, "Awesome, you're our hero." Kali sat silently in the dark corner listening to him. Kali suddenly asked, "Why are you here?" That prisoner smiled frankly, "I'm a pickpocket." Kali chuckled softly, his eyes showing a hint of scorn. "Pathetic." Sarcastically replied, "I might just lose a hand, but you'll lose your head." Upon hearing that, Kali fell into deep thought. The guard banged on the prisoner's bars and shouted, "Silence." He just smiled brightly. Kali was devastated, thinking he had given up his boxing chance again, but he smiled faintly. If he hadn't saved Azalea back then, he would regret it for life. The trial arrived at the courthouse. Countless nobles surrounded the place. Kali stood in the middle of the room, with 2 guards. The judge sternly asked, "Slave of the Agascali family, do you admit to assaulting Joseph?" He turned to Warren and the 4 servants, saying, "The victim and witnesses had testified against you." Kali straightforwardly answered, "I admit it." The crowd erupted. The nobles shouted, "Behead him, hang him from the city gate, tear him apart, make him pay for his crime." The nobles took turns throwing trash at Kali's head and feet, their mouths ceaselessly spewing curses. Kali thought with irritation, this garbage scum. He recalled the scene of Azalea being held tightly by the wrist by Warren, struggling to break free. He thought, so is it acceptable for High Len to frame Azalea? The judge pronounced the verdict. The court sentenced Kali to death. He said, if anyone objects, speak up now. Duke Wesley raised his hand, saying, wait a moment. He said, before the sentence is passed, I request permission to say a few words. Wesley stood up. This slave has committed heinous crimes, but now is the harvest festival. He added, now is the time to show mercy even to a beggar. The nobles exchanged glances. Wesley said, I am not saying he is innocent, but let him die as a slave. Lord Doraemon has a man named Oxer, he said, looking towards Doraemon. Wesley continued, Count Doraemon, I heard Oxer has won many matches. Doraemon smiled, indeed, as you say. He said, hold a match between him and Oxer for entertainment, imagining the cheering crowd. Wesley said, a match between the Death Gladiator and Oxer is as good as an execution. Doraemon laughed loudly, yes. For a slave who is a gladiator, dying in combat is also merciful. On the final day, I wish to hold a match between Kali and Oxer. Kali was stunned, a match with Oxer. Looking towards the Joseph family, Wesley said, of course, if Lady Joseph agrees. A man with parted white hair, a neatly trimmed white beard, and stern eyes exuding authority, stood with arms folded looking at Wesley. That was Count Joseph. Lady Joseph nodded, do as you wish. Wesley sighed. Both he and Joseph wanted to satisfy their grievances. This was the most stable compromise. Wesley recalled Kali's performance. The way he moved was very beautiful. If not for this matter, he would have bought him. The judge ruled that on the final day of the festival, the execution would be replaced by a match between Oxer and Kali. He struck his gavel to conclude the session. The nobles left, leaving only Kali standing alone. Warren appeared, sneering, you are dead for sure, slave. Kali only glanced at him. Warren spat in his face. He laughed loudly. Kali darkened his face and wiped it, thinking if there really was a god who brought me here, he must want to see me constantly pushed to the edge of a cliff. Kali smiled slightly. Then I will give it my all. He pulled the chains taut, grinning with determination. I will survive and reach the top with my 2 fists. On the wall hung iron chains. The guard said this was the waiting room. At the door, the guard said, I heard you were protecting the young lady that time. That's loyal. I will cheer for you. Sitting in the darkness, his hands chained, Kali was in deep thought. There was noise outside. He heard the guard say no visitors allowed. Then Kizu's voice. Just a moment. Kali looked at the door in surprise. He called out each name. Kizu, Tors, and even the trainer. Kizu spoke up, you idiot, you are still alive. Kali was dumbfounded. Are you crying? Kizu sobbed loudly. Thank you for pulling me out back then. Damn it, he deserved it. Tor said in a low voice, at first I hated you because you complained so much. Continue with a tense face, but you are a decent person. Kali, don't you die. Nixa handed a bowl of porridge to Kali, telling him to eat to gain strength for the fight. He said Chenzin's power is beyond imagination, but his only flaw is that he has no technique. Nixa turned around, wished him good luck, and walked out the door with the bewildered Kizu and resolute Tors. The door closed. Kali smiled happily. In his heart, he thought, there are still people who care for me. That is enough. A pair of pink high heels appeared before the door. Kali was startled to see who it was. Kali said, Lady Azalea, why are you here? Azalea smiled sadly. I am not one to abandon my benefactor. Kali smiled, my lady, please take care of yourself. You were once kidnapped, followed by that pervert. Azalea said slowly, if you are that worried. She continued, why not protect me yourself again? Then Azalea wrapped her arms around Kali's neck. He pressed close to him. In the cold cell, Azalea gently touched her lips to Kali's. He was stunned. After they parted, Kali asked in a daze, my lady, what did you just do? Azalea blushed, I do not know, I really do not know. Her tears fell heavily, her voice choked, promise me, like last time. Azalea sobbed uncontrollably, promise me you will win. Kali chuckled softly, how can I dare to die now? He said, I promise to protect you until you grow up more. Azalea nodded, a gentle smile blooming on her face. As it was time to enter the arena, Doraemon said it is time, Chen Sin. Facing him was the muscular man, who turned his head away and did not look at him. Doraemon smiled sinisterly. This is an execution match. No bells, fight freely, remember to kill him in the most brutal way. Understood. Throwing away the half-eaten piece of meat, Oxer stood up and looked ahead. Stepping outside, a voice rang out, it is time, the centerpiece of the festival. Doraemon had just finished measuring the starry dome when that voice rang out again. Oxer emerged with a bulging, muscular physique and a face full of murderous intent. The voice continued, and the death row inmate, the slave warrior Kali, stepped forward with shackles on his wrists, but his gaze was incredibly resolute. All around, the crowd roared, tear him apart, show this criminal the law of the land, execute him, kill him. Oxer gritted his teeth, then let out a mighty roar. Kali calmly removed the iron chains and uttered a single sentence. This guy is really noisy. He continued, the 4 limbs are developed as well. Before Kali stood the massive figure of Oxer. Tearing off his shirt, Kali wrapped cloth tightly around his hands, thinking with a build like that, he does not need technique. He got into a fighting stance. He placed his right foot back. 5 straight punches advanced. Kali's first strike landed on Oxer's ribs. That man underestimated him. Oxer threw a counter-strike, but Kali dodged, thinking that was a useless punch. Oxer's punch swished through the air, its force stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Two fighters grit their teeth and stared at each other. Kali silently cursed. Damn it, what kind of muscles were those that a mere wave of the hand could kick up that much dust? Oxer said ferociously, lucky you. Kali smiled confidently, at least the heavens are fair, granted with developed limbs, but a stupid mind. He muttered, he is truly strong. But humans can use intelligence to overcome weaknesses and create techniques. Kali's eyes seemed to blaze, full of fighting spirit. He thought they were a species that had fought enemies many times their strength. Stepping forward, Kali resolutely faced Oxer. The crowd murmured, that guy has lost his mind. He is getting closer. Only Kizu and Tors silently watched Kali. Doraemon propped his chin and laughed smugly. Are you giving up? Planning to die with honor? Kali looked at him with a cold glare. Oxer returned his gaze with a similar look. Suddenly, he threw a strike straight at Kali. He deftly dodged successfully. Kali told himself he must not stop dodging. Getting hit meant he was too slow. Thought he would take the blow if he were even a moment slow. A speed like that with that size, he truly was a monster. Oxer relentlessly attacked Kali. Wesley watched the match, saying it was truly a pity for him. Wesley continued, with that kind of courage and skillful technique, he is no ordinary man. He thought to himself, perhaps this matter would usher in a new era of boxing. Looking at the punches, Wesley judged that instead of trying to finish with a single blow, he focused on accumulating damage bit by bit. That was Kali's direction. At times, he was also countered. Oxer growled, you cowardly rat. Kali thought, good, just get angry and excited. Kali raised his fist, thinking because then his moves would be easier to predict. Accordingly, he dodged while attacking Oxer's flank. The crowd screamed in surprise. Wesley was astonished. This was a whole new level of boxing. He smiled excitedly while watching the fight. Oxer angrily shouted for him to get lost. Kali seized the opportunity from the red mark on his body. His eyes sharp, Kali thought, now is the time. The two attacks nearly touched each other. Kali landed a powerful blow right on that red mark. Oxer gasped in pain. Kali thought silently the bacon technique. Though its destructive power was immense, the trajectory was easy to predict. Oxer trembled and stepped back, clutching the spot that was hit. Kali smiled brightly, but he did that because his opponent was an idiot. Doraemon was startled and slammed his hand on the seat, shouting impossible. No one could defeat his war star. Even Kizu and Tors were astonished by this match. Tors thought he was always like that, constantly overturning everyone's expectations. A man who always created surprises like a meal with a proud smile. Tors nudged Kizu lightly and laughed, cheer up, at this rate Kali might win. Kizu also laughed happily. Kali's strategy was not aimed at the jaw, but at accumulating damage and fatigue. He was panting heavily, but his eyes were full of confidence. The bigger the frame, the faster the damage effect on the body. Oxygen deficiency was a common symptom. Oxer stepped back, holding his wound. However, the veins on his body bulged, and his face was full of fury. Oxer counterattacked with an extremely powerful punch. Kali's assumption was completely wrong. Kali was stunned. This crazy monster could still move. Kali retreated deeply, thinking he wanted to exhaust him, but in the end, he was the one exhausted first. Oxer charged straight at him. Next, he delivered a powerful strike, and Kali thought in fright that it was truly dangerous. Kali could not dodge the punch. He gasped for breath, thinking he could not breathe anymore. Watching the punch fly straight toward his face, Kali cursed, damn it. He was sent flying far away, his body covered in dust and bruises, his hands trembling. He recalled Oxer's attack just now. Kali held one arm, thinking that if he had not jumped back in time, his hand would surely have been shattered. Oxer seemed to be still full of strength, breathing out fiercely. Suddenly, Oxer staggered, his vision blurring as if he saw multiple Kalis before him. He uttered meaningless sounds. Oxer stared at his right hand, holding his head with the other. Kali watched him warily. Oxer thought this was the first time this had happened. The reason he had fought many battles was because he had never moved so violently and so much. He always ended everything in a single strike, recalling the sight of his opponents being knocked down. Kali sneered, thinking that Chen Xingai is caught too. Everyone is just human after all. Oxer held his head, panting heavily. Kali thought Chen Xing's time was up. This was the last chance, and he rushed quickly toward Oxer. He also raised his fist toward Kali, thinking to himself that Chen Xing was already exhausted. He grabbed Oxer's fist and moved closer to him. Kali was determined. He would take a risk. He punched Oxer hard in the chest. His eyes bulged, his face turning purple. Kali frowned at his trembling hand, thinking his wrist was dislocated. Seeing Oxer clutching his chest with a purple face, Kali did not hesitate and charged forward, thinking that he was off guard. This was the moment. Clenching his fist, his eyes full of killing intent, Kali gritted his teeth and shouted. And he punched Oxer in the face, his head tilting to one side. But Oxer immediately turned back and rushed toward Kali. He did not flinch, continuing his attack on his neck. The moment the punch touched the neck bone, Kali's hand broke and he groaned in pain. He was still determined once more. He put all his strength into hitting Oxer's back. He was foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. A loud sound rang out. Oxer lay motionless on the ground. The surroundings were silent, then whispers began. How could that be? The audience in the stands gasped. Chen Xing had taken down Oxer. Only Kizu and Tors cheered loudly. Kali won. Holding his broken hand, Kali thought that if Oxer had punched correctly, he would not have been able to win. Looking at Oxer lying on the ground, Kali thought that if anyone was to blame, it was that Doraemon guy for not teaching him how to distribute his strength. Oxer's hand moved, pushing against the ground. Tor shouted in panic, "Wait!" Kali stared at Oxer in shock, exclaiming, "This monster." Oxer growled softly, holding his shoulder as he stood up. Then he charged straight toward Kali. He cursed, "Damn!" A powerful punch to Kali's chest made him spit blood. Then came another blow. His body slammed hard into the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The crowd jeered, calling it dirty play. But this was a death match, was it not? Wiping his mouth, Kali groaned, "Damn it, it hurt so much." Watching Oxer charge at him, Kali thought furiously, "You bastard." Silently cursed in disbelief that man could still move. Then Oxer's foot stomped hard on his chest. He held his stomach and backed away. Next came a blow straight to his arm. Unable to dodge, Tali was sent flying away again. Oxer laughed ferociously as he advanced, stomped hard on his leg, then stared down. Kali screamed. Oxer's louder grieving manic. That man grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted high. Kali's face turned pale as he struggled to free Oxer's hand but failed. With trembling legs, Kali angrily thought to himself about that bastard. Kali gritted his teeth to keep the blood in his throat, his eyes burning with resentment as he wondered if this was really boxing. Oxer used one hand to tightly strangle Kali, causing him to scream in pain. Then Oxer wrapped his arms around Kali's body and squeezed even tighter. Next, Kali's agonizing screams rang out, his bones feeling as if they were cracking. Kali's face reddened with rage as he shouted, "You bastard, then I won't play nice anymore either." Suddenly, Kali erupted with strength, grabbing Oxer's head and yanking it back hard. At the same time, Kali lunged forward and bit down hard Oxer's ear. Oxer, in pain, was forced to let go and roared fiercely. Released abruptly, Kali fell and slammed hard onto the arena floor. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. The audience was stunned by the sight. Murmurs arose, saying he had just bitten off Chen Xingxing's ear too brutally. On the arena floor, Kali slowly stood up, his voice contemptuous. "So your blood isn't as blue as those Chen Xing after all." With bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Oxer, Kali wiped the streak of blood from his mouth and sneered. "Still the bright red blood of humans." Oxer was completely enraged by those words. He grimly held his bitten ear, eyes blazing as he glared at Kali. Oxer charged forward crazily, his voice booming, "I'll kill you." Just then, Kali scooped up a handful of sand. He threw that handful of sand straight into Oxer's eyes. Dust flew everywhere. Oxer reflexively shut his eyes tight and roared in frustration. Kali stared at Oxer, silently admitting, "I acknowledge you are very strong." But immediately after, Kali threw a straight punch to Oxer's chest. The heavy impact caused Oxer to double over in pain, but he still managed to punch back. Kali raised his hand in time to block, the pain seeping into every cell. He gritted his teeth even as bones cracked and his stomach churned. Blood seeped from the corner of Kali's mouth from biting down, but his eyes remained steady, telling himself he felt no pain. Kali lunged forward, grabbed Oxer's head to immobilize him, preparing for a knee strike. He leaped up and drove a knee straight into Oxer's face. Oxer's teeth flew out, blood splattered everywhere, and his agonizing screams echoed across the arena. In the stands, Duke Wesley exclaimed in fear, "This isn't a battle between a monster and a human, but between a monster and the strongest man." At that moment, a booming voice rang out, "Win, Kali." The call ignited like a flame and the entire stands shouted Kali's name in unison. The cheers were unrelenting. Everywhere only the sound of encouragement for him could be heard. The passionate encouragement seemed to fuel his strength as Kali threw a punch into Oxer's nose, sending blood flying. With frantic eyes rushing at Oxer, he could only think, "Gladiator." A punch landed on Oxer's jaw, and a bitter thought surfaced, loathing. Finally, Kali gathered all his strength and struck Oxer directly in the face. The punch, heavy as a sledgehammer, made Oxer stagger back. He tried to open his mouth. "You win." As soon as he finished speaking, his vision went dark and his massive body collapsed to the floor motionless. Kali stood there, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with each breath. He raised his fist tremblingly, even though his arm was numb from pain. Victory belonged to Kali, and the entire arena erupted instantly. Contrary to the joy, Joseph Doraemon's face was pale as he screamed about his spirit. Countess Joseph's expression was no better, her eyes glaring angrily at Kali. Kizu and Tors excitedly shouted Kali's name. At this moment, Kali's body was utterly exhausted, his steps faltering. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps and lifted his eyes slightly. A group of soldiers appeared, commanding, "Don't move, slave!" The soldiers surrounded Kali, coldly saying, "Time to continue your execution." Kali glanced at the insignia on their uniforms, silently recognizing they were Countess Joseph's soldiers. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "So this is my end." But just then a stone flew down sharply. The stone hit a soldier on the head. He flinched and cried out. Then, like a furious rain, countless stones were thrown in a barrage. The soldiers looked up at the stands, curses ringing out. "What do you think you're doing?" The audience grew angrier, shouts everywhere. "Leave him alone! Show some humanity, you bastards!" Everyone shouted in unison. "Let Kali live!" The soldiers, forced to endure the stones, tremblingly replied, "We wish we could too." Countess Joseph in the stands gritted her teeth in rage. "What the hell are you people doing?" Amidst the chaos, Duke Wesley calmly spoke up. Let Kali live. Duke Wesley looked at Countess Joseph with a sharp gaze. The Harvest Festival is held to win public favor. The crowd is showing sympathy for Kali. If you kill him, the festival becomes meaningless, he stated bluntly, his voice full of menace. Countess Joseph, I hope you understand my decision. Countess Joseph gritted her teeth, thinking she could not afford a political conflict with Duke Wesley. He slowly stood up, suppressing his anger, and called out, Get up, Warren, we're leaving. In his heart, he swore he could not forgive the August family for this humiliation. He would crush them so they could never rise again. Warren wore an angry expression, fury clear in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and called out Kali's name. Blood still stained the arena floor as the brutal confrontation ended. Kali, the victor of the Chen Sing, had won. When Kali was brought into the infirmary, the doctor looked at his body covered in wounds, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment that it was a miracle he was still alive. Seeing the dying body before him, he could not help but admire him. He had fought with this very body, his will truly tenacious. Nixa stood by, frowning as he told the doctor that he had to survive. The doctor calmly replied that he would have to pay extra medical fees then. Hearing about the medical fees, Nixa cursed the bastard Gadofra in his mind. Even though he was afraid of Count Joseph, he should not have refused to pay for the medicine. Suddenly, a voice rang out telling Nixa to pay with this. Seeing Azalea taking off her earrings, he was momentarily flustered and called her miss. She did not answer, directly taking one earring and handing it to the doctor, asking if this was enough. The doctor was quickly attracted by the sparkle of the earring. He smiled and replied that it was of course enough, he would do his best. The blatant greed made Nixa angrily curse the damn doctors in his mind. At that moment, Kali on the hospital bed suddenly coughed violently, blood splattering everywhere. The piercing pain made Kali turn his head with difficulty to ask Azalea what was going on. She gently wiped the blood from his mouth and replied that the death sentence had been overturned. The people did not want him to die. Azalea's eyes were brimming with tears, her voice proud as she looked at Kali and said that was a victory he had won for himself. She was very glad he was alive. Hearing this, Kali let out a soft sigh of relief and lay back down, as if all the burdens had finally been lifted. He softly repeated those words, at least he was still alive. Scene shift a few weeks later, the sky was clear with gentle breezes. Kali was lying comfortably asleep on an old cart in the field. Kizu suddenly appeared, a teasing smile on his face as he asked who this was. The hero of this year's Harvest Festival, the annihilator of the town guardian Kali. Right. Hearing this, Kali immediately opened his eyes and jumped up to retort, Annihilator of the Town Guardian, who came up with such a bad name. He chuckled and replied that everyone called him that. At this time, Tors also came to tease him, saying he sure was lucky, being carried around everywhere, quite enviable. Kali grimaced, rubbing his temples with a tired voice. Shut up, I almost died. At that moment, he cast his gaze towards the sunset and thought to himself that they said his arm and hand bones would heal soon. When night fell, Kali sat dazed on the cart and thought he couldn't believe the ligaments were torn too. He looked sadly at his leg, which was now in a wooden splint, thinking his tibia was the real problem. That huge bastard like the town guardian had crushed his tibia. Kali tilted his head to observe Gadolf, thinking to himself that Nixa and Azalea had persuaded them not to kick him out. It seemed his gaze was too focused, because Gadolf quickly noticed. He immediately turned his head away, his expression full of annoyance. Seeing that reaction, Kali quietly confirmed that he would definitely not receive proper treatment. The road to Wesley was very sturdy, but do not expect the return journey to be smooth. Kali and his companions arrived at the August territory to rest. Time flew by, 3 months passed, and winter arrived. In a certain room, Gadolf August suddenly punched the wall hard, his eyes blazing with anger. His voice roared with fury, I have been waiting for 3 months, 3 months. Gadolf August angrily yelled at Nixa, say something, but the only response was a heavy silence. Seeing this, he became even angrier, roaring, asking why he was just standing there like a fool. At this moment, someone finally walked in using crutches. Kali walked in calmly, his expression incredibly composed. Gadolf August did not care about him, angrily losing control and shouting, can that leg fully recover or not? I heard the bone was misaligned. Nixa's eyes dimmed slightly, silently recalling the wound on Kali's leg. The leg bone had broken right when he was in his height growth phase. Moreover, the bone was shattered. He was only going to be a cripple anyway. He clenched his fist, his sharp gaze shifting to Kali as he asked, you tell me yourself, is it true or not? Kali honestly looked him straight in the eye and answered, yes, my leg will not heal completely. Hearing the admission, Gadolf August cried out in pain, it is over, it is truly over. What is the use of becoming famous with the name Annihilator of the Town Guardian, when you cannot even capitalize on that fame? He started complaining about their situation. Now it was winter, the territory was nothing but snow, they had run out of firewood and food. Godolph August spoke with a voice full of fury and blame. "This is all your fault, Kali. You provoked the Joseph family and caused this. You should have died at the hands of the town guardian." Hearing those harsh words, Kali's face darkened. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Nixa was startled, thinking no, he had to stop him. He could not let him kill or drive Kali away. Immediately, he hurriedly spoke to calm him down, saying becoming a gladiator would be a bit difficult, but with Kali's skills, he could become a trainer. Suddenly, Kali spoke up in opposition. "No, I will not become a trainer." Those words plunged the entire room into silence. After saying this, Kali turned and walked to the training ground. Kizu asked in shock, "Are you crazy? You are going to refuse the trainer position?" But Kali calmly told him to shut up. It was his choice. Kizu frowned and said, "You fool, the best position a retired gladiator can get is a trainer." He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you think Nixa recommended you for that position for no reason? He saw himself in you and gave you the opportunity." Hearing this, Kali's face darkened completely. Kizu's words made Kali remember Nixa's reproachful words, "You will recover by summer. I give up on you." Familiar image of him walking away with his cane, his voice full of helplessness, echoed, "I do not know how to heal a broken leg. If I did, I would not have retired so early." Those things flooded back into his mind, plunging Kali into an unpredictable silence. Seeing him silent, Kizu teased him, "Did you hit your head somewhere when fighting that town guardian guy? Come on, your head must have a problem." Kali replied in a low voice, "Stop talking nonsense, mind your own business." Hearing this, Kizu immediately showed off his boxing skills and said, "What do you mean? I have won 7 times already, you know." Torres had just finished training, sat down on the chair next to him and quietly asked, "Did you really hit your head somewhere like Matisse said? You made the boss angry, right?" Kali replied irritably, "I get hated for anything I do. What is the point of trying to be polite?" Saying this, he put on a serious face and said, "They were the ones who abandoned me first." Torres just laughed upon hearing this. "You have guts." Kali did not answer, only turning his gaze to the two of them discussing their training. A thought crossed his mind. While he had been bedridden for 3 months, Kizu and Torres had fought and built their names. Kali gripped the crutch in his hand tightly, thinking that of course being a trainer was a stable job, but his face was full of reluctance. If he could not fight himself, then it was meaningless. In the following days, Kali took the initiative to help everyone carry firewood. They smiled and thanked him. "Hey Kali, thanks." One person looked at the pile of wood and joked, "Thanks to you, I do not have to sleep in the cold anymore." Kali replied indifferently, "No need, I did it because I wanted to." Suddenly he stared intently at Kali and exclaimed, looking closely, "You seem to have gotten taller and your body is bigger too." He exhaled a puff of white smoke into the cold air and asked apathetically, "Is that so?" "Probably from all the wood chopping." At that moment, the brown-haired man beside him spoke with regret, saying if his leg had not been injured. Before finishing, the bald man nudged him and scolded him, calling him a fool. Seeing Kali's sorrowful expression, he realized he had misspoken, but he only replied calmly saying it was fine, it would heal soon. Kali left his wooden cart behind and turned to leave, his voice dropping as he said it was very cold. They should go inside. As soon as he entered the house, the anger inside him surged, and he had to punch the door hard to relieve it. He told himself to calm down, that he had more experience and knowledge than other fighters anyway. The more he thought, the angrier he became, knowing that the medical arts here could not heal his leg. Suddenly, Azalea appeared at the door, asking why he startled her by punching the door like that. Kali gently opened his room door to invite her in, wondering why the lady had come to his room. Azalea sat down on a chair, smiling teasingly, saying he made it sound as if she was going somewhere she should not. The image of Azalea kissing him suddenly flashed through Kali's mind, making him blush. Damn it, after that incident, he could not look her in the eyes anymore. Suddenly, Azalea gave a meaningful smile. She looked at Kali with gentle eyes and said she had come to say goodbye. Hearing this, Kali was startled, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly asked if the lady was going far away. Azalea sighed, saying her territory was now very poor, and not just poor. She explained that trade had to stop due to pressure from the Joseph family. The only merchants who supported her also came infrequently. Recalling the desolate streets, she said the colder it got, the more prices skyrocketed. Even basic necessities were unavailable, and if this continued, they would not survive the winter. Knowing the situation well, Kali fell silent. He thought to himself that he had heard it was difficult, but did not expect it to be this severe. Then he asked what the lady planned to do. Azalea replied resolutely that if there were no necessities, they would have to produce them themselves. She would lead the way. Kali asked worriedly if the Baron was going with her. She shook her head, saying her father was now barely alive, afraid of Count Joseph and locking himself in his room. Azalea looked at him, saying being framed was truly humiliating. She realized that without power, justice was meaningless. Kali felt a brief sadness, thinking she had grown up. Azalea lowered her head, her voice helpless, saying if something happened to the family, if she had power. Her eyes suddenly stopped stopped at Kali's leg and she exclaimed in shock, "Kali, your leg." Kali replied in a low voice that it was his choice, and he had prepared himself mentally. Azalia stood up, saying she heard there was someone skilled in medical arts who could bring a person back from the brink of death. If she led the upper class, she would have more rumors and connections. She insisted she would definitely heal his leg. Kali quickly advised her not to help a slave like him, but Azalia stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder, saying he had saved her twice. She raised her eyes firmly to look at him, saying that alone was enough. Those words moved Kali. After a moment, he slowly saw Azalia off. Looking at the strong back of the girl not yet 20, he thought to himself that she was moving forward, and he should not hesitate either. Finally, he made up his mind and clenched his fists. The scene shifted to a few days later, in a snow-covered forest. A voice asked Kali if he said he was a fighter. Kali, carrying an axe on his shoulder, replied that he had come to participate in recovery training. The team leader hesitated, saying extra labor was good, but Kali interrupted, asking if logging would help him recover. Receiving the answer, Kali quickly set to work. A thought flashed through his mind that boxing with a leg like this was impossible. Kali gritted his teeth and endured, determinedly raising his axe while thinking to himself that he had to do it, otherwise all his efforts until now would be meaningless. But when he swung the axe down, he missed the tree trunk. Seeing this, the team leader laughed, saying he could not use the axe like that, and asked him to hand it over. He stepped forward, took the axe, and demonstrated for him. The axe blade struck the tree trunk powerfully, creating a deep cut. Kali stood nearby watching, unable to hide his admiration. He handed the axe back to him, saying strength was not the key. It was only useful in an instant. The sentence made Kali ponder, using strength in a single instant. By dusk, Kali's pile of wood was neatly stacked. He still persisted in chopping wood without stopping. Fatigue set in, and Kali silently complained that this work made his back and waist uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone ran over in panic, saying they should go back. The team leader asked in surprise, "Jia Ying, what are you saying? It was not time to go home yet." The gray-haired man led him to a giant footprint, saying it was a bear track, probably looking for prey. The team leader bent down to observe, saying by the size it seemed to be a cub separated from its mother. Still, they had to be careful, finish the work, and then go back. The gray-haired man glanced at Kali, asking curiously who the injured young man with the leg was, that it was his first time seeing him. The team leader replied that he was a slave fighter from the training center. He looked at Kali, asking if he had heard of Kali, the one who fought Chen Jing at the Harvest Festival. Hearing this, the gray-haired man's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "The Chen Jing Slayer." His son had also gone to watch that match. He pointed at him laughing, saying he was the Chen Jing Slayer, capable of catching a bear. He had suggested they go back, but the team leader was panicked, saying they should run if they met a bear. Kali was still blushing from that nickname, silently begging not to be called that strange name anymore. At night in Kali's room, a small candle flickered, illuminating the space. Seeing Torres enter, he asked if he wanted him to teach a few moves. Was this the famous Torres of August, looking like this? Torres, with a bruised face, stepped in, saying he had to admit Kali's technique was very good. He should not rest yet, reaching for a glass of water. Suddenly his entire body lost balance and he fell. The glass in his hand fell and broke, and Kali called out to Torres in panic. He quickly stood up, saying sometimes his body did not obey him, his vision suddenly blurring. Suddenly, Kali threw a stone toward Torres and told him to catch it. Torres reached out reflexively, but he could not catch that stone. Kali was surprised, wondering if it was his retina or the result of continuous blows. Torres' strikes were accurate, but he often got hit. Turning his head to look at Torres, Kali said if he kept getting hit, he would be crippled. Torres calmly replied, "That is why I came to find you, teach me some moves." Kali immediately assumed a strange fighting stance that made Torres curious. Kali explained this was a defensive posture, keeping his hands close to his body to increase defense, because his spatial awareness was poor, so doing this was more effective at dodging blows. Torres followed suit but found it difficult to counterattack due to the narrow field of vision. Kali said frontal attacks were easy to counter, while attacks from the sides required moving the head and torso. He turned his head and continued, "When the opponent attacks, arch your upper body to gain momentum. The important thing is not just hit and hit, but to have a strategy and then hit." Saying this, his eyes briefly grew thoughtful, his voice quietly trailing off. After a moment, Kali asked, "Both your brain and eyes have problems, why don't you rest?" Torres retorted in frustration, "Don't joke. Do you know how tight my schedule is?" He frowned in annoyance, "Especially with those guys trying to pick a fight with me. Do you want us to fail just because I fall ill?" Kali covered his face in confusion. "Wait, what does Coach Nixa want? Doesn't he want us to master from going crazy? Why schedule it so tightly?" Torres sighed. "Didn't you hear what the coach said? You're the only sane one, but it looks like you're about to go crazy." Kali was tired, his voice full of dejection. "If that's the case, not only this training camp, but the entire estate will wither away." The next morning, the worst managed part of the estate was the timber forest where Kali trained as a cold wind blew through. The bearded, white-haired man shivered, hugging his body and complaining the winter was too cold, saying he heard the Dorn couple had run away last night. The brown-haired man replied they were engineers, they'd go anywhere, but we are only fit to be buried here. Ardolf's reputation was actually not good, so the people grew increasingly dissatisfied. The white-haired man looked over at Kali's spot and asked, where did that guy with the injured leg go? The brown-haired man replied, Kali finished early so he went to train nearby. He was astonished, he already met the quota. Faster than me, he probably didn't go far. When he's done, let's ask him. At this moment, deep in the forest, in front of a massive wooden tree standing tall amidst the pure white snow, Kali let out a long breath. After that, he raised his fist and punched the tree trunk with great force. Next came countless other punches, powerful and without any hesitation. Each punch landed as if he was venting all his anger. Sound echoed through the silent forest. After a while, his hands were bleeding, but Kali still gritted his teeth and trained, silently muttering. This method was stupid but effective. He was using the wolf rule to train. The wolf rule is the law of force acting on bones, increasing calcium content and bone density. In other words, if the impact was enough for the bones to recover and be tempered to the maximum degree, bones would become harder and turn into a weapon. That was the result he aimed for. His punches grew stronger. The tree trunk dented into a hole. Kali thought silently. He must have gotten stronger from training his back and waist. He was determined to become stronger, but paid no attention to the approaching footsteps. After the exhausting training session, Kali reached for his jacket when a panicked voice called out for him to come. He nodded and replied, "Okay, coming." But at that moment, a scream of terror rose from the forest where everyone was working. The bearded, white-haired man suddenly fell down. The team leader quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He panicked and pointed into the forest, saying, "Over there." A dead body of a giant wolf lay in the middle of the pure white snow. Beside it were 4 or 5 weak, newborn wolf pups. The man in red panicked and said, "Look away, it's dead." The white-haired man, upon hearing this, awkwardly stood up and asked, "It's dead. What is this?" The team leader curiously approached to look and regretfully said it seemed it had been attacked by a wild bear. Looking at the wolf pups, he said, "It seems before it died it tried to protect its children." The person next to him replied, "Yes, poor things, the weather is harsh. Even humans find it hard to find food." Suddenly, one of the wolf pups howled, startling Kali, who looked down. It raised its sorrowful eyes, approached, and gently touched his leg. Seeing this, a villager asked, "Do you want to raise it? It seems to like you. Take it back before it changes its mind." Kali seemed to feel the sadness within it. He said slowly, "So you are desperate too." In the end, he decided to take it back and try raising it. When he brought it to the room, Kizu happily played with the wolf pup, saying it was so cute. But the coach knew this be a big deal. Kali turned his head to look at Kizu and said, "I will share my portion of food with it. It won't be a waste." At that moment, Nixa suddenly opened the door and walked in. Seeing his dark, furious face, the two immediately fell silent. Nixa walked up to Kali and asked, "I've been feeding you too well, huh? Why are you raising a wolf? Are you a commoner now?" He held the wolf pup tightly in his arms and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." He angrily grabbed the pup by the scruff and said, "Bring it here, I'll throw it out." But when faced with the cute face and sparkling eyes of the wolf pup, Nixa's heart softened again, I will say. At that moment, he slipped and almost fell. Nixa said in a gentle voice, "I'll do it myself." Seeing this, Kali and Kizu exchanged a quick glance. Kali immediately stepped forward to take the wolf pup from his hands and said, "Let me hold it." Nixa quickly stopped him. "Wait." Nixa awkwardly turned his face away and said, "I think raising one is fine, and it's well behaved." Kizu gently fist-bumped Kali and then retorted, "No isn't, it's a wolf." He reddened and replied, "Whatever it is, just train it not to bite people." After a moment, Nixa spoke up and said, "Go to sleep, you have to help build the mansion tomorrow." Kali asked in surprise, "By the way, you said I plan to destroy the mansion, right? That's impressive." Nixa scratched his head and sighed, "When you decide something, you always give it your all. The problem is, you always go down the wrong path." He suddenly recalled the gloomy scene in Godolph August's room, sobbing echoing throughout the room. His face became mad and he flashed a sinister smile, saying, "If I succeed." Nixa remembered the image of Godolph August indulging in wine, saying that one day, a perpetually drunk Godolph came up with a great idea. He thought of inviting nobles and merchants to watch the boxing that had become famous after the Suwa festival to build relationships. He said he has several fighters, including the rising star Taurus, and the reputation of the academy that trained the one about to punish Chen Xing. Therefore, if they were offered a free match, no one would refuse. At that time, Nixa had proposed to Godolph August that I wanted to invite the Catalan company for a match, but if you still intend to build the mansion, the cost will be expensive. But at that moment, Godolph August simply sighed and asked him in return why he did not go collect emergency funds or silver from the surrounding houses. Nixa stammered a reply, "The villagers would object, sir." Suddenly he flew into such a rage that he threw the wine glass in his hand down and roared, "That is between me and the soldiers. Focus on preparing for the match." Godolph August angrily waved his hand to dismiss Nixa, saying that that to save this territory everyone must sacrifice. Go now. Nixa took the paper in his hand, read it a few times, then sighed softly and walked out. A few days later, a procession of luxurious carriages lined up in front of the mansion. Nobles and merchants came to the mansion to attend Baron Gardolf August's party. For the first time, the August territory had so many strangers. Looking at everyone's excited faces, Kali spoke up. A rare free boxing match. Who would refuse a contest gathering all famous fighters? Below was a boxing ring where a fierce match was taking place. The August fighters seemed to be getting beaten thoroughly. Kali observed quietly and muttered that the Catalan team were talented fighters. He silently watched the match from one side, thinking to himself that this was how professional fighters, who did not live as slaves, made a living. At this moment, Torres next to him spoke up saying, "Catalan won." Suddenly someone walked over and asked, "Hey, are you that famous Kali?" Kali glanced indifferently and replied, "I am not famous, but I am Kali. Are you the new slave?" That guy confidently introduced himself, "I am Sram from the south, I am a sailor." Yet Kali bluntly stated, "You do not look much like a sailor." Hearing this, Sram laughed and said, "My ship sank so I got captured by a slave trader. I will earn money to buy my freedom and go home. Whenever we talk about the strongest here, we all mention you." He sneered at Kali and said, "Rumors must be exaggerated. Compared to Torres, you are weak and cowardly, looking like you have a disability." Kali's attitude remained completely indifferent as he replied, "If you are a trainee, you should train diligently." Sram thought in surprise, does he not care? He stepped in front of Kali and extended his hand saying, "Nice to meet you. Let me shake your hand." In his mind he scornfully thought, "A cripple like you cannot compare to the ace Torres." Sram thought confidently, he will be just like me and regain his freedom. Kali slowly extended his hand to grasp it. He suddenly gripped Kali's hand tightly and thought, "These hands have pulled sails for 5 years. This handshake is not as weak as you think." But Kali simply grabbed his arm and swung it up and down a few times. Sram felt pain and wanted to pull his hand back but could not pull it out. He felt his bones were about to break. Kali released his hand gently and asked, "What is wrong, Sram? You do not look happy." Seeing Sram's pained expression as he held his hand, Torres frowned and said, "That new guy acts too tough." He glanced at him and said, "If you saw Kali fight, I guarantee you would never dare say that again." After experiencing Kali's strength, Sram could only grit his teeth and endure such mocking words. Suddenly Kali spoke up, "If you want to earn money to buy your freedom, then watch the matches." He looked up at the ring and said, "You have to defeat those people." Finally, it was Kizu's turn to fight. Before the match started, he declared boldly, "I am number one, I am the strongest." Kizu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He exploded with killing intent and stared intently at his opponent. Immediately after, countless punches were thrown. The opponent groaned in pain and fell down. From this distance, he said in disbelief, "Does this really exist in the world?" Down below the ring, Torres laughed and said, "I feel he would not lose even to a knight. He is completely different from before." It seemed just as Torres said. Kizu struck fiercely, absolutely not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack. The opponent let out a loud roar and raised his fist, charging at him saying, "I cannot take it anymore." But the moment he charged forward, he immediately took a punch straight to the face. Kali silently observed the strike and muttered, "Indeed, you must enter the tiger's den to catch its cub." But he just rushed in without any skill. He thought softly it would be better to take the hits and wait for Kizu to tire out. At this moment, Kizu's opponent was completely defeated. Kizu happily raised his fist straight up in victory. As Kizu stepped down from the ring, Torres came over to fist bump him and praised, "Well done, stay calm." Kizu replied, "Stay strong." The moment Torres stepped into the ring, everyone cheered nonstop. "Go Torres. Torres August. Knock him away with your fists." Suddenly, Torres's vision blurred. He muttered in annoyance, "Not again." Torres quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again, like this his boxing career would be over. Torres tried to recall Kelly's teachings, but he was not sure he could apply the technique Kali taught in a real fight. Torres quickly charged forward to take the initiative. He would try to win as usual. The opponent quickly raised his hand to block, flashed a sinister smile, and let out a roar. Then he immediately struck back. Seeing Torres dodge easily, he thought in amazement he still charged forward even though he got hit. He silently respected Torres, truly worthy of the name Torres August. He gave a vicious smile and muttered, "But today I will catch you." That man could easily dodge Torres's powerful attack, which surprised him greatly. Both Torres and Kali quickly realized the problem. The opponent flew up and landed a punch on Torres, catching him off guard. Torres fell down in pain. The brown-haired noble on the dais said excitedly, "That is the popular Wesley style lately." The black-haired man next to him eagerly took out a magnifying glass to look and replied, "I have never seen it in person." At this moment, Kali was quietly worried about Torres regarding this style. Kali tried to recall the dodges of Torres's opponent and muttered, "That upper body evasion technique." A sudden thought flashed by making his eyes widen as he firmly asserted, "That is definitely a technique he had used." Kali whispered in shock. Had he observed and copied his technique? That technique just now was commonly called the Wesley style. created by Duke Wesley and taught to his fighters after the Harvest Festival. Fighters now not only showcase their strength but also their technique. The strikes Kali used during the Harvest Festival, most people believe this technique was created by Duke Wesley, but those who frequently followed boxing matches would know this was a technique invented by Kali. In the ring, Torres immediately stood up, gently wiped the blood from his mouth, and cursed softly. Damn it. He immediately charged forward to attack again, but his opponent's strike made him think, and everyone who watched felt the same. The opponent dodged easily and then sneered, "Hey, never heard of Wesley technique?" He suddenly stopped and Torres's eyes became sharper. Seeing this, the opponent froze, not understanding what was happening. Immediately, Torres used the defensive stance Kali once taught and replied, "Right, it does look interesting." He remembered a few moves from Kali and charged forward, trying this method. This time, the opponent could not land a punch on him, instead being hit squarely by Torres. No matter how many strikes he threw, Torres easily dodged them. That enraged the opponent, who yelled loudly and charged to attack. But all he received in return were Torres's two sturdy arms blocking him. He could not advance further, only using his legs to maintain his stance. The man muttered, seeing this technique for the first time. No matter how hard he punched, he remained calm. He noticed Torres's hips, silently calculating that only the hips and abdomen were exposed. He thought to himself if he closed in then, before he could finish the thought, Torres suddenly rushed forward. He quickly retreated, dodging a powerful hook from him, the punch strangely slow. When he looked at Torres' face, he saw his eyes glowing red like fire. Torres slightly rotated his foot, and he swung his fist straight at the opponent. The opponent panicked, only raising his hands to block, thinking, was he going to use all his strength? But Torres cleverly hooked his opponent's defense upward, and he punched with his other hand, the opponent bewildered. Was it just a trick? The opponent, confused by Torres's feint, the sudden punch ended the match. The opponent collapsed to the floor in pain. The stands erupted in cheers. Torres had won, he was still dominant. The opponent lay flat on the floor, unable to get up. Kali silently observed Wesley's style. It looked so familiar that he was also amazed. He recalled the match and thought to himself, they still did not know how to use footwork, their legs barely moving. Kali looked at Torres in the ring. He already knew how to improvise with power. Even though he only taught the defensive stance, his perception was very good. After the victory, Gardolf smiled brightly as if at a festival, loudly telling Joseph, "You thought you could beat me?" He was excited that the high nobles had started to support him. The nobles came one by one to chat with Gardolf August, praising the match and hoping he would still participate next time. He gleefully laughed and said, "Of course my territory will be full of vitality like before." There was still no contact from the guests who had left that day. Gardolf August angrily asked the servant. They did not reply. Only then did he realize their words were just lip service. Having no sincere intention to help August, he knew the painful news and wailed. Gardolf August angrily cursed, "Bastards, they just came to watch the match for free? I even renovated the mansion for them." He smashed the wine bottle, shouting, "Damn it, bring me more wine." A few weeks later, in a small house in a desolate, snow-covered forest, the captain sat on the porch, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, wondering where this territory was headed. He remembered the poisonous tree Gardolf mentioned and ordered the soldiers to cut down all the wood in the forest. He said in a low voice, "The master is a tyrant who does not know how to manage the territory, even ordering knights to do household chores like renovating the mansion and failing in noble relations." Just then, someone opened the door and entered, calling for the captain. Kali led the wolf, carrying a kite on his shoulder. "I am going to train." The captain asked doubtfully, "Today is a holiday, why not rest?" Kali replied, "I only do it out of interest." The captain saw the small wolf and cheerfully asked, "Is that the wolf from that day? What is its name?" Kali replied, "You can call it Ruvo. It looks more like a fat dog than a wolf." After a few greetings, the captain instructed, "Come back after training, then we will go back together." Kali led Ruvo away, answering, "All right." Two of them thus walked deep into the cold forest. Within the dense canopy of trees, a massive silhouette flickered. A large bear with cold eyes peered through the gaps in the branches, stalking Kali. The freezing east wind blew through the leaves, and white snow blanketed the forest. The tree was heavily impacted by Kali's successive punches. He trained while his mind was in turmoil. Torres and Kizu are both stronger. The fighters here are also improving quickly. Kali's eyes were full of determination as he punched the tree trunk repeatedly. "Can I really fight in boxing again? Should I accept the invitation to be a coach?" The tree trunk dented inwards, and Kali stopped training, sensing something. He glanced at the small wolf Rovo, who was barking and looking around nervously. Seeing Rovo barking in a direction without recognizing the danger, Kali snapped, "Quiet, Rovo, I know someone is there." Kali stared intently at the bush, full of caution, then breathed slowly, and upon seeing no danger, immediately exhaled. Kali returned to training, using his leg as a pivot, and exerted a strong push, his mind filled with many chaotic thoughts. Although uncomfortable, he was gradually getting used to putting his power into one leg. The tree trunk shook violently from the punch filled with Kali's determination. A deep indentation appeared on the tree trunk, and the steam around it rose due to the intense heat. Kali stopped punching, frowned, and gripped his right wrist tightly. Rovo's ears perked up, listening for any sound. Kali slumped down against a tree trunk. He couldn't bear to touch his right leg that was shaking violently. Even trying not to put pressure on himself, everything became more difficult. Beside him, Rovo barked as if to remind him of something. Kali's vigilance heightened. He looked around and said, "I know, Rovo, this is a bit strange." He looked towards the darkness, where two bushes rustled despite there being no wind, and caught a glimpse of a figure. Tremendous pressure weighed down on Kali as he saw something terrifying. A black bear lumbered out, its gaze as sharp as a blade. Kali faced it, filled with shock and disbelief. Kali watched the bear baring its teeth, assessing it. It was very strong, not fully grown yet, but agile and not weak in the slightest. He stared with a pale face, sweat pouring out, calculating in his heart. With these legs, I can't run away. Suddenly, Rovo barked loudly, breaking the silence. Kali stared at it and spoke up. "You're even better than me." Regretfully thinking, "Damn it, I should have brought a crutch." The brown bear, agitated, let out a ferocious roar and charged forward. Determination and thrill showed clearly on Kali's face as he heard the roar. "Keep dreaming." Kali assumed a boxing stance, glaring at the bear. If he couldn't trust his fists, what could he trust? Its sharp claws lunged forward, aiming for his chest. Kali lowered his body, dodging the bear's swiping claws. A punch from his left hand struck the bear directly in the face. The bear's face took the full force of the painful blow, causing it to cough blood and fall over. The little dog Rovo stood by, barking enthusiastically. The following punch gave the bear no chance to fight back, sending it reeling backward. Struck repeatedly in pain, it was extremely enraged, eyes red as blood. It roared and slashed a claw at Kali. 4 sharp claws raked across his body. Kali's face changed color. He gritted his teeth from the hit, the wound starting to seep blood. The two sides clashed, certain that one of them would end up dead. Time passed, and inside the log cabin, someone was sleeping. The captain was awakened by the noise outside. With his cautious nature, he grabbed his axe to investigate. "Kali, is that you?" The noise continued, but there was no reply, a solemn look in his eyes. He opened the door immediately and called out, "Who's there?" The captain was stunned when he saw the other party. Seeing Kali covered in injuries, clothes torn, left hand dripping blood profusely, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Kali?" Kali approached, complaining, "What took you so long to open the door? You had me worried." He asked in panic, "What happened?" "That wound." Kali smirked arrogantly, flashing his white teeth. "Let's have bear stew for dinner tonight." The captain exclaimed after hearing that, "No way." He looked at the wound on Kali's left hand in confusion. Then he saw the bear on the ground, beaten to death with numerous bruised wounds. The brown bear's carcass lay sprawled on the white snow, and news of Kali catching a bear spread quickly. Objectively speaking, this bear wasn't fully mature, but it wasn't frail either. Catching a bear with bare hands was hard to imagine. Some thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but the woodcutters fully believed it because at the end of winter, they saw trees felled by a person's fists. The harsh winter passed, and the territory was once again full of life after a long time. The city gate was slowly raised, and a clamor arose. "The young lady is coming, open the city gate quickly." Carriage after carriage loaded with goods slowly entered. The commoners' eyes sparkled like stars as they looked at the opened sacks of raw materials. "Look over there, it's salt. And there's wool too." Azalia dismounted and asked a soldier, "Where is my father?" He replied, "He is probably in the manor." She adjusted her collar, complaining, "I've been back for a while now, and father hasn't even come out to greet me." Azalia saw a mother and son with blonde hair smiling warmly at her. The blonde little boy smiled brightly, his features bearing a resemblance to Kali. Azalia gave a soft smile. A gust of wind blew through the leaves, through her beautiful red hair. She tucked her hair behind her ear, whispering, "I hope he is still doing well." At this time, Kali had fully recovered. He was feeding Rovo when he heard the news. "The young lady has returned?" A man with a black crew cut replied, "Yeah, she's amazing. She secured the top position all by herself." Hearing this, Kali praised, "That's great." He put his hands on his knees, preparing to stand up. Rovo wagged his tail excitedly upon hearing news of an upcoming feast. "We've known each other for a long time now, right? This is the first time we'll eat meat other than bear, isn't it?" Kali waved his hand, dampening his mood. "You can't come with me. You can't get into the manor. I'm sorry, but I'll bring something back for you." Time passed until evening. In the manor courtyard, there were tables piled high with food. Kali was devouring his meal, looking very pleased. A soldier appeared behind him and called, "Kali, the young lady summons you." He went inside and saw Azalia and her father dining. Godolph August saw him and spoke up, "You're here, Kali?" Azalia wiped her mouth, smiling warmly. "Long time no see, Kali." Her gaze fell, asking with concern, "How is your leg doing?" Kali, with his hands cuffed, avoided her gaze and answered, "It's still the same, miss. But since I keep it active regularly, I don't find it uncomfortable anymore." Azalia closed her eyes. "If you think something isn't bothering you, then it can't be that it doesn't bother you at all." The conversation continued, with Azalia talking about securing the top position, and that Mrs. Joseph had interfered and created difficulties. Godolph August went mad, his hand gripping the knife and fork tightly, grinding his teeth as he cursed that filthy man for living so disgustingly. disgustingly. Azalia looked at her father and said, "That is why I came to the capital. With the pressure from Count Joseph gone, I will be able to purchase the supplies." Godolph praised, "Well done, my daughter." Kali rested his chin on his hand, pondering about the royal family. He had heard that place had a powerful army, and the language and customs were similar to the kingdom due to a shared origin. Azalia intertwined her fingers and recounted, "I heard an interesting story there." Miss Lick looked at Kali. "I believe you will be interested in the story I am about to tell. That is why I called you here." Azalia continued, "I heard there is a famous physician there, a royal physician, called a divine doctor because he can amputate and reattach limbs." Godolph stammered, "Amputate limbs, that level of, is he a royal physician?" He looked at her with concern and asked, "Would a royal physician agree to treat a noble from another kingdom?" Azalia replied confidently, "No, but if I make the request, it is feasible. I have connections with the royal family." She looked at Kali and said, "That royal family likes to fight. Wounded soldiers are all welcome. I plan to take Kali along after we rest here." Gardolph suddenly lifted her in a Princess Carrie, laughing happily as he called Azalia his blessing. She shyly cried out, "Father." Kali was extremely shocked, wondering if his leg could really be healed. He pointed at himself and asked again, "Really? My leg will truly?" Azalia cast aside her shyness, smiled and replied, "Of course. I am certain I will find a way to make it happen." She clenched her fist with determination. Meeting the royal family was impossible for a low-ranking noble. Hopefully Kali would not discover what lay behind this. The next morning, sunlight shone down on the group of people jogging. Kali still thought dazedly, could his leg really be healed? A shout made him flinch. "What are you thinking about? Can that kid over there fight or not?" Coach Nixa reminded, "Tomorrow is the apprentice gladiator test." Kali pointed in a direction and replied, "Yes, I was thinking about that kid. I choose Takayan or Sram." The two named individuals were doing their best to run for endurance. Nixa commented, "Takayan is as agile as a leopard. As for Sram, he possesses muscles and a burning soul because he wants to return to his hometown." Kali said regretfully, "If only I could move around, that would be great." Nixa thought with confusion, does this kid Kali not think about anything else? He is about to get his leg treated, why is he so sad? In the basement next to Kali's room, a faint candle flickered. He knew that being able to heal his leg was somewhat unlikely to happen. The medicine here was far inferior to modern times. After the fight with Oxer, he did not even get treated for his injuries. No painkillers, no antibiotics, everything relied entirely on luck. Kali sat on a chair, his hand placed on the table, fearfully thinking it was just a pipe dream. If it could not be cured, what would he do? He slammed his hand hard on the table. "Damn it, wake up, you have to be positive." That was Azalia's effort. Kizu carrying Rovo called out, "Hey, why are you banging the table so hard? You scared Rovo." Kali irritatedly responded, "Buddy, is this your room? Why aren't you training?" Kizu explained, "The test is tomorrow, so today is a rest day." Kali called to Matisse, who asked what. Kali looked at him seriously. "Why did you become a gladiator?" Kizu did not understand. "What do you mean?" Kali said, "You must have a reason or want something." Kizu did not care, rubbing his face against Rovo who disliked it. He said, "What reason I do it? Because there is nothing else to do. My Rovo is so cute." Kali was speechless, looking at him as if talking to a single-celled organism. Suddenly Kizu stared at Kali and asked, "What about you? Do you want something?" Kali remained silent and did not answer. Next day, a boxing ring was set up in the training yard. The apprentice gladiator examination began. An apprentice gladiator would become official if their skills were highly evaluated by the coach. At Arges, the test was merely a game between winning and losing. The three of them, Kizu, Kali, and Torres, sat next to each other with fierce expressions. Only the top gladiator would become official. No one knew that. On the opposite side was the group of slaves. The trainee gladiators were no less formidable. Apprentice gladiators drew lots to choose opponents. A person holding a cup with draw slips called out, "Come here, Kizu." Kizu punched his fists together and said with a laugh, "I will go first." His two legs moved rapidly. Kizu fought with his amazing legs. He easily created distance, dodged blows, and threw counter punches back. Kali sat watching and commented. Because of his body type, he used the outboxing technique to stretch the distance. He had done the same before. Kizu always used that technique. Kali clenched his fists tightly. Both Kizu and Torres were strong. Even though he had trained on the mountain, now he could not compare. He had not used the skills from the mountain. Could he still use his leg properly? His eyes lit up with determination. A blazing fire surged in his chest. He wanted to become even stronger. Round had passed. Someone called the next one Soam. A person stepped past the referee's shoulder, leaving him bewildered. Fram approached Kali and provoked, "Hey, you are not trying to avoid fighting because of that leg of yours, right?" With a challenging look, he called out, "Fight then." A coach angrily pointed at Sram. Did that guy choose his own opponent? Just now. Nixa waved his hand to stop him. He looked at the two of them and thought, even if this gets him disqualified, he still wanted to see how Kali would fight with that leg. He could not keep blabbering to stall for time. Kali pushed his chair and stood up, asking, "Why did you choose me?" Fram said resentfully, "Last time you humiliated me. I want to show you how strong I am." Kali rubbed his right wrist, coldly looking at him. "If you want to fight, I will not avoid it. Give me a leather hand wrap." The match was decided. The two stepped onto the ring. Fram stared intently at Kali, wondering why his right hand was bandaged. The two assumed their fighting stances. Suddenly Kali called his name, Fram. He slightly crouched, raising both hands in a defensive posture. A voice sharp as a blade rang out. "You trained your upper body a lot, huh?" Fram glared at Kali, evaluating him, completely different from the nickname Oxer Killer. He was not only strong physically but also mentally. But now with that broken leg of his, Fram stomped one foot hard on the ground, full of arrogance. He was only half as strong. Fram's right ankle rotated to the right. Kali keenly noticed he was about to launch an attack from the left angle. Immediately, he raised his hand and blocked the attack coming from that direction. Fram was surprised that Kali had caught his blow. Right after that, a punch came down from the sky straight into Sam's right side. The punch made him spit out saliva, and his right side began to bruise. The two leading fighters were genuinely surprised because he did not defend at all. Torres crossed his arms and was also surprised seeing this. When did his punches become so strong? Kali stopped his hand. Fram leaned his body to the left. He collapsed instantly from the pain. The referee asked Fram, "Are you okay?" Fram gritted his teeth to hold back a groan. He was stunned, feeling like his ribs were about to break. Fram wiped his mouth and answered the referee, "This is only the beginning. I can still fight." Kali calculated carefully. He wrapped his hands in cloth and leather, but he must have hit the right spot. Seeing Fram stand up, he encouraged him, using willpower to stay alert, huh? Not bad, Fram. He assumed a fighting stance again, preparing to attack. It was true that he could even take down a bear. The rumors were not wrong. He was furious, as if insulted. Damn it, how could he lose to a cripple? His right leg sent waves of pain through his nerves. Getting hit in the side was affecting his leg too. Kali looked at him with disdain. Now who is the cripple? Fram was filled with anger but said nothing. Damn it, the rumors didn't match this. From below the stands, a trainee fighter shouted at Fram, "Hey, why aren't you moving? What do you have legs for?" Fram cursed back, "Shut the hell up." Right after that, he moved to Kali's right side. "I'm not like him, I can still move normally." Kali frowned, noticing something. His crippled right leg throbbed with pain. Seeing the full-force punch flying towards him, Kali did not dodge because his bad leg. He knew Fram would attack him. A punch landed straight on his stomach, and Kali's face took the hit. Seeing that he had landed a hit, Fram was smug. "I'll keep provoking you like this." Kali was very durable, his sharp, cold eyes staring at him. Fram only managed to utter a single word, and he was punched back. The punch flew towards him as if tearing through the wind. It hit him, sending him crashing to the ground and rolling away. Fram lay there, blood flowing. His cheek was swollen. The match ended. Sometime later, as Fram was being bandaged, he gritted his teeth listening to the referee say, "You chose the wrong opponent. No matter what his leg is like, he is still the one who killed Oxer." He shouted at Nixa, "They tricked me. No one said he was that strong." The referee patted his shoulder to console him. "I know you're angry, but no one tricked you. Last year, Kali only used technique." Nixa agreed, "I've never seen him punch that hard either." Fram realized, then why is he using strength now? He looked at Kali standing there lazily. He resembled Oxer. No, he was more like a monster. Kali looked towards the source of the voice. "I didn't expect you to do that." Torres frowned. "I didn't expect you to change your fighting style." He crossed his arms and approached. "You completely abandoned technique to focus on strength." Kali replied, "I just changed my tactics. Now I just fight head-on. No more dodging." Torres stared at Kali, then smiled lightly. "With a leg like that, you're still putting on a show. You must be looking for a beating. I really want to fight to see who is stronger." He looked at him, walking his crippled leg over. "You weren't lying when you said you would come back, no matter what happened to your leg, but some still don't believe it." Kali replied, "I will make them think again." Kali plopped down on a chair and sighed. "Harder than I thought. Fighting with a crippled leg is truly impossible." Kali's face darkened with worry. He used his knees and thighs to reduce the force on his leg, but his back was stiff. Looking at his fist, he decided he had to redistribute his strength. The trainee exams were over. Spring had arrived. After resting, the merchants and the young miss left the territory. A sky full of stars appeared before their eyes. Kali stood among the merchant caravan, breathing heavily. Torches were blazing bright. Someone shouted that they would camp here for the night. Kali saw someone approaching when he heard Ruvo barking fiercely. The short-haired girl with small braids rubbed her hands and appraised Kali. "The young miss really likes you, right? You are Kali, aren't you? Quite handsome too." Kali put his hands on his hips and replied, "Good looks are useless. I am a slave." She spread her hands in agreement. "Too bad, but I don't care about status. I just like looking at your face." She introduced herself. "I am Sullivan from the Sullivan Trading Company. I command these people. They are not bad people." The two shook hands to get acquainted. Kali replied, "I am Kali." Sullivan asked, "I've heard rumors. Did you really fight a bear?" The two chatted happily, mainly Sullivan starting conversations, while Kali stayed quiet, which made her curious. "You look so sad. Is it 'cause you're here by yourself?" Someone from Sullivan's group called out, "Commander, stop chattering. Come help set up the tents." She replied irritably, "I know, I'm coming now." Kali offered help. "I will help you." Sullivan waved her hand to refuse. "No need. I know your leg isn't good." Everyone was busy with their own tasks, leaving only Kali and Rovo standing idly. Kali's face darkened, feeling useless. "Damn it, this is so embarrassing." Azalia spoke from behind, revealing his thoughts. "You're worried about having nothing to do again, aren't you?" She comforted him. "They're just looking out for your leg. It's hard for you to help." Kali Kali sighed, even the young miss says that. Azalea turned around and said, but I cannot just stand and watch. Follow me and be prepared. Kali asked why. Azalea tilted her head and pointed at herself. You're about to have dinner with me. Kali followed her, looking back over his shoulder. Seeing young soldiers gathered around the campfire, Kali remarked that most of them were just teenagers, at most 20 years old. Azalea closed her eyes and said, no team of soldiers would follow a young girl as their commander. Kali immediately refuted. Azalea continued, I also cannot stop that absurdity. The only option is to form a mercenary squad of all young people, because no one would pay attention to them. The tent was pitched, and someone said they would bring dinner. Azalea said, I will bring a portion for you too. Kali was surprised. Azalea ordered him to eat here. Kali was about to refuse, but Azalea had already clapped her hands on the table and said, sit down and eat. Bowl of soup was ladled out, looking very delicious. Kali ate. Sitting opposite her made him embarrassed. He thought this was even more embarrassing. Azalea opened her mouth to call Kali. She asked coldly, why did you choose boxing? Kali sipped his soup and replied, to regain freedom, just like the other slaves. Azalea did not agree. You are not like them. You could run away. Kali remained silent. Azalea stopped eating, crossed her arms and asked why he still wanted to be a gladiator. Kali put down his bowl and asked, why did you bring this up? Azalea looked at him coldly. If you had to choose between healthy legs and freedom, which would you choose? Kali looked at her sharply. I do not like the word if. Azalea leaned in close, placed her hand on his shoulder. She said, if you give up on healing your legs, I will give you freedom and convince my father. Kali's expression was unreadable. He said, the young lady is right, but I do not need freedom. Azalea smirked when she heard Kali continue, I only want to prove I am the strongest through each match. The defeated piled up in memory. Victory is gold and silver, a treasure to me. Kali spoke seriously and with determination, so I choose to heal my legs. Azalea let go of Kali's hand. Two separated, she said, I am tired, I will go ahead. After that, she entered the tent, got into bed, covered herself with a blanket, and prepared to sleep. Azalea clutched her chest and thought, you fool, when you meet someone you love, you will realize the value of life. But by then it will be too late. You will have spent your life fighting, and when the critical moment comes, you will have no strength left. The next morning, the merchant caravan moved, and Kali's face was uncomfortable. Sullivan asked why his brow was furrowed. Kali relaxed his face and replied, nothing. Sullivan guessed, is Tranan uncomfortable? We are about to reach the free city Korin. Kali asked in surprise, a free city? Sullivan explained it is a city without a lord, chosen as a special trade zone. The lord is elected by votes. Rich merchants pay large fees to campaign. Buying out or killing opponents is very common. Kali could not believe it, but the scenery here is too beautiful. Sullivan shrugged, that is just a glamorous facade. The landscape was lovely, the air was fresh. Sullivan said it looks more lively than other places. The caravan arrived at the city gate. Azalea said to the guard, I am Lady Azalea of the Agassiz family. The guard checked, you can stay for 7 days, you may apply for an extension. He shouted when he saw Ruvo, is that a wolf? Wild animals are not allowed inside. Kali calmly said, no, it is a wolf dog. He coaxed the weak Ruvo, telling it to bark. Seeing Ruvo's fear, the guard let it pass because it was not intelligent at all. Inside the city, Sullivan laughed until tears came. You said it was a dog. How could you lie like that? The guard from earlier watched the caravan, softly reported to someone. The Augusta family has arrived. Notify the city guard. The harbor was bustling with ships, and many white birds flew in the sky. On the streets were diverse merchants in all kinds of clothing from everywhere. Azalea's group arrived. She was inventorying goods with the soldiers. Sullivan spread his arms, took a deep breath, smelling the sea. This place is amazing. Kali sat hugging his knees, looking longing, reminiscing about the past, wanting to eat sashimi and drink soju. Flyer fell at his feet. Kali picked it up to look. A poster about what? Sullivan leaned in to look. It is a wrestling tournament. Is it that season already? Kali repeated in surprise. A wrestling tournament? Sullivan raised a finger to explain. The fighters are paid for their matches. But this is a paid event. The winner can earn big. Kali nodded. I understand. Sullivan rubbed his nose and hinted. I like watching wrestling. I will come with you. Suddenly a shout cut them off. What are you people doing here? The merchant group was surrounded. Everyone drew their weapons to defend. Leading them was an old man with a beard. He began speaking. Very pleased to meet you, Lady Azalea. I am Leonard, commander of the Kozen Guard. He said, someone accused you of smuggling weapons. Azalea sternly replied, we are innocent. This is a false accusation. He would not listen, drew his sword to threaten. It would be better for you to follow me. Kali and Sullivan were angry but helpless. The whole group had to follow. At the reception room, Leonard spoke directly. The accusation is fake. It seems you have provoked the Joseph family. He said, I received orders to detain the August Trade Guild by any means. This matter is also interesting. Azalea calmly crossed her arms, coldly asked, so why did you arrange to meet me in private? She looked at him with caution. What do you want? Leonard smirked shamelessly. You are quick. After a moment of conversation, Azalea's guards angrily angrily said in unison, 10 looks fierce. Leonard ignored everyone's reactions, cheerfully making gestures and brushing off their complaints, saying it wasn't easy for them to find 10,000 ducats. The two guards lowered their guns and discussed with Azalea. Even selling all their assets wouldn't gather 10,000 ducats, and their schedule to travel across the kingdom was too tight. Azalea understood those difficulties well. She rested her chin on her hand and replied, I also know that. Sweat broke out from her stress. She already had a plan in mind. Combining the cash and what could be received only amounted to 5,000 ducats, still short by another 5,000 ducats. Kali standing beside her was equally tense. Wyron Joseph, he really wants to block our path. That bastard's father, Duke Joseph, is also targeting this trade guild. Sullivan crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, whispering, so is the guild finished? Maybe I should find a new master. Kali called her name Sullivan. She started in shock when she heard someone call, you heard that, sorry, but my blade skills can't solve this problem either. Kali glanced at her. No, I wasn't asking about that. I wanted to ask about the tournament from earlier. Sullivan was stunned when he mentioned the tournament. Does participating in the genetic body test require any special conditions? Sullivan mumbled in reply, just 100 ducats. You also have to pass the fighter's test. He glanced at her and asked the most important part. What is the prize? Sullivan glanced back at him and replied, 8,000 jun. Before the plan could be built, it was doused with cold water when Azalea stopped him. No. Everyone's faces went blank when they heard her say that. The two guards tried to persuade her, Miss, if Kali wins, we only need to find another 2,000 ducats. Besides, Kali already beat Oxer before. Azalea couldn't take it anymore and shouted, have you gone mad? You want me to send a limping man into the arena? Sullivan heard that and knew right away, how delightful. She paused to think, a noble lady and her subordinate isn't like a romantic novel, but one guard still tried to persuade Miss. But this is the only way left. If we stay trapped like this, the Joseph family will arrive. Kali strode forward and punched a bare fist onto the table, snapping it in two. Azalea looked at him coldly. Kali said, I promised the young lady I would return this summer. He said with determination, this tournament is where I will prove myself, Lady Azalea. Azalea no longer her previous confident look. She lowered her hands and remained silent. Then she sighed. She rubbed her left upper arm. Finally, she relented, pointing a finger at him and saying, fine, because I have permitted it. You must guarantee to win the tournament, you promised, remember. The bald-headed man, who was the tournament registrar, rested his chin on his hand and asked, a Conley? Kali was angry but held it in. Not Kali. What does that bald-headed guy care what he says? The man waved his hand dismissively. Miss Lee or Kali, whatever, I have received your registration. You can go now. The man thought to himself, I've dealt with plenty of weirdos, but why would someone who looks like that want to join the tournament? The two walked closer to the arena. Sullivan pointed in one direction and said, Kali, do you see that bald man over there? He is the referee. In the arena, a bald man flaunting his strength shouted, is that all you can do, you little brat? He laughed contemptuously, go home and drink your mother's milk, or else buy some milk to drink. The two looked at him with the same feeling. What a shiny head. Kali said his looks and behavior matched too well. Sullivan beside him let out a long breath. Amid the crowd, she called him, hey you baldy. Her words made both Kali and the bald man frown. You are the one who looks like a suckling baby. Kali said in a panic, what were you thinking doing that? But when he turned around, Sullivan was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? The bald man, provoked and extremely angry, when he looked towards the source of the sound, only Kali remained. He said with murderous rage, hey you bastard, come here. Watching crowd cursed in surprise when they saw Kali limping forward. Is his leg broken? The bald man was furious. Hey you, only fighters are allowed in here, get lost. Kali coldly threw the participation ticket in front of him. I am a fighter too. The bald man was maddened by the feeling of being insulted. A cripple like you wants to compete in professional matches. Get up here. I will teach you some manners. Kali stepped into the arena, tilting his neck to warm up his joints. Sullivan had already scurried to the back to sit and watch. She curled her lips confidently, looking at him, thinking, are you really the famous Stardust Eliminator? I'm sorry for running and leaving you behind, but if you truly are the Stardust Eliminator, then I'm sure you'll be fine. She sat among the live audience, crossed her arms, and spoke offhandedly without noticing the stunned expressions of those around her. Just need to win so... But even she showed an expression of shocked disbelief at the scene before her. She stood up abruptly. On the arena, Kali was completely unharmed. As for the bald man, he was already flattened on the arena floor. This scene caused an uproar around them. The bald man's whole body trembled in pain. His eyes wide open in disbelief. He defeated me with that crippled leg. Kali clenched his fist, looking down from above, and asked, well, want another hit? Sullivan grinned happily. I guess your win wasn't just dumb luck. This is the first time I've seen a punch like that. He took a sip of water from his bag and said modestly, it was just because he was careless that he fell so early. But Sullivan didn't think so, praising him. Making an opponent let down their guard is also a skill. You did very well. Sullivan walked ahead and suggested, I think we should come back here tomorrow. And she fell silent, watching Kali finish drinking water and wipe his mouth. He was surrounded by golden rays of light. She guessed his aura doesn't look like that of an ordinary slave. Sullivan smirked smugly. Now I understand why that noble lady fell for him. Night fell, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Kali lay on the bed. The bright moonlight cast shadows through the window. He thought about today. The opponent was an easy mark, because he blindly believed in his own physique and strength. Kali had many concerns on his mind. The Weasley style was truly troublesome. He was slow. If he showed a weakness, he would fall into a difficult position. The next day at noon at the tournament arena, next to the information board was a square box, with many people enthusiastically inviting others. Everyone, the two fighters are about to clash. Each fighter with a burly physique drenched in sweat stepped in, a heavy aura lingering at the corners of their eyes. Azalea pinched her nose, her face scrunched up. How disgusting. Kali saw this and reminded her, your being there earlier was fine. Why did you follow me in here to suffer? Unable to bear the pungent smell there, Azalea wanted to leave. Hugh, I am going ahead. It turned out the square box was for drawing match pairs. Done. The draw for pairing was done. Kali drew number 4. Sullivan immediately said, number 4, huh? Then you will fight number 3. He looked at the paper puzzled. Why did the organizers do a draw? Just pair whoever wants to fight randomly. Wouldn't that be easier? Sullivan was speechless at this curiosity. Tieske, do you really know anything at all? This time is different from those tournaments you've been in. She explained further, because you have to fight every day, excluding the semifinals and the women's bracket. You must win 5 consecutive matches. Then what if you meet a strong opponent right from the start? Kali understood. If so, it would be disadvantageous due to accumulated fatigue and injuries. You teach well, you catch on so quickly. Sullivan asked, now do you understand why they do the draw? So that no one can fix the matches. Besides, behind every match there is money riding on it, and the prize is also big. Kali tapped her right hand against her left. Ah, so it's like fighting for money. After the draw was done, the match began. The referee shouted number 1 and number 2. Please step onto the platform. The two sides glared at each other as if shooting sparks. Sullivan saw this and commented, they glare at each other so fiercely. Next, please welcome number 3 and number 4. Man with shoulder-length hair, holding up number 3. His attire looked very scholarly and refined. Sullivan Socum said, he looks like a professional fighting enthusiast. The referee shouted number 3, Corinna, number 4, Kali, please stand opposite each other. The two followed the command. Corinna spoke first, nice to meet you, Kali, fight well. The two shook hands. Outside, a voice judged this match pair. Today we have a bookworm and a cripple, so we have 2 easy wins. Corinna left. Sullivan looked at his retreating back, deducing that he must come from a wealthy family, only wanting to test his own combat skills, so he came to participate here. Kali looked at his own hand and said, that's why she called him a professional fighting enthusiast. He recalled the feeling of the handshake. His hands were not calloused at all. Sullivan licked his lips, cracked his knuckles, looking at him. He must be easy to deal with. Just beat him to a pulp. Nobles are really troublesome. Kali calmly replied, I know. After some time, in a small alley, Sullivan dropped a large bag of money in front of everyone. Do you all believe in a woman like me? All the members of Sullivan's mercenary group gathered fully. Everyone was noisy. Why did you suddenly take out a bag full of money? Do you want to pay salaries right now? Well, that's fine too. Sullivan said, fine then. So you also know this is 6 months of my salary, right? The person with the bowl cut replied, we know, we trust you, which is why we handed over the payroll to you. Sullivan nodded, good. She held the bag of money out in front and declared, I will use all this money to bet on Kali in this tournament. The news was too new for the group members to accept immediately. Are you crazy? Sullivan did not understand why everyone was so angry. I'm not crazy, what's the matter? One person said his leg is like that, and you are going to bet on him. Sullivan retorted annoyedly, have you ever lost money listening to me? Everyone murmured no. Besides, no one has died in the past 2 years. She smiled confidently, so why won't you trust me now? 2 people said in unison, because we know when you will succeed or fail. Sullivan withdrew her smile, leaving only a cold, serious face. Well, it's just my intuition telling me to do it. Now is the perfect time. The other 2 looked at each other in silence. Someone raised their hand to break the silence. I agree. Hands were raised one by one in agreement. If it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't have survived in this mercenary business. That's right, besides, money can be earned back. Finally, the 2 who objected earlier also raised their hands in approval. Forget it, I have no objections anymore. Sullivan grinned triumphantly, made the right choice. She waved her hand to dismiss everyone. All right, disband, back to camp. Behind the alley, Azalea had heard the entire conversation. So you all are playing a very interesting game. Time passed. It was time for the first round of the 32-man tournament. The fighting platform was erected in the center of the stadium, surrounded on all four sides by spectator seats packed full. Immediately upon entering, they saw number 1 and number 2 pummeling each other. Kali had changed clothes, now only bare-chested. He looked through the window to watch the first match, secretly assessing in his heart, the level here is higher than I imagined. He commented when he saw the sequence of punches that number 2 threw after blocking his opponent's vision. Number 2's punch slammed straight at a 90-degree angle into number 1's face, looking extremely brutal. He attacked directly into the blind spot. Kali felt this was a basic technique in modern boxing, but he didn't think it would be popular here. He must have a lot of experience. On the platform, number 2 stopped when he saw number 1 collapse. He clutched his left ribcage as the referee shouted, "The winner is contestant number 2. The spectators who bet on number 2 cheered jubilantly. "Well done, number 2, wipe them all out." Conversely, from number 1's side came angry curses. "Hey you idiot, do you know how much I bet on you?" Kali looked up to assess the noise so noisy. Someone called out, "Number 4, Kali, it's your turn." The steel door of the arena was pulled up and Kali slowly stepped out. He limped step by step towards the platform. The stands buzzed, the two fighters stood opposite each other, with the referee in the middle. The stands were abuzz with chatter upon seeing Kali's way of walking, his limping. With that body, how can he possibly win? I wonder if he'll even survive. Kali lifted the elastic rope and stepped onto platform, hearing Karina's voice. "Don't listen to the reactions of others." He clenched his fist valiantly and said, "I won't underestimate you just because your leg is not okay, Kali." Kali stood opposite, staring at him intently. Just as Sullivan said, "If he really is a noble, I might run into trouble later if I punch him too hard." He assumed a boxing stance, let out a breath calculating, "Let's hit his jaw not too hard, and just win moderately." "Coming for you." No sooner had Karina finished speaking than his figure moved left and right continuously. Suddenly a punch shot straight up before Kali's face. He was caught off guard, took the full punch, blood splattered from his nose. Karina threw consecutive punches, preventing him from blocking the blows. He immediately raised both hands parallel in front of his face, assuming a defensive stance. He had to defend first. Karina rotated his right ankle to the side. He threw a punch from the right side at Kali's face. Kali was in excruciating pain and shouted, "I won't let you win." He immediately hooked his right hand back and threw a punch in return, but Karina dodged, stepping back to keep his distance. That was a scary punch. Kali wiped the corner of his mouth, watching Karina move. "Is this the Weasley family's fighting style?" Karina was surprised. "You know about it. I went to see Duke Weasley to learn it." Kali sneered inwardly, thinking this was his own original fighting style, so he knew it better than anyone. He clenched his fist. "You only won earlier because of my carelessness. I'm being serious now." His left arm threw a punch, but Karina easily dodged it. Ducked down and punched straight at Kali's ribcage. Kali remained standing, surprising him. Kali recalled Torres's fighting style and was certain the Weasley family's style had imperfect footwork. Karina's right foot was the pivot, but the force wasn't fully transmitted into the punch. The power was interrupted, making the strike lack impact. The power didn't reach Karina's left hand, so the punch did nothing. Kali took the punch on his shoulder. He stepped back a few paces and shouted, "That kind of attack doesn't do anything to me." It was Kali's turn to counterattack. He stomped down hard on his disabled right foot. "John, which wall is he against?" Despite the pain, he didn't care. His face was full of determination as he advanced. The power from his foot was channeled through to the opponent's head. A long skid mark was left on the ground as he thought of a perfect finishing blow. Karina was startled to see Kali charging in relentlessly. He took a punch from Kali straight to his left ribcage. Biren was in pain, his face turning pale as he spat out saliva. He looked down at his left leg in panic. "My leg." His left leg could no longer move properly, and he limped along behind. Seeing that Karina hadn't fallen, Kali gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, I should have trained my lower abdomen more." He stomped hard on Karina's good right foot, catching him off guard. He cursed, "You son of a bitch." Before he could finish, he took an uppercut to the jaw. The match ended. Kali won. The fighters outside had been watching the whole time. They silently feared Kali's strength. He defeated an opponent using the Weasley family's style. It was truly terrifying. In the resting room, Kali was wrapping bandages when the door burst open. "Kali, how dare you do that?" It was Karina, who had just been beaten to a pulp by him. He looked at Kali with hatred. "You shameless bastard." The two fighters in the room turned their heads in confusion. "Who is he?" One annoying guy looked at Karina and mocked. "How dare you say that to a fighter? You noble brat." That man glared and pointed. "This is a place for fighting, not for whining about having your foot stepped on." Karina broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He continued, "This kind of thing is normal, got it, kid?" Hearing that, Kali remembered the times he was bullied. He had been through worse, like having his hands held down while a cutter was thrown at his face. Kali glanced at them, thinking that without experience one would call that cheating. He was like that back then too. After that, Kali slapped his hand on Karina's shoulder. "Hey," he whispered, "come with me, I'll teach you something interesting." Outside, Karina stood opposite him, suspicious. "What? You want to fight again?" Kali pressed his temple and replied, "If this were a free fight on the street, you'd have been dead a long time ago." Karina was furious. "I'm a fighter from the Weasley family. They recognize my talent. Kali was annoyed. I admit your skills, though. Karina was dumbfounded when Kali said, the problem is you learned it wrong. Learned it wrong? Kali recalled his fighting style and pointed out, moving your feet fast doesn't mean it's good. Thinking of the image of Rena panting heavily, he commented, that will make you exhausted first. Kali demonstrated for Karina by assuming a stance. Furthermore, you have to move to throw accurate punches. The power transfer from your foot to your fist isn't stable. On the other side, Karina also spread his legs wide and swung his fist following Kali's guidance. After punching, he asked, like this? Kali nodded, just keep practicing that movement over and over. He analyzed, it's very hard to hit hard if you only use your upper body strength. Hearing this, Karina firmly grasped Kali's hand happy, you're a real good brother Kali. Then he froze when Kali corrected him, my name is Kali. He sighed and repeated, not Kali, it's Kali. Karina was confused, Kali? He left waving his hand, whether you're Kali or whatever, keep fighting, okay. You defeated me, so you're the winner. After walking a bit, Karina turned his head and thought, Kali? Where have I heard that name before? 2 days later, outside the arena, Azalia stood silently beside him, listening to Sullivan say to Kali, looks like you'll face nothing but easy opponents until the quarterfinals. Kali had just stepped out, his body full of injuries, limping as he walked. He wiped his nose and denied it. They're not that easy. The sharp gaze, he regretted his words. It's a relief that everyone is already exhausted, so it'll be easier for me. Instead, Azalia sadly thought that he was injured again. Nearby, 2 people walked out, spat and muttered, damn it, if it weren't for that brat messing things up, this was just bad luck. Hearing that, Sullivan waved his hand to comfort Kali, don't mind them. They are just angry about losing their bets. On one side, he indifferently replied that he didn't care. Back in the arena, Kali told himself that the thing to do now was just to observe the next opponent. In the stands, the excited audience cheered, crush him Eureka. They placed all their hopes on him. Down on the field, Eureka's steady silhouette appeared along with a loud shout, the fighter Eureka. Sullivan, sitting in the stands, revealed that he was once a slave from the western desert, famous for mercilessly crushing his opponents. With a worried look, she continued, he managed to become a free citizen through his strength and fame. Hearing this, Azalia curiously turned to ask if he was free. Why didn't he quit being a fighter? Looking at Eureka's excitement, Sullivan told that he just wanted to enjoy the feeling of torturing others through the matches. At that moment, Eureka raised both hands in an arrogant greeting, then shouted with delight, hey you, hit me again. The opponent, also covered in bruises, threw a punch and cursed, you crazy bastard. He used all his strength to throw a straight punch right into Eureka's face. Even though blood was streaming from his mouth, Eureka still smiled and said, lucky shot. Then he countered with an impactful uppercut, but I don't feel a thing. And the 2 of them alternately unleashed powerful punches. After a while, Eureka's opponent bent over, panting, thinking to himself, it's strange, he clearly hit very hard. Watching Eureka advance majestically, he was terrified, but nothing could make him fall. On the other side, Eureka licked the blood from his lips, looking at his opponent like prey. Instead, the frightened opponent thought, is this guy an undying warrior or what? Then he stood up, raised a trembling hand, and said, I surrender. Before he could finish, Eureka punched once into the opponent's palm, then slammed it straight into his face. Eureka bared his teeth in a crazed grin, thinking, did you think you could surrender that easily? Seeing Eureka frenziedly punching his opponent, the referee panicked and shouted that he had surrendered. Only then did Eureka reply, oh my. Then, with a cheerful face, he turned and apologized, I didn't hear clearly. In the end, the opponent was carried out on a stretcher. The referee held Eureka's hand and declared the winner to be number 8. Sullivan, sitting behind Kali, leaned forward and asked, what do you think of your next opponent? Do you have a chance of winning against him? Asked unexpectedly, Kali, with a pale face, covered his mouth and replied that watching him fight it seemed difficult. But this remark made Azalia suspicious. But Kali rested his chin on his hand, not answering immediately, lost in thought. And he absently said, never mind, which made Sullivan sit back down, put his hands behind his head, and grumble, what was that? Say it. Meanwhile, Kali recalled the attacks just now and silently analyzed, this guy has no good skills. His physical ability is decent, but he didn't see anything special about him like that guy Oxer. However, Kali imagined the eerie red killing intent, feeling that the danger from this guy was very intense. Right at the start of the 4th round, the packed stands were cheering. Everyone excitedly shouted, Eureka! Take him down! In contrast to that warmth, Azalia and Sullivan's side was extremely quiet. Azalia looked at the crowd and sighed. Everyone is cheering for Eureka. He has the advantage. Sullivan reassured her, Miss, don't worry, Kali is not easily disheartened. But in her heart, she was sweating and silently cheering, you have to win, Kali. I'm betting everything on you. In the fighters' waiting basement, Kali clearly heard the cheering outside and thought, he has a lot of fans. Then he rubbed his wrist, a determined look in his eyes as he calculated silently. Instead of fighting blindly, he chose to target the weak points. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, the semi-final match everyone has been waiting for is here. The announcer stood next to the 2 fighters, holding a microphone, and announced Eureka versus Kali. Standing before his opponent, he heard him ask, where's the little brat from? Eureka grinned mockingly, so unfair, why do they want me to fight you? Then he laughed crazily for no reason, confusing Kali. Suddenly Eureka became excited in a wicked way. Kali was startled and quickly tilted his head to dodge his attack. Seeing him evade, Eureka pouted and commented, "Not bad." Meanwhile, Kali clenched his fists, trembling with anger. The referee hadn't even called the start and he had already struck. Only then did the referee raise his hand and penalize Eureka, warning that if he did it again, he would be disqualified for cheating. Hearing this, he only indifferently replied yes, and laughed to himself, "Nonsense, as long as the audience doesn't see it, it's fine." Suddenly a shout rang out, "You!" Kali assumed a fighting stance, thinking about a ferocious person like him. Watching Eureka swing his fist about to attack, he silently confirmed that he would definitely strike first. Sure enough, Eureka attacked Kali immediately, but he ducked his head and avoided it. Then, taking the opportunity when he left an opening, he drove a punch into his ribs, causing Eureka to cough up blood. This punch, he had used full force, causing Eureka's body to cave in. After landing the blow, Kali thought it's over. At the same time, Eureka collapsed onto the arena floor, blood spewing from his mouth without stopping. The stands gasped in shock. Is this how a boxer fights? Unbelievable, losing to a kid, how shameful. Kali let out a breath thinking, I put all my strength into that, you won't get up. On one side, the referee looked at Eureka, whose whole body was trembling, and asked, "Are you dead?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with shock. Eureka sat up and asked who died under Kali's astonished gaze. He stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and laughed, saying, "Well done, you made me ache for a moment, your punch is decent. But why do you look so scared?" Kali broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth in panic. He got up, that punch should have kept him down. He raised his hand into a ready stance. "Eureka, this time you should step back, or you will die." Hearing that, he curled his lips into a deranged grin. "Nonsense, your punch was like a tickle." And he hopped left and right like a kangaroo in front of Kali. He silently observed he was still moving just like before. Observing where he had punched Eureka's stomach, he thought if he kept hitting that spot, he would die from shock. Kali was sweating, secretly worried. He did not want to kill with this punch. Having calculated it, Kali swung his fist, telling himself to use moderate force. He threw a strike into the air, thinking to himself that he would create a gap to trick him. Immediately, Eureka took the bait and lunged into the opening Kali had left. He had judged it carefully before striking. However, Kali took a heavy blow to the shoulder and groaned in pain. His eyes wide open, he stood stunned, because Eureka had just thrown a hook at Kali's head, but he managed to duck and dodge it. Seeing Kali retreat, Eureka spoke with regret. He laughed maniacally and said, "If I had hit you that time, you would be finished." At that moment, Kalium looked back at Eureka's previous moves, thinking this was why his opponents had all lost. He was stronger than he had thought. Suddenly he called out Eureka's name, causing him to freeze. Kali stood in the middle of the ring, his voice dropping as he said, "I've given up on the idea of not killing anyone with my fists now." His eyes full of ferocity and determination, Kali roared, "I will send you to hell." Hearing that, Eureka laughed delightedly again, swinging his fist in response. "Scared are you, but I will too." Suddenly, Kali's leg flared up with a sharp pain again. Even so, he quickly lowered his body, dodging the blow that was like sharp blade from Eureka. Afterward, Kali gritted his teeth, sweat pouring out, putting all his strength into a counterattack. He threw a very powerful punch into his opponent's ribs. He clearly heard the sound of Eureka's bones shattering. He gritted his teeth and endured it. However, his eyes widened and a demonic laugh rang out. Eureka laughed cruelly, looking down at the small Kali before him and saying, "How amusing." Then he swung his arm and landed a blow that sent him reeling. Caught off guard, Kali frowned, thinking, clearly I had broken his bones. At the same time, Eureka added another strike, shouting, "Go down, Kali." He raised his right hand to block the attack and silently assessed. He hadn't gotten deep into the tournament just on physical strength. On the other side, Eureka continuously rained down blows on Kali's body. He thought he had to block them. Suddenly, he threw an extremely powerful punch and shouted, "I am invincible." Kali was hit so hard his whole body shook, forcing him to retreat. He stomped his foot hard on the floor to keep his balance. Then he counterattacked, driving a very strong punch into Eureka's stomach. Kali deliberately aimed for his opponent's old wound. Once again, Eureka spat blood. He spat into Kali's eyes, startling him. Then, as fast as lightning, Eureka struck while Kali's eyes were still shut tight. A jaw hook that wrenched Kali's head to the side and sent him falling backward. He flew backward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Crowd of spectators cheered. "That's right, Eureka, crush him." On the other side, Azalea worriedly bit her nails. This action caught Sullivan's attention. She turned to comfort her, trying to sound calm. "Miss, you look so worried, but Kali is not easy to defeat." But inside, her eyes were filled with tears as she silently begged, "Kali, please win my heart." On the arena floor, Kali lay still, unmoving. He recalled Eureka's familiar punch from the previous round. Exactly as he thought, he finished his opponents with a blow to the jaw. Kali squinted one blood-filled eye, secretly feeling lucky that he had turned his head just in time to dodge. That was close. Suddenly, he was startled to realize that he showed no sign of pain at all. On the other side, Eureka spread his arms, tilted his head back, and laughed crazily at the sky. "I am blessed. I have an immortal body." He bared his teeth excitedly. "I am different from you. You only have a crippled body." Hearing that, Kali sat up and retorted, "That is not a blessing, Eureka." He stood up, rubbing his eyes, and continued, "Your body is already heavily injured. It's too late to realize it now." Eureka still acted carelessly, answering, "Didn't you hear me? I was given an immortal body." but Kali was adamant no body is immortal. His eyes blazing, he gritted his teeth. I will prove it to you by killing you. Once again, Kali got into a ready stance, thinking he had abandoned all tactical plans. He bent his injured knee, silently determined, I will take him down no matter the cost. Dripping with sweat, he endured the pain until his face turned purple. Please hold on just a little longer. On the other side, Eureka screamed shrilly, it's useless. At the same time, Kali threw a very powerful punch into his opponent's chest. Eureka's eyes showed disbelief as he looked down. He raised his limp left hand, puzzled, what is this? And he recalled Kali's real attack, thinking that he had broken his hand. The strike was so fast the audience didn't even catch it. Eureka swung his left arm to counterattack, but Kali managed to duck his head just in time. At this moment, his injured shin flared with pain again. Kali silently encouraged himself, just one more hit. He was drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his face and neck, his bloodshot eyes fiercely determined. Risking it all, hit him. Then, channeling all his strength into his right hand, he drove a thunderous punch into Eureka's ribs. His fist pressed deep to the opponent's flesh. Eureka spat blood, sweat streaming down like rain. Kali quickly stepped back, panting heavily after the attack. Eureka sneered, pointing at his own leg. He raised his fist, saying that was your weak point, right? Suddenly, Vu's voice rang out, cheering, Eureka, show them your will. Kali glared coldly like a wild beast, staring straight ahead. When Eureka was only a step away, he stomped his foot firmly. The opponent bared his teeth in an amused grin. Seeing him just smile and not move, the referee beside him grew suspicious. Kali raised his left hand. He lightly pushed Eureka. Before everyone's eyes, he fell heavily to the ground. His mouth still smiled, but his eyes had lost focus. 7 years ago, the western desert was sparse, with only a few cacti. 15-year-old Eureka, holding an axe in the mine, was startled and looked up. A large rock fell down, and someone shouted a warning. A loud crash rang out. Flesh and blood blurred. Eureka was crushed under the rock. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and felt as if blessed by the gods. From then on, Eureka became a man who beat others, stronger than anyone else. Eureka thought excitedly along with Nguyen Jiang. His body no longer felt pain. He decided to crush the slave owner and leave the western desert. In the peaceful town by the river, Eureka told Kozin about his life. Now a fighter, Eureka was confident he was the strongest and undefeated. He roared that he had received the Lord's blessing. On the other side, the image of his opponent Kali was right before his eyes. Suddenly, Eureka's heart felt like its protective glass shattered. Then he lay sprawled on the ground. Body covered in bruises, Eureka whispered to himself. His eyes rolled white, completely losing focus. Eureka still tried to think he was immortal. The referee came to check his pulse. He stood up and announced Eureka was unable to fight. The referee raised Kali's right hand high. He breathed heavily in exhaustion. Kali's whole body ached in the leg, drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured. Finally, the audience roared Kali's name to the skies. Sullivan stood up with a start, exclaiming, Miss Kali. Looked over joyfully. Kali had won. Azalea's tears dripped onto her thighs. She said she was so glad. She wiped her tears of happiness, saying she was truly very glad. Sullivan was flustered, scratched his nose, then turned his head pretending not to see. In the shelter, the other fighters also acknowledged Kali as the best. Corinna was astonished, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she uttered Kali's name. She froze, stammering, the star exterminator Kali. The next day, Kali stepped into the market. He looked dazed, his mouth hanging open as he asked what was going on. Now everyone knew Kali. People stood downstairs buzzing, pointing, asking if his leg was okay. Kali tremblingly asked what a star exterminator was. Sullivan leaned on his hand, explaining he was famous now. The audience in Kozin had all watched his old match at the Wisley House Festival. Sullivan left, saying he would go see a doctor he knew, and the rumors about Kali were spreading like wildfire. In the dark alley of the town, Kin leaned against the wall and asked, Star Exterminator, what a terrible, clunky name. Closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying that pathetic weakling couldn't defeat a star spirit. His subordinate argued back, didn't you see how he crushed Eureka? Kin was startled when he heard them speak, you can't even beat Eureka. He pressed his weapon under the leader's chin, cursing. Kin glared, a bloody gleam in his eyes, asked if you were looking down on me. The other men broke out in a cold sweat, stammering an apology. Kin ordered, call a few capable men. To win, we need a plan. He squinted, just need to cut off its legs and it will be done. At the same time elsewhere, the old doctor wearing a white wig said exactly the same thing. Kali was panicked. The old man turned to explain the protruding bone piercing the flesh was just the kneecap, so wrapping it up would be fine. The old man picked up a large knife, saying it would feel like just an ant bite. Sullivan widened his eyes and shouted, asking why he kept insisting on cutting off the leg. Kali grew angry, saying he had a boxing match tomorrow. The old man asked in surprise if you were a boxer. So you beat others up, yet now you dare to ignore my advice? Sullivan leaned down and showed off. Do you not know this boxing star? This is Kali, the spirit exterminator. He shouted in embarrassment, begging her to stop. He looked at the doctor wrapping the splint and demanded painkillers to hold on. The old man advised just cutting it off would be easier. Even so, he still handed over a paper bag, instructing that the strong medicine was to be used only once per day. Before leaving, Sullivan waved goodbye. The old man called her back, making her suspicious. He pointed at Kali on the street outside, saying his leg needed to be cut off. It was not a joke. Looking at the surgical tools, he said he knew many methods to treat people affected by things or struck by arrows. He asked who could heal that boy's leg. She replied with a smile, asking if he knew the Empire's god. The old man stroked his beard and said if it was a god. Then he heard the name John 5. He looked dazed, muttering to himself, leaving Sullivan dumbfounded, suspecting he had memory loss. Kali sat in the room looking at his bruised shin, happily thinking it was feeling better already. The two guards outside the door chatted that the shift was easier now, since there was only one person left, and they invited each other to go eat. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking made Kali startle and turn his head. Sullivan led a gray husky inside. Seeing it, he shouted out loud, "Rovo." It ran over and rubbed its head against his leg. Sullivan was surprised at how well behaved it was beside him. Suddenly, two people approached from outside the door. They entered and exclaimed upon seeing the Oxer exterminator, drawing Kali and Sullivan's attention. The two people showed affection and asked if they could shake hands. Rovo suddenly showed strange behavior upon hearing them say they only wanted to shake hands. It lowered its body and growled with hostility. Seeing this, Sullivan was jolted into alertness. With one hand she pushed the person away, and with the other she raised it to shield Kali as she backed him up. The man in the hat swung his knife, cutting Sullivan's hand, making Kali worried. She quickly lifted her knee and drove it into his stomach. He fell down, shouting for the remaining man to attack. The brown-haired man rushed toward Kali. He thought there was no time to think. Kali swung her sweat-soaked fist, determined to avoid the dagger. Suddenly, Rovo leaped up to attack the brown-haired man. He swung his knife wildly, cursing the damn dog. Seeing it land in a threatening stance, the brown-haired man was too scared to make a move. The two men ran away cursing. Kali asked if Sullivan was okay. He rubbed her blood-stained hand and said she was only injured on a finger. Her face darkened as she affirmed that bastard had set everything up on purpose. Suddenly hearing Rovo's groan, they both turned around. It lay there breathing heavily. Sullivan called its name. The two worriedly checked on it, and Sullivan said it was just exhausted. Her face paled as she reminded Kali to focus on the match. "I put all my money on you." Kali was thoughtful as he wrapped his hand tape, saying, "I understand." Clenching his fist with determination, "I will come back." Some time later, the arena was packed, everyone excited as the two fighters entered. Votin was stunned with shock upon seeing him. That man broke out in a cold sweat of fear. Kali walked into the ring with a heavy aura. He gritted his teeth, thinking why didn't that bastard have any wounds? Kali noticed Votin's attitude and murmured an observation about his expression. His gaze was ice cold. "It was definitely your doing." The referee announced the start. Both assumed a stance to probe the opponent. Votin realized in his head, wait a moment. Looking at Kali's small build, he thought he was shorter than expected. His bad leg wouldn't be good, so he tried to attack. Votin swung his fist toward Kali's face. His defense was weak. He was secretly pleased it worked. "I can actually attack." Then suddenly that man swung his right fist at Kali's face. This time he gently blocked with his left hand, accidentally touching him. That man's right hand trembled from the pain. Kali's gaze turned sharp and focused. Gritting his teeth, he put his strength into a left hook, but Kali had already stopped that attack. Votin was furious, cursing and attacking again. That man's punch was once again useless. Enraged, he tried one more time. Kali swiftly struck his wrist, nearly dislocating it. Votin was terrified, drenched in sweat, and blurted out, "What the hell was that?" At the same time, a devastating punch from Kali flew straight at his face. He was dazed, hearing him ask why he didn't just spit it out. Kali drove his fist deep into his mouth, causing tears and snot to stream down that man's face. When he pulled his hand back, several of that man's teeth fell to the ground. In agony, his face contorted, and he let out a resentful scream. Seeing him clutching his mouth and trembling, Kali growled, "You!" With a fierce gaze, he warned him against even thinking of eating meat anymore. The teeth scattered, splattered with blood. King Tan took another hit, his body lurching as he spat blood. Terrified, he backed away, raising his hand and whispering, "I surrender?" But Kali wasn't done. He punched his arm, making him gasp. Tears streaming down his face, he watched his raised hand being twisted and pummeled. Kali was still in a frenzy, veins bulging across his face. Next, he hooked his left jaw, making Votan's head snap sideways and forcing blood from his mouth. Kali's fists were raised again. This time a punch landed squarely on Votin's stomach. He doubled over, spitting saliva. The audience was stunned, their mouths forming silent O's as they stood frozen. Votin fell backward onto the ground. The referee stared dumbfounded at him, going to see his ancestors in the blink of an eye. He stammered, "You win." Kali stood like a statue, his furious gaze looking down, listening to the audience chant his name. Suddenly, he frowned in pain. The ache hit him again from his bruised ankle. He looked down, drenched in sweat, and cursed, "Damn it." The next day was the tournament's closing ceremony. The man with the combed back hair smiled warmly, shaking Kali's hand. "Congratulations on the win." He happily invited, "Whenever you stop by the office, I'll treat you well." Kali awkwardly replied, "Yes." The referee handed a cloth pouch to Azalea. "He's really strong. Here's the prize money." She took the heavy money pouch without a word. Her eyes were already glistening, an action that didn't escape Kali's notice. That evening, praise echoed through the house. "Well done, Kali." Sullivan's teammates clapped. "Thanks to you, we're rich. You're truly admirable." One man, his hand shaking, recounted being defeated by Eureka and forced to do hard labor in the territory. Kali just scratched his head and chuckled. Suddenly the door opened, and his teammates jumped, looking over. A man with a scarred lip grinned, showing his teeth. Long time no see. Leonard led soldiers inside, saying, Lady Azalea of the Agassiz territory. Sullivan's teammates showed visible annoyance. Kali and Sullivan also looked at him with less than friendly eyes. Azalea stepped forward and greeted politely. It's been a while, Captain. She calmly continued, I've been waiting for you. After a while, they sat down for a talk. Leonard said I didn't expect him to win the tournament. He sighed with emotion. That wretched guy is actually a boxer, and he even took down Oxer. Impressive. Azalea cut to the chase, handing over the money pouch. Here's the 10,000 as promised. This matter is over. Leonard laughed loudly, going back on his word. You think you can end it that easily? He continued, I don't think I'll only be taking 10,000. Kali and his men were startled. Thinking of Eureka, he said, I'm not pleased to see Kali win like this. Kali was furious. Why didn't you say so before? Then he thought to himself, what nonsense. Azalea's gaze was sharp, as if seeing through everything. She motioned her hand behind her back and snapped her fingers at Sullivan. At the same time, another bag of coins was placed on the table, leaving Leonard stunned. Azalea gave the order 20,000 coins, making Kali and the soldier behind her widen their eyes in shock. As for Leonard, sweat was also pouring down without stopping. He looked at the bag of coins, his heart twisting with pain bit by bit. At the same time, Sullivan recalled the moment she had been shocked and asked the young lady if she was sure about betting all the trading money. Azalea folded her arms, leaning against the door, and replied that Sullivan herself had once been like that. So why couldn't she? Hearing that, Sullivan could only nod. Then she placed her hands on her hips curiously. But earlier the young lady had opposed it. Wasn't she afraid he would lose because of his leg injury? Azalea immediately turned her head and denied firmly. Nonsense. Her gaze was steadfast and resolute. Kali would not lose. That attitude left Sullivan utterly stunned. She asked blankly, then why did you oppose it? Under the evening light, Azalea affirmed, of course Kali will win. She recalled the sight of him lying unconscious with his whole body bandaged, even if it meant breaking 2 legs. Now, Sullivan glanced at the noble Azalea, thinking that when she knew we were betting, the young lady had also bet her own money. This young lady was truly formidable. At that moment, Azalea spoke up and asked Leonard, what now? She looked at him indifferently, asking if it still wasn't enough, Captain. Leonard was sweating, saying that it was too much, Lady Azalea. Then he picked up a few gold coins, saying I will take this much. She was extremely surprised and asked, just that. Leonard waved his hand and ordered the soldier behind him, invite him in. A moment later, the door to the room opened. Person walked in and greeted, nice to see you again, Kali. Seeing that person, Kali widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, you. And recognizing the person he had once competed with, he exclaimed, Spirin. Rina smiled and asked warmly, have you learned to take care of yourself? Then he said to Leonard, this time the captain will let it slide. Then, seeing the emblem flag, he scolded, how could the captain of the Kozen Guard do such a thing when news reaches my ears? Leonard listened nervously as Corinna questioned him. You know what will happen, right? Sullivan cheerfully said, you truly are a noble, making Corinna scratch his head sheepishly. He looked happily at Kali and recounted, I wondered how the person with the leg injury from the fight with Uxer came here, and I also used a fake name like you did. Then he politely introduced himself again, my real name is Corinna. My uncle is currently an elder of Kozen. Hearing that, Sullivan's teammates whispered, the Corinna family is one of the 3 founding families of the agency. That is correct. On the other side, Leonard stood up and greeted, I will leave at once, my lord. When he reached the door, he waved his hand and added, warrior Kali, next time I will bet on you, before he muttered under his breath, get lost. Inside the room, Corinna rested his chin and thought, so that was the matter with the Joseph family, truly ridiculous. I will ask my uncle to send people to support Agassiz. He added, the Joseph family might sell assets at any cost, I cannot interfere. Azalea nodded gratefully. That is enough, thank you Lord Lovin. Kali stood outside with crossed arms, contemplating the chain pulling the cracked emblem shield. If there is help from the upper echelons of Kozen, Countess Joseph cannot do anything. Unexpectedly, Corinna opened the door and stepped out, calling Kali's name, making him startle. Kali warily stepped back and asked why my lord called for me, an action that made Corinna helpless. Just speak to me normally. The 2 leaned on the railing and talked. Corinna praised Kali's match. A true warrior is different. Kali cheerfully said, I won't fight you anymore, Lovin. The next sentence made Kali dizzy. Actually, I intended to buy you from Azalea, but she refused. Kali asked suspiciously, do you have such a strange hobby? He quickly waved his hand in denial. I wanted to buy you and then set you free because I thought it was such a waste. Kali breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think my current situation is too bad. Then Kali confided, I know this is as dangerous as walking on a knife's edge. With a look of understanding, he said, that is an important part of my life. Beside him, Miss Rena asked in confusion, do you find fighting more important than freedom? Kali firmly stated without looking at her, I would rather die than not be allowed to fight. Time flew by. One day the group set off. The number of guards for the merchant Aegis had doubled. All of them were Kozin's people. A person reported to Azalea, we are approaching Macedon, the capital of the empire. Hearing this, Azalea muttered sadly, soon we will reach our destination. The capital Macedon, rows of identical houses were surrounded by towering city walls. Sullivan shielded her eyes from the sun. All the roads were paved with stone. Kali looked around and thought, just like John. Suddenly he heard the shout of the royal army to clear the way, and became puzzled. Following that came the heavy sound of footsteps on the street. The army, clad in golden armor and carrying the eagle emblem flag, passed by Kali's group. Sullivan followed them with her eyes and remarked, the royal army is truly astonishing. Kali curiously asked Sullivan if she had seen them before. She recalled the time she wielded her sword to protect Azalea in the forest, saying, I told you, I encountered bandits before the young lady hired me. Sullivan thought of the muscular man holding a sword. At that time the prince and the royal army had wiped out the bandits. Looking at the contemplative Kali, she continued, perhaps by God's will I met the prince back then and survived. Hearing this, Kali thought to himself, the prince. After a while, at the foot of the city wall, the guard announced that everyone could pass. While riding past a soldier, Azalea instructed him to deliver this letter to the third prince, Iskandar. She turned her head to instruct Kali, after finishing the task, come to my room. While Sullivan's comrades were carrying the luggage, Kali turned into a small alley. He entered the room where Azalea was discussing work with the soldiers. Seeing Kali, she placed the stack of papers on the table and told everyone to step out for a moment. Sitting on the chair opposite Azalea, Kali reminded her to rest. She replied she would rest later and that she was fine. Azalea spoke up. The third prince Iskandar was about to arrive. Kali was curious, so he was someone she knew. Azalea folded her arms and bowed her head. I came here to heal your leg, is that right? Then she chose her words carefully and said, so. Then Azalea let her hair cover her expression. Demand that from now on, no matter what Iskandar does. Kali's eyes widened in shock as she continued, even if he says anything. Finally, Azalea raised her beastly eyes, exuding a firm aura. You must remain silent, no matter what you did with me that day. A moment later, not hearing Kali's reply, Azalea darkened her face and reminded him, stay calm no matter what happens to me. Kali pondered that he had been too absorbed in the treatment and had forgotten something. He stammered, it was because you met the prince. Kali stood up abruptly and shouted, what does that mean? A lowly slave does not deserve to be treated by royalty. He frowned and growled, my lady, that is impossible without a price to pay. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the door, drawing the attention of the two. Azalea immediately stood up to compose herself and said it seemed Prince Iskandar had arrived. Kali reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Wait a moment, my lady. Azalea looked back coldly and uttered sorry. He still did not let go, asking her what was the point of coming all the way here. She quickly pushed his hand away, asking him if boxing was the only thing in his life. Azalea left coldly, just act according to that. It seemed Kali had realized something. His face turned pale. Azalea stepped out to greet Iskandar. Long time no see, your highness. Iskandar chuckled and replied, I rushed here as soon as I heard you arrived. He placed his hand on his chest to show sincerity. Even if our meeting is brief, I have never forgotten you, Azalea. Kali thought to himself about the man before him. Arthur was the third prince. His demeanor was more like a warrior than a royal. Iskandar noticed his gaze and asked, are you itching for a fight? He immediately told himself to stay calm. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Azalea quickly introduced Kali as the slave she had mentioned. Iskandar laughed, so you are the famous fighter. Then he ordered the preparation of a feast and to lead the guests to the mansion. Iskandar's next words plunged Kali into an abyss. I cannot let my woman stay in this filthy place. Kali got into the carriage heading into the mansion, his face still showing shock about the future. In his mind echoed the words about whether he wanted to be my girlfriend. Inside the carriage, Sullivan spoke up, so this is what you and the prince agreed upon last time. Azalea calmly replied, the prince politely said he loved me from the first sight. Sullivan clicked his tongue, a baron's daughter becoming the prince's concubine, what a nice thing. Do you know Baron Aegis? She looked sadly out the window. No, I do not. Things here are quite complicated. I planned to tell you after it was done. Kali clenched his fist, blaming himself. He bowed his head and gritted his teeth. Everything had come to this because of his legs. At this moment, Sullivan also noticed Kali sitting gloomily in the corner with a dark face. The aide asked the prince about the kingdom. Was it necessary to take such a woman as a concubine? Iskandar coldly told him to leave politics to his older brothers. He recalled that beautiful face, confidently declared he had been struck by love at first sight. Her resilience and attitude were truly beautiful. Iskandar's gaze turned cold, but I quite dislike that gladiator friend Kali. There is something in his gaze that bothers me. He probed, after all, a promise is a promise. Where is he now? The advisor bowed his head and replied, he is He paused for a moment, then continued, that day has come. To the Western office with the first prince. Has the Sander family been dealt with properly? The scene shifted to a banquet table filled with delicious roasted chicken. People were coming and going in a bustling manner. Everyone looked extravagant and noble. Holly was dressed in a neat white outfit. Sullivan remarked, you look completely different after bathing and changing clothes. She nodded. It is good to be treated differently from slaves, because they value a warrior's worth here. His gaze was only fixed on Azalea sitting next to Skander. Kali clenched his fist, even if she was not the right piece for him, but, sensing the movement, Sullivan squeezed his shoulder firmly in warning. What do you plan to do? She gently reminded him, relax your eyes. That girl has chosen her path, and you are the one who missed the signal she gave. Kali frowned deeply by saying that, did you witness it with your own eyes? Sullivan shrugged. I've been observing for nearly 2 months, so it is impossible for me not to know. Kali sighed in regret. Now it didn't matter anymore, the Eggs family's territory had been decided. At the same time, Iskander, sitting up high, was getting tipsy. He sighed and then suddenly remembered something. Iskander looked around and asked, didn't you say Kali was a professional fighter? Hearing that, Azalea turned in surprise and replied, that's right, but he is injured in the leg. As soon as he finished speaking, Iskander yelled, hey, you slave over there, why don't you make this party livelier? Kali coldly looked at him. What do you mean by that, prince? Iskander waved his hand to signal the knight behind him. I am not a fighter, but my subordinate also knows a bit about dueling. Azalea worriedly tried to stop him, but Kali is injured. He brushed it off. His hands aren't injured, right? Knowing she couldn't change his mind, Azalea immediately turned to look at Kali with a bewildered expression. But in response to her, there was only a firm shake of his head. Seeing the golden-armored knight step onto the arena, the crowd buzzed with excitement. This match would be entertaining. They shouted loudly, telling Kali to show his skill. He only bowed his head and thought, his frustration mounting. As he took off his outer coat, he thought he hadn't helped Azalea as she had hoped. The various wounds, big and small, on Kali's body were revealed to everyone. His face darkened as he tightly wrapped his hand, lifting his eyes to look forward with determination. Kali stood facing the golden-armored knight. A wave of killing intent seemed to radiate from his body. Seeing those scars, that man also had to frown in caution. He looked young but seemed very skilled. Before the match, the golden-armored knight reminded him, if you lose consciousness or step back, you lose. Seeing Kali tense his muscles, crouching into a defensive stance, that man narrowed his eyes and thought. He calculated that if he provoked, that kid would surely attack. Seeing both were ready, Iskander raised his hand and dropped his wine glass as a signal. The match began. As soon as the glass shattered, the knight threw a right hook to attack Kali, but he quickly ducked to avoid it and immediately counterattacked. Even though he blocked the strike, that man looked at his trembling arm in shock. He really hits hard. Kali continuously threw kicks, pushing the golden-armored knight back. In the moment he withdrew his hand, that man swiftly swung a punch. Kali's face paled. He frowned in anger, and he gritted his teeth and swung his arm up. While shifting his body to the side, he threw a punch at that man's chest. The punch struck directly into his ribs, causing the knight's eyes to roll back in pain. His face pale, he slumped down, clutching the painful area of his ribs. The crowd buzzed. The slave fighter had defeated a professional martial artist. Kali wiped his sweat. It was enough to just prove his strength. Contrary to the noisy atmosphere below, Iskander frowned in displeasure. Golden-armored knight standing nearby was worried. Usually he would congratulate, but today... Iskander frowned in frustration. Boring. I don't get the feeling he's the one who took down Oxer. Then he glanced to the side, and her too, there must be something. Watching Azalea pat her chest in relief, his suspicion reached its peak. Thinking this, Iskander spoke cheerfully, that's all for today. Thank you everyone. He tightly hugged Azalea's shoulder. See you at the next ceremony. It'll be more fun. Under that intense gaze, Azalea could only force a smile. That evening, a pair of staggering feet walked to the hallway outside Azalea's room. Iskander was dead drunk, wobbling and mumbling, I feel like my woman doesn't like me. He frowned and pounded heavily on her door. I need to talk to Azalea. Hearing the noise, Azalea quickly called out, who is it? He replied, it's me, Iskander. As soon as he finished speaking, she slowly opened the door. Looking at the person before her, Azalea frowned. Have you been drinking? Iskander smiled and replied, as you can see. Continued, I want to tell you a few things I didn't get to at the party. Azalea lowered her head in thought, not wanting to stay with the prince until Kali left the empire. The two entered the room. Iskander offered to drink something, and Azalea reluctantly agreed. Under the hazy moonlight, she asked softly, how are things with the royal physician, prince? Looking at her beautiful face, he blushed and stammered, he is an amazing person, not just in medicine. Iskander slurred, he is a friend of my father, and also the godfather and bodyguard of my brother. He continued, though old, he likes inventing new things. Azalea humored him with a laugh, he truly is amazing. Then she suddenly lowered her eyes and muttered, if he is that amazing. The next sentence stunned Iskander, he would easily heal a broken leg. Darkened his face, annoyed. Here we go again. Iskander questioned in a harsh tone. Are you worried about your slave warrior, Kali? Azalea quickly turned her face away to avoid him. It's not like that. Iskander suddenly stood up, startling her. That bothers me. Before Azalea's panicked gaze, he lunged forward and slammed his hand hard against the wall behind her. Azalea saw the wall crack open in a large chunk, the cross-section devoid of any blood. Realizing he had scared her, he quickly apologized, saying he had lost control. Iskander stopped and coughed a few times. Then he lifted Azalea's chin and gently comforted her. Iskander said he wouldn't let her think of Kali anymore. She was only allowed to think of him. Faced with that madness, Azalea's eyes widened in fear. At that moment, she saw Iskander as a monster, her heart filled with terror. Helpless, she closed her eyes, sobbed bitterly, and silently called out Kali's name. In the pitch-dark room, her trembling voice rang out for help. Then Azalea screamed, and instantly a figure shot in from the main door. Kali appeared immediately. He swiftly swung a chair straight at Iskander's head. As he struck, he roared angrily, telling him to let her go. A few minutes earlier, Kali was walking to his room when he bumped into Iskander. Seeing that drunkard, his face darkened, silently wondering why he had run into the third prince. But then he suddenly stopped, realizing the direction that man was heading was towards Azalea's room. Seeing the door was already open, Kali's mood sank straight into an abyss. Kali darkened his face, gritting his teeth as he observed the situation. His heart churned as he recalled the beautiful times they shared. About to turn and leave, he suddenly heard a suspicious muffled sound. That commotion immediately caught his attention. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Azalea's agonizing scream rang out, calling for Kali. Without time to think, he dashed into the room like a gust of wind. As soon as he entered, he saw Iskander forcing himself on Azalea. Instantly, Kali flew into a rage, grabbed the chair, and smashed it straight into his face. He roared furiously, telling him to take his hands off her. Struck by the chair, Iskander's eyes bulged and his mouth fell open. Azalea watched the scene before her in horror. Iskander lay on the floor, clutching his head in pain, while Kali also collapsed to the ground. Holding his bleeding head, Iskander angrily cursed Kali. Before he could finish, Kali had already stood up and lunged at him with the sharp leg of the chair. He dealt another blow right to the opponent's face. Kali roared in fury. How dare he threaten her? Iskander, his face bruised from the beating, also roared back, asking him what he thought he was doing. Mid-sentence, he realized something and quickly turned his head to look at Azalea. The answer was as clear as day, sending his rage to its peak. Iskander yanked the wooden shard embedded in his thigh out, growling that he didn't care anymore. Seeing this, Kali froze, noticing his tail. He threw the piece of wood aside, muttering that it hurt. Iskander declared he had regained his senses, but before he could finish, he was sent flying by a punch. The punch seemed to carry all of Kali's strength, sending Iskander falling backward. Despite being dazed from the blow, he still glared at Kali wide-eyed. Seeing an opening in Kali's defense, Iskander immediately got up and delivered a strong jab to his stomach. A jab sent Kali flying straight into the wall. He frowned, thinking to himself that this guy was truly strong. Seeing Kali was still getting up, Iskander panted heavily and explained a bit. Then, as he charged forward, he roared, declaring Azalea was his now. From the opposite side, Kali also charged, intending to finish things quickly. He aimed for the opponent's jaw, using his running momentum. Just as planned, Iskander ate a thunderous punch from Kali. He quickly fell backward. Suddenly, Iskander reached out and grabbed Kali's arm tightly. He growled, saying that he had to follow his rule's slave. As if guessing what was coming, Kali's face turned pale. Iskander had already twisted his arm behind his back. He gritted his teeth and wrenched Kali's arm, twisting the muscles. The excruciating pain made Kali grit his teeth and throw a strike backward. Iskander stubbornly continued twisting his arm. Kali thought if this continued, his forearm would break, when suddenly there was a loud noise. His hand was released and Kali turned his head in confusion. As for Iskander, he was now clutching the back of his head. His gaze remained fixed on Azalea at the back. It turned out she had grabbed the candle and hit him with it, sending him sprawling to the ground. Hearing the loud noise, the golden armored knights immediately rushed over. Seeing his soldiers arrive, Iskander's eyes turned cold. Adjusting his attire, he said his mood had been completely ruined. At this moment, the golden armored knights had surrounded Kali tightly. They shouted loudly, ordering that slave to surrender. A few hours later, in another room, an angry voice rang out asking about the mess of injuries. That deep voice calling Iskander's name belonged to the Grand Prince Philippos. Iskander trembled in fear, thinking to himself that he didn't expect that man to return at this very moment. Only after a long time did he stammer out a few words of excuse. Philippos did not hesitate, asking if he should do something to make him confess on his own. Pulled out a whip, his voice full of threat, ordering Iskander to tell the truth before he asked the young lady, or he would be beaten like when he was little. Iskander stammered in panic. Azalea stood silently by her, heart filled with rising confusion and fear. Her thoughts wandered anxiously, worried about Kali's injuries. Even though he was a bit drunk, she thought disappointedly that His Highness had told everything to the Grand Prince, instead of taking advantage of this situation. She bowed her head sadly, knowing that even as a slave, striking a prince was a very serious crime. Her hands trembled, the haunting thought that the death sentence was unavoidable. After hearing Iskander's account, Philippos warily rubbed his forehead and then cursed him as a fool. A whip lashed down mercilessly from above along with an angry voice, saying he needed to be taught a lesson again. As the first first lash fell, Iskander still tried to cry out, begging his brother to stop. But Philippos was unrelenting in his anger, shouting loudly that he had no worthless brother like him. Philippos' rage flared up, curses pouring out, asking how he dared to enter a girl's room while drunk. Each word was like a fatal blow accompanying every lash. Iskander groaned in pain. Philippos walked to the door, his voice cold and authoritative as he declared he would hold a small court on behalf of the emperor. He swept a sharp glance towards Iskander and then ordered Kali, the captured fighter, to be brought in. Soon, Kali was present in the hall to be judged. He looked at the person before him and asked if he was the fighter Kali. Kali calmly and gently nodded his head in response, saying yes. Philippos sighed warily, remarking that Iskander was weaker than he thought. Iskander indignantly said that slave gladiator was not incompetent and had beaten him to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Philippos immediately flew into a rage and shouted, telling Iskander to shut up, scolding him for daring to stop the royal physician's treatment. He continued through gritted teeth, scalding Iskander for barging into a woman's room in the middle of the night to harass her. He asked why he only did shameful things, losing the prestige of the royal family. Philippos took out the pledge paper, saying Azalia from a distant duchy had already made an agreement with Iskander beforehand. He stepped in front of Azalia, his eyes showing no mercy, his voice cold as he declared she had committed the most serious crime in this affair. He unhesitatingly struck her hard across the face with his hand. Kali's gentle expression from before vanished, replaced by a surge of fury directed at Philippos. Azalia held her reddened cheek, bowing her head in admission of guilt. Philippos twisted his wrist lightly, his eyes cold and merciless as he replied, accusing her of harassing a royal and striking Iskander, causing all the trouble. Philippos motioned with his hand towards Kali. His voice was mocking as he asked how Kali could fight Iskander with that leg, calling him a brave fool. Kali remained silent, not answering. Philippos continued, saying that the fighter Kali had acted rashly on instinct, even though Iskander was in the wrong. He took steps towards Kali, his voice cold as he stated that this was their private affair. He accused Kali of being the one who attacked Iskander and told him he had to take responsibility if he wanted to act like a warrior. Having said that, Philippos drew his sharp sword, the steel glinting with clear warning. Azalia screamed in terror, her voice cracking. With the sword against Kali's neck, Philippos asked if he had any more objections. Kali did not rush to answer, ignoring the blade that was only inches from his neck. He lowered his head and stated firmly that he regretted nothing about what he had done. Philippos stood still, his gaze stern and probing, checking if Kali was truly resolute. Suddenly, he swung his hand and cut the bindings on Kali's wrist with a swift motion. Philippos spoke up in praise of Kali, who had protected Lady Azalia to the very end. He turned to Iskander, saying that was what a real man should do. Iskander flashed a smug smile. Philippos loudly declared according to the strict code of the empire, then drove his sword straight into the ground. The authoritative voice rang out, "The victor stands firm until the end. The one who falls is considered defeated." Both Iskander and Kali listened intently to every word from Philippos. His voice echoed in their ears, saying that Iskander wanted Azalia, and Kali was her guardian fighter. His stern gaze fell upon the two men, as he announced they would fight a decisive match. He loudly announced that the match would take place 1 week from now. Soon after, a voice rang out in the hall, saying that Philippos was indeed cold-blooded, but his method of handling this was somewhat unexpected. Kali, walking behind, chimed in agreement, saying the most surprising part was His Highness' decision. Sullivan replied that she had felt unwell that night and had gone out, so she hadn't witnessed the incident. Suddenly, she turned to look at Kali with confusion, asking if he had done what she said when he was drunk. She recalled suggesting he punch the third prince unconscious, and then take the young lady and run away. She was bewildered, not thinking he would actually do it. Kali calmly confirmed that yes, he had done exactly that. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, calling him the fighter who had defeated Prince Ha. The golden-armored soldiers approached Kali, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and one of them spoke up. His voice was full of praise. "Gutsy kid, well done," the next soldier also said enthusiastically. "Next time take Iskander out to the field." Kali wondered what was with this atmosphere. Why did they call the prince such a scumbag? One soldier told Kali to follow, saying hurry up. Kali still did not understand anything, so he asked again what this was about. One among them replied, "The miracle doctor wants to see you." Hearing that, Kali's face changed color. He recalled the past and thought to himself, finally the destination of the long journey. Finally I will meet the miracle doctor. His face became deep and contemplative, without a single flicker of emotion. He merely kindled a glimmer of hope, secretly happy that he could heal his leg. At the miracle doctor's residence, Kali was led there by the golden-armored soldiers. A voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The soldier immediately replied, "Sir Miracle Doctor, I have brought Kali to you." The person inside invited him in. Kali stood dazed, feeling that everything was happening too fast. The person inside was John Brady Clark. He saw Kali enter and asked, "Philippos, no. are you the troublemaker Philippos mentioned? He lowered his voice slightly, and also the one who will duel with Iskander. After a moment of silence, John stepped over to examine Kali's leg and concluded, there is a bone fragment lodged in, causing force on the bone segment, putting pressure on the nerves and muscles. Kali frowned, a look of pain in his eyes, silently listening to the miracle doctor's diagnosis. Like this walking will be very painful. How can you bear it? He asked Kali, when did you get hurt? Kali replied, in the autumn of last year. John rubbed his chin, his gaze sinking into thought. Kali saw him lost in thought, anxiety rising in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be impossible to cure? He asked, Sir Miracle Doctor, is it too late to heal my legs? John answered frankly, no, I am just surprised how it has maintained so well for so long. John said he would treat it temporarily because in the next few days he would fight Iskander. The answer made Kali relieved, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He took off his glasses saying everyone calls him Miracle Doctor, but he did not like it. Just call him by his name. He introduced himself, my name is John, I am American. John's introduction made Kali's eyes widen as he blurted out, holy cow. She said it like a shock that stunned him. He muttered, no way. Then he fell off the chair, looking at him in panic. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He repeated the introduction. American, his name is John. John saw he was unwell and immediately ordered the golden armored soldiers. All of you withdraw. When they left, the room fell into silence. John sighed softly and said, I have been looking for you for a long time, but could not find you. He continued that meeting again now like this was destiny. Kali was still confused, questions swirling in his head. He hesitantly asked if he was truly born on Earth and not here. He heard that question and replied, my real name is John Brady Clark. I came to this place about 40 years ago. Kali recounted that John and he kept talking so much they forgot the time. He recalled the time when he was still a young major in the army and then continued. John was a U.S. Army major who died in the Korean War of 1950, and he was an excellent military doctor in charge of surgery. Kali said thoughtfully, he used his wonderful knowledge to assist the emperor and became a god. He continued that he was very curious about me coming from Earth a few years ago. John put his pen to paper and then said, 40 years here equals 60 years there, right? Over the past 20 years on the calendar I have compared with other cases. Kali asked in surprise, other cases? He once explained that historical records also spoke of people like us. After dying and coming back to life they naturally became outstanding in some field. John paused and then continued, you said before you started boxing you had a strong passion for it, right? As for me I am good at healing. The thing that brought us here might be. Kali's expression turned serious as he intently listened to him explain about a longing so intense it was unafraid of death. John suddenly changed his tone, not talking about this anymore but ordered, enough, this is not the time to talk about that. Quickly roll up your pant leg. Kali exclaimed in panic, you are doing surgery now. He calmly replied, it is fine, just need to remove the lodged bone fragment. He picked up a knife and slowly performed surgery on him, then said, this will reduce the pain significantly. He gently reassured him to endure a little, it will be quick. Kali could not help but think, right, there is no anesthesia technology here yet. The pain made him unable to hold back. A pain cry escaped him. Ouch. John quickly apologized. You must be in a lot of pain. I was careless. In his heart he was screaming, just say it and do it quickly for heaven's sake. A small bone fragment was extracted by John. He said it was really lodged very deep inside. His hands moved very professionally and swiftly. Not long after the wound was stitched up, Kali felt a clear difference in his leg. The feeling of something foreign was now gone. He rejoiced inwardly. The pain he had endured for so long was gone. John saw Kali's cheerful expression and smiled. His voice slowed as he said, as a doctor, I want to tell you to postpone the match, but... He took out a medicine box and continued, I am currently having to help Philippos get stronger, so I hope you understand this is ointment for the wound. Kali received the medicine box, smiled and replied he did not need to worry about the match. He happily left amidst the astonished looks of the golden armored soldiers. One of them ran over and asked John, Miracle Doctor, do you know Kali? He laughed and replied, we are countrymen. As he stepped into the hall, a voice from behind called his name, Kali. Philippos approached with a stern voice. I want to talk for a moment, can you spare me some time? Kali's face darkened as he thought. The tone was not like Jialing, but I had no right to refuse. Philippos continued, there are many eyes around here, so follow me. He led him into a room and then began, I heard recently the Miracle Doctor has been talking to you often. He quickly replied, he has been treating me. Philippos lowered his head and then continued, if not for the Miracle Doctor, I would not be sitting here right now and might have died in my mother's womb. Philippos' gaze sharpened as he spoke with gratitude. He is my life-saving benefactor, my father and teacher. We have worked together for 30 years, yet I know nothing about him. Philippos said something that made Kali freeze. He heard that the divine physician is your fellow countryman. Philippos continued, the divine physician has not left the empire for 20 years, and you are now only 20 years old. Lord Trum asked in a clear voice, so who are you really, Kali? His gaze turned cold and sharp, to be more precise, your true identity. One evening a few days ago, John, full of suspicion, could not help asking Kali why Philippos did not kill him. Kali nervously had sweat beading on his forehead, putting on an indifferent look as he replied, I do not know. I hit him just because I hated his way of talking. John calmly sat down and talked about Philippos. He can help civilization develop. He is a masterpiece I created myself. Philippos has no status from inheritance, but from ability. He is aiming for a democratic republic. If he becomes emperor, the empire will bleed. In a country that glorifies power, a battlefield hero is not necessarily an excellent emperor. John implied the third prince. John raised his hand to continue the story. That is why Philippos wants everyone to step into the fire pit for the faith that worships status. Kali suddenly remembered when he was at Philippos' place, being pointed at directly and spoken to forcefully. A person like you dares to challenge the central authority. This startled Kali in attention. He suppressed it and told himself to calm down. That man Philippos might not harm him. Kali calmly looked at the agitated person before him, firmly asserting, I am just a gladiator. Philippos was not satisfied with the answer. Annoyed, he said, I am sure there is something hidden behind this. But then he stopped, closed his eyes helplessly and let it go. I will not force you, Kali. Keep today's matter a secret. I still want to be the divine physician's obedient student. But whenever you want to tell the truth, just come and see me. Kali sincerely placed his hand on his chest and replied, Honestly, I know nothing. I will come to see you if I discover anything. Upon hearing this, Philippos could not help but curl his lip. Offing a crisp haha, he commented on the person nearby. He handed Kali the red notebook, saying this is a gift for you. Kali asked in surprise, what? Philippos explained, this is a book teaching armored combat techniques of the Empire. Iskander is a master. Kali asked in confusion, do you want the prince to lose? Philippos darkened his face and replied, on the contrary, Iskander is the brother I am most proud of. If he wins, I am happy, but if you win, you will owe me. Kali thought to himself, either way I am dead. Philippos saw his eyes were strange, smirked and questioned, would this book not be of use to you? After a while Kali sat alone studying the book. He sighed wearily, Philippos is truly a more terrifying man than I thought. Suddenly something strange happened. His eyes lit up in surprise as he remarked about this book. It writes about combat techniques in various situations, especially the technique of lying on the ground to fight. If Iskander knows this technique, I will be pinned tightly. That is indeed a worrying problem. The more he looked at them, the more frustrated he grew to the point of madness. Unable to understand the meaning of these words, he muttered, having only ever known how to read his own name and a few common words similar to Latin script. Kali recalled Sullivan saying that she also did not know. Sullivan had once held the book awkwardly, apologizing, saying that these letters could only be read by nobles. Kali sighed sadly. He silently guessed that old John probably could not read them either. Sullivan suggested he asked the young lady to try. Kali asked back. Sullivan replied she had not seen him for a few days. She was probably blaming herself. Sullivan closed the book excitedly and asked if she helped, would he go to her place? Kali's face fell, showing great reluctance. He reluctantly went to Lady Azalea's room, making excuses as he knocked, saying he only came because of the book. A cautious voice came from inside the room asking, who is it? He answered, I am Kali. The sound of hurried footsteps inside the room left Kali speechless, thinking to himself, please just walk slowly. Lady Azalea appeared with a shy, blushing face and asked nervously, Kali, what is the matter? Looking him over, Azalea exclaimed in alarm, your leg. Kali interrupted with a smile, it is not fully healed yet. I only did temporary treatment before the match. Hearing this, Azalea placed a hand on her chest and said, is that so? Her eyes lit up as she said, I am happy for you. Kali scratched his nose awkwardly, for a moment without answering. Then he brought the book in front of Azalea and pleaded, hoping she could read it. This is the technique Prince Iskander will use. She wondered, Prince Philippos gave it to you? Strange, why is he so kind to you? Looking at the thick book, Azalea felt hesitant. Read all of it. Kali pointed and begged, I cannot understand from the pictures. Please pick out the important parts and explain them to me. Azalea pondered for a moment. She asked Kali, do you not blame me? Kali was silent for a bit before saying, everyone makes mistakes. You do not need to be like this. He thought to himself, he was also wrong for not living with pride. They immersed themselves in studying the book together. Kali pointed at the squiggly letters and asked for their meaning. Azalea answered, this is a way to start a fight when facing someone who keeps their distance. It is a bit dirty. That dirty method was to spit in the opponent's eyes, making them teary and forcing them to cover their face with their hands. Kali reasoned that if he was fighting Prince Iskander, he could not use this method, as his highness was a man of honor. The book described the subsequent attack, lowering your body to rush in quickly, hug your opponent, and then defeat him. Azalea commented that if you were running and got attacked, it would be dangerous. This method could not be applied in crowded battlefields or where vision was blocked. Continued studying the book non-stop. Initially, Kali only wanted to know a few important parts, But the more he learned, the more he wanted to understand every single detail in it. He noticed Azalea rubbing her forehead, appearing tired. Kali decisively spoke, knowing it was enough. The more he thought, the more confused he would get in actual combat. Azalea worriedly asked if he could win, as this was no ordinary match. Kali confidently thumped his chest to reassure Azalea, then asserted that the nickname Uxor Slayer was not given for nothing. But inside, he was so embarrassed he felt like exploding. Azalea heard this and quietly smiled with relief. Kali quick said his goodbyes and walked away. Azalea watched his back, her heart unable to stop thinking. If he lost, she would have to marry Iskander. At this moment, she really could not suppress her feelings when thinking about her situation with Kali. She did not want that. Azalea tightly gripped his hand, choked up, and cried out for him not to go. Kali, please. The young man's eyes suddenly changed, as if falling into a maze of love. Right at that moment, 2 candles went out in the darkness. Kali embraced the girl before him and used an enzyme exchange method to offer her his passionate love. Sullivan glanced towards Kali, flashing a sly smile, as if harboring something deep. Being stared at for so long made Kali blush with embarrassment, asking Sullivan why she was smiling like that. Sullivan hesitated, thinking for a moment. She put on a sinister expression, curling her lip, and asking if he had only just returned to his room this morning. Kali startled and stammered to explain that he wanted to be alone before the match day. His mind was in chaos from being caught red-handed. A moment later, they both arrived before the Grand Palace gates. It was time for Kali to enter the battle. Sullivan stood behind him, hands on her hips, shouting encouragement, demanding that he absolutely had to win. Kali's robust physique was clearly visible against the dazzling light from the gate. He clenched his fists confidently, turned back, and smiled a goodbye to Sullivan. His opponent was Philippos's younger brother, the third prince. Hundreds of thousands of people in the stands were waiting eagerly. The guards were dressed extremely cautiously, with high-quality bronze armor. Philippos sat on the high throne, and even his breath exuded the aura of orthodox royal lineage. Soldiers around the stands shouted in unison to apply pressure, declaring that Iskander would defeat that brat today. Right after that, a chiseled face appeared, clearly showing smugness as he muttered, "How exciting." The soldiers saw him and simultaneously raised their swords to cheer for Iskander. The third prince was full of confidence because of his bloodline of a war god, marching valiantly inside. Iskander laughed delightedly, exclaiming that it was a perfect day to beat someone up. On the other side, Kali slowly lifted his head. He put on a serious face, unafraid, preparing to step into the match amidst the shouts. Philippos raised his fist and announced the rules, the winner being the one who lasts the longest, and whoever could not get up would be considered defeated. The winner was regarded as the reincarnation of the war god. The match was guaranteed by Emperor Alexandros. On the platform, Iskander pulled open his shirt, revealing a raised scar, and growled that it was no longer just about Azalea. He had to defeat Kali. "Do not let yourself be taken down too easily." Kali watched Iskander charging like a ferocious tiger, thinking to himself that this was a fight, not a boxing match. He was a tough opponent, but he would win at all costs because strength was not everything. The two of them stood in the middle of the heatedly cheering circle of warriors. The first punch was already thrown. Kali powerfully opened with an intense strike, distorting Iskander's face. The punch was so strong it seemed to dent his face. Taking the full force of the blow, 2 streams of red blood flowed from Iskander's nostrils. Despite this, he still laughed heartily, praising the physician. Iskander threw a counterattack towards Kali. He quickly dodged to the right, the powerful punch grazing past, making his blonde hair fly wildly. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he was hit. Another punch was thrown, but Kali calmly dodged each ferocious blow. Frustrated by consecutive failures, Iskander tensely thought that this guy seemed to be leading him around by the nose. The situation was really bad. Another punch from Iskander missed Kali's position. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and froze in place. Even though he saw his opponent faltering, Kali hesitated and did not strike. His mind was full of confusion as to why he was hesitating. Azalea's image briefly flashed through his mind. He quietly asked himself if he was afraid of losing something important. At that moment, Kali suddenly cried out in panic. It turned out that while he was lost in thought, Iskander had landed a devastating blow, sending Kali flying 80 meters. The warriors were also mercilessly knocked away. Seeing Kali fall, buried beneath the pile of warriors, Iskander screamed in fury, demanding that he get up and fight. In his mind, he continued to analyze that the opponent's body reflexes were quite good, because the moment he swung his fist, he had already managed to jump up. Kali groggily stood up, rubbing his head to regain his composure. He forced himself to stand on his injured legs and told himself to focus on the match and not daydream. No more hesitation. Kali's body seemed to explode as he charged towards his opponent. He planted a foot sideways to stop his forward momentum. Kali gritted his teeth, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Iskander was not flustered at all, even smirking with smugness. But his smile faded as the punch came closer, his face darkening. Kali stomped one foot hard on the ground. He unleashed a supreme technique, leaving Iskander no time to dodge, who panickily covered his face with his hands. Immediately after, he was kicked flying backwards backward. He roared in pain, wondering if this was a human blow. Iskander reached out a hand towards Kali. After several exchanges, Kali was tired and was no longer as agile. He quickly dodged, knowing that if he was caught, he would surely lose. No matter how much he hits him, if he gives him a chance to counterattack, it is as good as losing. He must not give him another chance, he must not waste time. Another feinted punch from Kali, lunging forward. Punch quickly landed squarely on Iskander's face. Immediately after, Iskander was struck by a flurry of wind-like punches to the face, causing his expression to contort. Prince Philippos, observing the match from above, commented that boxing was not a perfect skill. Knowing only how to punch made winning difficult, one had to use strategy. Suddenly, Philippos had a suspicion that Kali was only pretending. Kali glanced at Iskander, who was being overwhelmed to the point of exhaustion, but still gritted his teeth and fought, then pressed on, asking was doing everything he could to win. His face was covered in bulging veins. He yelled, "Is that right, Iskander?" In this harsh imperial family, the empire's princes all underwent torturous training to become warriors. Even with royal blood, those who were weak in body or spirit were not recognized. When fighting, members of the royal family, including the emperor, always had to stand at the front lines with the soldiers, who were both loyal rulers and comrades fighting alongside the warriors. Iskander was a born warrior. When he met a strong opponent, he was not afraid but, on the contrary, was excited and wanted to defeat him. On the arena floor, Kali and third Prince Iskander were engaged in combat. Iskander was overpowered, forced to defend with counterattacks. In his head, he saw Kali going berserk and asked, "Are you the same as me, Kali?" Kali, injured, retreated backward, thinking angrily, "This bastard, I thought he would charge in right away," but he calmly bided his time. Kali understood Iskander's tactic and immediately came up with an idea to lure him in. Kali feigned weakness, limping to lure Iskander. As predicted, Iskander took the bait and charged in like lightning, unable to stop himself from saying, "It seems your leg hasn't fully healed yet." Philippos, observing from above, saw this, furrowed his brows, and criticized, "He fell for it, you fool." Iskander mistakenly thought he had the upper hand, foolishly pressing forward against the limping opponent, unaware of the imminent danger. Even as the one setting the trap, Kali was extremely tense. He had to carefully prepare the next move because he knew how critical this situation was. If he mistimed it, the tables would be turned. Then he would become the one getting hit. Kali swung a powerful punch, precisely aiming at Iskander's cheek, causing significant damage. It was a perfect punch that left Iskander unable to react, forced to endure the pain on his face. Iskander roared in pain, gnashing his teeth like a wild beast. His eyes at that moment were truly terrifying, instantly turning bloodshot with rage. Iskander used his anger to display the power of someone bearing royal honor, charging to shove Kali's stomach like a bull seeing red. Kali, surprised by the attack with such terrifying force, was quickly knocked down, face first on the ground, stunned and unable to believe it. Iskander was truly unharmed by that previous punch. Clearly it was his precise blow, but he became twice as energetic as before. Iskander ferociously lunged to wrestle Kali down, pinning him to the ground without giving him a chance to resist. The surrounding soldiers watched him being brutalized with sympathy, only able to force a wry smile. Another punch seemed about to defeat Kali. While striking with fervor, Iskander suddenly had a CPU glitch that threw off his rhythm, muttering about when he had made him fall. Then, cooling the chip, he clicked his tongue, dismissed it, and quickly continued his assault on Kali. Amid the flurry of blows, Kali still had the wits to reason that this brain was too extraordinary. Perhaps thanks to harsh training, Iskander used unconscious techniques to render his opponent helpless and then destroy him. Realizing he had to get away, Kali dragged himself to crawl elsewhere. There was no escape. The scene immediately fell into Iskander's line of sight. He deeply grasped the weak hand trying to move. Kali showed clear discomfort. Iskander did not let go, trying to overpower him by holding his arm in a twisted, reversed position. He held on so tightly that his veins bulged and sweat poured. Kali gritted his teeth and grunted, using all his strength to save himself from the monster-like strong opponent. Iskander roared a warning that he was about to break his arm. Crack! Kali's eyes bulged in pain as he looked behind him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had perhaps seen something. Seeing a piece of cloth with a red stain, Kali discovered it was Iskander's wound. Seizing the opportunity, Kali raised his hand and roughly clawed at the spot where the cloth was soaked red. Iskander was hit deeply, going mad with pain. Then he was caught off guard and released Kali. As soon as he was released, Kali seized the chance to punch Iskander deeply. Kali retreated. Both were now exhausted and the power gap in the arena was no longer wide. Kali rubbed his pulled arm, wondering quietly if his ligaments were strained. Iskander's face was pale with pain, his legs trembling as he still tried to stand. That wound now betrayed its master. Kali looked at Iskander struggling to get up, asking if he now understood his feelings. He wiped his hand across his face, brushing away fatigue, and replied that this bastard was persistent too. Philippos, sitting above, asked his younger brother if he was really enjoying this match. Then Philippos turned and said to the other, "You disgrace the royal family, Kali. Your ability is as great as your courage. The sound of hurried footsteps mixed with heavy breathing rang out. Azalia nervously pulled at her skirt, her deep eyes staring intently toward the fight. Philippos showed displeasure, immediately raising his voice to remind her that she was late. Azalia knew she was at fault, so she bowed her head and softly replied with an apology. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to something and they widened in shock. Though her body was exhausted, Kali still tried to stand steady in a defensive stance. Azalia nervously called out his name, Kali. Cutting off the attention, Philippos asked Azalia if Kali was her household slave, and she replied with a tone that was not friendly. Philippos then offered to buy Kali for any price. He thought Kali would have a better life working for him. He said he was too big to be locked in a small cage, causing Azalia's expression to darken. She replied uncomfortably, hoping that was just a joke from the prince. She affirmed that Kali truly valued her, but their relationship was not simply that of master and slave. Philippos found it hard to believe, putting on a confused expression and asking if she would marry him instead of Iskander. Annoyed by the senseless words, Azalia retorted that she would do everything Kali wanted. She would do anything for Kali. The scene shifted to the arena, where Iskander and Kali were fiercely fighting amid thick clouds of dust. Iskander admitted his opponent was stronger than he thought, and told himself that pride was a gift for the victor. He seemed to lose control, gritting his teeth with determination to win at all costs. Every frantic action of Iskander was caught by Kali, who stood facing him. He thought he also had to calculate his tactics since he only had his right hand to fight, hesitating whether to use his teeth. His legs had also reached their limit. Thinking this, the ambition to win within him grew even stronger. Defeating Iskander right now would be truly great. After a moment's calculation, Kali spoke in a hoarse voice, declaring he would defeat Iskander right here. Moving swiftly, he also revealed a secret about something he could be proud of. He had lived under the name Park Kangti for nearly 30 years, and he would pour all the strength of those years lived under the name Kali into this battle, because his life at this moment was the most important thing. In an instant, both of them lunged at each other ferociously like hungry tigers. Iskander threw a powerful kick towards Kali, but Kali was not afraid. He countered with a mighty kick. Kali's kick accidentally struck the wound on Iskander's thigh, causing him immense pain. He gritted his teeth but could only helplessly endure it. Kali clenched his hand, preparing for the next attack. Immediately, he did not hesitate and landed another blow into Iskander's stomach. Despite being hit repeatedly, Iskander still suppressed the pain and fought back fiercely. Sensing danger, Kali quickly jumped behind him to gain the advantage. Iskander watched Kali spin around dizzily, cursing in anger. Kali realized that if he hit the opponent's jaw, the match would end. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately threw a precise punch at that spot. Suddenly blocked by something, Kali was startled and cried out. It turned out Iskander had used his own hard head to block the blow, protecting his weak point. Next, he charged forward to headbutt Kali, refusing to yield. The unexpected headbutt caused Kali's head to ache as if struck by a hammer. He was dazed and on the verge of fainting, which made Iskander proudly declare himself a descendant of the war god. He called himself the greatest man of the empire. "That is me, Iskander." As he spoke, he ruthlessly threw Kali far away. Kali's body was flung a great distance. He fell to the ground exhausted, muttering that he had been thrown far away. As he was dazed and about to give up, a soft figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Azalia. Her face could not hide the look of anguish as she looked at him. Kali disliked that expression, so he spoke irritably, telling her not to look at him like that. Azalia weakly lowered her head, secretly wiping away her tears. Then, she forced her eyes wide open to encourage her familiar slave to bring her victory. As always, Kali faintly curled his lips into a thin smile. He slowly struggled to stand up. His eyes, full of vigilance, stared intently at his opponent Iskander before him. Both paused for a moment to re-establish their tactics. It seemed they were ready to once again enter the battle. Iskander asked with a sneering smile, "Hey Kali, do you know why I have never fallen?" Kali tapped his own forehead and replied, "It is simply because your video is just a decoration, so today you used it to block my attack." Iskander ruffled his hair and continued, "You are wrong. I am a descendant of the war god. Holy blood flows through my veins. That is the reason I never lose." Kali smiled, showing his white teeth, "But today I will win. Because the goddess of luck is on my side." Azalia's red dress fluttered in the wind. Kali focused intensely, trying to recall the words Azalia once read to him about the technique from Philippos's book. It was a way to initiate a battle when the opponent was still standing far away. Spit in the opponent's face, making them disgusted and raise a hand to cover their face. The more he thought, the more Kali felt he was naive. He was wrong. Iskander would do anything to win, because to him victory was the only pride. Kali took the initiative to attack first. Iskander was stunned, unable to defend himself, so he stood frozen. Wham! Kali seized the moment and threw a perfect punch at the opponent's jaw. Caught off guard by the blow, he stammered, How did..." Kali laughed triumphantly, interrupting him. I heard what the goddess whispered. No, impossible. Iskander lunged forward helplessly. Then he collapsed, lying motionless on the floor. Kali, also exhausted now, knelt to the ground. Philippo's above solemnly bathed head. I bear witness to your victory. As the Grand Prince, I am very proud of you, great warrior. Azalea burst with happiness, tears streaming down, because Kali had won. Philippos shouted again, subjects of the Empire, the war god has witnessed this. Kali looked up. Philippos quickly turned and left. Kali recalled Philippos' words. If you win, you have the right to do what you want. Mr. John's voice rang out in the room. Your leg was only slightly injured, even though the match was brutal. He thought he would be hospitalized for a month, but who would have guessed he woke up after 3 days? Kali asked curiously, what about Iskander? Mr. John laughed. When he was young, he was often sickly, so he was given all kinds of nourishment. His injuries are worse than yours, but he can still run and jump. Kali asked further, how long until my leg heals? Mr. John stroked his beard and replied, your muscles are firm and elastic, so recovery is fast, but this time the injury was too severe. If rehabilitation is included, it will take about a year. Kali cried out in disappointment, why so long? Mr. John said irritably, or would you like me to cut it off and fit you with a prosthetic? Kali sighed sadly, I am sorry. He continued, that is already fast. What are you sighing about? After speaking, he turned away, then looked back to instruct, I repeat, it has stabilized. You do not need to worry. Alone in the room, he let out a sigh, muttering about his current situation. Before he could finish his sentence, the door was flung open by Iskander's burly figure. He was furious, yelling, Kali, you bastard. His collar was grabbed, accompanied by curses. Did you steal my combat manual? If not, how did you know that method? Kali calmly replied, that has Prince Philippos not told you. Prince Philippos entered. Iskander was furious, and seeing the mastermind, he lunged forward to settle the score. Philippos asked his brother, the last match was not bad. Why not go rest in your room? Iskander said angrily, brother, my foot. Why did you lend him my book? Philippos calmly explained, it would be unfair to let a master fight a gladiator. Would you be proud to fight with the advantages on your side? Iskander trembled. What did you say? Philippos did not mind, clapping and smiling at Kali. Congratulations. I never thought you could win. He said, the healer said your leg will take a year to heal, right? Kali replied sadly, I just hope to recover quickly, inwardly worried about Philippos's intentions. Philippos' expression turned serious, of course, but the issue is your identity and nationality. Foreigners like you and Azalea cannot stay in the Empire for more than 3 months. This is not a ban law between kingdoms, but it is different within the royal family for security reasons. Except for diplomacy, long-term stays by foreigners are all illegal. Iskander interrupted, but there are many foreign guests in the palace. Philippos looked embarrassed, throwing a sharp glance at his brother. Kali asked worriedly, is there any other way? He cursed the arrogant nobles in his heart. Philippos replied, there is still one way. Kali was so surprised he broke out in a sweat. You mean I must become a free man? Philippos explained, the foreigners who stay here are all experts in their fields, holding important positions. If you have good skills, I will appoint you as a martial arts instructor. But currently you are a slave, I cannot assign you any position. So first you must be granted your freedom. Kali probed, do you think she will give up the slave she has helped for so long? Philippos asked back, why not? You are only her slave after all. Are you sure Azalea will give you anything more than freedom? Or will she only leave you crippled for life? Hearing this, Kali's heart sank. He hung his head, his thoughts in turmoil. Philippos continued, if you find it hard to speak, I will help. Kali quickly refused, no, I want to tell her myself. Philippos stood up to leave. He had already formed a different opinion of him. Kali was an excellent gladiator, able to defeat Iskander alone. He smirked smugly, then he is capable enough to be a professional assassin or a gate guard. Azalea saw the person she was waiting for return, her eyes lit up happily, calling out Kali's name. Kali saw the 2 people behind her, a big question mark forming in his mind. The 2 people kept giggling, pushing each other, then said, oh, we do not know anything. Let us go somewhere else. Kali looked at them with suspicion. What is with that smile? When both were seated, Azalea eagerly asked how he was feeling. Kali replied, the physician told me to limit movement, but it should be fine. After those words, he hesitated, unsure what to say to Azalea. Kali suddenly remembered that day. His face flushed, covering his mouth as he thought about her courage that night. Noticing his unusual expression, Azalea immediately asked, why do you seem so shy? Kali hesitated and replied, your face is also red, my lady. Azalea blushed red as a tomato, covered her face with her hands and said, this is so embarrassing. Kali confided, it took a full year for my leg to heal completely. Azalea's expression changed as she answered, then you cannot return to me. Kali continued, Prince Philippos said, I can only be treated when I am free. Foreigners who wish to stay long need a position, but slaves cannot be granted one. After hearing this, Azalea lowered her head, her eyes grew deep, and she reluctantly replied, very well, I will prepare the documents. Kali reassured her, do not worry, I will return once I am healed. First I will win the championship of the kingdom, then the empire. Azalea found him naive, covered her mouth and chuckled, the boxing tournament is only held in the kingdom, you fool. Kali replied sheepishly, then there is even more reason to return. Azalea expressed her understanding, you do not have to return to Aegis, because Prince Philippos will give you more than I can. Kali dismissed that thought, bluntly replying, no, Prince Philippos cannot give me what I truly want, whether in the empire or the kingdom. To me, a slave and a free man are no different. I have always been able to do everything I wanted. I will definitely return. Azalea let out a sigh of relief. He beamed with a radiant smile and said, congratulations on being granted your freedom. Kali turned around, smiled warmly and replied, it is nothing really. A few days later at the Imperial Palace, holding the document stamped with a red seal, Kali thought, even though he was free, he felt no joy, because it truly did not matter to him. His comrades came to see him off. Sullivan exclaimed, even though it was brief, I am very glad to have been your friend, Kali. They shook hands and said their final words, thank you for teaching me so many things. Sullivan replied, I am about to retire and open a shop in Korean. Drop by if you have the chance. A voice rang out from afar, Kali, are you not going to see me one last time? Your leg is hurt, but your face is still cheerful. Azalea laughed and ruffled his hair, saying, I want to praise you, but now you are no longer my slave. Take care, do not fall into the hands of bandits like before. Kali sighed helplessly, you two really never worry about anything. Kali looked into the distance and called out loudly, Robo. A black dog quickly ran over, barking once. Kali caressed it affectionately, I will miss you a lot. Hearing this, Azalea was puzzled, why not leave Robo here with me? Kali refused, no one will take care of it if it stays with me. Take it back to Arges. Turning to Pet Robo's face, Kali carefully instructed, protect the young lady while I am away. You are smart, you must understand what I mean. After saying farewell, everyone prepared to leave. Azalea called back, then I am off, Kali. No one expected that farewell would become a waiting period that lasted longer than anticipated at the Imperial Palace. So Kali spent 2 years in the Empire. No documents about him were archived. When Kali left, it was also around the time Philippos was crowned emperor. 2 years ago, after the power struggle, the former emperor lost his strength and abdicated. Philippos, the crown prince, ascended the throne, eliminating all opposing forces, including his own kin. A total of 7 princes, 4 of whom perished. The second prince, Orestes, dissatisfied with the treaty, plotted a rebellion. He was killed by the barbarians due to their grudge against the Northern Expedition Army. But in truth, it was because Kali carried out Philippos' orders. After the recollection, someone spoke up to ask, are you still well? Kali questioned bluntly, are you trying to trap me again? You clearly said 1 year, and I was foolish enough to believe it. The person replied, 2 years ago it was because you were too naive. Hearing that, he affirmed, now I am tired of being deceived. Philippos said regretfully, if only you had stayed by my side. These words made Kali shudder. What the hell are you saying? You had better find a woman and get married. He calmly declared, I will not marry. The next emperor is not from the royal family, but a person with military ability and intelligence, whether noble or commoner. Ignoring whatever he said, Kali turned his back and walked away, leaving behind the words, go ahead and establish a republic. Before he left, he called him back and handed him an item. In Philippos' hand was a badge. He explained, this is proof representing the emperor. Only officials carrying out orders are allowed to wear it. A moment later, a voice from another place asked, are you not the martial arts instructor for the royal family? John read the medical report while wondering, why would you want to return while on a mission for Philippos? Your leg only healed yesterday. Kali answered honestly, the experience yesterday was horrible. If there is a next time, I would rather not have surgery, he said while recalling the terrifying operation. He said the anesthesia of this era could damage the brain. Yesterday I thought I would die from pain having to undergo surgery without any medicine. Then he suddenly mentioned, Philippos is curious about my origins. John shook his head. Now is not the time, revealing it might shock him severely. Kali asked, would that not be ridiculous? A short while later, at the training ground, 3 disciples were already waiting for him. One asked, Instructor Kali, are you leaving? Looking at them, he felt a pang of sadness. They are my disciples, also the unit under Philip. The Shadow Guard unit, all brutal men. Working together, we grew quite close, it is a shame. Just then, a disciple took out a sword and said it was a farewell gift. Kali said, you know I am not skilled with the sword, and it looks quite expensive. Knowing he would not accept, the 3 disciples persuaded him. It was 3 months of our salary. Touched by their sincerity, he accepted and promised that if he ever had children, he would pass it down as a heirloom. When he truly left, Philippos personally came to see him off. Farewell, Kali. John also came to say goodbye. Farewell. The 3 disciples, with tears in their eyes, said goodbye to their teacher Kali. Take care. Just then, Kali suddenly remembered, murmuring, Iskander is in the middle of a conquest campaign. He probably had no time to see me off. Hesitating no further, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and said cheerfully, time to set off. Sometime later, at the western border city of Aiken, famous for its jewelry. Thinking of thousands of gemstone jewelry, Kali asked with a headache, what kind of jewelry does Azalea like? He quickly asked a resident, sir, where is the best jewelry store in Aiken? The man answered fiercely, in Aiken, every store sells the highest quality goods. But he wanted to ask for something more special, so he clarified, sir, I mean something unique. Hearing his words, this person suddenly understood and let out an ah. He lowered his voice and gave detailed instructions, telling him to go to the exit area. The goods at the market were only second and third rate. The sudden change in attitude left him confused. Following the instructions, Kali found the exact place where the auction was being held. But before he could step inside, the doorman loudly stopped him, saying this place was not open to just anyone. The doorman was loudly insulting him when he calmly presented a money pouch. He said there must be at least 2,000 yuan, then looked at him with contempt. He opened the money pouch and directly asked if this was enough. Seeing the money, the doorman quickly changed his tune and invited him in immediately. After a while, inside the auction room, the auctioneer loudly welcomed everyone and apologized for the long wait. He began introducing the first item, a ruby crafted by Lord Cunnerson. At the same time, he could not stop praising the gem in his hand, saying it was the highest-rated gemstone with a beautiful bright red color. Immediately, the customers below kept placing sky-high bids to own the ruby, from 5,000 up to 25,000. When he saw the price had risen, the auctioneer loudly announced that 25,000 had appeared. When he asked if there was a higher bid, Kali immediately placed a higher one, 30,000 yen. This price made the auctioneer exclaim that 30,000 had appeared, the highest bid so far. The other nobles angrily cursed him, asking if he was a fool, then demanded a money check. Right then, an even higher bid was placed, 33,000. As soon as they saw the bidder, the nobles stirred, recognizing him as Count Jensen, the wealthiest noble in the kingdom. The auctioneer shouted the highest price again, unaware that Jensen and Kali were staring each other down. 33,000, we have 33,000. As the auctioneer prepared to finalize the sale, asking if there were any higher bids ready to close, Kali raised the bid again to 40,000. He knew clearly this was his limit, all he had. Unwilling to lose, Jensen placed a higher bid, 45,000 guild. This price made him exclaim in shock. Huh? Taunt him. The lord even turned to him and said, sorry, but I assume you were planning to buy it as a gift for your wife, but you will have to find another item. That jeering remark truly infuriated him. After the auction, he walked away in a foul mood, muttering curses. Damn it, that item was perfect for Azalea. The reason he was so determined to get the ruby was because the other stones were not as exquisite. Even though he was preoccupied with buying the gift, Kali still noticed someone tailing him. He thought they were thieves, but their attire suggested they might be nobles. Observing that there were quite a few of them together, he felt no fear, only anticipation, as it had been a while since he last used his fists. After walking for a bit, one of the group appeared and loudly accused him, asking where he had stolen that money. Hearing this, he quickly understood the issue and asked back, you mean this money? That deceitful baron immediately admitted it and accused him. Those words made him wonder, had that man followed him from the auction district? He sized up his opponents, seeing 4 large men and 1 useless one. Tired of the disturbance, Kali threw down his backpack and sighed, nobles acting like gangsters extorting people. Now he understood why Philippos had to reform. Then he assumed a fighting stance and challenged the whole group. Come on if you think you are tough. Baron did not hesitate, loudly ordering his henchmen to punish him. The fight had just begun when one of them was knocked unconscious by Kali. His punch was so strong it sent that man flying. He said sarcastically, oh, forgot to mention, since you guys are quite burly, I cannot control my strength. His face was now full of killing intent, warning them to worry about themselves. The scene now was a pile of unconscious henchmen lying on top of each other. This terrified the Baron, causing him to sweat profusely, muttering curses at the useless bastards. Just then, Kali suddenly appeared behind him, giving him a fright. He tried to threaten him with his status, but he gave him a slap and asked if he knew who his father was. He claimed to be a baron. Ignoring his status, he kicked him straight and mocked, you are just a spoiled brat born with a silver spoon. After taking 2 hits, the Baron finally knew fear and begged, no, please spare me. Kali did not bother hitting him anymore, just asked if he was from the kingdom. He asked in surprise how he knew. He replied, your behavior gave it away. Suddenly, he grabbed him by the collar and interrogated him loudly. Now tell me what you know about Count Jensen. The Baron immediately detailed the Jensen household story, saying he was only wealthy, with no talent or ambition. He was an example of the saying that no one stays rich for 3 generations. Kali did not have the patience to listen to it all, so he urged him, asking if that long-winded introduction was all he had. Shaken like a chicken, he hurriedly said there was more. At this point, he revealed that Jensen was very passionate about fighting, like other nobles. This pleased him greatly, thinking that made sense. The same time at a residence in Aachen, inside a luxurious house, a voice lamented that the expenses for the trip were higher than expected. The Countess Jensen looked at the ruby won from Kali and exclaimed in annoyance that they had paid an unreasonable price. That damn mercenary brat. The lord kept staring at the gem, then wondered, now that he had bought it, what to do with it. Just then, an argument erupted outside, a voice asking if he knew where he was. Another unfamiliar voice replied that he had business with the Count. The noise annoyed Jensen, so he opened the door and asked loudly what all the shouting was about. As soon as he saw Kali, he recognized him as the one from the auction. Seeing that he still remembered, Kali cheerfully proposed a talk for a moment. However, he waved his hand in refusal, saying he was busy, till he asked a single crucial question. Count, you like boxing, right? A moment later, Kali was invited inside by Jensen. He said he thought he was a mercenary, not a fighter, asking if he came to take revenge for the auction matter. However, Kali insisted that loss was loss. Even so, he added that he really wanted that ruby because it suited a certain girl perfectly. Jensen understood and said, I understand, but you only have 40,000 guild. If I resell it, I would sell it for 50,000. Can you buy it? At this point, he raised his fist and declared, I will use my fist in place of 50,000 yuan. Additionally, he attached many conditions favorable to Jensen. Each win you pay me 1,000 guy. I will fight under the Count's banner. If I lose even once, I will forfeit all the money and jewelry I have won. The reason he set that condition was because, although a bit reckless, it was not a baseless agreement, as this man was a noble of the kingdom. Based on what Kali knew, for nobles who craved power, boxing was the only means to satisfy that thirst. The reason boxing became popular among the nobles was precisely because they were tired of their comfortable lives. They lived too peacefully under the empire's strong protection, so they increasingly sought thrilling and decadent pastimes. From that, Kali deduced that they only wanted to play around and not care about work, and Jensen was exactly that type of person. After hearing the condition, Jensen showed interest and asked, Yeah, this is a good way to kill time. What's your name? He smiled proudly and replied, Kali, my name is Kali. Nearly 2 days later, at a large arena, a huge crowd entered. A noble turned to Jensen and said he was very excited to see the boxing match sponsored by the Count, and he humbly replied it was just a way to pass the time. Hearing that noble looked down at the fighters and assessed them, but they were no pushovers either. Bachma heard this and thought to himself, because he had gathered the strongest opponent, Aachen, then sighed and said that even if he lost, he could still go home. Kali stepped onto the arena. He had not fought in a long time. He used a sharp gaze to assess his opponent. He remarked that this warrior, though not as good as Kizu, had long limbs and well-proportioned muscles. The scar showed he was experienced. On time, the referee loudly announced the start. Kali charged forward and threw a punch which the warrior quickly dodged. However, the punch made him cautious. This blonde guy was really fast. He noticed not just the speed but also his opponent's eyes. He began to feel wary, sensing he had been seen through, which was truly annoying. After being relentlessly attacked by Kali, it was now the warrior's turn to counter. He threw a punch but he easily dodged it. Looking at the punches, he judged the opponent had a long reach, then thought of a countermeasure. In that case, he quickly stepped forward, believing the opponent would not dare to commit deeply. Kali suddenly lunged forward, startling the warrior. He quickly regained his composure and hooked a punch toward his opponent's eye level. The punch nearly hit his face, but he managed to dodge. While defending, he wondered, thinking with long legs he would keep distance, but unexpectedly he wanted to use strength. At that moment, the warrior prepared to throw a powerful punch. Realizing the intent, he quickly ducked in a firm that made it easy. Without hesitation, he landed a punch straight into his opponent's ribcage. The punch was so painful that the warrior spat out saliva. In the stands, Jensen and the noble beside him were both gaping in astonishment. Only now did the warrior realize he needed to maintain distance. Understanding his thoughts, Kali lunged forward to crush that idea, saying there was no more chance. That statement was accompanied by a finishing blow to the opponent's chest. Punch caused him to collapse in pain. Victory naturally belonged to Kali. After the match, he loudly shouted, Count Jensen by 5. Immediately, the nobles in the stands cheered excitedly. Jensen also stood up happily, praising him for doing it. His expression at that moment looked extremely pleased. That made Kali smugly wonder, Are you satisfied, Count? After the match, Bachma celebrated with Kali and said everyone was amazed. Kali humbly replied he was very glad the Count was pleased. In his drunkenness, Jensen asked if he wanted to be an exclusive fighter, but he had to return home. He smiled and said that was right. He mentioned the ruby, asking the Count to keep his promise. The Count smiled confidently, affirming that they would depart tomorrow. He should rest early. After a boisterous feast, Count Jensen fell asleep soundly on the couch. Kali left the room while looking at him and remarked, He is kind though not very smart. About to return to his room, he heard a reminder that his room was over there. Person reminding him was the captain of the guard. His attitude made him wonder why he was staring like that. Although curious, he still gave a naive smile, saying it was just a mistake. Why so serious? That man coldly turned around and walked away. That action made him a bit embarrassed, feeling humiliated. The next morning, everything went according to plan. Jensen left Aiken to participate in the next match. The journey lasted until evening. While traveling, the guard captain dismounted and ordered them to stop. He reported to Jensen that they would camp here today. Hearing that, Kali looked around in surprise and wondered here. He suddenly suggested that the captain should choose a brighter spot. The reason was that this place was full of dense trees, making it hard for even moonlight to pass through. About to remark that the sun hadn't fully set, the guard captain angrily snapped, "I don't care." He turned and walked away, saying everywhere was a forest, best to continue tomorrow. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, Kali sighed and muttered, "Right." He found a random tree root to sit on, muttering, "That man has been unusually grumpy since yesterday." Though curious, he didn't mind and decided to sleep. His sleep lasted until late night. Half asleep, Kali heard a voice, "Hey, be careful." The voice kept echoing in his ear, warning him to be careful, waking him up and making him wonder what they were talking about. At that moment, he heard a shout, "Huh, what the hell is going on?" Recognizing it as Count Bakma's voice. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. That person said, "Fighter, I have no grudge against you." He drew his sword, intending to kill him, saying it was just his bad luck. Sensing danger, Kali quickly grabbed the artificial leg he was wearing. He raised the object, startling the man who wanted to kill him into shouting. Taking advantage of his distraction, he landed a blow straight to his face. He took that punch from him squarely and fell over unconscious. He did not understand what he saw to make him grit his teeth and say he really could not comprehend it. So the one who attacked him was the escort in Count Bak's entourage. At the same time, Jensen trembled as he held his sword and loudly questioned why he wanted to kill him. He suddenly remembered something, hurriedly took out the ruby, and promised to give anything. The ringleader was the captain of the guard. He cursed directly. "Hey, that foolish count." He sneered disdainfully and revealed the mastermind that his nephew was old enough to inherit the estate since he had no children. This truth made Jensen scream in horror. "What, the child I raised as my own? How could he?" Ignoring his terror, the greedy captain declared that the gem would be his. In this situation, Jensen weakly wondered if he would die by the hand of the one he trusted. Just then, a stone flew into the captain's face, making him cry out in pain. From a distance, a person who had just killed a guard advanced, warning that anyone who dared take that gem would not be safe from him. Ali said firmly in a low voice, "I already reserved my spot." Then he quickly assessed the situation before him. 10 armed soldiers, unarmed he could not fight them. Not wasting time, he hurriedly took out his iron gauntlets and put them on. While drawing his sword, he sighed, remarking that this thing was finally useful. He realized he was not very confident in using a sword. The captain saw Kali preparing to charge into a fight with them. He immediately shouted out an order, "That swordsman go help him." Instantly, a fierce sword duel took place between him and a guard. While blocking that man's sword, he suddenly realized an opening, so he immediately landed a blow on that man's face. This punch broke several of that man's teeth and jawbone. He loudly asked, "Do you want to live or not, Count Box?" Jensen loudly replied, "Good, very good," his heart silently thinking if only he. Before he could finish his thought, Kali picked up a rock and shouted, "Why are you still standing there?" He threw several stones forward, and then loudly demanded that he run quickly towards him. Of course he did not dare and stammered back, "I cannot." Seeing his cowardice, he began to think that if he would not come over, he would have to be left behind. He decided so because the numbers were too overwhelming, he could not handle them all. However, he still gave him one last chance, loudly demanding that if he wanted to live, he must run now. He looked at him pale with fear and standing petrified, shouted, "Save yourself, Count Box." Count Jensen's life was like a straight paved road, without any uncertainty or obstacles. He lived comfortably thanks to everything his ancestors left behind. He had never had to strive for anything on his own. Having lived that way, Kali's urging pierced his heart. In that moment, Jensen listened to Kali, bravely swung his sword wildly, and ran towards him. The captain saw this and quickly ordered, "You fool still standing there, catch him now." Just as Jensen was about to reach Kali, the captain was already behind him. He was already right behind him and raised his sword. He brought down his sword and severed one of his arms. This scene made Kali think in shock, his right arm. Then he called out loudly, "Count Box." The sword fell to the ground. Jensen held his severed spot, crying out in pain as he ran forward. Finally, he reached Kali and loudly cried for help. Instantly, he caught him and said, "Damn it, bear with it. Let's run." He tried to run as fast as possible. Lest he die from blood loss, he had to hurry. The captain saw them fleeing and ordered the archers to shoot. "Do not let them escape." A sharp arrow flew towards them. Kali saw the arrow about to reach him and gently said to Jensen, "Let me put you down for a moment." Just as the arrow was about to hit his eye, he managed to raise his hand and snap it in two. Another arrow shot out, grazed across his arm guard, and then it was also broken by him. This scene made the archer exclaim in surprise, "Cannot hit him." After the battle with the arrows, Kali was so tired that sweat covered his face. Knowing he could not shoot him dead, the angry captain ordered the chase. Watching him carry Jensen and run straight ahead, he loudly urged chase after them. The scene shifts to 3 days later, in the western desert where two figures were trudging on the hot ground. Kali looked around anxiously ahead while gritting his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." After just one one night, the terrain had completely changed. He and Jensen entered the desert to escape the pursuers. He initially planned to enter the kingdom within the desert, but this place was more wondrous than he thought. After walking for a while, Jensen tiredly leaned against a rock and deemed this a mistake. He clutched the ruby while mumbling that he should have brought some jewelry. When Kali saw him dragging his feet slowly, she urged him to hurry up. Just then, a noise sounded, causing him to turn his head back. A group of people riding horses and holding weapons. He recognized them as the desert tribe. Sensing danger, he quickly told Jensen to run to the other side, but the scene behind made him exclaim, "Behind us." At this moment, the tribe was approaching and talking among themselves in a strange language. Soon enough, the two of them were subdued by them. With no way out, Kali angrily realized he was surrounded on all sides. Afterwards, the two were brought back to the tribe. Instead of being tortured, they were brought food and drink. A member of the tribe said something, and from the gestures, Kali guessed he wanted them to eat. Baron Jensen was worried. Could it be they were fattening them up to eat them? He had heard that the desert tribes were cannibals. Kali ignored him. He picked up a chicken leg and gnawed on it with relish. Suddenly, Jensen spotted something and exclaimed in surprise. He looked in the direction the Baron indicated and said, "That was just a wooden statue, but the craftsmanship was a bit poor." The tribe representative spoke the name Kan. Kali asked again, "Is it Kan?" That person repeated the name again. After listening for a while, Kali finally understood. He looked at the wooden statues around him and made a judgment. Although he did not know what it was, it seemed they worshipped something called Kan, as it was placed everywhere. A few days later, looking at the tray of food before him, he asked with disdain, "Eat again." Just then, he heard Jensen sighing and complaining about his fate of losing his arm. He immediately comforted him, saying there were people who lived without both arms. Jensen sadly said not everyone was as strong as him. He smiled and said no one was born strong. Even the emperor nearly died in his mother's womb. He gently said, whether emperor or slave, everyone was born with clenched fists. Even with the comfort, Jensen still cried pitifully, but he still had his left arm, right? In that touching scene, the tribe people suddenly burst in. Kali was startled and yelled loudly, "What is going on?" Without a word, they unceremoniously threw the two of them outside. Jensen realized that they really did want to eat them. Just as Kali was about to shout, he was hit on the head with a club. Seeing him faint, Jensen worriedly called his name. Afterwards, the two were taken by the tribe to some place. Looking at the cave before him, Jensen asked in terror, "Where are they taking us?" After tying the two of them to the pillar, the tribesmen came to the cave entrance and called out in unison, "Can." After performing the ritual, they left. Jensen shouted in protest, "Hey, what are you doing to us?" A sound suddenly came from deeper in the cave, making him tremble in fear. He turned and called out to Kali, "Wake up." No matter how loudly Jensen shouted, Kali remained unconscious. Strange sounds were coming from inside the cave. After shouting for a while without seeing him wake up, he felt helpless. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Now it was up to him alone. A look of determination was now in his eyes. The desert sun was gradually rising. Kali slowly woke up and asked in a daze, "Where is this?" Seeing that he was awake, Jensen said, "You are awake." Still confused, Kali asked, "What happened to us?" He quickly explained, "While you were unconscious, they tied us up inside the cave. There seems to be a monster in there." Hearing that, he was startled and exclaimed, "A monster." Jensen said, "Did you not hear it? It has been staring at us all night." Kali suddenly understood it is the Kan that the tribe worships, and we are the sacrifices. Jensen wondered, why have we not been eaten yet? Kali guessed, maybe it wants to eat hot food, it does not like leftovers. Suddenly he saw something and called out to him in surprise. Looking at his mouth, which had several teeth broken and was bleeding, he asked in horror. While he was answering, he understood everything. Realizing that the cause of his broken teeth was the rope, he choked up. He understood that he had used his teeth all night trying to untie him. He persuaded him to run away first. He insisted, "You must not die in this place." Kali expressed his gratitude to him. After that, he strained himself and broke the loose rope on his hands. At the same time, from deep inside the cave, something stepped out. It was the Kan that the tribe worshipped, a giant gorilla. As soon as he saw that Kali had escaped, Jensen shouted urgently for him to run. However, he ignored his words, winding the rope around his hand as he said, "What are you talking about?" It seemed he was ready to fight the Kan, even looking down on it as just a gorilla. Seeing his reckless behavior, Jensen panicked and advised, "Run, its strength is terrifying." However, Kali still ignored those words, thinking that this one was no different from that snail guy. Facing the animal twice his size, he calmly told himself, "It is just a gorilla, only bigger and with longer fangs. Nothing to be afraid of." At that moment, it let out a threatening roar at him. Naturally, he was not scared but instead yelled back, "Shut up, you gorilla." It seemed to understand he was cursing it, so it threw a punch. He quickly blocked it. After being knocked back from the punch, he assessed. Its reach is quite long for appearance. Thinking that, he quickly pressed his hands down on the ground to maintain balance. This time it was Kali's turn to land a direct punch on the gorilla's face. His punch hit it right on the nose. Not stopping there, he leaped up high with his fist cocked and ready. He brought that fist straight down onto its face. If it were an ordinary person, that punch would have shattered their face. But against a full-grown gorilla, the situation was different. I put all my strength into it, and it only made its nose bleed. Enraged by Kali, the gorilla grabbed his leg with one hand and dragged him, lifted him up high, then it threw him away like a useless object. He landed on a pile of white bones stacked in the cave. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from his side. Checking the situation, he realized he was done for. A bone fragment had pierced his body. In this dangerous situation, he stood up, deciding to ignore the bone fragment stuck in him because pulling it out would cause severe bleeding. Kali held 2 sharp bone fragments in his hands and shouted a challenge. "Come on then if you dare, you bastard." With every step he advanced, it took a step back. Seeing this, he silently praised it. "It sees me holding bones so it does not dare rush in. Pretty smart." Though he praised it, he still charged in to continue the fight, because prolonging the time would only harm him. It was not backing down either, roaring and raising its fist. It threw a powerful punch towards him. Powerful, but he quickly ducked to evade. Immediately, he raised the bone fragment in his hand. Then he thrust it straight into the gorilla's hip. But its skin was too thick. Kali could not push it in deep despite using all his strength. At this moment, he dropped the remaining bone fragment on the ground. Then, using both hands, he pushed the bone fragment already stuck in its body deeper, causing it to roar in pain. Enraged, it casually slapped him, twisting his face. The slap made him stagger, nearly falling, blood spurting from his mouth. However, he did not fall easily, his fists clenched tightly. From somewhere, he produced another bone fragment and rammed it into its belly. Turning to Baron Jensen, the fierce battle scene left him stunned with his mouth agape, speechless. He stammered in his heart, "What is this?" Looking at the furious gorilla roaring, then seeing Kali also shouting loudly, he wondered, what made him so strong? At that moment, he gritted his teeth and charged headfirst into the gorilla's belly using his back, pain spreading through his entire body. After that, he unleashed a flurry of punches into its chest. Suddenly, the gorilla clenched its fist and raised it high to counterattack. A massive, dark, muscular hand slammed down onto the ground, causing tremors and a cloud of dust, and Kali quickly slid to dodge the blow. Immediately after, one of his hands clenched into a fist while his other hand and legs gripped the ground for balance. Suddenly, he untied the rope bound around his arm. Then he ferociously charged forward. Seeing him rush in, the gorilla hurriedly threw a punch, but he leaped high, wrapping the rope around its arm. At that moment, he jumped back and pulled hard, tightening the rope. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide, using all his strength to pull the rope. His eyes bulged, his expression angry and determined, tightening the rope without letting go. The gorilla could neither breathe nor endure the pain, its face reddening, foaming at the mouth. Kali's face contorted in pain as the gorilla slammed itself hard against the cave wall while he struggled to hold the rope. At the same time, the Baron looked at him in fear, eyes vacant, blood flowing from his mouth. Just then, the gorilla wildly battered the cave, hoping Kali would let go. Then, using all its power, veins bulging, gritting its teeth, it yanked the rope apart. Seeing the rope about to snap, he panicked. He glanced behind him. He released the rope with one hand, reaching behind his back to grab the sharp object stuck in his side. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain. After that, he cried out in pain. The sharp object was pulled out, trailing a stream of dark red blood. Kali gripped the sharp object firmly and drove it straight down into the gorilla's face. Its blood splattered. The scene was truly horrifying. Finally, it closed its eyes and breathed its last. The monster lay on the ground in a pitiful state, one object lodged in its eye and another in its belly. Kali gasped for breath, but his eyes still held determination, and he dragged himself step by step out of the cave. At the cave entrance, he braced himself in pain when a voice exclaimed, "Kali!" Count Jensen inquired after him, but he only replied that he would tie him and told him to stay seated. Immediately after, Kali rescued the Count. The Count was so overjoyed he shed tears, unable to believe he had defeated the monster and returned. Kali collapsed unconscious. Jensen panicked and called his name. Afterward, the Count carried him on his shoulder and walked outside. Suddenly, the Count stopped as if seeing something ahead. A group of people blocked his path. He wondered silently, assassins or a desert tribe? But looking up, he saw Macedon, the capital, and guessed they were the army. He was about to hide when a voice shouted, "Halt!" A flag bearer called out loudly, claiming to be the Western Conquest Army, demanding their identities. Jensen stammered his name, and 2 soldiers mocked him for his missing arm. Suddenly, a scolding voice said, "Who allowed you to laugh? How rude!" A man on horseback approached, asking Jensen about the beast worshipped by the barbarians. That man declared himself the leader of the Western Conquest Army, Iskander. Count Jensen stammered a reply, while Iskander dismounted, looking perplexed. Iskander glanced at Kali, who was unconscious on Jensen's back. He scratched his nose and asked in confusion, "Hey, why is Kali here?" A moment later, a shocked voice came from the tent. "That bastard Kali beat the monster before me." Iskander angrily slammed his hand on his leg, grinding his teeth. Jensen fearfully asked if he knew Kali. Looking at Kali, who had been treated, Iskander replied, "Of course I do." His expression was unpleasant, his lips curling as he glanced over Kali. Then he kicked Kali's hospital bed, cursing, "Damn it!" The military doctor fearfully tried to stop him, but Iskander said the small wound wouldn't kill him. He called out loudly, "Kali, wake up, you bastard!" In a daze, Kali heard someone calling him to wake up. Suddenly he punched Iskander hard in the face, making him cry out in pain. Iskander kicked him out of the tent, promising to take care of him very enthusiastically. Jensen and the man in brown who had just treated Kali stared wide-eyed in shock. Kali fully woke up, saw Iskander, and asked why he was here. Iskander crossed his arms, reproaching Kali for leaving the Empire without saying goodbye. Kali sarcastically called him all brawn and no brain. Jensen's face darkened in fear, unable to understand why he dared speak to the Grand Duke like that. Next morning, Kali looked fresher. He said he would leave as soon as his wound healed. Jensen remained silent. Jensen admitted he was afraid to return to a place where his beloved nephew might try to kill him. Even so, the Count still wanted to hear his nephew's reasons. Kali agreed, saying he had to see the face of that ungrateful brat with his own eyes. The following night, a sleeping man and a blonde man tried to climb the blockhouse. The sleeping man was Began, Jensen's nephew. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hello, little Jensen." Began opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. Began jolted awake, horrified to see Kali standing with crossed arms, silently watching him. Kali spoke with contempt. "Killing your uncle and still sleeping so soundly?" Began hurriedly screamed but was grabbed by a firm hand. Kali covered Began's mouth, saying it took him a whole month to get here so they'd settle this quickly. Hearing the noise, 2 soldiers came to ask. Began, sweating, told Kali they were surrounded. Began smugly said it wasn't too late to release him and asked how much money he wanted. Kali frowned and replied no. A moment later, Kali pressed a knife to Began's neck, walked to the gate, and ordered it opened. Began forbade it. Kali asked if he liked his left or right hand. Began trembled and asked, "What?" Not waiting for an answer, Kali acted. Began screamed in pain, tears streaming down. Kali threatened the soldiers if they did not open the gate, he would also lose the other hand. Began quickly ordered it opened. The gate slowly creaked open, revealing a dark silhouette behind it. Began's face was pale, sweat streaming down, stammering. Count Jensen appeared majestically with 2 swords. He exclaimed, "Uncle." He ordered them to lower their weapons. Whoever touched his friend would face the consequences. The guards were stunned, never expecting Jensen to say such words. They had thought he was merely a coward. Began quickly interrupted, telling them not to believe him. That man was the real Count. Jensen angrily shouted to imprison him. The anger peaked, his face contorted. "How dare you assassinate me and usurp the title of Count?" Count Jensen lowered his sword, declaring firmly before everyone. He raised his sword and shouted, "Tarjansen Balkma will challenge Bargam Balkma. Whoever wins will become Count." He thought of his arm, screaming that he had lost one arm. This duel was unfair. He was about to continue but froze when he saw his uncle's arm. He saw Count Jensen had also lost his right arm. He said now it was fair. Began fell silent, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. He picked up his sword, a wicked smile reminding him that he was very cowardly. He closed his eyes, disappointedly asking if his nephew really wanted to kill him. Jensen opened his eyes, a powerful aura enveloping him, ready to fight. He stood frozen, a chill running down his spine, screaming in panic. Began's face turned pale, unable to believe his uncle was no longer afraid of death. He knelt down, dropping his sword, stammering as he called uncle. Tears and snot fell profusely, his pupils contracted, his body trembled. He begged for forgiveness. He turned and told the guards to imprison the guilty one. The 2 men answered in unison. The rebellion ended in less than 2 months. Began was locked up. Count Jensen regained his position. The red-haired man who had betrayed his comrades also faced justice and received the death sentence. One morning in the capital city. A few days later, Count Jensen asked him if he was the one who killed the goblin. Kali rode his horse, filled with anger, cursing the embarrassing name. There seemed to be a voice saying, "Atosis, I forgot." He brought out a sparkling red jade necklace, saying it was made in a bit of a hurry, but not half-heartedly, hoping he liked it. He took the necklace with a smile, saying not to regret later that he hadn't paid enough for the duel. He replied that he had paid enough. He spurred his horse forward swiftly, with Count Jensen's farewell behind him. Elsewhere, the red-haired girl stood by a window looking out at the Ajesi mansion. The voice announced, "My lady, Master Zedro has arrived." Azalia softly told him to invite him in. The door opened, she turned around and greeted Master Zero. He appeared leisurely with a less than friendly smile. "Greeting, Baroness August. You are still beautiful." That was Zedro, the leader of a merchant guild. A moment later, both sat at the table. He twiddled his fingers while saying he had looked into her before coming. He blew on his fingers lightly, his demeanor relaxed as if at home, saying the farmers were in trouble, the people's morale was low, and the Baroness's situation was not good either. Azalia imagined his money-grubbing demeanor, thinking to herself that Zero came from common origins but became a powerful merchant. She furrowed her brow in thought, then spoke, saying he was famous for ruining others. She wanted to know why he had come. Zero flashed a triumphant smile, saying it was time to collect the 30,000 yen she had borrowed last winter. He continued, saying he had planned to wait until autumn but didn't have enough money. She closed her eyes and repeated, 30,000 yen. He stretched his smile wide, pressing harder, adding interest making it 35,000 yen, actually 40,000, but he had given a discount. Upon hearing this, her face darkened, thinking he must be joking. 5,000 interest in just half a year. She recalled 2 years earlier, when Baron Gardolf August lay warily on his bed. After returning from a trading trip, he fell ill and was bedridden due to his drinking habit. Her eyes were dazed with fear, and due to his lack of financial management skills, he died leaving a massive debt. Azalea ran around frantically, using all the money from the trading trip and gathering from other places. Yet the debt remained, the amount borrowed from other merchants still unpaid. Returning to the present, she softly said she was currently unable to pay, asking to wait until autumn. He interrupted, saying she could sell the gladiators from the training center. Her gaze hardened. She said with difficulty that she could not. She thought to herself that selling all the warriors wouldn't cover the debt, and they were Jesse's only source of income. Jeff Rose was angry, gritting his teeth and asking her, no money, unwilling to sell the warriors, what does she plan to do? He continued, pausing between each sentence for the benefit of others. Song Jethro emphasized, shouldn't she repay with everything and resolve the moral issue? She lowered her head, gritting her teeth in silence. Suddenly the door opened. Azalea was angry, shouting that something important was happening. No one was allowed in. The other person's footsteps were leisurely, walking and saying he had been waiting outside initially, but hearing the matter outside he could no longer wait. My lady, or rather now he should call. Her eyes widened in surprise when the last 3 words were uttered, my Lord Baron. He stood akimbo with a slight sigh when he saw her. Azalea called out the name Kali. Zero turned his head in anger, frowning as he judged him, saying important matters were being discussed with the owner. He looked like a good-for-nothing. He held a money pouch, asking her how much she owed that man. She told him to leave, this was none of his business. Without waiting for her answer, he immediately said 35,000 jun, asking if he had enough. It was the first time he had heard of such a large sum of money. Kali held out the money pouch, telling her not to worry. Then he slammed the money pouch straight into his face to vent his anger. The force of his throw sent Jack Rowe falling backward. He said this was 40,000 jun. Then he added, consider the extra 5,000 as medical expenses. At this moment, Jeffro was lying on his back on the ground, watching each coin fall and lost in thought. His eyes lit up, his mind filled with the image of coins. 40,000 yen. In an instant he quickly snatched the money from the floor. Suddenly he paused, clutching the money tightly in his hands, his voice full of respect. I will use this money wisely, thank you. At the same time, the faces of Kali and Azalea paled as they heard his ingratiating tone. What kind of person is this? She turned around, her voice serious. So the debt issue is settled? Upon receiving the money, Jetro's attitude changed instantly. He bowed his head politely. Of course, my lady. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Then he handed her a piece of paper and said, this is the invoice. After reading it, she calmly folded the invoice and said, I have checked it, Lord Jero. Before leaving, he wondered, Kali, why do I feel I have heard this name many times before? He winked and replied, because this is the name of the upcoming tournament champion. Do not forget. Zero sneered coldly, his voice full of contempt. Hemp, I believe you will win the bragging competition. A moment later, Azalea poured hot tea into a cup, softly speaking, I promise to pay you back that money. Kali raised his teacup, refusing, no need, I should not have accepted this money from the start. She said calmly, actually, I thought you would not come back. Kali asked back, though it is a bit late, have I ever broken my promise to the young lady? Azalea tucked her hair behind her ear, her whole body exuding a striking arrogance with a smile. She said softly, never. Seeing that moment, Kali fell into a daze, his eyes wide open, not moving for a second. Immediately after, he coughed to pull himself away from her beauty. So now you are the young master of the house. She raised her teacup, her voice low. Not long after returning from the business trip, my father passed away. Azalea imagined many chains binding her when facing the legacy of Lord Godolph August. She spoke, instead of being sad, I felt confused by reality. I had to be busy repaying my father's huge debt. Skipping the heavy topic, she asked about his situation. How have you been these 2 years? He replied, I just started working under Filippo's. She asked again, did you come back here because of a promise? Kali held his teacup and smiled, because that place did not have what I needed. Azalea looked into the tea, thinking to herself, yes, I know you do not crave money or fame. She hesitated again, but in this place, you will never be able to gain anything. Suddenly she asked, are you still good at boxing? Pausing for a few seconds, he replied, I think I am not bad. She spoke lightly, then leave August, you are free. Kali's pupils contracted, mixed emotions piling up within him. He clenched his hand, causing the teacup handle to break off a small piece. He asked back, what does the young lady mean? His entire being now looked dark and gloomy as he faced Azalea's blunt words. As the owner of Arges, I do not allow you to stay here anymore. He lost control and shouted, if that is the case, then why did you tell me to? Before he could finish, she interrupted, I do not wish for you to return. The moment she firmly asserted that, Kali stood rooted to the spot, clenching his hands tightly, veins bulging on him. He tried to suppress his emotions and asked, has the young lady found another man? She replied, it is not that. He asked again, so it is because you do not want to be involved with a lowly slave. Suddenly she closed her eyes tightly. That is right. The surrounding air turned dark and suffocatingly dreadful. Azalea let out harsh words. That is right. I am the one responsible for Arges. I cannot promise a future to someone who has nothing in hand. Kali bit his lip, stubbornly saying, if that is so, why did you say 2 years ago? She closed her eyes and answered, 2 years ago, I was still too young. Now I have grown up. Having no more words to say, Kali turned around and walked away. She left a sentence behind anyway. You can rest here as long as you like. She continued, you can meet your old friends again. The door slammed shut loudly. At this moment, Azalea did not dare to speak, only murmuring, I am sorry, Kali. She slumped down, hugged her knees, and buried her face in them. Repentant, you should not be held back by this family anymore. A moment later in the tavern, a voice rang out, ha, damn it. Kali's face was flushed from alcohol. He clutched a bracelet tightly, looking at the crowd while cursing, damn it. Suddenly, a man behind him spoke up. Oh my, if it isn't the sudden champion of the upcoming boxing tournament. The man in the hat chuckled, the old man from earlier. Kali, drunk, spoke up, I do not have a single coin left. Get lost before I punch you into a pulp. The startled bartender asked back, you have no money? Jeffro spoke with a disdainful tone. Did something happen to the young lord of Arges? You look so pitiful. He approached Kali, sneering, I have heard a lot about you, the snail slayer Kali. Unable to stand his cocky tone, he swung his arm, causing him to fall backward to the ground, and shouted, I said get lost. Jeffro's henchmen sprang up aggressively, some drawing swords, others slamming tables and shouting, what do you think you are doing? Jeffro's face turned black as a pot. He frowned at him with an angry look. Just past the second, he immediately beamed a bright smile, acting as if no fight had occurred. He turned to the guy and said, it seems I have bothered you a bit. Bartender, I will pay for this young man's drinks. He looked at him silently, thinking to himself, I am not a savage. I should control my emotions. Kali spoke, sorry, I should not have taken my anger out on you. He dusted off his shoulder. Every fighter has a hot temper like you. Though appearing calm on the surface, deep in his soul he thought, this is the era of boxing warriors. He listed each of his moments. First, the Trentine eliminator Kali. Next is the one who defeated Joseph Chen. Delivering powerful punches at the opponent, the warrior defeated the cold fist while having one leg injured. A series of his achievements stretched out. He thought confidently, many people probably want to see that match, which was covered up for 2 years. Jetro's mind was solely focused on money at this moment. In other words, he could make a fortune. Kali drowsily asked him a few questions in a gentle voice, and he carefully answered his name was Zero, the leader of the Zero caravan. Suddenly, he slapped his cheek to wake up, then asked about what Baron Agest had experienced over the past 2 years, and he immediately replied. Ever since Azalea became the Baroness, she had cut off relations with other families. The situation was even worse than when under pressure from the Joseph family. Jetro said the only way to stabilize the Aegis Baron's house was to marry someone from a prestigious family whose track record could not be traced back. He concluded that everything was due to the death of the late Baron, and Kali fell into deep thought about those words. Jiro said the young lady did not attend public gatherings and refused all marriage proposals, causing the young gentlemen to turn their backs. He asked in confusion why the Joseph family was applying pressure. The scene of the August mansion gradually cracked, and he said the Joseph family had lost interest. August was facing a decline in finances and political status. Azalea collapsed under the weight of the money bags. Arges had a debt exceeding 300,000 USD with high interest, and it could not be solved with money alone. After hearing this, Kali's eyes drooped with pity because he did not know she was in such difficulty. Zero drank his beer and agreed that it was because of the late Baron Gardolf eggs. He stood up abruptly and said he had heard enough. Zero replied that he would stay here for a while, and if he needed help, just say so. Kali left the tavern and thought deeply. If she was lying about not wanting to be with him because of his slave status, then why had she refused all marriage proposals? And he thought of Azalea's appearance. Kali rubbed his chin, curious, and wondered what she was hiding. This time, at a house in the twilight evening, the wind gently stirred. Kali's 2 friends happily ran up to him. It seemed he had been away for a long time. Seeing him, both of them were delighted. His gaze shifted elsewhere. The person standing not far from him was Nixa. He was overjoyed to see him again. Kali excitedly waved his hand in greeting to Nick. He walked over step by step with his cane and then said his leg had healed. He sighed and said that at his age, with this leg, he could not leap around like in the old days, so he was envious of him. Kali silently observed the once muscular arm that had now shrunk, and he thought softly about his trainer Nick Starr. His hair had also changed. He had become much thinner, and his hair was completely white. Recalling the moments of catching his breath when meeting him, a hint of sadness crossed his face. He thought that the old man had treated him very well since the very beginning. He asked the trainer about Kicho and Torres. Nixa replied that Kicho was in his room and Torres had gone somewhere. He remembered the young man's passionate demeanor. Torres would soon be free, having already secured 67 wins and almost paid off his debt. Ali was astonished by the achievement and asked if he would leave eggs. Nixa guessed that the young man was loyal, so he would probably stay. Suddenly, A skinny arm with a large scar waved at him, asking where he had been wandering around all this time. Seeing his lanky, tall figure, he thought to himself and then waved back. Those long arms, that height, long time no see. Then he suddenly remembered and stammered a greeting. Seeing that one of the guy's eyes was covered by a black strap, he hesitated and asked about the eye. Kiko scratched his head and laughed, replying that he lost one eye, but the opponent lost much more. He mused about his friend, not knowing when his eye went blind. An outboxer like Kiko going blind in one eye was a disaster. He imagined the difficulty the guy would have in combat, trying to keep distance to throw his signature long-range punch. Even though one eye could not see, Kicho's determined demeanor was still blazing. Kali was worried because of this disadvantage. Then he fell silent for a long while. After that, he brushed the matter aside, lightly punched Kicho's back, and complimented that he looked more like a man now. The guy joked back that he already looked like one before. At this moment, Kali's eyes became pensively silent. He smiled faintly and asked Kicho about Rovo. The guy replied that it was in the western forest. The guy recalled the time when he was crying and screaming because Rovo had grown too large, could not fight its instincts, and went to live in the forest. Thinking about that, tears and snot were falling again. The beast should have turned to look at him one last time. He asked in disbelief if it was true, still as easily emotional as ever. He further asked whether the young lady had come to the training center, recalling Jiro's words about the Baron's passing. Kiko connected this to the Baron lying on his sickbed, saying it was about a year ago. He heard that he passed away due to illness. Guy continued, saying that he heard the Baron had contracted an infectious disease, so he saw no one except a few servants. After the conversation, Kali bid farewell to everyone. He smiled on the outside but was worried about Azalea inside. He thanked them and silently wondered if the serious illness was the reason she did not go out in society. A moment later, in the forest, Kali walked while calling for Rovo. Walking from one spot to another, he called out loudly for Ruvel. A single sound came out. It was Ruvo. It was happily running towards him. It embraced him, and then he excitedly called its name once more. It happily licked Kali all over his face. He said that now no one would tease it as the fat dog anymore. Suddenly, Rovo left his side and looked in one direction. He turned to look as well. It walked slowly, and he asked in puzzlement, "Want me to follow you?" At this moment, large and small paw prints were deeply imprinted on the ground. The two of them together walked towards a pitch-black cave. Right there, mini versions of Rovo appeared, 3 of them in total, with bright, expectant eyes. A whole pack of puppies excitedly ran to Ruvo. He thought in astonishment, litter of puppies. At this moment, Kali understood the reason you did not come back to live at the training center anymore. Seeing Rovo's affectionate demeanor with its children, he guessed that it had a family to take care of. You wanted to show this to me, right? He looked at them with affectionate eyes and put them away. Perhaps this was the last time he would see them. Suddenly, something flashed in Kali's mind. Rovo looked in another direction in confusion, and he panicked as he looked at it. He suddenly remembered something impossible. Immediately, he hurriedly ran off and cursed. Damn it, why didn't he realize it? A moment later, when he arrived, he was panting. The 2 guards firmly refused, saying it was too late. His voice broke. "Miss, wait, Azalea, I have something to say." One soldier angrily pointed at him. No matter how close they were, he was still just a slave gladiator. He clenched his fist and uttered an apology. Without waiting another second, he punched a soldier in the face. The other soldier was frightened, stammering and calling Kali's name. Without another word, he prepared to throw the next punch. A moment later, a loud banging on the door rang out. Sweat poured down Kali like rain. He tried to run as fast as he could, remembering that she hadn't gone outside for half a year. His hands were covered in blood, but he didn't care because he was worried about Azalea. He should have noticed something strange back then. A second later, he was at her room, banging on the door and saying she was not there. He searched everywhere, but she wasn't there either. Then he took long steps up the stairs. Kali flung the door open, exclaiming Azalea. He froze, silently looking ahead. Outside the window, a gentle breeze swept by. The bed was full of cute teddy bears. Above hung a lamp shaped like a night sky. Azalea lowered her eyes and whispered, "Kali, I know you are quick-witted." Before him was the image of her holding a baby in her arms. He was stunned, unable to utter a word. Then he slowly walked over to her. His hand slowly reached forward. Amidst the warm golden light, 2 hands gently intertwined, one large and one small. Kali's eyes were filled with the happiness of that day. The little one had golden hair, big sparkling eyes, and clutched Kali's hand tightly. That was the day my world changed. Kali was lost in memories, recalling the moments with Azalea on that fateful night. The tiny hand gripped his finger tightly, moving him to exclaim, "My child." Kali looked at the baby tenderly and asked Azalea, "Is he my son? Is it a boy or a girl?" Azalea replied, "It is a boy. I named him Soren after his grandfather." Kali asked in confusion, "Why didn't you tell me we had a child?" Azalea closed her eyes and explained she was afraid that if he knew, he would change his heart. Hearing the harsh words about himself, Kali cried out, "What do you mean by that?" Azalea asked if he would acknowledge the child. Kali placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, "What do you mean? The boy is my son." Azalea said sternly, "Then give up boxing, become the head of this house, and end the era of the gladiator Kali." During the sudden proposal, Kali stood frozen, not knowing what to say. He clenched his hand bitterly. "I don't know anything else. Please don't make me give up boxing." Azalea slumped disappointedly onto the chair, then leaves silently. "I don't want to tell our son his father died in the arena." Kali said indignantly, "I have always won until now." Azalea remembered the times Kali was bedridden after matches and shouted in frustration, "Every time you push yourself to the brink of death." Looking at their young son, she said painfully, "If you die before he grows up, how am I supposed to explain it to him? Kali, can you guarantee you won't die?" Kali was also troubled. He understood the immense responsibility weighing on him, but had no better argument, only helplessly saying he had been undefeated. Azalea's eyes showed deep sadness. She proposed if he gave up boxing, he would become a noble by marrying her. Perhaps he was the only one who hesitated upon hearing such a proposal. Kali left the nostalgia, returning to the present, his heart full of thoughts. It was because Azalea wanted him to pursue his dream as a gladiator. He had hidden her pregnancy and given up her inheritance of the family lands. He had a terrible year, debts piled up, the people were about to revolt. Lost in thought, his opponent Kiko rushed up triumphantly. "Do you still have time to think about other things?" Kali was not flustered. He swung his hand and delivered a powerful punch that knocked out Kiko instantly. Seeing Kiko easily overwhelmed, Kali realized he felt a different distance than before, but seeing Kiko still energetically rushing up, Kali clicked his tongue and reminded himself to just keep fighting. Time rewound to an hour earlier. Kali told the silver-haired man, Kiko should stop fighting. The man replied, knowing he was undefeated in dangerous situations after losing one eye, he had advised him to quit, but he refused. Kali regained his composure, focusing and preparing for the next blow. Dust billowed thickly across the ground. Kali raised his hand high, ready to deliver another thunderous punch. The fist flying towards him was only half a handspan away from Kiko's face, making him so tense that sweat rolled down his cheek. Kali called out, "You idiot. Give up your professional boxing career." Hearing this, Kiko gritted his teeth and answered back sullenly, "Good thing. What the hell are you saying?" Kali argued loudly, "Back then when your eyebrow was injured you still fought, but you and I are different." Kiko said dejectedly, "Yeah, I know, you're a genius, and I'm just an ordinary guy. You're afraid I'll tear my pants trying to imitate you." Kali questioned, "Kiko, you have a reason you must become a free man, right?" Kali recalled Kiko once talking about someone special. Back then his friend had said, "I met her quite a while ago. She was a female chef at the training camp. We could only watch the stars together at night. I truly love her, a good girl who loves a slave like me. But a slave cannot marry a free girl, so I must become a free man soon." Kali sympathized, "So you're also having trouble with women." Kito was startled, "Huh?" Kali also stammered, "No, it's nothing." Kali suddenly asked thoughtfully, "Kiko, what is more important to you than your life?" Kiko smiled proudly, "She is. I would rather die than give her up." Hearing that, Kali smiled in relief, thinking about Kiko. Before, that guy had no determination to become strong at all. Kiko turned to ask back, "What about you then?" Kali replied, "I want to prove them wrong." Then he slowly said, "So you want to go home with someone?" The scene shifted to the Agassi's mansion. Azalea was sitting alone in the study. Her face showed a look of exhaustion. Azalea sighed in frustration. A noise from outside the door caught her attention, making Azalea look up. The person arriving was Kali. Azalea asked first, "What's the matter?" She stood up warily, saying, "I'm very busy right now." Kali suddenly exclaimed, "I will become the Baron of Agassiz." The words just uttered shocked Azalea so much her eyes widened. Kali gritted his teeth for courage. "I will become one of those damn nobles." Boxer Kali, you mean now you will become the damn Duke of Agassiz? Azalea thought to herself, I don't like Kali, the one who is always strong and fickle. I don't want to hold back the feet that are stepping forward. So before I had hoped he wouldn't come back. Before I kept wishing he would continue being the boxer Kali. Azalea's bright red hair fluttered in the wind. She rushed over and hugged Kali full of love. The train of thought continued, I really like how he throws everything away to prove himself. He truly loves me. Azalea cried again, but this time it was tears of happiness and love. Not long after, news of Kali and Azalea's marriage spread throughout the kingdom. Some nobles supported it, but most cursed that marriage. Slave marrying a noble had never happened before, so it was a rebellion against society. In a room, a bearded man was watching and brooding alone. He was Count Joseph. Looking at the paper in his hand, he muttered, so August is still alive. A few days later, Torres brought news to Kali. Here is the list of fighters participating in the tournament. Kali asked, when will he be back? Torres replied, he won't make it back in a week. Kali worried, there are no strong fighters besides Kiko. That's not good. Torres sighed, honestly, I don't think about winning. Kali replied, I know, but we should think of a way to win. The famine is still ongoing, the people are about to revolt. Many people don't like me going from slave to lord. He slammed his hand on the table, this is my first job as the Baron of Agassiz. If we lose, we will lose the people's trust. Kali roared with determination, we must win this time. He calculated, cannot waste time, the 3-year cycle of the tournament has come. A distant road, a carriage was steadily crossing a trail. Inside the carriage, the man thought about the tournament with Doraemon in 7 days, and couldn't help but smile eerily. Kali said in a strained voice, "We absolutely must win." He used his finger to trace names on the list, put Kito in. Nixa closed his eyes and sighed, "You will have a hard time dealing with his stubbornness." Kali's face fell. "There is no fighter as strong as Kiko. In this match we will pay the highest price," surprising Nixa. He quickly stopped him. "Lord Kali, I know you are close with Kiko, but setting him free now is impossible." And he fell silent, raising his hand to his mouth in thought. A moment later, Nixa said slowly, "If you step forward." Kali looked at him with surprise. He opened his mouth to ask, "Huh?" The coach scratched his head hesitantly. "Ah, but you've already retired as a fighter." "Never mind, forget it." He looked down, sighing. Nixa thought to himself, "A noble participating in boxing is unprecedented," but he stepped outside, the door slowly closing. Nixa muttered, "The fighter everyone wants to see the most is Kali." A moment later, he gripped the shimmering necklace tightly, muttering, "Come to think of it, I still haven't given this to her." Kali rested his chin gloomily, muttering to himself, "Right, if he gave it to her now, she would just sell it for money." In his mind, he pictured a group of rats tied together by their tails, struggling desperately but unable to escape. He spoke up. The more serious problem was the mountain of debt, so massive that he could not afford to be careless. Kali remained lost in thought, remembering the crowded street, then thinking they needed a talented treasurer. After that, he dressed luxuriously and walked through the crowd. They looked at Kali curiously, huddling together and gossiping. He was the new Baron August. He glanced back and saw 2 men talking about him. One of them was whispering while staring at him. Nam was the one who only knew how to fight. The other joined in, saying if only Gardolf were still alive. Kali frowned, thinking he knew he was more like Iskander than Philippos. He admitted he shared the same blood as that muscle-brained guy. The image of Iskander picking his nose and Philippos sighing appeared in his mind. He thought politics was not for him. But then an idea struck him. He murmured to himself, if he was not skilled enough, he just needed to find someone like Philippos. Those thoughts led him to the tavern. Kali pushed the door open. Inside there was a man sitting at the counter. He called out, "So you are here, leader of the Jero trade caravan?" He turned his head to look at him, picked his ear, then grinned and said, "Oh my hello, what do you need?" Kali walked up behind Jetro and lowered his voice, "I need your help." He just smiled and sat down, saying, "I have no money, and I do not care if you are a baron or not." Zero spoke, then picked up his backpack, preparing to stand and say goodbye. But before he could finish, a blinding light appeared beside him, spilling everything on the table. Kali's face darkened. He spoke in a dangerous tone, "Stop right there, Zero Trade Caravan. I am not finished." His hand gripped the table tightly, which was already covered in water stains. He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face, thinking, damn it, what is wrong with him? He looks terrifying. Jack Rowe immediately changed his attitude, rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Then let us continue the conversation, shall we? Let us talk business." He returned to his usual demeanor and asked him, "Zero, do you want to work under me?" He suddenly fell silent, a bewildered expression on his face as he looked at him in confusion. A moment later, in the dining room, Azali asked Kali darkly why it had to be Zero. He brought a piece of rib to his mouth, eating it heartily, and calmly said, "We need a treasurer. You lack economic knowledge. And as the Baron, it is hard for you to manage everything." He said, "But I do not like Jack Rowe." He replied, "Neither do I, but he can do all the dirty work." Just as he was about to eat, Azalia slapped the rib out of his hand and scolded him, "Do not eat with your hands." He thought politics has no room for integrity. Back when he worked for Philippos, the process of achieving goals was very filthy. He recalled that scene, thinking that man did not hesitate to assassinate dangerous people. Kali brought the fork to his mouth and bit down, his eyes distant, carrying the thought, he hated that. So as soon as the term ended, he left the empire, but now he needed to do the same thing. Azalia sighed, lowered her head and replied, "I understand. I will leave everything to you." At the same time, she thought, normally one does not hand over all the power in a family to their son-in-law. She continued quietly, unless that person is superior in intellect, physique, or appearance. Azalia's eyes drooped. She mused to herself, but calling it power would be a mistake. Right now it was only a pile of debt. Time passed by quickly. The image of Kali's peaceful, happy family appeared before his eyes. Little Soren was lifted high, the whole family smiling happily. Azalia watched the father and son smile, thinking that in the coming days, she would only watch Kali work hard for the territory. She remembered him discussing things with that man Zedro, whispering to herself, Kali always gave his all, even from his days as a slave gladiator. One day, he and Mr. Nixa walked through the territory's land. Then suddenly Kali's eyes widened as he stared in one direction. Azalia said in her heart, but the difference was, he saw images of other people training for the match. They were striving tirelessly, sweat covering their foreheads, yet they did not stop. Kali looked at that image, his face completely devoid of any emotion. Azalia whispered, he is no longer happy like before. 4 days later, after showering, Kali hung a towel on the rack. He stepped outside, a few beads of water still clinging to his body, not yet dried off. He thought for the past 3 years he had only lived for boxing. He looked at himself in the mirror, the reflection showing him the image of Kang Ti. He thought, but after becoming a baron, he had stopped boxing and strength training. He touched the mirror as if wanting to touch his former self, asking himself why he had come to this world. A layer of mist coated the glass. He wiped it away with his hand, revealing Kali's face, which held no joy. He asked himself again what was his purpose. A large carriage stopped in front of the mansion. The door was open. Kali and Azalea bowed their heads simultaneously. He said respectfully, "Welcome, Count Doraemon." A heavy footstep echoed on the floor. Drops of sweat dotted Doraemon's forehead. He thought to himself, damn it. The sky above him darkened. He was utterly shocked, thinking he had really become a baron now. Outwardly, he still forced a smile and said, so the famous gladiator of the past has now become a baron. Congratulations. He took the initiative to shake his hand and asked, "It has been a long time, has it not, Count Doraemon? 3 years ago when we met, I was still a slave." The smile on his face froze, but he still managed to say, "It was only a matter of time before you climbed here with your ability." In his mind, he thought with annoyance. He could not believe he was shaking hands with a former slave. Light streamed through the window into the room. Kali calmly recounted, "I personally selected the gladiators for this tournament, even though they are not as strong as Oxer." He raised his eyes and continued, "But they are still very talented." Azalea looked at him with a helpless expression. As for that Baron Doraemon in front of them, he was grinding his teeth, his hands trembling violently. He recalled the scene of Oxer crying, saying he did not want to fight anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, ever since that incident, he lost all his fighting spirit. His mentality was shattered. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "You are still holding the tournament as planned in 3 days, right? The arena will be ready by then." Doraemon reached up to stroke his chin, staring at him in silence. He stared intently at his body, thinking with that body, he could still take the initiative to fight. Cold sweat again appeared on his face. Doraemon clasped his hands together and fixed a dangerous gaze on Kali, saying, "I am just asking to be sure you will also participate." He turned his eyes to Azalea, but she had already looked away to avoid his gaze. Then he lowered his head and replied, "No, I have quit boxing." Hearing this, Doraemon immediately smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Is that so? A noble should not be fighting slaves." He quickly calculated, with the absence of Kali and Torres, besides the blind mantis Kizu, the rest were just small fry. Doraemon gave a sinister smile, revealing his bright white teeth. He stroked his long beard and thought, what a relief he could completely destroy them. The competition day arrived quickly. The two teams stood facing each other across the arena. The spectators were already seated, everyone filled with anticipation. A shout rang out, "Hand out the bread." The crowd immediately started pushing each other. Zero held the bread tray and shouted, "Line up properly." A bald man also looked over. "Don't push me." Nearby, a mother and daughter who had just received the bread shared it. The mother only took a small piece, leaving the rest for her child. Jethro was filled with anger, clenching his fists and saying each word, "The bread I bought, my money, everything is lost." His eyes bulging, he screamed, "Money to me is nothing but a dream." Looked at Kali, grinding his teeth, and asked, "Will you truly return my money?" Baron Kali frowned and replied, "I am not someone who cheats cunning men like you." Jethro still ground his teeth. I'll take that as a compliment." He raised his hand, pointing at him. Enraged, he blurted out, "And about what you said regarding getting acquainted with the Viscount who takes pulses, you had better tell the truth." Kali turned away, letting out a weary sigh. Behind him was Jethro's extremely unpleasant expression. Time flew by quickly until the match time. Eggs and Doraemon, an official friendly match began. In the stands, people were munching on bread and saying, "He must be really rich. Look at all the bread he gave us." Blue hair and gray hair ate and chatted. "So Kali is just like the other lords. I thought he would be different since he used to be a slave warrior. Now that he's a baron, he probably doesn't care about us anymore." In the preparation area, Kizu watched Sram's back as he stepped onto the arena, saying, "Do your best, Sram." He rotated his wrist and replied, "Yeah." On the 3 high chairs, Kali raised his hand to greet those below. Beside him were Azalea and Baron Joseph. He raised his arm high and shouted, "Begin." Fighters from both sides quickly took their attack stances. The spectators in the stands cheered and shouted, "Fight! Fram, crush them!" Kali frowned and thought, "I need something to calm everyone down before the harvest. I have to win this match." Immediately after, Fram raised his fist, aiming straight at his opponent. The punch flew in swiftly. The other man was no slouch, quickly blocking the blow with his hand. Then he too raised his hand and attacked Sram. Seeing this, Kali's eyes widened as he said to himself, "Just as I thought. Still crude, but this match is quite similar to boxing. Has this place changed while I was in the Empire?" He recalled previous matches, noting how techniques like direct punches and wrist use were developing. Kali's hand resting on the armrest tightened slightly. He thought everything was developing faster because he was here. Down below, the fighter from Doraemon's team punched Sram hard in the face, making his head snap back. Frem let out a cry from the attack. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his face shocked as he looked at his opponent. The cheering crowd for Doraemon's team chanted, "That's right. Crush him." A bald man pointed down and yelled, "Smash him to pieces." Right after, he attacked Sram repeatedly, leaving him only able to block with his hands. Then in an instant, Fram grabbed his arm. He yanked hard, making him lose his balance, and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Powerful punch landed on his face, sending his whole body flying. This man was dazed, holding his head, face pale as he thought, "He is faster than I thought. He punches so fast the audience didn't even notice." While thinking, suddenly his eyes widened again in astonishment. It turned out Sram attacked again, this time with a flurry of rapid blows, a dizzying speed, forcing him to only try to defend. His teammates inside were excited. "Yeah, that's right. Attack him." Even Kizu was left speechless in surprise. However, Kali was drenched in cold sweat, worrying. Fram, that bastard, he is too aggressive and fast. He judged that when he finished his attack he would be tired and then get punched. Below the stands, Sram continued attacking relentlessly, but his face was beaded with sweat. Fram gasped for breath, thinking to himself, "Damn it, my breathing." The fighter from Doraemon quickly grasped the situation, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Stupid bastard, your chance is gone." Then he immediately counterattacked, punching Sram with all his might, making him spit blood. Sram's eyes were bloodshot. He refused to give in, raising his hand to fight back. But the attack was easily dodged by his opponent. He taunted, "You think I'd let myself get hit?" Then he raised his hand for an uppercut, making Sram spit blood, punching and saying, "A pathetic punch like that." His eyes had become vacant, sweat streaming down his face, blood dripping from his mouth. Sram's whole body fell backward, hitting the separating ropes. The victor did not relent. He kept punching him and then laughed with delight. One of Sram's knees buckled to the ground. In the stands, Azalea couldn't bear to watch this scene and turned away. He frowned as he looked at the arena, thinking, the opponent is no longer capable of fighting, but he still keeps attacking. So he truly wants to crush Tazaha's man, Baron Doraemon. Below the arena, Sram's whole body slumped down, no longer able to fight. Crowd above looked at Sram's fallen body and cheered. How could he lose like that? Just die already! What a disgrace to Agassiz. Baron Doraemon laughed heartily with satisfaction. "I apologize, but my boys sometimes get a little overzealous." Kali replied with a stern face. "That's fine. It's a fight after all." He laughed again. "A true former fighter, you are indeed steadfast." He looked at the scene below the arena, his face darkening as he thought. The difference in skill is too great. Kali recalled the time Sram and he had fought, saying to himself, "Except for Kizu, everyone is quite clumsy. As for Sram, he is bold, but..." He was quickly taken away on a stretcher. Seeing this, Kali could only sigh. "I knew a few weeks were not enough to prepare." A fighter saw Sram's battered body and trembled all over. Kizu looked out and cursed. "Damn it, he is starting to get scared." Immediately after the second match began, Joseph's fighter continued to display his skill. Kali's fighter's eyes were wide with fear. In the end, he was sent flying far away. Crowd above immediately booed and jeered, mocking how their famous warrior had lost so pitifully. The audience on this side was also extremely furious, shouting curses loudly. They yelled that if he could not win, he should just get lost. Doraemon gently lifted his wine glass, smugly saying he had won 2 matches and would surely be the victor. He asked if Kizu was Kali's last warrior. Kali's face darkened and he replied that it was true. Azalea looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in shock, mixed with fear. She saw Kali burning with anger, his hand gripping the chair tightly, his gaze extremely dangerous. Azalea gently placed her hand on his, advising him to calm down. Doraemon, still unaware, took a sip of wine and spoke about Kizu. He thought the young man was quite formidable, but certainly could not defeat his warrior. A pair of feet slowly stepped up. He continued, saying that the one entering the ring this time was his strongest warrior. He had trained this man for many years, and he was the crown jewel of his roster. A large figure with a grim face appeared. Doraemon proudly called his name Charon. On the other side, Kizu quickly stepped up onto the ring. The crowd roared, telling him to crush that bastard of Doraemon's. Kali sat on his chair looking down, sadly thinking he had lost. But this time, facing the public's attitude, he had to win. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He whispered Kizu's name in his heart. The appearance of that warrior was completely opposite to Kizu's. Even so, his gaze was still resolutely fixed forward, carrying all of Kali's faith. In the memory, Kizu saw Kali teaching only the other two. He made boxing moves and said there was no reason to be afraid. Their blows hurt just as much as the enemy's, so they should block the fists with their own strength. The warrior replied loudly, anxiously. Kali then looked at at SRAM, saying he had enough determination and skill. He trusted and instructed him to keep a cool head. Fram turned his face away, gritting his teeth in reply. Meanwhile, Kizu had seen it all. He raised his fist to look at it, thinking that he did not want to become as strong as Kali. Kizu pointed his fist towards Kali, silently saying he only wanted to escape the life of a fighting slave and live a normal life. He continued thinking about the goal to achieve that. Currently, Kizu was on guard, his eyes fixed on the opponent. Behind him were hundreds of people cheering enthusiastically. He told himself, as well as Kali, that he needed to win. Cheers echoed, and everyone became excited, waiting. Kali stared down at the ring, softly calling Kizu's name. Both fighters were ready. Kizu thought it was hard to judge the distance with only one eye. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist, determined to do everything he could. Charon blocked the blow while contemptuously saying that a one-eyed warrior was truly ridiculous. Just then, Kizu saw his left foot moving. Kali observed, pursing his lips tightly. Worried that letting him get close would be like digging his own grave, he silently urged him to dodge. Kizu truly stepped back quickly to maintain the distance, but Charon closed in swiftly, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Kizu swung his fist, thinking it was just as he expected. He was trying to enter his blind spot. Charon's gaze turned cold and he widened his stance, stepping back. Right after, both of Kizu's strikes were easily dodged by him. He opened his eyes wide in shock, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Kali gritted his teeth and said softly that man could read his footwork. Charon lunged forward, his voice dripping with contempt, saying only the Oxer Slayer was worthy of his challenge. Kizu angrily swung his fist, retorting that he alone was enough. He quickly dodged the blow, preventing him from landing a hit. Kizu realized throwing punches was useless. He calculated that even if he created distance, he would still catch up. So, he shifted his body slightly to the side. Right after, Kizu gritted his teeth and charged straight at Charon, roaring in fury. A punch was thrown straight at his face. The two closed in and he tried to strike back. Kali almost jumped out of his seat, shouting in his heart that if he traded blows with him, Kizu would surely lose. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking if only Kizu's eye were still intact. Charon blocked a strike with one hand, raising the other and smiling, asking if he should smash the remaining eye too. Kizu remained silent, trying to both defend and attack. Then he hastily stepped back, trying to keep his distance. But Charon had already quickly landed a blow to his stomach. His fist was raised again. This time, he punched him straight in the face, sending him flying back. Kali's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together in a fierce expression. Kizu's eye patch flew off his face. Charon smiled and continued throwing punches. The eye patch fell to the ground. He spoke, saying he had heard the name Oxer Slayer so much over the past 2 years that it made him sick. He stood towering, holding onto Kizu's arm as he lay on the ground. He said he had planned to defeat him and steal his fame if they ever met. Charon looked towards Kali and then asked, since he had become a noble, he would never step into the arena again, right? He said it was truly disappointing, but suddenly felt a burning pain in his side and let out a cry. A patch of red had appeared there. He recalled the scene of being punched in the stomach by Kizu and wondered if it was caused by the previous fight. Sweat beaded on Kizu's face, but he still managed to force a smile. Charon grabbed his finger, bent it back, and scolded him, the arrogant bastard. Kizu let out a scream that pierced the sky. The audience booed loudly. Why show them such a terrible match? The noise echoed through the ring. Now that he was a noble, he didn't want to lift a finger. Doraemon gave a sinister smile. He saw Kizu grab his hand, get bitten in pain, and be dragged away. Kali clenched his fist into the armrest of the chair. Remembering seeing his old form in the mirror that morning, he wondered why he came to this world. He questioned himself, what was his purpose? The memory of an old man with a body full of wounds came back. The image of Kali raising his hand in victory also flooded his mind. His eyes were shut tight, his brows furrowed in tension. He remembered the small hand of his child holding his finger. Call him Soren. The sound of Kali's hand squeezing the chair made Doraemon afraid and dodged Zaza. Azalea softly called Kali's name. He looked at her with startled eyes and blurted out an apology. Kali's face was shrouded in darkness, but behind him was Yahello. He said he didn't think he would be a good father. He sprang to his feet. Azalea hurried to stop him, but he ignored her and called out loudly to Doraemon. Kali looked at Doraemon and asked, how about a small match? The question made his face turn pale. He threw off his coat and jumped down onto the ring, ignoring Doraemon and Agassiz' shouts. With just one leap, he landed firmly on the ground. The entire stands were astonished by his actions. Kali stood proudly in the ring. The crowd screamed, was Noble August going to fight? The Oxer Slayer. Charon put his hands on his hips and said in astonishment, not expecting him to show up as a noble. He sneered and asked, what's the sudden rush, Noble Agassiz? Kali did not answer, only told him to rest first and then we would fight. Charon puffed out his chest and answered curtly, no need. He suddenly lunged forward. Kali immediately got into a ready stance. He attacked fast as he closed in but was dodged. Charon thought he would take him down before he even warmed up. He threw a a straight punch straight into Kali's stomach. He stepped back, still keeping his guard up, his face expressionless. He sneered. The title of Oxer Slayer turned out to be just a fantasy. But then his eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. Kali rushed forward and asked, "Do you only fight with your mouth?" He continuously landed blows, leaving Sharon unable to block. He stepped back, trying to keep his balance. His hand, struck by Kali, became trembling and weak. He was shocked. What kind of monstrous strength was that? Kali suddenly spoke. "Let me give you a piece of advice." Before Sharon's eyes, his veins bulged and his eyes blazed with fury. He said, "I hate the name Oxer Slayer. Watch your mouth." Sharon immediately swung his arm to strike back at Kali. He raised his hand to block, thinking to himself he was fast, perhaps the fastest opponent he had ever faced. Kali stepped back, telling himself, but still not so fast he couldn't dodge. For the next blow, he quickly dodged to the side, causing Sharon's punch to cut through empty air. He grunted in annoyance. Not giving up, he continuously attacked his face, but all missed. Sharon gritted his teeth, wondering. Another blow aimed at him, but Kali had already moved behind his back. He asked himself in frustration, how did he dodge it? Kali did not hesitate, countering with a punch straight to Sharon's face, snapping his head to the side. He groaned in pain. Sharon looked at the wound, thinking in disbelief, a counterattack to this degree. He charged at Kali again, but still could not touch him. Sharon stopped, a sense of unease suddenly rising within him. He looked into Kali's eyes, which were shot with sparks of fire, and silently marveled those eyes. His arm swung up again. With extreme speed, Sharon brought his hand across his face, surprising him. Kali stepped back, blood dripping from his forehead to the ground. He cursed silently. He had become slower. He touched the long wound on his forehead, calculating in his heart he had to do something immediately. One of his eyes grew dim, a dark red color before him. He thought the blood would not stop flowing. He immediately switched to a defensive stance, silently scheming to lure him into a trap. Sharon saw this and asked in surprise, "Defense?" He pursed his lips and lunged forward, thinking, was he planning to give up? He threw a thunderous punch at his face, knocking Kali backward. The crowd above grew furious, shouting for the Baron to take him down, wondering why he had suddenly become so slow. Kali gritted his teeth, his sinewy arm ready to strike back, thinking he would retort to those words. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He threw a powerful punch at Sharon and roared inwardly, "I just want to fight." Sharon could not hide his terror as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. That man screamed and choked, blood splattering from his mouth. Immediately after, consecutive punches flew straight toward Kali. He also brought his fist toward him, gritting his teeth and thinking, but I will not abandon what I have achieved so far. The powerful punch landed squarely on Sharon's face, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Sharon refused to be defeated again. He continuously attacked Kali. History repeated itself. He took a full punch infused with his inner force, crying out in pain and cursing. The man stared at Kali, wondering, clearly my strikes were stronger than before. His resilient figure appeared before Sharon's eyes, making him fearfully wonder why he had not fallen yet. Sharon looked at Kali's bloodied face, remembering that he had once fought someone who felt no pain. He recalled his fights with Eureka, thinking that opponent was someone he was powerless against no matter how hard he struck. Eureka's big smile appeared, making Sharon admit to himself that he was the most fearsome opponent. Kali gritted his teeth, thinking, just pretend I feel no pain, pretend I am fine. He rushed straight at Sharon, causing him to step back in fear, shouting inwardly, it was all just a bluff. The blow landed, Sharon fell backward, the entire hall fell silent. Immediately after, deafening cheers erupted, praising him and shouting to finish him off. Sharon wanted to retaliate, but was hit with another punch straight to the face. He cried out in pain, remembering when Kizu attacked his ribs, lamenting that the spot hit was excruciating. Kali shouted that man's jaw, then threw a punch at his jawbone. His powerful arm swung, causing that man's face to twist and deform. Sharon fell hard to the ground, like the end of an era of glory. Kali approached, grabbed his arm, and lifted him up, just as he had done with Kizu. His hand tightened, declaring this was for Kizu, thinking he would make him remember this forever. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking up, and said loudly, Baron Doraemon. He continued, the condition of your other two fighters does not look too bad. The two men immediately flinched. Kali flashed a friendly smile and asked, shall we continue then? Baron Doraemon thought angrily, damn it, do you have no understanding of nobility at all? He shouted, no, this meaningless fight is over. Kali deliberately spoke up, oh my, now I am feeling tired too. He looked at the two fighters and goaded them. If not now, when will you ever get a title to last a lifetime? The two men immediately broke into eager smiles. They argued right in front of his satisfied face. I fought the first match, let me go first. Stop talking nonsense, get lost. Kali smiled and waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Both of you come up at once, the level will be balanced, right? Hearing this, both of them jumped onto the fighting platform, their faces still smiling. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. He said silently, sorry. He saw Azalea's face full of fear. He closed his eyes, thinking, right now I cannot tell my life story without boxing. He opened those bright eyes wide, telling himself, indeed giving up boxing was an impossible promise. Watching the two men rushing over hastily, Kali thought, my blood has already clotted. There are two opponents, but they are far inferior to Charon. One man laughed recklessly, charging forward, intending to punch him in the face. But Kali quickly lowered his body, dodging the strike. Retaliated with a straight punch to that man's face. Having dealt with this one, the other continued to charge. Looking at the chaotic crowd above, he thought what people need right now is not bread or things like that. Kali closed in face to face with him, his arm pulled back ready to strike down. This man could not fight back. He could only stare with wide eyes waiting for the blow. Powerful punch landed, distorting his face. Blood splattered, Kali said silently, what they need is. He raised his arm high in victory celebration, cheers calling his name rang out. Kali continued thinking, belief and hope that I will lead them to the future. He shouted loudly, just like everyone else, I too have been very hungry. Horimon's face turned pale. Kali continued, I used to bow my head to endure the stench of the nobles. He declared proudly, but I have come this far with my fists, and the future will be the same. Azalea silently clenched her fists nervously as Kali stated, I have never lost a single match. He still stood there and said loudly, if you find my words hard to believe. Kali lowered his hand, thrust his fist forward and said firmly, then believe in this fist of mine. Time slowly passed, sunlight began to shine everywhere. In the resting room, Kali sat dazed, letting out a few puffs of breath. Suddenly, Kizu's voice rang out, making him lift his head. Kali, so you have already fought, have you? He asked back calmly, did he know about that? Kizu looked up at him, smiled and replied, everyone is gossiping about it. It's hard not to hear, right? Kali closed his eyes slightly saying, damn it, I swore I would never box again. Kizu shook his body and spoke, you are different from me. Boxing is your reason for living. He was surprised, his eyes wide open as he looked at him. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. He asked, you're pretty perceptive too, huh? Kizu looked at him with weary eyes, replying, how could I not know? He lightly touched his neck, continuing, in this state I can only postpone becoming a free man for a while longer. Kali suddenly interrupted, no, after this match, you will be free, Kizu. He found it hard to believe. Don't joke, I'm not that rich. Kali raised 2 fingers and said, of course on the condition that you work as a boxing instructor for 2 years. He closed his eyes and continued, after you are free, you can settle down and start a family. With your experience, you will definitely manage. Before Kali finished, a figure rushed over quickly. Kizu, with tears streaming down his face, hugged him tightly and shouted, thank you so much, Kali. No, Baron Agassi. This overexcitement scared Kali, who quickly said, hey, calm down. But he hugged even tighter, causing the wounds on Kali's body to ache, forcing him to grit his teeth and grimace. Kali cried out, it hurts, you bastard. In the night, the lights from the mansion flickered out. On the table sat a basin of water and some bandages. Kali's voice softly echoed. He scratched his nose, looking at Azalea and asked timidly, are you angry with me for not keeping my promise? She closed her eyes, slightly furrowing her brows and replied, forget it, I knew you wouldn't be able to keep it. His face stiffened, he gritted his teeth and thought, she's really angry. He lowered his head deeply. I'm sorry, you and our child are very precious to me, but I will continue boxing. Kali's eyes became sad, his voice also deeper. I can't live the rest of my life in emptiness. Azalea sat on his lap and asked, what if you lose your boxing? She leaned close to him, her sad eyes looking at him as she asked further, what if Soren asks where his father is? Kali furrowed his brows and replied, I'm not sure about that, but, he smiled at her and continued, if later Soren asks why father quit boxing, answering because of you and your mother would sound so pathetic. He continued to explain, at the very least, I have to become the Empire's champion, then say father stopped, because there was no higher place to reach. That way, I maintain my dignity as a father. What do you think? This remark made Azalea sigh helplessly. She smiled, hugging Kali and asked, why did I fall for a madman like you? He wrapped his arms around her. I'm sorry, I will try to survive. Azalea nestled into his chest, tears on the verge of falling. She whispered, please don't die. The two leaned against each other on the chair. Kang Ti's life had ended. The only connection before his death was boxing. Failing as a boxer was as good as dying for real. A few days later, carriages stopped in front of the mansion. Torres and the instructors returned after completing their matches. When they left, many changes had occurred in the territory of Baron Agassi. Surprisingly, the biggest change was that Kali had become Baron Agassi. Torres stood before the door, thinking as he knocked, damn it, how should I act respectfully now? He gritted his teeth and muttered, it's not like it's deadly. I just need to treat him with respect. The door was pulled open gently. Kali from inside spoke softly, come in. Torres looked at him silently, not knowing what to say. Kali's eyes widened as he looked at him, thinking to himself, Torres, his body is truly massive. Kali looked at Torres's well-built physique and thought, but he still maintains balance. He suddenly spoke, hey Kali, he was surprised, waiting in silence. Torres suddenly darkened his face and continued, so you've been with the young lady since the merchant caravan's trip 2 years ago. Kali softly replied, that's right. Then he suddenly swung his fist, punching him, sending him reeling backward. He tightly covered his bleeding nose, crying out inwardly, that hurts. Then he thought, thinking back, Torres, Kali recalled when Kizu said, Kali, listen carefully, actually he muttered. Kizu said that he liked Azalea. Ali got angry, tore open his shirt to show his wounds and yelled, "Hey, I'm a baron now, and I'm injured. Don't you see the bandages all over me?" Tors angrily turned away. "Shut up, to me you're still Kali." Then he naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, continuing, "Damn it, I knew something was strange since the merchant caravan's trip 2 years ago." After that he curled his lips into a smile. Anyway, it's in the past. He also let out a breath, smiling. Kali stood up and pushed the paper toward Tors. "Congratulations on becoming a free man, Tors. You are the first Agassi boxer to win freedom in nearly 5 years. We have been liberated." Tors sat down at the tea table. "Sorry for making your nose bleed. Seeing your smug face after so long got my blood boiling." He calmly picked up the tea, pretending to be noble. "It must be because I'm a noble now that my face doesn't sweat anymore." He raised his hand and said, "What nobility? I heard you stormed into the arena in a fit of rage. Wow, what a noble that makes." His eyes widened in astonishment, thinking, he's not angry at all. In the end, he won't even talk to people he's not close with. Kali put down the teacup. "Yeah, make yourself at home. The truth is, I'm the one who should bow to you. Boxers are not forced to sign contracts with pre-affiliated training camps." Remembering his terrifying feats, he muttered, Tors, Agassi's advantage, had become one of the most famous boxers in the empire. He sat calmly drinking tea. Kali continued to think, but he is a loyal man. Tors's hand suddenly slammed the teacup down on the table. He asked, "Kali, now that you're a noble, will you continue to be a boxer?" He looked at him and replied, "If I were going to quit because of a change in status, I would have done it when I broke my leg." Tors said seriously, "Then I will not affiliate with Agassi." Kali silently directed his gaze at him. Tors crossed his arms over his chest. "Don't give me that mocking look. Initially, I planned to stay at Agassi." He changed his attitude, asking indifferently, "Because of me? Because I married Azalia?" These words made Tors's blood boil. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Of course I like the young lady, but do you think I'm leaving just because of some petty romantic feelings?" He leaned back in his chair. "I planned to quit boxing when I became free. I trained hard to gain money and honor." Tors remembered the times Kali risked his life in the arena, "But I changed my mind after meeting you." Kali's eyes widened in shock, and he continued, "For me, boxing has become something more important than a means to an end." Tors raised his fist, smiling as he declared that defeating someone like him with his bare hands would be great. Kali chuckled lightly, cracking his knuckles and asked back, "Did he want to see who would be the one defeated?" Tors suddenly stood up, picked up the paper on the table, and said he would participate in the Kingdom tournament with a different training camp. Kali stopped his train of thought, realizing that was the reason Tors was no longer linked with Aegis. Tors stood up abruptly, looked at him, and continued saying he still considered Kali a friend. He recalled when fighting Oxer, he had desperately prayed for him not to die and genuinely supported him. Tors's voice dropped, but when walking the same path, only one person could pass through that narrow gate. His eyes became firm again, declaring he didn't like him enough to give up this dream. Kali also smiled back, saying he felt the same and bid Tors farewell. A few days later, the carriage left the manor, and Baron Doraemon had left Agassiz. Tors and the Baron's team sat inside the carriage with a resolute gaze, called the Tors of Agassiz. Excited voice echoed in Doraemon's tower, "Truly fantastic." Old man Doraemon said enthusiastically, "Tors August Tors, wanting to join, those trainees must have been causing you trouble." Tors frowned impatiently, saying he didn't care, the Doraemon Training Center was just the closest place. Then he looked at Joseph with a sharp gaze, speaking slowly that today was completely different from their last meeting. Baron Doraemon seemed struck with pain, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, telling him not to bring it up, his face still bitter over his shiny bald head. He quickly changed his attitude, grinning sinisterly as he thought how unbelievable. A boxer everyone wanted was coming to his doorstep on his own. Inside the carriage, old Baron Doraemon said cheerfully, "All right, I agree." Sitting across from Tors, he offered his territory just beyond the hill. Or did he want to see the slave gladiators? Tors kept his arms crossed and remained pensive the entire time as if he was preoccupied with some thought. Suddenly, Tors loudly requested to meet Oxer, startling Baron Doraemon. After a moment of thought, he agreed, and the carriage caravan began to roll. Time passed, and they finally arrived at Doraemon's territory. Tors seemed surprised by the scene before him, his eyes widening. Large and small logs were stacked neatly, and the person carrying them was none other than Oxer. His eyes were completely white, looking like a soulless corpse. Tors also noticed the abnormality and asked if he had gone mad. Baron Doraemon replied with a bitter tone, he had lost all will to fight. Tors thought to himself it had been a long time since they last met, so he was a bit curious, unable to help recalling Oxer's previous image. Old man Doraemon stood beside him, hands on his hips, recounting in an annoyed tone. "A year ago I was still worried about how to deal with him. The nearby woodcutters were also terrified of Oxer's giant stature. He used to be restrained by chains, refused to fight, just ate and lazed around, and when he raged, no one could handle him. Now he was different." Joseph watched Oxer put down the firewood and said he had improved a lot, even helping them work. Having said that, he and Tors approached to ask Oxer how the work was going. Oxer saw them and scratched his head awkwardly. Baron Doraemon was somewhat wary of his size, telling him to watch his surroundings while working and not crush anyone like last time. Whether intentionally or not, Tors propped his chin and said Kali was really amazing, able to take down a monster like him. Old man Joseph's face turned pale with fear upon hearing this. He panicked and said no, don't Tors. Just as he feared, Oxer's expression changed the moment he heard that name, grinding out the word through his teeth. Kali. He threw his head back and let out savage howls that surprised Tors. Baron Doraemon, accustomed to this, held his forehead and groaned, here we go again. Oxer became increasingly uncontrollable, swinging his arm and snapping a nearby tree trunk. He kept roaring, punching and breaking all the logs and trees around him. Then he turned and ran into the forest, causing the woodcutters to scream in panic that Oxer had lost control. Chaotic shouts rose, calling for everyone to run away. Even Oxer was the same, he had gone mad, his roars echoing through the entire forest. Tors asked in confusion what exactly had happened. Baron Doraemon stood helplessly by, holding his forehead, saying that his mind was still haunted by that incident. He recounted while recalling from the time he lost to Kali 3 years ago. Kali had continuously held the advantage, unleashing a flurry of kicks on Oxer, turning it into a painful memory. Joseph and Tors watched from a distance as Oxer curled up, clutching his head in pain. He said that whenever he heard Kali's name or the word boxer, he would react like this. Behind his terrifying exterior, Oxer was holding his head and sobbing, constantly moaning. Hearing this, Tors clenched his fist, as if he was contemplating something. When he opened his palm, it was slick with sweat. Tors thought to himself, so he didn't just destroy the body. He also destroyed the spirit of such a monster, referring to Oxer, who was sobbing and trembling while holding his head. Suddenly, the corner of Tors's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. He thought to himself, Kali, just as I expected. I must confront you. As he thought this, Tors punched his fist into his palm, full of determination. Time passed and everywhere was covered in the golden hue of ripe rice. Harvest season arrived after the friendly match between August and Doraemon. August struggled to hold steady through the winter, thanks to the talented treasurer Jetro buying grain from many places. Kali was standing by the window, glancing back at Jack Rowe, who was diligently taking notes. Jack's whole body exuded extreme resentment, apparently because of the excessive workload. Even so, August's debts were still piling up, and Kali's wedding day with Azalea was approaching. Hearing that, Jethro roared furiously that it wasn't important. He angrily shouted, asking if his lordship knew how much he owed him. Kali coughed and awkwardly apologized, promising to contact the count quickly. And he worriedly said to feed the people first, asking him what he thought was more important, the people or the money. But he was cut off by Jero, who called him Baron Augustin. With a dangerous look on his face, he gritted his teeth and declared that nothing in the world was more important than money. Jetro's eyes grew wider and wider as he said that in this world, people would sell their children or harm their parents for just a few coins. The Baron had once been a slave himself, so he must understand that money could buy even people, causing Kali to grow pale with fear. Finally, Jeffro concluded resolutely that the only thing he trusted was money, and he turned his back and agreed to cover the wedding costs. Kali, both relieved and grateful, said, "Thank you, Treasurer Jekyll." But recalling that look, he thought fearfully that the man was very capable, but if the debt could not be repaid, he would bleed this mansion dry. If things got too bad, he could still ask Philippos, but who knew what price that cunning man would set, and thinking of that calculating gaze, he could not help but shudder. That was how this empire controlled him, when suddenly another voice and a snap of fingers pulled Kali back to reality. "Kali, are you listening to me?" It was Azalea. She held a set of clothes in front of him and said not to worry too much, just try these on because he would wear them on the wedding day. After Kali tried on the outfit, Azalea turned to pick another one and told him he must dress properly, because there would be many nobles. Kali wondered. It was just a wedding of a regional baron. Azalea explained this was an opportunity to test how they treated a baron from a poor background. Seeing Kali in his new outfit, Azalea clapped in praise. Kali scratched his head, thinking he was too busy to focus. The wedding day was set, and invitations were sent to many nobles in the empire. On the wedding day, nobles flocked to the August territory, each with their own purpose. They talked about Kali. Those who had seen him fight said he was very skilled. Another replied that Countess Joseph hated him, so they came to probe. Even as the bride, Azalea still stood at the door to welcome each guest. She politely greeted Lord Ventum and Lady Irina. When they had left, she sighed tiredly, thinking there were more guests than expected. White carriage suddenly stopped, drawing Azalea's attention. Seeing the carriage, the name Joseph flashed in her mind. Just thinking of that name, Azalea clenched her fists in anger. She had not invited him. A pair of feet stepped down from the carriage, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Long time no see, Lady Azalea." He approached, saying with an unfriendly face, "Sorry, I should call you Baroness now, should I?" Azalea replied with a cold face. The two shot hostile glances at each other. With a frozen expression, Azalea said, "I do not recall sending you an invitation." She directly asked his purpose. Warren Joseph just smiled lightly. He pretended to be friendly. "We are quite close, are we not?" Azalea lost patience, sighed, and left. She said, "I hope you have a pleasant time," but inwardly thought driving him away would cause bad rumors. Warren Joseph, outwardly friendly, inwardly scheming. He thought, that woman insulted me and the slave, and now she is getting married. How could I be absent? He flashed a dangerous smile. At the banquet, Warren Joseph quickly became the center, surrounded and curried favor by the nobles. Only one figure stood with arms crossed, looking on from afar with disgust. Fools, kneeling to a man once beaten for messing with a lady. That was Love and Corinna, he sneered. Are you not ashamed in front of your own daughter? A noble father and daughter approached to chat. The father said, what luck to meet you here, then gestured to his embarrassed daughter. Love and Corinna, showing no respect, turned and left, excusing himself, ignoring the father and daughter's attempts to stop him. In another room, arguing could be heard. A voice said, just bear it. You could handle a broken dildo. The other replied, this is different. The collar is too tight. A knock interrupted the conversation. Knocker was Love and Corinna. He pushed the door open and entered, greeting, hey Kali. Kali was struggling with his suit but still turned to greet him. Lovin, you are from Corinna, right? Kali proactively shook hands. Lovin replied amiably, long time no see. I guessed you were no longer a slave, but I did not expect you to become a noble. Lovin Corinna's expression quickly darkened, as if something was bothering him. Lovin said, Kali, do you know the nobles are gossiping about you? Kali joked, no wonder my ears were itching. Lovin added, there were some good words, but most were negative. Countess Joseph has many factions because she laid the foundation for the central political system. Lovin reminded the Countess' daughter just became a princess. The Joseph family has the royal family backing them. They might have their eyes on you. After hearing this, Kali showed no fear. Then I must be even more careful. Lovin helplessly sighed at his nonchalance. Lovin turned to say goodbye. I will take my leave. I have taken up too much of the groom's time. Lovin left the room, thinking as he walked, boxing is now as popular as gladiators were in their golden age. Kali rose from a slave to a noble. Stopping before the cathedral, he felt relieved. He has the influence to sway the public. No need to worry. When the ceremony began, the priest started the oath. Before the goddess of love, do you, the groom, promise to take care of the bride forever? Kali stammered, I swear. His mind was in turmoil. I cannot believe I am getting married. Kali was startled when he looked at the bride across from him. Azalea wore a stunning wedding dress, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Looking at her, Kali let out a breath, a happy smile spreading across his face. The priest extended his hand, on which lay 2 locks of their hair. He said, I send a part of your souls to the goddess, then placed the hair into a brazier of fire. The priest announced, your souls have become one. Kali stepped forward, gazing at Azalea with loving eyes. The feast began with food already laid on the tables. Melodious music created a lively atmosphere. Nobles came to greet the couple. They congratulated Baron and Baroness August. Another person also squeezed in to flatter. They praised the beauty of his wife. Surely many young men outside must be heartbroken. A mocking voice rang out, congratulations, Baron August. It was Warren Joseph. His appearance made Kali and Azalea startle, full of vigilance. He sneered, to hold a wedding like this, you must have a lot of money. The nobles gaped at his bluntness. Kali placed his hand on his wife's shoulder, looking at Warren with angry eyes. You are concerned about the August finances again. He retorted, yes, because I have a reason. The nobles silently moved aside. Warren Joseph produced a stack of papers. This is the agreement. August is in debt to my family. He stood in the middle of the banquet, declaring, I know coming uninvited is rude, but I had to. He grinned maliciously, give me 100,000, Baron August. The atmosphere in the room dropped. The musicians could not play naturally. The gossiping nobles behind were equally surprised. Azalea looked at him with a murderous glare, inwardly cursing that damned bastard. Suddenly the main door was pushed open. A voice exclaimed, I am late. Is the feast over? That voice made Warren Joseph jump. Azalea was also stunned. Only Kali secretly smiled calmly. The man who entered was Jensen Bokma, stunning the entire nobility. They recognized his identity, and someone exclaimed that he had indeed lost an arm. They were also curious about his relationship with August. Lord Jensen glanced over at the nobles who were whispering about him, but he quickly shook hands with Kali and said, Hey Kali, this is your wedding. I thought I was coming to a funeral. Kali replied naturally, welcome, Count Jensen. Both of them ignored Warren Joseph standing beside them. Jensen glanced at him and asked, You are from the Joseph family, are you not? Warren Joseph respectfully replied, Yes, my name is Warren Joseph, my Lord Count. He was actually trembling with fear and thought to himself, why is the richest man in the empire here? Warren recalled Jensen's glorious past after losing his arm. He actively traded with his vast wealth and could easily attract factions if he entered politics. Jensen cut off his thoughts, asking, what is that in your hand? Warren, it does not look like a wedding gift. Warren stammered, I need to urgently get my money back from the August family. Jensen said contemptuously, collecting money at a wedding, a place meant for celebration. Is the Joseph family so lacking in money and morals? Insulted in front of the crowd, Warren angrily said, I must get this money back right now. Please be careful with your words, my lord. Hearing him dare to act like that, Count Jensen glared threateningly. So the Joseph family is blinded by money. Is that it? Warren, though scared, stubbornly replied, 100,000 yen. Jensen fell into deep thought, stroking his chin. Warren secretly rejoiced, thinking that he would not easily hand over such a large sum. Suddenly, Jensen turned around and snapped his fingers to signal his bodyguard, startling Warren and confusing him. 2 bodyguards accompanying him carried a huge chest and placed it before the astonished Warren. Jensen looked at Kali and said, "Since you sent me a letter, I thought you were in urgent need of money." What was inside was revealed. Fear was evident on Warren's face. Inside was a massive fortune. Jensen bluntly declared it to be 500,000 yen. The surrounding nobles gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my, it is all cash." Another man chimed in, "Truly, the wealth of the Jensen family is terrifying." Warren also could not believe his eyes. Only Kali, as if knowing everything in advance, thought helplessly, "I only asked to borrow 100,000. Azalea, standing beside him, was also surprised. Seeing Warren frightened, Kali turned and said, "Lord Warren, it is late, let us talk tomorrow." He was startled and could not reply. Kali remained calm, bowed politely and said, "I will prepare the money to pay you back." Warren was frozen with fright, his eyes wide and mouth agape, thinking he could not believe he was an ally of August. His hand tightened on the promissory note, crumpling it, his mind repeatedly echoing the thought that it was impossible. Finally, Warren was humiliated to the point of being speechless. Azalea, satisfied, glanced at him and left with Kali. Leaving Warren embarrassed, he could only shuffle away under the contemptuous gaze of the nobles, barely able to speak. Kali smiled victoriously, watching his back as if everything was part of his plan. Kali walked toward Lord Jensen, calling out, "Count Jensen." When he turned his head, Kali whispered in alarm, "It is not really 500,000, is it?" Jensen winked playfully and said, "If it is for you, it is no problem at all." Then he greeted Azalea warmly, "Ah, you must be Lady August. A pleasure to meet you." Azalea had not expected her husband to have such extensive connections, so she nudged him proudly. "How did you two meet? You should have told me sooner. You did very well." Kali scratched his head shyly and said, "It is a long story." She could not help asking Count Jensen, "How did you meet Kali?" He was also a bit surprised. Jensen laughed heartily and said, "Kali, you did not tell her, that is your story. Go ahead and tell it." Saying that, Jensen quickly began to reminisce, where to start? Suddenly, Count Jensen shouted loudly, "No, it is the truth." At this point, he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and was passionately recounting the story with Kali to the nobles. "I bit through the ropes. Then Kali rushed in and dealt with those monsters." The nobles asked in disbelief, "What monsters?" Only Kali stood by, looking helpless. He recalled the old story and thought to himself, well, of course, no one would believe it. Even seeing a monkey become a spirit with their own eyes is hard to believe. Seeing that no one believed him, Jensen became even more eager to continue. "My wound was so severe I thought I would not make it." Then Iskin, just as he was about to let slip the secret, Kali panicked and covered the Count's mouth. "You are too drunk." At that moment, he suddenly remembered he had nearly violated a taboo. "Ah, I must not mention the Empire." Kali nervously looked at the gossiping nobles, thinking just being close to Count Jensen already attracted so many nobles. Getting involved with the Empire would be even worse. He understood the power of the Empire, but to succeed he had to use it. He silently made up his mind, "I will only live the path of a boxer." Kali was just a boxer. Suddenly he remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, that is right." Kali approached his wife and called out, "Azalea." She was standing by the window admiring the view and turned around. Azalea looked at the necklace in Kali's hand and asked curiously, "What is that?" As he brought the necklace close to her face, he said, "I have wanted to give this to you many times, but never had the chance." Azalea took the necklace, happily admired it, and exclaimed, "It is beautiful." Kali shyly scratched his head and said, "It is a ruby crafted by a master artisan of Azin. His name is something like Qwal." Azalea laughed and said, "Qwal Hexen. Right, he is truly the most famous artisan in Azin." Touching the necklace on her neck, Azalea said, "I have sold all my jewelry except for my mother's heirloom." Then she happily said, "Thank you, Kali." The two of them stood there, gazing at the scenery outside the window. The next day at their castle, Warren had left the August estate after drinking all night. He sat in the carriage, his face unable to hide the same angry expression as yesterday. From inside the carriage, his cursing voice rang out, "Damn it, you dirty bastard." The coachman said helplessly, "Here he goes again." It was unclear whether Kali heard the insults directed at him. He stood watching until the carriage departed. He said happily to himself, "No need to worry about Joseph for a while." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Did you sleep well last night, my lord?" It was Zero. He suddenly knelt down to pay his respects and said respectfully, "Baron August." Kali was startled and said, "Stop it. It is annoying." Zero. He shouted loudly, "No, I will not." He shouted so much that spit flew everywhere. "I, Zero, pledge my loyalty to Baron August." Kali understood exactly why he had that attitude and exposed him. "Your loyalty is towards 400,000 yen, is it not?" Then Kali left bluntly, not forgetting to say, "As promised, I will give you that money." Zero only needed that. His eyes at that moment only focused on that money. His hands clenched tightly. Zero carefully calculated the accounts to survive the winter. Besides the 400,000 yen, they had only paid off part of the debt. August was surrounded by mountains and barren land. Most of its income relied more on the boxing training academy than on serfs and estates. Currently, most of the main fighters have left the academy. Without us, paying off this 400,000 USD debt would be an unbearable burden. Zero got the idea for a raspberry drink while walking on the mountain. He was so excited he jumped, thinking he was about to get rich. That is the story of the future prosperity of the August house. In the room filled with the warmth of the fireplace, Kali was now continuously brushing his hand against the cheek of the sleeping Soren. He could not help but say affectionately, "You always look so impressive, son." Suddenly Azalea approached and called, "Kali." She handed her husband a piece of paper and said, "This is a letter from the kingdom." Kali took it surprised. "The kingdom? What is the matter?" He read the contents of the letter aloud. To celebrate the crown prince's wedding on his 17th birthday, a boxing tournament would be held. Having read that far, Kali fell into deep thought, confusing Azalea. She came closer and took the initiative to hold his hand. Azalea hesitated. "I want you to rest for another year or two, but..." Pausing, she continued, "You are going, aren't you?" Just by looking at that expression, Azalea could easily guess her husband's intentions. Kali only gently replied to her, Then Kali said with determination, "I will go when spring comes." From then on, Kali and the other trainees focused entirely on training. Even though the snow fell thick, their shouts of 1, 2, echoed everywhere. All of them were full of will, running shirtless in the cold weather. Kizu ran at the front, quickly urging, "Pay attention to your form. Don't you guys want to be faster?" But he suddenly remembered Kali's presence, panicked and turned. "I didn't mean you, my Lord Baron." Kali helplessly reminded him, "I told you to just act normally." From beginning to end, one person always stood quietly watching them train from behind. That was Nixa. He smiled contentedly as he watched them. Next was another exercise, tree trunks continuously showing different marks. To the trainee's surprise, Kali repeatedly punched the tree trunk in front of him with his bare hands. Kizu, standing nearby, yelled worriedly, "Kali, what are we going to do if it gets ground into powder? We don't have enough supplies." Hearing that, he quickly stopped. "Sorry." Kizu groaned and patted his head with a sigh. Suddenly Nixa appeared behind him and asked, "How is being an instructor treating you?" He turned back awkwardly, scratching his head. "Coach Nixa, I never expected teaching others to be this hard." Nixa exhaled. "If it weren't difficult, it wouldn't be a job." He remarked, "The year is almost over. A lot has happened this year." Nixa still couldn't believe it and kept exclaiming, "The limping boy from back then is now a noble. The most unreliable person has become an instructor." Kizu pointed at himself in confusion. "Are you talking about me?" Nixa looked at Kali, who was diligently training, and remarked, however, seeing the will brimming in his eyes, he uttered with relief, glad that Kali has his vitality back. Both Nixa and Kizu were happy for Kali this winter. Kali had tightened his muscles and regained his sharp senses. He just threw himself into frantic training. Because of this, his body became muscular. As spring drew near, Kali's body had completed its tempering as sharp as a blade. Spring finally came, and young birds happily perched on branches chirping. Just as Kali was about to mount his horse, a voice rang out, "Are you sure you don't need a guard?" That was his wife's concern. Kali gently replied, "It's fine, I will go alone." Azalea looked at her husband mounting the horse and said, "You always make me worry until the very last moment." But before he left, Azalea called out loudly, "Kali." She smiled gently. "I don't need to tell you, do I?" Kali also gave a very faint smile. He was silent, only clenching his fist and turning back to look at her, displaying his determination to win. Then Kali quickly spurred his horse and rode away. He and his horse galloped straight to the location of the boxing tournament. Kali's eyes were full of determination to win. This journey promised many new things about to happen. 2 days after leaving August, Kali was still riding his war horse, continuously advancing toward the competition point. Suddenly, someone's loud shout caught his attention. "Help!" Kali looked towards the sound in confusion. Over yonder, a group of bandits was capturing a man. A dark-skinned one among them said excitedly, "Oh, pretty good harvest today." Another one's wandered in. The bandits spoke in fierce voices demanding money. "Hand over all your valuables, and we'll spare your life." Kali only needed a glance to figure out their intentions, thinking, worried faces. Tattered armor, weapons made from modified farm tools. Probably escaped serfs due to financial hardship. Impatient, one pointed at him and threatened, "You think we're joking? If you don't want to die, hand everything over." Kali was not easily bullied. He immediately drew his sword and said angrily, "And if I don't?" The bandits were instantly frightened by Kali's sword. They reassured each other, "Don't be afraid, he's alone." Kali did not hesitate, directly gripping his sword and jumping off his horse. His hand held tightly onto the sword. Then he hurled it straight down, sticking it into the ground right where they were standing. One of them was frozen in fear by this action. However, he still boasted, "What do you think you're doing?" Kali did not say much, immediately giving him a direct punch that made blood spurt from his nose. Seeing this, his comrades became enraged. "Damn it, kill him!" They all charged forward, but Kali was not someone easy to deal with. His eyes exuded a cold, killing intent. Kali easily dodged the opponent's slash. He immediately retaliated with an uppercut from below. A fat man tried to attack him with a cudgel, but Kali avoided effortlessly. He kicked the man straight in the face. A pale-faced man still holding a trident screamed and charged at Kali, who was just as fast, grabbing the sword from his back. He used the sword to block the opponent's trident. Kali's eyes were full of anger. He raised his fist towards the man. Punch to the cheek sent the man's blood flying. After taking down the bandits, he put his hands on his hips and let out a long sigh. Then he turned to ask the person kneeling on the ground, "Are you alright?" The other person recognized him and asked happily, "Are you Baron Kali August?" Kali asked back in confusion, "Have we met before?" The other person quickly introduced himself. "I knew you wouldn't remember me. I am Bigen." Kali was bewildered upon hearing the name. Bigen? Suddenly he remembered and exclaimed, "Ah, the nephew who wanted to kill Jensen." Bigen heard this and replied happily, "That's right, sir." But Kali immediately pressed his sword to the man's neck and asked coldly, "What is scum like you doing here, seeking revenge?" Bigen stammered in fear, "Of course not, my lord. On my uncle's orders, I came to see you." He glanced towards a nearby bag and said, "I was on my way to August to deliver a letter when I ran into bandits, but you saved me." The letter's contents read, "To my dear friend Kali, I will be blunt. Do you still remember the nephew Bigen? The young boy you once locked up from summer to winter. But upon reflection, I am giving him a second chance. Treat him as a servant, make him work hard. If he is too useless, you can kill him." After reading this, Kali angrily tore his hair and yelled, "A servant? Damn it, what a burden." The letter continued, "But if he reforms, then send him back to me." After reading it, Kali looked at Bigen and thought to himself, "I would rather do it myself than order this servant." The letter was not finished. P.S. When you send him back, remember to pay 500,000 USD. Only then did Kali understand the scheme and cursed inwardly, "That damned old man." He sighed in frustration, thinking at least he had to send someone worth 500,000. Then he told Bigen, "Since the Count asked, I will keep an eye on you. But don't overstep or I'll break your limbs and throw you away." Bigen nearby immediately said enthusiastically, "Yes, my lord, but can you untie me?" Evening, the two of them lit a fire to roast meat in the middle of the forest. Everything from starting the fire to the food was done by Bigen. Kali ate a skewer of roasted meat and silently praised, "He is polite, useful, and a good cook." But Kali's spoken words were different. "I can't believe you are so cruel." Bigen rubbed his head sheepishly and said, "That's why my uncle never suspected I would stab him in the back." Kali pointed at him angrily, "What is there to be proud of? You even chopped off his hand." Bigen replied calmly, "That's why I asked my uncle to chop off one hand, but he didn't, which made me regret it." Kali sensed his feelings and softened his tone. When faced with death, people change. Bigen served Kali attentively, even prepared a bed of leaves and happily announced, "I have prepared a place for you to sleep, my lord." On the road to the royal capital Dragos, Kali taught Bigen boxing bit by bit. When the two had grown closer, the gates of Dragos appeared before them. The guards confirmed their identities. Bigen Kali August confirmed. Kali looked at the unfamiliar place and said, "So this is the royal castle." Bigen asked, "Is this your first time in Dragos, my lord?" Kali replied, "Yes, the white buildings are magnificent." Bigen introduced, "This road is called Dragon Wings. The nobles usually live here." He suggested, "First, let's head to the mansion where your predecessor once stayed." Kali looked at him excitedly and said, "A mansion? You really are useful." Bigen. Suddenly, a tomato flew in from somewhere. It hit Bigen right on the head, startling Kali. A group of dandy nobles' sons looked at them with disgust. "Bigen, how dare you show your face here?" One shouted loudly, "You vile, cruel trash, have you no shame?" They continuously insulted and drove Bigen away. He only remained silent, his face rigid. Kali thought to himself, Bigen is in trouble because of his cruel actions. He has no right to complain. Kali suddenly had a bold thought, then jumped off his horse, startling the group of noble sons. Crowd buzzed with discussion, "Isn't that Kali August?" But Kali ignored them and walked towards Bigen. The group of noble sons was still unafraid. One of them challenged him. Kali replied, "I cannot stand by and watch my companion be treated like this." That noble son continued, "You are the famous Kali August. Let me tell you about Bigen's crimes." He uttered, "Allowing scum like him to walk on this road is an insult." Kali remained indifferent. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Bigen's sins have been forgiven by Count Jensen. Now he is my servant on the Count's orders." Bigen could not help but be surprised to see Kali defending him. He repeatedly told the nobles that if they wished to question Bigen, they should speak to him, patting his chest confidently as he spoke. His words left the nobles speechless, not daring to argue. Seeing they could not win, they turned and left, leaving behind the words, "Hemphs. If you are involved with Bigen, you are not welcome here." From start to finish, Bigen only silently endured on his horse. A moment later, the two stood before a large mansion. Bigen introduced, "This is my mansion." Kali looked up and exclaimed, "It is impressive." Only then did Bigen dare to speak, "Why did you step in?" Kali could not help but be surprised. Bigen rubbed the back of his neck and said, "If you get involved with me, you will become an enemy of the other nobles." Kali sighed, "I am not welcome here either. We are the same." Bigen could not help but say, "That's not true. Many people must owe you a debt." We are not the same. Immediately, the bag on his shoulder was thrown hard to the ground by Kali. He said angrily I did not come to suck up to the nobles. I came to win the championship. Kali firmly replied, I did not come to curry favor with them and treat you like trash. After speaking, he suddenly thought of his past self, how he was once a street thug given a second chance. If Began truly regretted his actions, only he could change him. Began was so moved by these words that tears and snot streamed down his face. He shouted excitedly, Steward, take the Baron to the best room for me. The steward immediately acknowledged. The next morning at Began's mansion, Kali stared blankly at the pile of letters on the table and asked, What is this? Began answered drowsily, invitations to parties and balls. Kali picked up a letter, read it, and said, I do not recognize any of these names. Began replied, I told you many people are interested in you, Baron. He yawned and explained refusing would be seen as an insult. Kali was furious, damn it, I just want to participate in the tournament. These nobles are such a nuisance. Began suggested, there is still a month until the qualifiers, you should try going. Kali was exasperated, how can I attend all of them without cloning myself? Began offered a solution. You only need to choose the most powerful family, use that as a reason to decline the others. Kali agreed. I will accept the invitation from the most powerful Duke. I also received one from Duke Wesley. Began countered. The most influential family in the capital is only the Marcus Iran house. You have their invitation too. He handed the letter to Kali, surprising him. The only Marcus house. Began explained, the head is Iran, who once commanded the Royal Knight Order to suppress the Gladiator Rebellion over 20 years ago. He does not have his own territory, but it is an absolutely powerful warrior family, with rumors of controlling the Knight Order like a private army. Kali made an analogy. Using the Royal Knight Order as a private army is like a commander using a driver as a servant. He asked Began anything else about the Marcus Iran house. He hesitated. Suddenly excited, he blushed and shouted, the Marquis's daughter is very beautiful. You will meet her there. A tremor erupted. Kali turned his back and said, I am married, you fool. He ignored Began, who was hit on the head and was now crying on the floor. Nighttime at the Iran mansion. Both of them were led down the hallway by the old butler. Kali noticed something and exclaimed, Then he asked, is this a royal-style design? The old butler was delighted. Indeed, you have a good eye. We hired an architect from the Empire. He opened the door to a large room. Inside was a long dining table laden with various delicacies. The Marquis was sitting at the head, opening his arms in welcome. Welcome, Baron August. It is an honor that you accepted the invitation. Kali and Began bowed. Greetings, Lord Marcus. Iran replied, sit down. I have brought the Imperial head chef here today. The statement stunned them both. Kali looked at the dangerous man, thinking to himself, inviting the Imperial head chef to the mansion. Is this a show of strength? After they sat down, Iran glanced at Began, thinking to himself, I cannot believe I let such a filthy man into the mansion. He clicked his tongue and looked away in disgust. If not for Baron August's companion, this would never happen. After enjoying the meal, Kali said politely, the meal was excellent. I truly enjoyed it, Lord Marcus. Iran replied happily, good. Let us talk and then move on to the party. He clapped his hands to signal a servant. I want to ask you something. Kali answered honestly, I think the nobles have many questions when they meet me. Iran laughed heartily. Unlike them, I rather like you. The fact that you know how to use power is a plus. He compared it to a flock of geese having a black goose and said, because of the warrior family, I face discrimination. Those nobles only inherit titles but lack the ability to defend themselves. It is laughable. Kali replied earnestly, I agree with you. They would only flee if war broke out. Marcus Iran was excited. I like you even more. If you were not married, you could marry my daughter. Began sitting beside him was stunned, thinking he really managed to win over the Marcus. Suddenly the Marcus asked further, what brings you to the capital, Baron? His gaze was sharp as he looked at Kali. Kali answered frankly, the reason a fighter comes to Dragos is quite clear. I want to win the tournament. Marcus questioned, I have never seen a noble participate in a tournament, unless they send a representative to elevate the family's status. Kali explained, I used to be a boxer. Receiving the title of Baron was just a result of that. Again, sitting beside him, was startled by the frank answer. Marcus Iran was equally surprised. Suddenly he threw his head back and laughed heartily, explaining while unable to contain himself, if you speak so bluntly, other nobles would consider it an insult. Fortunately, you met me first. The Marquis stood up and said, the servants will lead you to the ballroom. I will introduce my family and my people. He smiled to himself, thinking nobles of illegitimate birth often have an inferiority complex. But you are different. I like that. A while later, in the grand ballroom filled with many nobles, all eyes were on them. Someone could not help but exclaim, oh my. They whispered when they saw Kali, the Lord Marcus must truly cherish him. Even Began was startled. He whispered to Kali, Baron, most of them are officers of the Royal Knight Order. Began reminded him, so the rumor that the Royal Knights are the Marquis' private army must be true. Kali nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps from the staircase. It was Marcus Iran and a beautiful young girl. Began quickly introduced, she is Nasa Iran, his only daughter. Kali looked and remarked, She is so thin her face looks a bit pale, does it not? Bigen explained she has been sickly since childhood. Suddenly, Nasa coldly glanced over. Unfriendly look sent a chill down Kali's spine. The purple eyes had a hint of enchantment that made him feel uneasy. So an easy feeling drained quite a bit of color from Kali's face. Nasa Iran took the initiative to bow. You must be the main character my father mentioned, Baron Kali. I am Nasa Iran. He politely replied, I am Kali Augustin. She noticed the scar on his face and asked, I heard you are a boxer. How do you have a sword scar on your nose? Kali naturally replied, the life of a slave has many ups and downs. Kali said while reminiscing, back then you fought barehanded. I almost lost my life. Hearing that, Nasa praised him endlessly. Then she suddenly turned and loudly announced to the nobles in the banquet hall, everyone, this baron once fought a sword-wielding opponent with his bare hands. Would you all like to hear the story? This action startled Kali. The noble ladies immediately eagerly crowded around to ask, were you hurt? How did you do it? Was it terrifying? Kali was quite intimidated by their enthusiasm. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking it was just a few words. Kali looked towards Nasa, who was smiling contentedly, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, she was like a queen. The ladies started chattering again. The noble girl you saved is now your wife. How romantic. They kept dreaming and sighing. One of them couldn't help but say, I want a love like that too. Even Bigen standing nearby had to think to himself. So jealous, only Kali was embarrassed, his face reddening, silently cursing, damn it, talking about the past was so awkward. Suddenly, a noble stepped forward and said in a less than friendly tone, I have also heard of your story, Baron, but I still have a question. Kali quickly looked at him. He realized this was the classic noble who had thrown a tomato at Bigen earlier. His face fell, wondering if he wanted revenge. Nevertheless, Kali replied politely, if you need any answers, I will tell you everything. That noble then replied, no, words are not enough. About you defeating a sword wielder with your bare hands. He gave a challenging smile. I have spent my life training with sword and shield, so it is hard to believe. Kali replied, but it is the truth. The classic noble persisted. Can you prove it? I will only use a practiced sword with a blunt blade. Kali finally understood his intention, feeling annoyed. He always ran into this type wherever he went. He let out a sigh and replied, fine. Afterwards, Kali changed his expression and raised a fist full of confidence, replying, using fists to explain is faster than words, right? Classic noble was not to be outdone and immediately had someone bring a sword, saying he had seen many braggarts before. Nasa worriedly turned to Marcus Iran and asked, Father, shouldn't we stop them? But he immediately stopped her with a raised hand. Iran chuckled with interest and replied, no, this is good. I need to see what kind of boxer he is. He seemed to have his own calculations. The classic noble pointed his wooden sword at Kali with confidence. Even though it is only a wooden sword, if you slip up, I will break your bones, Baron Augusta. Kali replied with full confidence, I will not hold you responsible for my injuries, do as you wish. Saying that, he directly took off his coat. The noble lady's eyes lit up at the sight, their mouths watering as they exclaimed, wow, oh my god. But suddenly they were shocked by a sight. It was Kali's solid and scar-covered body, which made them exclaim incessantly, look at that body, like a wild bear, look at those muscles. The classic noble began to tremble in fear at that physique but still bluffed, say when you are ready. Kali did not waste any more time and replied curtly, begin. Right in the middle of the banquet hall, the two stood at the center, with other nobles surround them to watch. Iran could not help but remark, so everyone wants to see. Of course, because compared to his reputation, he participated in few official matches. Kali, while taking a stance, recalled his own experience. To face a sword with bare hands, one needs protective measures. His eyes were now full of killing intent. He thought as he rushed like the wind towards his opponent, but since it was only a wooden sword, he wouldn't need to use them today. The classic noble quickly grasped the situation, swinging his sword down while still saying dismissively, you are too impatient. However, Kali easily ducked and dodged his slash. The other man, unwilling to give up, planned to swing his sword again. But Kali had a plan. He was moving forward. He directly leaped up, a step faster, and kicked him straight in the shin. Kick caused the noble to cry out in pain, his nose running, screaming incessantly. He couldn't stand, collapsing while yelling curses. How dare you attack with your foot, you coward? Kali was surprised he dared say that, and retorted, you are no better, fighting an unarmed man while holding a sword. He added, you mean it is only fair when I use my fists, right? His remark made the nobles burst out laughing, leaving the man so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Marcus Iran, while sipping his wine, thought to himself that calmness and confidence proved he had gained experience from real fights. He observed him and thought, Baron August can stir up the stagnant waters of the nobility. At this moment, the classic noble stood up using his wooden sword for support, face red with anger, threatening continuously, from now on I will go all out. Then he quickly grabbed his sword. After that, he directly swung his sword in an extremely fast strike towards Kali. But quickly he managed to dodge it. His eyes became full of killing intent because of that. The noble started planning again. Just a simple diagonal slash would do. Kali also looked him straight in the eyes. He Kept thinking, then I will thrust straight. But against his expectations, Kali moved in a zigzag pattern, easily dodging another thrust. Then Kali confidently punched him and said, I know your tactics now. The noble was immediately hit and threw up everything. The surrounding nobles exclaimed, disgusting. Kali thought awkwardly, I controlled my strength. Seems I went a bit too hard on you. The classic noble couldn't get up on his own, trembling as he said, I surrender, my lord baron. Iran exclaimed enthusiastically, very impressive. Even Nasa was surprised by Kali's talent. She began to show a strange smile, muttering his name repeatedly, Kali August. That woman looked at Kali and licked her lips, commenting, a man with such vigorous life force. Down below, began Jensen proudly handed Kali his coat. After that incident in the capital, Marcus Iran frequently invited Kali. Suddenly, the Marcus voice rang out in surprise. So you don't know anything about swordsmanship, Kali? He then replied honestly, I didn't have the means to learn swordsmanship. The Marcus sighed upon hearing that. From now on, the combat art of nobility will be boxing, no longer swordsmanship. Kali looked at him in surprise, while Marcus Iran stood up and said, you are not afraid of losing your life in a duel, because you only need to earn the gold of honor. He suddenly turned around and asked, have you met the king? Kali replied no. The Marcus explained, the king is merely a puppet, power belongs to the lords, and military might is in my hands. He added the king was wise to disperse power to maintain balance. But the heir is the young, arrogant crown prince. He is an evil fool. The Marcus recalled the smile of another noble and silently cursed, damn the succession. Kali said in fear, he will become a tyrant. The other interjected, it would be better to let that prince ascend the throne, but he is only 5 years old. Marcus Iran imagined the outcome and said a civil war for the regency is certain. Along with disputes over bloodlines, Central T cannot let history repeat itself, whether through civil war or rebellion. He turned to look at Kali and said, you will soon receive an invitation from the crown prince. He warned, be cautious of that honorable fool, for you do not know what he might do. Kali confidently swirled the glass in his hand, saying that his luck was very bad, but somehow he would still survive. Seeing that confidence, Marcus Iran forced a smile and said, even though you are a noble, you are like a mercenary living beside death. The words struck something in Kali's mind. He thought to himself the smell of death, and then finally agreed with himself, yes, that was it. Kali thought to himself as he walked along the long corridor. He was surprised to recall the strange feeling when meeting Nasa Iran. But why did he get that feeling from her? Remembering her smile, he was full of worry. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, interrupting his thoughts. Oh heavens! It was Nasa, asking in a bewitching tone, are you returning, Baron August? Kali felt a bit annoyed, but he still replied politely, yes, Miss Nasa. Suddenly she grabbed his hand and asked, why do you keep your distance from me? She spoke in a spine-chilling voice, please just call me Nasa. That made Kali freeze for a moment. He frowned in discomfort but could not voice it. Both stood looking at each other for a while, the surrounding space enveloped in eeriness. Nasa Iran grabbed Kali's hand and coquettishly said, why do you keep avoiding me? She continued in that spine-chilling voice, just call me Nasa, making him freeze once again. Kali bluntly refused, may I leave now, Miss Nasa? His coldness made her unable to hide her disappointment, but she quickly switched to a cheerful tone and said, of course the qualifiers are about to start, are they not? Nasa enthusiastically said she would come to cheer with a group of stunning beauties. Kali refused, saying it was fine for her to come, but the other girls were not convenient. She pretended not to understand and shamelessly said she would bring along handsome squires. The words angered Kali considerably. His face darkened, and he restrained himself, saying, although I do not know what scheme you have in mind, I already have a woman I am willing to spend my life with. He warned her, I will let this pass. The warning startled Nasa. Humiliated and turning angry, she retorted, I am the only daughter of House Iran, my baron. Do not be rude. Kali cut in. The reason I did not strike is not because you are a noble of Ireland, but simply because I do not wish to lay a hand on a woman. His demeanor frightened Nasa. Before leaving, Kali left the words, if there is nothing else, I take my leave, then slammed the door shut, leaving Nasa shaking with rage, muttering under her breath, do not do this to me. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and strange sounds escaped her lips. Finally, she burst into hearty laughter and said with delight, excellent, that tough attitude and proud confidence. Her eyes and expression were full of perversion, continuously hooting and hollering with a vibrant figure. Then Nasa called out, bye. A man in black emerged from the shadows, my lady. She smiled sinisterly and said, let us go meet the person we need to see. The next day, at the Jensen Manor training ground, a large log from who knows where was thrown heavily to the ground. Begin Jensen stood nearby, startled, and asked, what is this? Kali slapped the log and answered directly, it is the training equipment for this morning. Carry it. Begin exclaimed in confusion, huh? He was immediately asked by Kali, huh, what? Moment later, Begin struggled with the log and then lay down panting. He cried and lamented, regretting having said he wanted to learn boxing. Kali ignored his dejection and even added fuel to the fire, saying, from now on, train with this every day. Began was startled and reacted violently. I am already dead tired training this much. Kali replied gently. Very good. He began to explain physical strength is the most important thing in boxing. Weapons can be sharpened again, but physical strength can only be forged by oneself. Then he praised this level is good enough anyway. Began was both happy and worried really, but Kali's expression suddenly fell. He was not focused on the conversation. Kali recalled Nasa's gaze and his own uncontrollable anger, worriedly thinking he had been too agitated upon hearing the name Azalea from a suspicious person. But he quickly pushed it out of his mind. Come on, stop overthinking. There is less than a week until the qualifiers. Kali turned and said, Began, I am going out for a while. Please clean up for me. Began wondered, where are you going? Kali answered vaguely, to buy some leather straps and ointment. A moment later, on Road of the Twins of the Thunder River, Kali was currently strolling around looking about. Suddenly his attention was drawn to something else. It was a mysterious tent. Kali wondered, it seemed like he had seen it before. Kali suddenly recalled an old story and thought to himself, that's right. He had once gone to get his fortune told in Westia with Azalea. Then he made up his mind, trying it out wouldn't cost anything. So Kali stepped inside the tent. Inside was another beautiful young woman. She spoke, I have been waiting for you for a long time, warrior. Kali was surprised by that form of address and asked back. The girl calmly replied, I only speak of what I see. If you are uncomfortable, I can use a different title. Kali agreed to sit down and said, alright, is this the fortune-telling place? Last time an old woman read my fortune in a tent just like this. The girl replied, that's right, but I don't usually read fortunes for anyone. She added, perhaps that old woman sensed something similar to me. Saying this, she touched Kali's hand, making him wonder, don't they need a crystal ball? She closed her eyes to sense the spiritual world. Then she began, you come from a place very far away, much farther than I imagined. These things were so accurate that Kali was astonished. Suddenly she described strange things, iron objects flying in the sky, people inside boxes, vehicles without horses, all things I've never seen before. Kali suddenly associated this with the last time and was surprised. It was exactly what the old woman had said. Kali gradually understood. Could the nomadic people really have supernatural abilities? She also slowly withdrew her hand. Kali rubbed his chin, thinking, probably not, I myself am a supernatural entity, so having strange abilities wouldn't be that strange. The girl continued, you have an extraordinary guardian soul, a sign of a great destiny. Kali replied honestly, it was my fists that saved me, not some soul. Hearing that, the girl said, that is why you are a warrior. Your destiny is to keep fighting and overcoming challenges. Then she asked seriously, will you participate in the boxing tournament? Kali was surprised, you know about that too? The girl replied, news spreads fast here. Then she said softly, many people will try to stop you. Be careful. Hearing that, Kali couldn't help but worry. A moment later, as he left, he silently recalled what Began had once said. He looked at the tent and remembered, the capital Dragos is the place with the most corruption in the kingdom. Did she mean they would bribe the referee? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to get my fortune told. A week later, the tournament qualifiers officially began. All the spectators in the stands continuously cheered. The fighters charged into fierce combat, especially Torres. He used the lotus palm strike on his opponent, catching them off guard. Just as he took down one, another tried to sneak attack him from behind, but it couldn't escape Torres' notice. He quickly spun around. He immediately gave him a painful hook to the jaw, causing him to fall, his mouth full of blood. Right from the start, Torres had defeated all his opponents. The announcer couldn't believe it, hesitantly declaring the winner is... A short pause, then he shouted loudly, Torres Dragos. Torres excellently secured his spot in the finals. That didn't make him too arrogant. On the second day of the qualifiers, the arena was lively again with excited shouts. A confident stepped onto the platform, and it was none other than Can. Cheers erupted around him. Kali was about to compete. Suddenly, two people behind him argued and shoved each other. Kali thought helplessly, the fight hasn't even started, and they're already arguing loudly. On the stands, two figures were secretly watching Kali. It was that woman Nasa and her subordinate Bly. Nasa smiled maliciously. Finally, it's Kali August's turn to fight. The subordinate Bly looked down at him with cold eyes. Nasa said cryptically, that's this time's target Bly. She dangerously ordered, use dark magic to drain his life force. Hearing this, Bly respectfully nodded, yes, milady. But in truth, he sneered inwardly, thinking how foolish, who would actually believe in dark magic. Imagining the scene of Nasa kneeling and begging, he felt secretly satisfied. Whatever, I have nothing left to lose anyway. He was full of scheming, just getting the money is enough. When I don't need it anymore, I'll... Suddenly, Kali looked around and thought, sure enough, there are no ropes again. He silently calculated the rules. The qualifiers were a free-for-all brawl. 20 people fight, only the last 3 survivors advance. Looking at the opponents around him, he thought, I heard famous fighters often get ganged up on in this type of match. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Everyone immediately charged at each other without a word. Kali said excitedly, alright, let's begin. But it seemed no one paid him any attention. Kali just stood there alone, blankly watching everyone fight. Finally, unable to bear it, he shouted angrily, what? Why isn't anyone attacking me? A black man, seeing he wanted to pick a fight, said we're not crazy enough to hit a noble. Another scarred old man chimed in, saying who knew what would happen. Everyone ignored Kali, causing a commotion. and no one dared to make a move. Gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastards." Immediately, an easygoing shout rang out, drawing the attention of the pair fighting on this side. He looked over to the other side in confusion. Suddenly, Kali flew over and punched each one, not forgetting to say that if they did not dare to charge forward. Another man was hooked under the chin by him, along with a confident statement, "Then let me charge forward myself." Kali seemed to transform into a different person, bloodthirstily charging forward, shouting and attacking. The scarred man from earlier panicked and shouted loudly at that bastard. The dark-skinned man also panicked and said, "If you had just stood still, wouldn't it have been simple?" But the dark-skinned man was immediately punched painfully by Kali. He continuously shouted at the scarred old man not to be cowardly and run away, but to face him head-on. The scarred old man worriedly shouted, "Is that all you have to say? Won't you take revenge later when we're outside?" Kali helplessly replied, "Who would stoop to such a low trick?" Then he directly named a price in front of them, 10,000 coins. Kali declared with full confidence, "I will give 10,000 coins to anyone who can defeat me here." The group's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Is it really 10,000 coins? They immediately changed their attitude, pushing each other, saying, "Move aside, the 10,000 coins are mine." The belligerent man confidently swung his fist at Kali, saying contemptuously, "Don't regret it, my baron." Kali, equally confident, declared to him that he would be knocked down in one blow. Saying that, he threw sand into the opponent's face, causing him to lose his vision and cry out. Seizing the opportunity, Kali landed a direct punch to his chest, causing pain to the marrow of his bones. That man fainted as a result, and the surrounding crowd was surprised. How is this possible? The scarred old man and another old man immediately charged forward bloodthirstily, shouting, "That despicable bastard, and you call yourself a noble?" But Kali easily dodged each punch, even admitting, "Yes, I fight dirty like this, so what can you do about it?" Another man was less fortunate, getting spat in the face by Kali. He quickly used his hand to block the spit, but that left him, exposing his chest, which Kali immediately punched, an easy blow that made him cry out in pain. Then another uppercut from under the chin made him spit out syrup from the pain. The other old man angrily swung his fist, "You bastard." But Kali dodged nimbly, taunting, "Is this how you fight in the Empire? Watch closely and learn." And another man who didn't fear death stepped forward, shouting loudly and punching, "You only know how to boast, you've never been seen in a real fight." Kali dodged, laughing and saying, "Oh, is that so?" People in the stands constantly talked about Kali, saying he was crazy, truly out of his mind. But they all agreed on one thing: Kali was dominating. Kali could directly take out two opponents at once with a single punch. An excited blue-haired man in the stands said, "Seems like he wasn't just talking big." The brown-haired woman beside him was also excited, saying, "What a wonderful performance." On the arena floor, only one man remained. The green-haired man stood trembling, making Kali say in disgust, "No one from this bunch will get the 10,000 coins." The green-haired man couldn't restrain himself and charged forward despite his pale face, but he was quickly punched in the face by Kali. Immediately, the green-haired man was knocked down, syrup constantly spraying from his mouth. Stands erupted in shouts. From the highest point, Nasa was still watching with his subordinates. He turned to ask the man beside him, "What do you think, Bly?" The man replied, "My vitality is suppressing him. This is the first time I have seen such a person." Bly rested his chin and thought, if he wanted dark magic to be effective, he would have to kill Kali August first. But he could see that Kali's power was terrifying, and he wisely thought that a direct confrontation was impossible. Finally, Bly narrowed his eyes dangerously, calculating that the only option was to use poison. Kali August advanced to the tournament finals. He did not know what awaited him. The next day at the Iran Manor, Iran's voice rang out excitedly, "I watched your match in the qualifiers, it was truly excellent." But then his face became thoughtful, which made Kali ask attentively, "What is the matter, Marcus Iran?" Iran calmly replied, "I told you about the Crown Prince before, didn't I? He watched your match." He sighed and continued, "He has taken notice of you and wants to invite you for a meeting." Iran looked troubled, saying, "This matter has been troubling me quite a bit." Kali quickly replied, "It's all right, whatever will be will be." Iran, feeling it wasn't enough, added, "I did not want this at all. I tried to prevent it, but couldn't, so you must be cautious." Kali nodded with some worry. He arrived at the luxurious imperial palace. Kneeling below where Kalian began performing the ceremonial bow before the crown prince seated on the throne. Crown Prince Kryan said excitedly, "I watched your match in the qualifiers. Your strength is truly as Lord Iran said." Kali remained respectful from start to finish, replying, "I am truly honored to have caught your highness's attention." Suddenly, the crown prince enthusiastically kicked the air, startling his subordinates, then said, "When I saw you defeat those people, I was very excited." Kali couldn't help but think to himself, he is indeed the crown prince, but his behavior is too different. If you ask me, Iskander has much more proper bearing. The crown prince began to step down from the throne, saying, "This tournament is organized to celebrate my wedding." Kali quickly replied, "Yes, Then suddenly, Crown Prince Cryan drew his sword, his expression dangerous, saying, I do not think I would be happy if some unknown, common person were to win the tournament. Then he continuously swung his sword wildly towards his subordinates, saying, a noble like you must win to bring me honor, understand. Kali couldn't help but frown and thought, he doesn't know I was born a slave. Iran didn't say either, but as I see, he is too arrogant. The Crown Prince grinned sinisterly. He kept pointing his sword tip at the group of subordinates, making them tremble in fear. This made Kali frown and thought his behavior was truly without restraint. The prince's hand holding the sword suddenly trembled. He called out, hey! That dark-faced man quickly looked toward Kali and asked, why aren't you answering me? Kali bowed his head respectfully and answered that he was very honored and would do his best to please him. Upon hearing this, Prince Cryan excitedly sheathed his sword and said, good. His gaze stopped on began, asking who the person beside him was. Kali solemnly replied that he was his guard began. Upon hearing this, the prince suddenly stepped closer, walking as he spoke. Ah, it's that bastard, isn't it? Saying that, he angrily delivered a painful slap to Began's face, causing him to spray syrup from the pain. Kali did not expect him to do that and was startled. After slapping him, the prince turned sharply and said contemptuously that this place was for nobles, not for the likes of him. Began remained silent, but a flash of anger gleamed in Kali's eyes. Thinking was acting, he immediately stood up and replied, I have an appointment tonight. Please excuse my leave. This action displeased the prince, who said irritably, what did you say? You dare to leave while meeting me without my permission. Kali quickly replied, I have a meeting with Marcus Iran. Upon hearing this, Prince Cryan could not help but show caution. He had no choice but to signal them to withdraw. I see, then you may go. But Kali's face showed that this anger would be hard to calm. Before they left, the prince added, don't bring that bastard with you next time. That sentence touched Kali's limit and he immediately turned back. But Began knew what he was going to do and gently reminded him, Baron. Kali still could not help but take the initiative to say, however, you also do not know something about me, do you? Prince Cryan heard this and replied in confusion, what is it? Kali confidently introduced himself. Before, I was a slave. With a slightly challenging tone, he continued, also carrying that lowly and filthy bloodline. Prince Cryan's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. In the end, he could only stand in silence as Kali and his companion left. Only afterward did he grit his teeth in a fit of rage. He shouted loudly toward Kali, bastard, I don't want to see your face again. He arrived at the mansion of Marcus Iran. Kali could not help but angrily complain, that bastard is truly detestable. Iran, hearing his account, could only say helplessly, but that is our future ruler. His Majesty is gravely ill and likely will not recover. He recalled and said, when I was still his instructor, I tried to change that bad habit, but that is human nature, hard to do anything about. Saying that, Iran sighed. So this was the reason Prince Cryan showed caution upon hearing the name Marcus Iran. Kali recalled Love and Corinna's words. Count Joseph's daughter had become the crown princess. With the royal family's backing, the Joseph family could cause trouble. Kali worried and admired. I wonder why Countess Joseph knew the prince's domineering personality, but still married her daughter to him. Iran explained that it was a political marriage to allow the family to prosper. I am not like that. I cannot let Nasa be involved in such things. He cherished his daughter, saying that she needed to stay away from the dangers of officialdom. He did not notice the strange expression on Kali's face, and he only replied cautiously, yes. When it was time to leave, Kali turned to Began and said, Began, prepare the horses. He quickly replied yes and left. In truth, this was just Kali's idea for Began to avoid the situation for a while. He said coldly, I told you I don't want to see you anymore. Kali quickly exposed the person hiding behind the stone pillar, Lady Nasa. She was caught off guard and reluctantly revealed herself. Nasa proactively stepped forward and bowed. I was rude, please forgive me. Kali turned away coldly and replied, fine, I'll let it go. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, Nasa grabbed his sleeve. Wait, Baron. Her tone was earnest. Different from before, she said, why are you so cold? Can you give me some time? Kali recalled the last time he lost his temper with her and felt a headache coming on. Last time, things didn't go as I controlled them. This time, I need to deal with this thoroughly. Nasa kept whining and begging, just a little bit. Then she pulled out something, held it out to him and said, please accept this for my sake. It was a string of safety charms. Kali asked curiously, what is this? Nasa explained, a life-protecting talisman that will bring you luck in the competition. She put on a shy expression, reminiscing and recounting, I have had poor health since I was young. No matter what I did, I couldn't change this weak constitution. I can live until today thanks to my beliefs. Kali coldly replied, so, that talisman is what you believe in? But he quickly refused, however, I am not superstitious. Nasa continued to persuade, it may mean nothing to you, but to me it holds immense significance. She became increasingly earnest in her plea. Please accept my apology. I won't bother you anymore. Kali was frightened by this attitude of hers. Then he thought helplessly, This is really troublesome, but I need to appease her so she won't cling to me in the future. Thinking this, Kali took the old talisman and hung it around his neck. Without any sincerity, he asked back, "Alright, are you satisfied now?" Nasa immediately changed her attitude, smiling cheerfully and replying, "Of course I am." After that, she bowed to see him off. "I have troubled you." In truth, beneath that docile facade, she silently flashed a grotesque smile. Her face was entirely lit up with deadly calculation. The next morning at the Jensen Manor, Began's voice echoed everywhere, "Young Baron. Round match list is out, sir." Kali asked in surprise, "The competition is tomorrow, is the list out already?" After reading it, he couldn't help but be taken aback. "My opponent is Garotha. This guy doesn't seem very famous, does he?" Begin turned around and asked the butler, "Butler, do you know this man?" He replied, "He is originally a mercenary who just switched to boxing only recently." Begin didn't understand either and blurted out, "So he's fighting for money?" Only Kali was calculating his next move. Regardless, making it to this round definitely means he has real strength. However, his heart suddenly throbbed violently. Kali thought worriedly, Why do I feel uneasy? Could it be? Kali quickly pulled the talisman from his neck and cursed. "Damn it, I never thought this could happen." Began asked curiously, "Why did you wear that necklace, sir? It doesn't suit you at all." Kali honestly replied that it was a gift from NASA, but he did not like it at all. After saying that, he immediately threw it away, surprising Began. That man screamed demanding to be given it while Kali asked in confusion why he would want such a thing. The next day at the opening ceremony of the boxing championship finals, the frail old king struggled to stand and greet everyone, even though his body trembled so much that 2 people had to support him. He cleared his throat for a moment. Then he began reading the opening speech for the ceremony. His voice was too soft, causing the crowd below to buzz, saying they could not hear anything. Another person also exclaimed in worry that His Majesty truly looked weak. Ali below thought the same, silently believing that he likely would not live much longer in such a weak state. His Majesty suddenly coughed violently, and a logistics staff member had to go up to help announce that the speech would end here. He then continued to introduce the next part, and his footsteps approached the stage step by step. The host solemnly announced about Crown Prince Cryan and Crown Prince Fei, the one who had made the tournament possible. Cryan stepped out with an excited expression. He quickly shouted loudly proclaiming the opening of the tournament. The fighters below all respectfully shouted, "Long live His Highness the Crown Prince." Only Kali looked bored. The host excitedly shouted loudly before the official match, saying that the sacrificial ceremony for the victims would commence when the iron door opened. Gaunt prisoners were released, their faces reflecting extreme fear. The soldiers shouted loudly telling the fighters to go to the waiting rooms. Kali asked a nearby soldier in confusion what the sacrificial ceremony was. The soldier explained that the Crown Prince had made the decision yesterday, wanting to see blood to stir up the atmosphere. He said this place was dangerous, advising him to go to the room immediately. Those words startled Kali. Another iron door was then opened. From inside, 3 hungry lions were released. The terrified prisoners screamed and ran away. Those who could not run in time begged tearfully. But the lions were merciless beasts. They charged into attack, screams echoed everywhere, blood splattered all over the ground. Yet the nobles in the stands were delighted and excited, laughing and cheering incessantly. Even Crown Prince Cryan was thrilled by the agonizing screams. Marcus Iran sitting nearby frowned, silently cursing that bastard. Kali in the waiting room witnessed everything, silently cursing that killing people here was commonplace. They did not care about morality at all. He could not accept it, silently thinking this was too cruel. This whole place was full of lunatics. In a corner of the stands, Bly cautiously asked Nasa if she had seen with her own eyes the Baron wearing the amulet right. She replied that was correct, he put it on himself. Hearing this, Bly was satisfied and said that was enough. The host announced the next fighter was Baron Kali Aegis. Both of them immediately focused their attention on the ring. Kali stepped out valiantly and confidently, but around his neck he was not wearing anything at all. Nasa said in surprise that he had taken off the amulet. Bly reassured that wearing it once was enough. He secretly thought that when he put it on, a poison-tipped needle would prick him. Even if he took it off, it would be too late. Bly smirked sinisterly, thinking that without the antidote, he would suffer in pain and die within a few days, just like being under a curse. Kali's opponent proactively extended his hand to introduce himself, saying he had heard much about his reputation. He was Gareth, a former mercenary. He said he did not need to use honorifics. Kali politely shook hands, replying that he was not originally a boxer. Gareth sighed, saying a mercenary would do anything for money, punching or slashing. What was the difference? Kali smiled and said, "Interesting. If you want to live, then surrender, unless you want to live as a cripple." Finishing, he immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready. Both immediately prepared into their stances. Kali silently assessed Gareth, noticing his stance seemed loose. But he quickly guessed that he was hiding something, so he calmed himself not to be careless. Thinking that, Kali continuously hopped to prove the opponent. He struck first, but Gareth was very quick to dodge. He excitedly praised him for being truly fast. Indeed, a real boxer was different. Kali replied with interest, asking then was he not a real boxer. He silently observed, seeing that his direct attacks were very quick and decisive. Although not familiar with boxing, he had a feeling he was very skilled. The two continued, one attacking and one dodging. The impatient audience in the stands shouted for them to fight. Gareth then told Kali that he had only been practicing boxing for 2 months. He boasted with a savage smile that he had been a mercenary for nearly 20 years. This statement stunned Kali into inaction. 20 years, huh? Continuously analyzed, mercenaries and boxers had one thing in common: their careers were extremely short. Kali thought that if he survived 20 years, he was either extremely lucky or exceptionally skilled. Gareth clearly belonged to the latter. He spread his arms and smiled sinisterly at him. In terms of physical strength and boxing technique, Kali was superior, so he continuously threw punches. But Gareth's only outstanding point was his extensive combat experience, which helped him dodge Kali's blows. With years of experience, he judged psychology and predicted attack paths. In general, he was quite sharp. Now Gareth had thrown his first punch, aiming directly at Kali's face. He dodged, but Kali thought to himself that he had already escaped. No, he took a painful punch straight to the face. Kali was in so much pain that he thought to himself, this guy is truly a monster. That man knew I would dodge, so he threw a punch with timed force. Kali continuously analyzed the opponent's just thrown strike. Finally, he angrily stomped the ground. Amazing. A powerful punch was thrown, but Gareth dodged in time. He thought worriedly to himself, he almost died. He looked at the frenzied Kali, secretly marveling that the nickname Monster Slayer was not undeserved, his hands trembling. Kali took the pain, silently acknowledging the opponent was shrewd. His secret was his boxing experience and superior judgment. But this time, the opponent was a 20-year veteran mercenary, as solid as a seasoned veteran. For the first time, Kali lost his psychological advantage. He kept analyzing that man's punch was clear, he just needed to dodge and counter. Thinking that, he immediately charged towards his opponent. In Kali's mind, only one thought repeated, just one clean hit. Gareth had the upper hand, sneering contemptuously. You think one hit is enough? He threw a punch. Kali dodged and told himself to stay calm. Gareth switched hands, punching straight at Kali's remaining eye. Kali analyzed that he took this punch because the recoil made him shake his head. Kali frantically screamed and punched back, but was still dodged by Gareth. He struck back, Kali blocked, but couldn't understand it. Kali recalled that man's punches had no rhythm. Both hands were thrown almost simultaneously. Kali looked at Gareth, wondering what the hell he really was. In boxing, there are two main stances: orthodox and southpaw. Orthodox is for right-handed fighters, southpaw for left-handed fighters. Most boxers are right-handed, accustomed to fighting against orthodox style. When facing southpaw, they often struggle. The opposite hand, foot, and movement directions, like a mirror image, make defense and counterattack very difficult. Although it seems unbalanced, southpaws frequently face right-handed opponents. The experience of a southpaw is higher than that of an orthodox fighter. Even if one style counters the other, the difference still lies in experience. But what if someone continuously switched between the two styles? Back to the fight, Kali punched and counted 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2 again. Gareth didn't care at all, just kept throwing punches nonstop. Finally, Kali took a direct hit to the face, blood splattering everywhere. He steadied his stance, speaking with a firm rhythm. I finally understand. Kali raised his hands in defense, staring intently. He is ambidextrous. Gareth noticed the unusual look, startled. You've already realized it? He sneered. So what if you know? A trained boxer cannot change their style overnight. Kali suddenly gritted his teeth and charged forward. But after just a few steps, he stopped, leaving Gareth bewildered. Kali touched his head and thought, with his reflexes, he could easily dodge. His eyes burned with fire, gritting his teeth. Lately, I've only fought the weak, so I grew arrogant. Kali's aura changed. Gareth was stunned. The feeling was completely different. He stared at Kali, telling himself, you were always moving, now you're standing still. He recalled Kali's early days in the business, a technical boxer focusing on evasion. Memories surfaced. Then Kali became a slugger like everyone else. Lately, he had pursued the swarmer style, combining dodging with powerful attacks. This reckless swarmer style stemmed from Kali's aggressive nature. Kali suddenly spoke. Gareth, drop the sly tricks. The concept of style is meaningless to me. Gareth sneered in reply, but only for a split second. Kali had already lunged in front of him and launched an attack. The explosive immense force startled Gareth. He's charging again. 5 powerful punches rained down. His legs became steady to fix his position. Kali suddenly stopped moving. Gareth was puzzled. Why stop moving? Instantly, he realized he had been figured out, his heart sinking. I'm doomed. Gareth took an uppercut to the chin, crying out in pain. He gasped for breath, trying to stay calm. This guy has become a completely different person. His heart was uneasy. If he couldn't predict the fighting style, the loser would be him. Gareth broke out in a sweat, staring intently at Kali, trying to guess whether he would advance or maintain distance. Before he could steady himself, Kali had already lunged in front of him, raising his fist high. The punch landed squarely on Gareth, causing the entire arena to tremble. Iran watched with amusement from above. He was being more cautious now. He glanced at the soldiers training on the floor, thinking to himself to maintain distance while moving, as if about to attack yet not encircling the opponent, slowly wearing down their defense. Iran looked down at the arena, muttering to himself that it seemed he wanted to completely take him down. Gareth looked at his trembling, aching arm, feeling immense fear. With ordinary punches, he couldn't beat him, so he kept his distance, waiting for an opening. Not giving Gareth a moment to rest, Kali quickly charged in for another attack. Gareth gritted his teeth and muttered, "Come on, you bastard." The punch slammed straight into his arm guard. The brutal strike broke his bones, and he groaned in pain a few times. Kali smirked and said, "Hey, mercenary, do you hear that wonderful sound?" He screamed madly that it was the sound of human bones shattering, then excitedly raised his fist for another attack. At that moment, Gareth raised his hand and called out loudly, "Hold it." His face pale, he raised his hand and said, I surrender." His surrender made Kali lose all interest. Seeing Kali's expression, Gareth held his arm and shouted, "You said if I were about to die, I should surrender. If I keep fighting, I'll die." At the same time, an angry shout rang out from the stands. "What's this, a joke?" The angry spectators booed, "Finish him off, kill him." Kali suddenly pulled Gareth close by the neck and said, "Hey mercenary, how do you like this atmosphere? Ending it like this is not a wise choice." He glanced at Crayon's annoyed face, saying, "Look at the crown prince's face." He looked as if he were about to pronounce a death sentence. Gareth sighed and chuckled in response. "I underestimated boxing." Kali said seriously, "To calm the atmosphere, I have to beat you to a pulp, but too much blood has been shed today. I'll dislocate your shoulder, and you just scream like your bones are broken." This proposal terrified Gareth, but the situation forced him. He could only reluctantly nod. Kali quickly moved to dislocate Gareth's shoulder. He also cooperated by letting out a few frantic screams. The entire arena immediately cheered up again. The match ended and Gareth was carried away on a stretcher. He looked at Kali. He engraved this debt in his heart. He would repay it. Kali straightened up and raised his fist to the sky. In a quiet corner of the stands, Nasa Iran asked Kali worriedly, "Is he really cursed Bly? He fights unbelievably well." Bly gazed thoughtfully at the red mark on Kali's chest, replying, "That's what I was going to say. Look at the wound. The poison has clearly seeped deep, likely due to the lunar constitution." He slowly spoke. "That proves his vitality is extremely strong." I thought seriously, "Perhaps it's time to give you the medicine now or will be suspected. How long will the painkiller help me fool him?" Nasa Iran beside him slightly narrowed her cold eyes, staring intently at Bly. At that moment in the palace, Began breathed a sigh of relief looking at the pile of letters and flowers on the table. He turned and asked the butler, "Butler, are these gifts for the Baron enough?" The butler smiled and replied, "Yes, everything is here, young master." Suddenly a falling letter caught Began's attention. When he looked closely, he said in surprise, "This is..." Began quickly picked up the letter and asked, "A letter from Count Joseph Doraemon?" In a certain room after receiving an invitation from Countess Joseph, Kali asked in astonishment while rolling an egg on his face, "The Countess Joseph is inviting me?" Began explained, "The letter's content is simple, congratulates you on passing the first round, and expresses a desire to resolve any misunderstandings with you." Hearing this, Kali angrily crushed the letter in his hand. He crumpled the letter, threw it away, and said mockingly, "Resolve them, how laughable." Began calmly said, "It seems he heard you have a good relationship with Marquis Iran. Therefore, he will approach you warmly as if nothing happened, because he does not want to offend his lordship the Marquis." Kali pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Began, you will come with me to that place, right?" His proposal startled Began, who quickly objected, "But Countess Joseph doesn't seem to like me." Kali said bluntly, "If he's displeased, he can kick me out." Kali's eyes coldly fixed on Began as he said seriously, "Even if he initiates a reconciliation, I will not easily make peace with him." Next day, in front of the Jensen estate gate, on Dark Orchid Street, a carriage appeared. The person standing in front of the carriage said irritably, "I have to come out personally to receive him?" That person was Warren the second son. He bit his lip and cursed, "Such lowborn scum." At that moment the person inside slowly approached and spoke, "I have kept you waiting, Warren." Kali's sudden appearance made Warren jump. Kali led Began in front of Warren and said, "Sorry, I had some personal matters and am late." Warren bowed awkwardly, "Baron August." He darkened his face thinking, truly a filthy lowlife. Though despising Kali's status, he had to respectfully invite Kali into the carriage. However, Kali raised a hand to refuse. "I will go there with my attendant," Began. Warren asked in surprise, "Began him?" Kali cast a cold glance at him. "This kingdom isn't short of stupid, cruel people. Are there still so many bastards roaming the streets who harm women even now?" These words angered Warren, his face bulging with veins. Then Kali bluntly stepped into the carriage and slammed the door shut. Began glanced lightly at Warren's expression and said, "It seems you have provoked him." Kali replied sullenly, "For people like that, that was mild. He just annoys me." At that moment, a sudden headache struck, causing Kali to pause. He clutched his head in pain, grimacing and groaning loudly. Began worriedly asked, "What's wrong, my lord?" Now, Kali was unaware that the poison was spreading throughout his body. He only replied wearily, "I just have a bit of a headache." Began said with concern that he would invite a doctor to examine him tomorrow. Kali intended to refuse but suddenly paused. His headaches had been increasing recently, and if they continued, they would exhaust him. He silently resolved to be strong and not weak. A moment later they arrived in front of Count Joseph's mansion. Kali slowly stepped down, muttering to himself, "Let's see what purpose you have in inviting me here today, Count Joseph." As soon as they entered, Count Joseph cheerfully thanked Baron August and his companion for coming. Kali smiled and replied, "It has been a long time, Count Joseph." The Count politely suggested, "Let us sit down and eat while we talk, lest the food gets cold." At the dining table, Kali's action shock began so much that his mouth hung open. Count Joseph and Warren's faces also darkened at this behavior. Meanwhile, Kali ate and drank comfortably, constantly praising, "Oh, this is delicious." Kali laughed to himself. "Let's see how long you can tolerate this attitude of mine, Count Joseph." At that moment, Count Joseph's anger flared up. He cursed inwardly. "What a bastard." Then he asked loudly, "Do you behave like this in front of Marquis Iran as well?" Contrary to his father's restraint, Warren slammed the table in irritation and shouted, "Mind your manners, Baron. This is not how nobles eat." The scolding made Kali's face darken. He crushed the fork in his hand and replied coldly, "Excuse me, but I am just a lowborn person." Seeing his displeased attitude, Count Joseph immediately scolded Warren. "How dare you speak to our honored guests like that? If you do not respect them, how can they respect us?" Suddenly rebuked, Warren said sulkily, "Why are you scolding me, father?" Count Joseph quickly calmed down and turned to Kali. "Baron August must know that there have been many misunderstandings between us in the past." Hearing this, Kali asked angrily, "Misunderstandings?" Count said sternly, "I have been thinking of a reconciliation, to let bygones be bygones. If you need anything, just say the word, and I will do my utmost to help." But Kali merely replied indifferently, "I'll think about it." He casually picked up his wine glass and leaned back in his chair. "My wife said I shouldn't accept gifts from people too easily." Count Joseph clenched his fists in anger, grinding his teeth, saying, "That means you don't value me, Baron Kali Augustin." Just then, Kali's voice rang out coldly, "You want me to forgive you?" Suddenly, he hurled the wine glass to the floor, making the father and son flinch and yelp. Warren stood up furiously, pointing at his face and cursing, "You bastard." Ignoring him, Kali forcefully delivered a thunderous punch to the dining table, splitting it in two. Seeing this, Warren was terrified and stepped back. Kali stared at Count Joseph, grinding his teeth. "Hey Joseph, you nearly got me killed." Recalling the image of Azalea, he said angrily, "Just because your son almost humiliated someone, I stepped in to help." The image of the hammer coming down on a death sentence flashed before him. He couldn't contain his rage. "I ended up in court facing the death penalty." Then the first life and death battle with Tranting appeared, and Kali growled, "I also had to fight those monsters." His eyes burned red, and he gritted his teeth. "Do you know how much I've suffered since my mobility deteriorated? What right do you have to talk to me about reconciliation? Misunderstandings. Those words come so easily from your mouth." Kali clenched his fist, his anger seeming to burn everything. "Do you take me for a fool?" Seeing the situation spiral out of control, began panicked and handed him a glass of water. "Milord, please calm down." Count Joseph hastily backed down. "If we remain hostile forever, not only you, but the entire August family will also suffer." He pleaded for reconciliation in fear. "We have reasons for our hatred, but we cannot let our children be dragged into this and act wrongly. Do you truly not wish to mend this relationship, and intend to hold on to this grudge forever?" Kali quickly took the glass and drank a sip, remaining silent. After drinking, he let out a breath. Count Joseph threatened, "I am at least a prominent noble in the kingdom, so today, you must give me a proper answer." Kali bit his lip and thought. After all, he had to make peace. He couldn't maintain this strained relationship forever. His cold eyes looked up at Count Joseph. "But I cannot easily overlook what you have done." Kali sat down and turned to look at Warren. Then, his sharp eyes stared at him. "A leg to pay me back, how about that?" Kali's serious demeanor and oppressive presence terrified Warren. Warren panicked, turning his head left and right as if looking for an escape. He pointed at himself in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. Knowing he was the chosen one, Warren screamed in fear and misery. Warren's scream echoed throughout the room. Tied up and lying on the floor, he begged, "No, father, don't do this, milord Baron." However, Count Joseph said calmly, "Accept it, Warren, you brought this upon yourself." He looked down at him coldly. "Think of the relationship with the Marquis and your sister, who is the crown princess. This is for the sake of the family." Kali suddenly sat down, tapping the hammer in his hand. "Consider it settled then." He coldly raised the hammer again. Seeing this, Warren burst into tears and screamed, "No." Ignoring the pleas, Kali slammed it down hard. Brutal action made Count Joseph's face turn pale, and he quickly turned his head away. The hammer barely missed Warren's leg, just enough to scare him into soiling his pants. Kali stood up and gave him a hard kick. Gripping the hammer tightly, he said, "No matter what, I couldn't do that in front of a parent." These words shook Count Joseph. Kali looked straight at the Count coldly. "From now on, we have nothing more to do with each other, and I won't mention that matter again." The Count paled and replied, "Thank you, Baron." He leaned down to face Warren, warning him, "Don't ever show your face in front of me again." Kali threatened coldly, "Next time I'll break your back." Having said that, he tapped his face a few times, making him cry in fear, tears streaming down his face. Done, Kali quickly turned and left. Began hurriedly followed. Began said fearfully, "I thought you were going to do it for real." Kali replied indifferently, "He is not worth my attention." Seeing this, Began looked at him intently and then let out a breath. Kali laughed and asked, "One kick would be fine, right?" Began replied cheerfully, "It was a small matter." Then the Baroness Joseph ordered the close guard to keep this matter secret and saw Kali off. The next day, rumors about the reconciliation between the August and Joseph families spread everywhere. At the same time, at the Iran mansion under a bright moon night, Bly stood in the room looking at the person opposite and asked, "How do you feel?" Nasa Iran sat leaning against the headboard, smiling as she replied, "Thanks to you, I feel much better, just a little groggy." Hearing this, Bly was silent for a while, then blurted out 2 words, "What a relief." But inside he gritted his teeth and said, of course he had given her a super strong painkiller. Nasa Iran spoke coldly again, "Those men I killed before, the medicine wasn't very effective, maybe because this time it was a boxer." I quickly replied, "That was partly it, but also thanks to your enduring will and soul." "Ah, I understand, so that's it. Anyway, I'm grateful that you always help me." Nasa Iran gave a gentle smile. "Before meeting you, I was always tormented by bone-piercing pain, but from now on things will be different." Hearing this, Bly bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Thank you for trusting me." Thinking to himself, perhaps it was time for him to withdraw. He secretly gave a cruel smile, thinking of that hoard of gold and jewels. Both Nam Thuk and Ada would die. After this job, he would receive a huge sum of money. He thought viciously this cheap play was also time to lower the curtain. A few days later at the Jensen mansion on Wing Street, Began yawned lazily and called out, "My Lord Baron." He knocked on Kali's door and asked, "No morning training today? We've been resting for a few days," but the only reply was silent emptiness. Began curiously pushed the door open and called out, "My Lord Baron." But when he looked into the room, the sight before him shocked him deeply. Seeing Kali lying slumped on the floor, Began screamed in fear, "My Lord Baron." Kali's face was pale, clearly showing extreme pain. Began quickly called for a doctor to examine him. After the examination, the doctor was pensive and speechless. Finally, the doctor looked at Kali's pale face and asked, "Do you have any wounds on your body?" Kali breathed heavily and replied, "I am a boxer." The doctor took out a medicine box and said, "First I will give you a painkiller and monitor the situation." Hearing this, Kali froze immediately. His face turned even paler. A painkiller in this place. Recalling 3 years ago, a doctor also handed a bag of medicine to Kali and instructed, "This medicine is very strong, only take 1 dose each time." Kali took the bag of medicine and asked the old man with the white beard, "Does strong mean it causes drowsiness?" The old man with the white beard calmly picked his nose and replied, "Drowsiness is the least of it, but being groggy or having hallucinations is very dangerous." His flippant attitude infuriated Kali. Returning to the present, Kali sighed and muttered to himself, "This is probably similar medicine. The medical knowledge of the doctors in this world is inferior even to his." Megan spoke up irritably, "Tomorrow is already the 2nd round, what a hassle." Hearing this, Kali clenched his fists in determination. As long as he could still hold his fist tightly, that was enough. Next day, the 2nd round of the tournament, the entire stands were quickly filled with people. Kali sat on the contestant's chair, lost in thought. Saying it was one thing, he lightly recalled the divine physician, thinking that if it were a serious illness, even the Empire would be useless. The divine physician was a surgery expert, but it was too far from here to the Empire. Just then an announcement rang out, "Please appear, Kali August." The gate slowly opened. Kali muttered to himself, the longer the match, the more disadvantageous it becomes. He resolved firmly, he must take down his opponent with the very first strike. Bly sat in the stands looking at Kali in surprise. With a body like that, he was still forcing himself to participate in the 2nd round. He said confidently to himself, he won't be able to hold out any longer. In the ring, Z smiled at Kali and said, "A pleasure to meet you, the monster slayer." He said arrogantly, "I am known as the master of the Wesleyan style. Today you will not be able to lay a finger on me." Kali, annoyed, massaged his forehead and cursed, "Too much talking." Just then, the bell was struck, signaling that the match had officially begun. As soon as the match started, Z, who was standing opposite, quickly rushed forward to engage Kali. He moved back and forth rhythmically and agilely, as if he had practiced hundreds of times. Kali muttered irritably, "Fast, huh?" Z continued moving, trying to distract his vision. Kali again aimed directly at him and lunged forward. He easily sidestepped Zed contemptuously with that slow punch. Before he could finish, a punch landed straight on his face. Kali recalled his match with Gareth and muttered, "Why does it feel like I already knew?" Kali sent the man flying with a single blow. He spoke indifferently, "It was fast, alright." Kali said coldly as he turned and walked away. "But moving that much and that predictably, I will see through it." The match lasted a mere few seconds, yet Kali suddenly staggered as he walked. The entire stands were still bewildered, not understanding what had happened. The very next second, they all erupted, unable to believe it, a knockdown with a single blow. Bly, sitting in the crowd, was also so astonished his mouth hung open. He said fearfully to himself, he really is a monster. I fearfully bit his nails unconsciously, his heart restless. The fact that he participated in this match was already abnormal. Seeing him in this healthy unhealthy state would make him suspicious. He thought fearfully, what should he do now? Meanwhile, Nasa Iran beside him was painfully holding her head. I quickly noticed. He asked worriedly, what's wrong, my lady? I turned pale and lightly glanced over. Nasa Iran spoke in pain, I feel a little dizzy. Bly hurriedly spoke to reassure her, it seems the curse hasn't taken effect yet. He thought it's time to say something. Bly tried to make an excuse. I will cast the curse immediately, please try to bear it a little longer. Now, her entire body was trembling with pain. He trembled and whispered there was only one last chance left. It seemed he had to act himself. At night, Kali still lay unconscious on the sickbed. While Began had been worried ever since the match ended, the Baron's condition worsening by the hour. Kali's face was pale green, his breath rapid as if his entire chest was being squeezed tight. Recalling the sight of all the doctors shaking their heads, Megan felt helpless. Even the best ones were at a loss. Began said firmly he could not let the Baron die like this. He had to save him no matter what. The butler Zhang Zhang pushed the door open to call Began, sounding a bit strange. The butler Zhang Zhang reported there was a young girl outside who wanted to see the Baron. When Began went out, Snorin smiled calmly, took off her coat, and said, I think I can help him. Observing her appearance, he wondered, a gypsy, or a nomad specializing in dark arts. Began was wary. Where did she hear about this? Snorin replied, I didn't hear about it, I saw it with my own eyes. Someone is targeting the Baron. Hearing that, Began became agitated. She was planning to use magic. She raised 3 fingers in warning. If this continued, the Baron would not last 3 days. Snorin lifted her ocean blue eyes to look at him and said, please let me see the Baron. Megan felt a bit wary under those penetrating eyes. He reluctantly nodded fine. Snorin bowed her head and replied, thank you, sir. She walked into the room and softly introduced herself. I am Snorin. Began saw her walk straight into the mansion as if familiar with it, and asked in surprise, wait, do you know which room it is? He hurriedly ran after her to show the way. The Baron's room is... Before he could finish, Snorin had already opened Kali's door and walked in. Began thought in panic, was she really using magic? How did she know so clearly? Seeing Kali's body, Snorin asked in alarm what had happened. Began immediately warned if she dared to do anything. Suddenly she pulled out a knife. He panicked. What are you going to do? Snorin approached Kali with the knife and said, calm down. I need to see what his blood looks like to understand. Began exclaimed in shock, what? As soon as he saw the blood flow, Began was stunned, oh my god. He watched the blood droplets evaporating, stuttering in fear. The blood turned to vapor as soon as it touched the blade. Snorin quickly realized the problem. She explained this is a poison nomads often carry for self-defense, pretending to compromise and then using poison to fight back. Hearing that, Began was startled and asked, it's really poison? Snorin looked at the body covered in injuries, too many wounds. She didn't know where the poison entered, maybe even through the mouth. He asked worriedly, is there a way to save him? Snorin touched the wound and replied, I can cure his poison. But it's a bit late now, I don't know if it will still be effective. She turned and called, Sir Began, please find me some ingredients immediately. At this moment, Kali seemed to be sinking into a vast space. He asked vaguely, where is this? Looking at his own frail arm, he said, my body has no strength left at all. His eyes looked around dimly, a gentle voice rang out, as if in a dream, very hazy. Suddenly, the image of Kang Ti being beaten appeared before his eyes. Kali saw him and immediately recognized that familiar face. It was... The image of the gang of thugs swarming over appeared clearly. Kali wondered suspiciously, was this the dock where he had died? He doubted, had he gone back to the past? Those images appeared like a serial movie. Kali looked at the movie and murmured, this was what he saw before he died. Kali's eyes glided over the oil barrel slowly sinking in the sea, thinking everything was just a dream as he sank down there. In the past, Kang Ti was too arrogant, overly confident in his strength. Though his physique was good, his spirit was very weak. His entire body sank into a dark quagmire, unable to do anything more. Kang Ti accepted drifting, letting the quagmire devour his life, just let it end here. Gradually, he was completely swallowed by that quagmire. But unexpectedly a hand grabbed him and pulled him up. Kang Ti slowly opened his eyes, looked out at the sky, wondering what was going on. 3 men with savage smiles approached. Kang Ti panicked and asked why they were hitting him. They lunged at him, beating him viciously, punching and cursing him for being an idiot. The scene resembled Kali's past. He tremblingly said he did it because... Kang Ti wondered if this was Kali's memory. The leader angrily punched him, scolding that being his fellow disciple was a disgrace. Finally, when they had finished punching and kicking to their heart's content, Kali lay slumped, covered in blood. Kang Ti fearfully called his name, wake up Kali. Tiredly watching the film, he said it was really over, he hated this weak body. His eyes slowly grew blurry, his face losing all vitality. A moment later, the two, Kang Ti and Kali, seemed to merge into one, both determinedly saying they wanted to become stronger. Kang Ti lay in the quagmire, giving a strange smile, saying that even a useless person could be useful sometimes. He reached his hand out of the mire and whispered, finally understanding what he had to do. Kang T firmly grasped the films, determined to change this body to change Kali. He rose from the mire, resolutely saying he would become the strongest. Suddenly, the image of a small, weak Kali appeared before him, but Kali looked back at his own growth process, saying there was still a long way to go. Back in Kali's room in the Jensen mansion, he suddenly woke up with a start. Kali sat up in fear, panting with his hand on his chest. Snorin beside him just sat up and asked in surprise. Even the warrior began wondered and called him Baron. Suddenly he rushed over and hugged Kali tightly. Kali frowned and asked what he was doing, began joyfully, called out Nam's name, began happily, looked at Kali, saying he thought he wouldn't wake up. Kali disgustedly told him to let go. Kali glanced at Snorin and asked what was going on. She replied she would explain later. Just then, Gry suddenly appeared in a dark corner. Snorin handed him the bowl of antidote, saying he should drink it first. Suddenly a hand appeared and pulled Snorin away. Ryan shouted a warning not to move. He held a knife to her throat, threatening that anyone who moved would have their throat cut immediately. Bly was furious, his cold eyes staring at Kali, cursing the damn boxer. The bowl of antidote in Snorin's hand fell, the precious liquid spilling onto the floor. He again looked at the bowl regretfully, full of sorrow. He angrily looked at Bly and demanded who he was, how he got in with so many servants around. Bly frowned and answered bluntly, rest assured. Right outside the mansion, a strange scent spread everywhere. In just an instant, everyone collapsed. He arrogantly said they were asleep by now. Rye glanced at Snorin and whispered, these people should have been unconscious. He silently affirmed that it must be that fortune-teller woman's doing. At this moment, Snorin tilted her head to look at him and asked if he was the one who poisoned the warrior. He angrily yelled for her to shut up. Suddenly, Snorin's body glowed. She seemed to be using a detection spell. After a moment, Snorin spoke, the royal mansion, dark brown hair, a pale greenish face. These words greatly panicked Bly. Again quickly realized from the hint that it was Nasa Iran, right? Struck in a vital spot, Bly angrily tightened his grip on Snorin's throat, shouting that if she said another word he would tear her mouth apart. At this moment, Kali suddenly spoke, now I understand. He staggered to his feet, saying that ever since he put on that necklace, his head hurt terribly. Kali held his head, panting as he asked if NASA had hired someone. I was furious, what use is it for a dying man like you to know? Kali was cold, his eyes blazing with fire as he said, I will beat you until you are half dead, and then drag you to see the one who hired you. Bly was a little scared by Kali's aura but still bragged, laughing that it was laughable for a poisoned man to boast. But the scene before him left him speechless in shock. A black aura emanated from Kali's entire body, making Bly wary. He muttered in fear, look at this boxer's complexion, though a bit slow, you have been poisoned and are about to die. The hands holding his knife trembled, surely he hadn't taken the antidote. But the pressure from Kali terrified Bly. How could a dying man have such an aura? Kali's face was furious, veins bulging, his sharp cold eyes stared fixedly at Bly. Kali suddenly commanded loudly, now is the time to act, butler. Hearing that, Bly was startled and panicked, quickly turning his head back, saying I already gave them sleeping pills. But when he turned back, he saw no one behind him, only an empty space. At the same time, Began had already raised his fist and rushed in front of him. Bly couldn't block it, taking a punch straight to the face, blood splattered, and his cheekbone seemed to crack. Bly fell in pain, his hands holding Snorin gradually loosening. Began stood there panting, his eyes tense as he looked towards the slumped Bly. Kali behind him spoke up in praise, well done, Began. He weakly said learning boxing was useful, but before he could finish his sentence, Kali's entire body collapsed to the floor. Began was extremely frightened, my lord Baron. A moment later, Kali endured the pain to finish drinking the bowl of bitter medicine. After drinking, Kali gritted her teeth, looked at Snorin, and asked, why are you here? Snorin replied respectfully, after the last time I reviewed the divination and saw that your life force was cut off, so I came. Kali coughed weakly a few times and then thanked her, thanks to you I survived. But why did he want to kill me? Snorin explained, for a moment I saw something like dark magic, and the figure of the person named Nasa looked very weak. She looked at the bound Bly and said he deceived her, used a spell to drain your life force. It was clearly not the first time. Began asked in surprise, so he had killed many people? Kali said to Began, prepare the carriage. Kali raised her fist and said, I will go directly to meet her. The next morning, Dawn had just appeared at the Iran mansion. Iran was practicing swordsmanship in the yard, looked at Kali and asked, you want to see Nasa? He held a wooden sword, frowned and said, it is strange for a gentleman to visit my daughter so early. I do not like it. Kali replied respectfully, please permit it, my lord Marquis. He took out a necklace and said, seriously, you need to know about this. Seeing the necklace, Iran was startled, recognizing it. Knowing the matter, he quickly led it to Nasa's room. On the way, Iran suddenly spoke up, calling Baron August. His eyes reddened as he asked, do you dare take responsibility for accusing my daughter of using dark magic to kill people? Kali replied fearlessly, you can verify it yourself and you will know. Iran stood before the room and asked the servant, has Nasa not woken up yet? The servant replied awkwardly. The young lady said she was tired and did not want one to be woken. Kali quickly stepped forward and said, I am sorry, I must go in and check. As soon as he finished speaking, he ruthlessly kicked the door open and entered the room. Seeing the scene in the room, everyone was astonished. The room was in disarray. Nasa Iran had vanished. Kali affirmed she has fled. Seeing this, Iran angrily lunged forward and punched Bly in the face. He furiously grabbed Bly by the neck and interrogated him. "You swindler! Where have you hidden Nasa? Speak!" Bly tremblingly replied, "I do not know either." Iran drew his sword and said, "Certainly you seduced my innocent daughter." He brought the sword to Bly's neck and said angrily, "I am trying to stay calm here. Speak before I count to 3. But Bly remained silent. Iran angrily began counting to 1. As soon as he counted to 2, Bly was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. The moment the count of 3 ended, Iran was about to thrust his sword when suddenly Kali called out, "My Lord Marquis." He angrily turned and shouted, "What is it now?" Kali pointed to the corner of the room and said, "Please look at this." Seeing the object, he stammered in shock. "This is—" Kali looked at the cabinet emitting a black aura and said, "That is right." He looked at Talisman and the people in the cabinet, affirming that Lady Nasa was bewitched by dark magic. The servant respectfully handed the letters to Iran and said, "I and the butler have checked them." He awkwardly admitted that handwriting in blood truly belongs to Lady Nasa. Iran did not believe it, turned to Kali and asked, "Did my daughter really use dark magic?" Kali replied, "Rather, she was exploited by that swindler." He said seriously, "But she gave the order to kill, and I was almost poisoned to death." Iran suddenly remembered the necklace and asked, "The poison was in the necklace you gave me, was it not?" He bowed his head in grief. "That is a memento left by my wife Nasa's mother." He clenched the letter tightly, his voice angry, using the last memento left by her mother as a murder weapon. Even to survive, it is completely wrong. After a moment of deliberation, Iran looked up and said, "I have a request, Baron August." Kali understood the meaning and nodded. "I understand your intention." He swore seriously, "In return for your kindness, I will keep this matter of dark magic a secret." Suddenly, a servant rushed in hastily and reported, "My master, it is bad. The swindler Bly has escaped." The 3 people in the room were all shocked upon hearing the news, exclaiming loudly, "What?" He shouted angrily, "I told you to guard carefully." The servant stammered. He disguised himself as a servant. "He seems very familiar with the mansion." The servant fearfully reported, "He escaped through a secret tunnel. I have sent soldiers to chase after him." Iran angrily held his head. "Damn it." He lunged forward, grabbed the servant by the collar and threatened, "This matter absolutely must not be leaked. Do not come back until you find him." Hearing the news of Bly's escape, Kali's face immediately darkened. 2 days after Nasa and Bly disappeared, Kali's body recovered quickly. Snorin handed a bowl of water to Kali and instructed, "Drink boiled water with silver powder twice a day." Kali took the bowl of water and asked, "How long do you plan to stay at the mansion?" Snorin replied, "Your health warrior has improved, but the detoxification was a bit late." She suggested, "If you permit, I would like to stay and monitor for a while longer." Kali was dazed for a moment before agreeing. "Then let me prepare a room for you." Snorin pondered, looking at Kali, thinking it was almost as if the warrior resisted the poison on his own. He recalled the things he had been through, silently admiring the battle with Aksur, injured in the leg and confronting a monster. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up long ago. Snorin thought carefully, could the poison resistance be because he carries a great mission? Or is it just strong willpower? Or is it— She remembered that muscular physique and blushed, lost in thought. Seeing the Lord's health and her flushed face, Kali wondered what she was thinking that made her look so pensive. Snorin quickly limped away. She smiled and said she would go outside first. If anything happened, he could call her. Inside, she secretly anticipated the warrior's next move. Snorin left. Kali pondered. If that fortune teller was right, then Nasa was currently using a lot of painkillers, not ruling out the possibility that she was having hallucinations. He gently stood up, walked to the table, and muttered. The Marquis said he would personally go search, but he couldn't just sit still either. After meeting Snorin, Kali went to the slums of the Dragons, a very dilapidated place. Kali asked around every resident there just to find Nasa and Bay, but no one knew any news of those two. Kali calculated Nasa was a well-known queen in high society. He couldn't find her in the Winter District, a place with too many nobles and where news spread too fast. Suddenly, a little girl with blue hair appeared with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Her clear voice rang out inviting customers, "Buy flowers, fresh flowers aplenty." Seeing the small figure of the flower girl, Kali suddenly remembered Azalea and her little child. Her second child must have been born by now. He would meet it soon. The flower girl saw Kali take out a silver coin and put it in front of her. She exclaimed in surprise, "So much money, sir. Are you buying all these flowers?" He replied, "Just one. The change is all yours." The little girl happily said, "Thank you very much, uncle." Her calling him uncle made Kali freeze instantly. Kali quickly took the flower and left. He said sadly it was nothing, but had he become an uncle, Bai was 2 years older than him, 4 years older than T3X. Right at that moment, a noise rang out, attracting his attention. Kali quietly observed the slums and muttered, only a street away from the Winter District, but the class division was very clear. Suddenly, the residents there looked fearfully in one direction. Kali saw a group of people approaching aggressively. He asked the street fruit vendor uncle, "Who are they?" The uncle calmly asked him back, "Are you new here?" The uncle looked at that violent group and said, "That group are the enforcers coming to collect protection money." Saying it was collecting protection money, but actually it was to extort and rob, Ali suggested calling the guards here. The uncle sighed and replied, "They have already bribed the guards, so no one bothers to come." The kind fruit vendor uncle warned, "I just want to tell you to be careful. Don't get involved with them. They are willing to kill people and throw them into the sewers." Hearing that, Kali slightly raised his eyes to look at them and muttered, although it was a bit annoying, he didn't have much time. Right then, the flower girl, still knave, stood next to one of the enforcers and offered her wares. "Please buy some flowers." That man irritably kicked the girl away and cursed, "Get out of the way, kid." Seeing this brutal scene, Kali was furious. Seeing the silver coin fall from the girl, one of the enforcers asked curiously, "A silver coin? How could selling flowers earn so much money?" The man who kicked the girl earlier picked up the coin with delight and said, "Stealing is not good." The girl trembled and cried, begging, "Please give it back to me." They quickly noticed the fruit vendor on the roadside. "Hey, old fruit stall owner, business must be good today, huh?" One of the enforcers said excitedly, "Time to pay the protection fee." But just as he was about to step forward, he immediately received a punch from Kali. That man was quickly punched and sent flying far away. They stared at Kali and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Kali angrily raised his fist and said, "Me, I am the one who will make you pay." Black-haired man angrily shouted, "Is this bastard joking?" The man beside him also arrogantly spoke up, "Do you know who we are?" Kali looked at them like he was looking at the thugs from that other world. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I know, a bunch of street punks. Those who bully the weak and like to cause trouble." The black-haired man whispered to the man next to him, "Wait, isn't he the one the boss mentioned?" The two of them whispered continuously to each other. "Why did that rich woman order us to capture him? For sure that is him, blonde hair and a scar on his nose." Kali wondered as he looked at them, what were they whispering about? After discussing, the black-haired man happily said, "Our luck has come, everyone. He actually delivered himself to us." Kali quickly got into a fighting stance. He said seriously, "Not a bad opponent for sparring. Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately charged. The black-haired man laughed, not understanding, "What is sparring?" But before he could enjoy his amusement for long, Kali quickly grabbed his head. He fiercely delivered a knee strike right into his face. The man behind saw his comrade beaten so badly that blood splattered everywhere. He became a bit scared and stepped back. But Kali did not intend to spare them. He jumped and landed right in front of that man. He threw a powerful punch into his stomach. Seeing two of their teammates slowly fall down, the enforcer group fearfully asked, "What is this?" Kali irritably taunted, "What are you standing there for? Come fight." I was panting heavily from running too hard. "The Marquis has found out what use is the money now. I need to get out of here quickly." Behind him flashed a purple light. His eyes widened as he realized someone was behind him. He turned his head upon hearing his name. "Bye." He recognized the girl following him, Lady Nasa. The two stood in the sewers. Rai asked confusedly, "Why did you come here?" Nasa Iran stood opposite him and answered frankly, "That night you said if you didn't return, I would have to come here to find you." He was uncertain. "That is true, I did say that." His mind was filled with countless thoughts. "Alright, if I cannot kill the Baron." His lips were tightly pressed, his eyes fixed beneath his hood at that woman. "I will kill him right here and then flee," she asked. So the magic was ineffective. Bly still respectfully placed his hand on his left chest and bowed his head to answer the Baron's daughter. Yes, the Baron's power was much stronger than I imagined, strong enough to resist the curse. It was truly unthinkable. Nasa Iran let out a laugh upon hearing his explanations. Bly was bewildered when he saw her laughing wildly. "My lady." She approached, her expression extremely gloomy as if emerging from the shadows. "Bye." He was startled by her next words. "You still dare to lie to me now? Do you think you can fool me?" He slowly backed away, hastily defending himself. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Her voice echoed gloomily in the sewers. "You were the one who said you would place the curse on Kali Agest once more." Nasa Iran's eyes became dizzy. That dizziness was a symptom of overdosing on painkillers. She had noticed Kali from that moment. The moment she saw that man still safe and sound, she had suspected it. How could a curse be so easily lifted? Nasa Iran roared like a madwoman, "Do you think I am such a fool?" Her eyes glared at the cards. "The curse has no effect on Kali, am I right?" Bly broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Oh, he has lost his mind. His eyes noticed the sharp wooden stake on the ground. He stared at her and asked, "What do you want me to do now?" Without waiting for Nasa Iran to answer, Bly grabbed the sharp wooden stake and charged at Nasa. He raised the wooden stake high, carrying killing intent. "All of this came to this point because of your foolishness. Now take responsibility." Nasa Iran did not move a muscle. Knowing Bly would not be able to touch a single hair on her head, he was suddenly slashed from behind. Guy frightenedly looked behind him. He saw the cold-blooded soldiers approaching. They were the royal guards. Bly fell to the ground. One guard respectfully presented his sword to Nasa Iran. She took it. What a pity. Bly. Her eyes, cold as a venomous snake, stared at Bly. She slowly held the sword. "I wanted to trust you until the very last moment." Bly's death sentence had been passed. He could not escape this gate of death. On the street at Kali's feet lay the lackeys he had beaten to a pulp. A group of lackeys pointed at him. "This guy is a fighter." Kali found it very annoying. He took off his coat, planning to finish this before they got their weapons. But then, he wrapped that coat around his right hand. What a pity, if only he had some armor too. The orange-haired one pointed his knife at Kali and told the others, go call the boss and the others over. Two of the lackeys rushed forward with knives, kill him. Kali stepped back a beat to dodge the knife thrust from the right side. He used very fast speed to dodge successive attacks from both sides. The thug right behind him cursed in anger, you bastard. Kali dodged easily. He spun around to avoid the incoming knife thrust. He grabbed that man's arm, struck the elbow joint, causing him to drop the knife, groaning in pain. The numbing pain made the thug shed tears along with a terrifying scream. Seizing the momentum, Kali threw a punch straight into his face. The orange-haired one saw many of his brothers getting beaten and dared not act rashly. Standing on the defensive looking at Kali, Kali deliberately advanced towards him, making him tremble. Don't come closer. Kali saw someone come. A group of burly men were walking towards him. Leading them was the biggest one, his veins bulging, clearly showing he was extremely angry. The orange-haired one rejoiced. You're here, boss Go Sing. The boss of the Go Sing gang cracked his knuckles. He answered flatly, yeah. Seeing the situation was not good, Kali quickly raised his hand to signal for calm. He backed away. There are too many of them. Having a solid backup, the orange-haired one put on an arrogant face, bragging, you're dead now, you bastard. Not letting him gloat for long, Kali immediately gave him a painful punch. Then he quickly turned around and ran, shouting as he ran to attract attention, you talk too much. Green-haired boss ordered his lackeys, chase after him, kill him. Lackeys holding clubs and sharp knives chased after Kali into a small alley. The green-haired boss was smug, seeing his numbers overwhelmed the lone Kali. The sounds of fighting rang out continuously. The smile did not last long as he saw his lackeys couldn't beat Kali, and were even backing away to flee. One in the group yelled, damn it, kill him, don't retreat, move forward. He's about to escape. They were cramped in the alley. One yelled, you go first, the best one. The black-haired one took Kali's extremely strong punch. The punch hit him right in the middle of his face. Kali continued punching him in the stomach. One by one they came forward. He gave them all punches to the gut. Many had been defeated at his feet. Kali was smug as his plan succeeded, lured them in. He watched the stream of people enter one by one. This narrow alley can't fit them all. At most only a few can get through. Standing alone in the small alley, I'll wait right here. Anyone who comes in gets dealt with. They can't all come at once. Outside, the green-haired boss directed the lackeys, throw weapons inside, hurry up and throw them in. How could this be a problem for Kali? He nimbly dodged all the thrown knives. He even caught a club in his hand. Immediately threw it back. One of the group took it. The green-haired boss was forced to pull out his knife, seeing the situation was bad. You idiots. From now on, anyone who dares to retreat will die by my hand. He shouted loudly, all of you charge at once, you fools. We can't let him escape. Seeing the boss threatening them with a knife from behind, the lackeys had no choice but to advance. They desperately charged towards Kali. He was not afraid of this attack either. Damn it, might as well go all out. Pushing off with one foot, Kali clenched his fist and charged forward. Kali slowly pulled the knife embedded in his shoulder. He walked out of the narrow alley alone. The ground was littered with thugs he had defeated. He tossed the knife behind his back and said calmly, that hurts. Blue-haired boss was terrified to see his entire force wiped out. The civilians were equally shocked. He took on the whole gang alone, and they were all defeated. The blue-haired boss stood rooted to the spot in fear. Everyone was down. Was this guy some kind of monster? He recalled his previous deal with NASA Iran. That woman was really despicable. How could he beat that guy? He immediately turned and ran, swinging his knife to drive away the civilians behind him. Get out of the way, you bastards. Don't block my path. Kali closed in on him like a demon of vengeance. Where do you think you're going? Instantly, Kali pinned him to the ground like a police officer arresting a criminal. His knee pressed hard onto the blue-haired boss's shoulder. He screamed in pain. Seeing the tyrant brought to justice, the crowd cheered, serves you right, you wicked bastard, we knew this day would come. Being humiliated in the street enraged him, and he bellowed threats at the crowd. You idiots, once this blonde guy leaves here you'll all pay. The threats worked as everyone's faces fell in fear. Kali angrily punched him a few times. Shut your mouth. That's enough. He looked up at the fruit vendor. It was the stall owner from earlier. Please call the guards here for me. The fruit vendor scratched his head in confusion. My friend, I told you they are all bribed already. Kali was unconcerned. He was very confident and proud. I'm sure they will come as soon as I give the order. After that, the blue-haired boss was escorted away by guards on both sides. Not knowing who he had messed with, he still kept shouting, let go, I'm a big shot. He kept yelling, I'm a big shot. The angry guard shouted, shut up, daring to touch a noble means no one can help you now. Kali watched him being taken away. They won't dare come out again. The fruit vendor was shocked by his identity, stunned. Hey, you are noble, sir. I truly don't know how to thank you. Little girl tugged at Kali's sleeve. The flower girl beamed her brightest smile at him. Thank you very much, mister. Kali happily pat her head. The next day at the mansion, two people were eating a meal. Megan asked Kali curiously, where did you go last night, Baron? Kali chewed his bread and asked what's up. Megan recounted recent news. Your elimination of those thugs in the slums has spread everywhere. Kali frowned and said calmly, I couldn't stand their behavior. I also went to look for NASA and Bai, but in the end I couldn't find them. Megan rummaged in his pocket. I was planning to report this matter to you, but the sound of a bronze bell interrupted their conversation. Kali looked up at the bell sound. He didn't understand. The bell just rang. What happened? Megan knew what had happened. It seems the tournament will have to be postponed for a while. Kali was startled. What happened? He looked at him and said, that bell signals the death of a royal. Has His Majesty passed away? In the royal palace, the king's white coffin was placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by courtiers and nobles who had come to pay their respects. The two had changed clothes and come to pay respects. A voice came from behind. Long time no see. Baron Kali. Kali bowed his head to Iran. Iran, how have you been? He sighed. I haven't been able to sleep while searching for my daughter. Looking at the casket in the center of the room, he lamented, I didn't expect His Majesty to pass so soon. I thought he would live another half year. Now that brat will ascend the throne. Iran confided. Crayon showed no sadness whatsoever. He even smiled brightly. It seems he is rejoicing because he is about to become king. Crayon announced to everyone, I heard the tournament will be held again alongside the coronation. If we add the royal insignia, it will probably be even more grand. He looked at Kali. I also wonder if the fair fight you desire can actually happen. Kali was not afraid of this. After all, in the arena, the victor becomes king. Nothing else can interfere with that. Hearing this, Iran was relieved. So, have you received the letter I sent? Seeing Kali dumbfounded, Iran angrily scolded Megan. Don't tell me you still haven't delivered to the Baron. The prince hurriedly sorry. While I was preparing, the news of the king's passing arrived, so after reading the letter, Kali was shocked. Bly is dead? Iran raised his hand in a gesture for silence. The body was severely mutilated, but the clothes and items matched the description. Kali composed himself from the information he provided. My subordinate discovered the body this morning inside the sewer. The sewer, Kali recalled the fruit vendor's warning, saying beforehand to keep me from taking risks. They are killers who don't hesitate. Throwing the body into the sewer like that is nothing to them. Instantly, Kali ran off, ignoring the calls behind him. Baron August. He seemed to have figured something out, if my guess is correct then. Pleading echoed from within the prison. Please, please spare my life. The blue-haired boss, terrified, backed against the wall staring at the person opposite him. I didn't expect him to be so strong and a noble on top of that. Just thinking about it made him bitter. He gritted his teeth and said, if I had known he was Kali August, I definitely would never have taken your money. This woman was none other than Nasa Iran. She twirled her hair and looked down at the blue-haired boss. With so many of you, you couldn't kill one person, utterly useless. Her face instantly turned cold as she looked at him. Since you intended to kill Kali August, I cannot spare your life. Just like those guards, the guards who were hacked to death outside, there's no one left in the prison now. Royal guard with a cold face wiped the blood off his swords with a cloth. The blue-haired boss's face turned pale with the fear of death. You are truly insane. You won't get away with this. Nasa snapped her fingers to signal the royal guards to act. It's fine. Blue-haired boss wailed in despair but still could not escape death. Blood splattered on the wall, a scene full of death. NASA's group cleaned up the scene. The guard revealed that Kali had colluded with the father to hunt me down. NASA Iran compiled the news, discovering that the relationship between me and Bly had been exposed. Ada recalled the first time he met Kali. Ever since meeting you, everything has been nothing but chaos. Her hand trembled violently. Although time was running out, there were still people supporting me. Her gaze turned vicious. Even if she died, she would drag you down with her. At the same time, Kali casually rode her horse towards the prison. Kali remembered the day before when the blue-haired boss was escorted away. He grumbled that taking the money was asking for trouble. Those hateful minions. Fortunately, the reward came to her by itself. Kali blamed herself for lacking thought back then. Someone must have hired them to kill her. He listed out the suspects one by one. In the end, only NASA remained, the one who hated him to the bone. He forcefully pushed open the cell door. The scene before him left him in shock. All the members of DH group had been killed. The cell door was broken open. Kali was shocked by the massacre. Where had all the guards gone? Seeing one of the Dyad group members still breathing weakly, he hurriedly shook him. Wake up. But he did not make it, only managing to whisper a few words. Miss Window Pale. Kali relied on that clue to deduce the culprit. He gritted his teeth and growled NASA. His hands clenched tightly, his fury reaching the sky. How far was she willing to sink into depravity? The DA incident was resolved afterwards. The guards were found to have taken bribes, killed people to silence them, and then fled. The people were just happy that there were no more thugs causing trouble. They rejoiced, thinking those wicked ones deserved to die. Brian yelled at the soldiers. The Father King had just died. There was no time to deal with this matter. The funeral of King Baudelaire ended, and all related incidents were quickly forgotten. Kali and Marcus Iran were still searching for NASA but had found no trace. Snorin raised his hand to volunteer. I will also go find NASA myself. She looked at Kali, hinting at the Nomad network. Kali reminded her to be careful. The wooden stakes were driven into the ground. The singer's group was gagged to eliminate evidence. Kali used his hand to pound the stakes flat. Someone must have helped NASA. With that weak body, she could not have killed so many people. His mood was very bad. He needed to find her before things spiraled out of control. The serve announced a visitor. Kali was curious. Who is it? Son of a bitch appeared with a raging aura. He claimed to be your next opponent in the tournament. Kali and Begin were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Kali was wary of his appearance. Where could he get steroids around here? Contrary to his violent appearance, he bowed his body 90 degrees, Master. His face beamed like a sunflower. My name is Bukdu. It is an honor to compete with you, Master. Kali was dumbfounded. Master what? Three went into the room to drink tea. Bukdu plopped down onto the sofa. Kali silently compared. Their height was similar, but his muscles were even stronger than both Iskander and Oxer. He broke the silence. Thank you for the admiration, but why have you come to see me before the match? Bukdu enthusiastically said, you are my benefactor. Kali was puzzled. When did I help him? Bukdu explained, I used to be timid and often got bullied by friends. The two did not believe it after hearing this. Someone so big getting pushed around? He said he used to get beaten black and blue. But ever since witnessing you fight Oxer 4 years ago, my life turned a new page. He saw Kali's resilience, the perseverance to never give up. I changed a lot. I understood the way I needed to live. He recounted, the very next day, I defeated all 5 of those who used to bully me. Kali was impressed. You had never fought before, and with just determination, you took down 5 people? Bukdu was grateful. I am a martial artist because of you. Kali humbly said, it was all thanks to you yourself. Bukdu happily slapped his thighs with a thumping sound. You are too modest. Begin cried out as the sofa shook. Sit still. That is expensive furniture. Bukdu leaned close to Kali's ear. This match should be easy for you. You will not go all out, right? Both were stunned when Bukdu said, because I respect you, I will give my all to defeat you. His eyes were full of determination. That is how I show my respect. Kali's fighting spirit was also ignited. He smirked, excited, interesting. 3 days later, the arena was packed with people in the stands. The people shouted in unison the name of the new king, Cryan, the new monarch. And Sun stood aside, quietly observing him. Cryan had ascended the throne, and it had been a long time since the court had gathered like this. He stood up, spread his arms wide to announce to all the people. But before starting, there was something he wanted his subjects to behold. Bring the serious offenders out here. By the king's command, the iron gate was raised. Ron was surprised by these people. The royal physician and the servants who had cared for the previous king before his death were escorted by 2 executioners to the center of the arena. The royal physician knelt and bowed to Cryan, begging for mercy. He trembled as he confessed his negligence that led to the king's death, saying he deserved to die 1,000 times. He bowed his head sincerely. But as for the innocent servants, please spare them. Cryan looked amused. You admit you deserve to die 1,000 times? The royal physician, unaware of the danger, replied, yes, your majesty. He counted the people, 1, 2, 14 in total. Then I grant you the special favor of reducing it to 14 lives. His face was like a demon, and he said slowly, meaning I only need to take 14 lives to atone for the crime. The royal physician was terrified by this outrageousness. He thought fearfully, this is truly insane. Did King Ba leave such an empire for his descendants? Cryan ordered his guards to shoot arrows and shut that old man up. The arrow struck the royal physician right in the forehead. He died on the spot. Cryan declared for the executioner to execute all the rest. Beside him, Kali was ready to step into the arena. Luke looked over at the massacre, thinking that this land, from Nasa to Cryan, the royal family was all madmen. How could he escape this madness? He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the flowing blood, telling himself he could not die at the hands of this mad king. So he had to give his utmost effort. Kali steadied his spirit, punching his fists together. Alright, let's fight. Suddenly, the stands echoed with shouts of his name. Kali has really come, go beat them, August. Kali was stunned by this unusually fervent cheering. The officials and wealthy people were excitedly shouting for him. Is something wrong here? Cryan frowned in annoyance hearing the cheering in the stands. What is going on? He angrily asked why they were so passionate. The servant replied, it seems the news of suppressing the rebels in the market has spread, so his reputation has soared. Cryan pouted he did not like this. Kali stood in the arena, amazed by the heat from the stands. Bukdu has also entered the arena. It seems you have won the crowd's hearts, sir. His muscles were bulging, many times larger than Kali, truly my master. Kali was also a bit wary looking at Bukdu in the ring. He looked much bigger. 2 touched hands. Bukdu said it was a true honor to face his teacher. Kali teased, go easy on me, alright. Their hands gripped tightly. Bukdu replied seriously, that is not the way to show respect. Kali praised, well done. Both stood opposite each other in position, the referee in between. Bukdu became extremely serious. The feeling of surpassing one's master must be thrilling. The look in their eyes changed. Both were extremely determined because they shared the same goal. They must win. Bukdu lunged out, throwing a first punch. Kali calmly used his left hand to block the blow. Bukdu was surprised so fast. It was Kali's turn to counter. He had his fist ready, but suddenly he hesitated. Because he saw Bukdu's stance, this was the peekaboo defensive stance. Peekaboo is a boxing style of defense with hands in front of the face, similar to the children's game of the same name. Bukdu hunched his shoulders, both hands blocking in front of his face, looking very solid. Kali punched at him repeatedly, unable to believe it. There was no way to learn this just from experience here. All his blows were easily blocked. Kali had countless questions. Where had he seen this? He stepped back a pace. Kali laughed in triumph, having found Bukdu's weakness. He charged at his opponent like a moth to a flame. Bugdu saw this, a direct attack, huh? Kali used his leg as a pivot, channeling all his strength into his arm, throwing a punch. The punch struck Bugdu's chest directly but was successfully blocked by his hands. Bugdu's arms ached from that punch. The power was terrifying indeed. A burning determination gleamed in his eyes. He could not let his teacher keep exploiting this. Maintaining the peekaboo defensive stance, he ran towards Kali, closing the distance. Kali knew what Bugdu planned to do, and had also prepared his stance. If he came closer, then their eyes met, sparking fire. Kali had already predicted Bugdu's next attack. He shifted his body to the left, throwing a straight punch directly into Bugdu's face. The entire audience rose to their feet in unison, everyone holding their heads in disbelief. Bugdu, hurt by the blow, raised a hand to rub his burning mouth. Kali was preparing to throw another punch. The punch landed squarely on Bugdu's other cheek. He struck repeatedly, driving Bugdu mad as he reached out. His hand grabbed onto Kali's ribcage. Immediately after, seizing the moment of distraction, he threw a punch into the other side of his ribs. Kali was taken aback by this opponent. Bugdu's face was already slightly swollen, and he said this was just technique. Kali grimaced, holding his right ribs, saying, "You are bold indeed, but now both my sides are numb." Kali sighed in assessment, not only strong but also with exquisite skill. No one would guess from his appearance that he was so sharp and calculating. It was Bugdu's turn to attack. He knew he could not let Kali rest and had to keep delivering blows. 5 punches grazed past as Kali had lowered his body dodge in time. Kali punched upward from below, straight into Bugdu's stomach. The punch made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered into Kali's eyes, blocking his vision. Seeing the advantage tipping his way, Bugdu immediately seized the opportunity to attack. He thought Kali would take the full force of the punch, but suddenly a fist appeared before Bugdu's face. Even though he could not see, Kali still threw his fist straight into Bugdu's face. His standing foot shifted slightly from the strong recoil. Seeing Bugdu still standing firm, Kali did not hold back his praise, saying that was amazing. If he had not taken that last punch and had entered the peekaboo guard, I would have ended the match by now. Kali wiped the blood from his face. Not being able to see clearly did not mean the opponent had disappeared. Exhaled in annoyance, that peekaboo guard was really troublesome. Bugdu kept both hands in front of his face as if he had practiced it countless times. Kali asked where he learned that defensive stance. Bugdu answered honestly, saying he had once lost to a boxer and begged that man to teach him. Kali guessed it was Tor's immediately. "He is the only one I personally taught in this world. How troublesome." Kali's feet shifted positions as he prepared. Kali entered a stance to break the peekaboo guard, but your defense is still not perfected, Bugdu. His foot quickly slid to one side. Kali's entire body lowered into a firm defensive stance. Shifting his weight onto both feet, he swayed his body back and forth, making Bugdu hesitate, thinking he would go left. Bugdu's eyes focused on the moving figure, then thought maybe he would go right. Bugdu saw the figure begin to lean heavily to one side. Kali's 5 powerful punches crashed into the hands guarding Bugdu's face, forcing him to grit his teeth and withstand them. The remaining 5 punches followed the momentum forward. Kali opened his mouth and shouted that fighting while shrinking back like a turtle was useless. A punch like a thunderbolt drove straight into Bugdu's right ribcage. The young man's face was speckled with dirt and bruises. He gritted his teeth, thinking that being constantly targeted in the ribs was bad. Kali, standing across from him, curled his lips and said quietly, "I see your hard work, Bugdu. You put in a lot of effort, not just relying on your physique." Looking at Bugdu's two-handed guard from the beginning, Kali silently noted it was a solid defensive stance. Recalling the attacks, Bugdu always maintained a lowered stance to approach his opponent, a posture suited for attacking the flanks. Kali thought of 2 fighters who used the peekaboo guard. One had his hands wrapped in cloth, the other wore boxing gloves. He analyzed that the slightly open hand position created a weakness on both sides of the ribs. Thinking of that, Kali swung his fist forward, telling his student that it was good, but there were still many flaws, Bugdu. The punch shot straight into Bugdu's face, snapping his head to the side. This assault made Bugdu squint, his facial muscles contorting in pain. He clenched his white teeth, enduring it. Bugdu refused to give in and swung a punch back, but Kali dodged by leaning his body. Kali raised his right hand, saying that dodging by pulling his body back like that was fine. Looking at his student's robust body dodging to the side, he told himself that he could not dodge this straight punch. Kali's right hand swung hard into the opponent's back as he turned to guard. Bugdu suppressed the pain and turned to counterattack. Despite expending a lot of effort, Bugdu still did not hit Kali, because he had already lowered his body toward the ribcage. Kali said that was a good counterattack, but it was useless with this backward step. A straight punch slammed into Bugdu's stomach. His stomach caved in deeply, forcing Bugdu to spit out a mouthful of blood. The very next second, Bugdu punched his left fist into the side of Kali's face. The student's right hand followed immediately after the left fist was knocked down. The audience in the stands buzzed with excitement, unable to believe it. It was the first time they had seen that technique. Foot in the brown shoe suddenly slid sharply to one side. Kali's body gracefully swayed left, then right, and lowered to evade Bugdu's flurry of attacks. Bukdu found it hard to breathe from having to continuously unleash long-range strikes. Just then, Kali's eyes suddenly lit up with sharp intelligence. He quickly threw a straight punch into Bukdu's chest upon spotting the opponent's opening. That sudden direct blow immediately felled the young man Bukdu, even while lying defeated on the ground. That tall man refused to give in, clutching tightly at his opponent's ankle. Kali looked down and calmly explained that only defending in a fight was not enough. One had to pay attention to find the opponent's weakness to counterattack in order to have a chance at victory. Then, unlike his usual aggressive demeanor, Kali smiled faintly, raised his hand, and praised Bukdu for doing well. Looking at the figure blocking the sunlight, Bukdu was slightly stunned. He chuckled as if casting aside his worries and replied with a yes. The entire vast audience suddenly fell silent. Someone among them exclaimed that this was truly a good match. Cheers immediately erupted like a tidal wave, praising the two as truly extraordinary. The two fighters on the floor clasped hands firmly amidst the roaring noise of the crowd. Kali happily helped the wounded Bukdu stand up. While the people were rejoicing, the atmosphere at the highest position of the arena was different. Cryan, the one sitting in the presiding seat, was staring intently at the two figures below with a scowl. His face darkened with anger, unable to understand why everyone was cheering for that slave. The consort beside him did not notice his displeasure and cheerfully commented that the match was wonderful. Cryan, as if ignited, immediately lost his temper and yelled at her that it was stupid. He roared that someone else was stealing his spotlight. The frightened consort quickly apologized. Cryan, with bloodshot eyes, looked at the two receiving cheers, thinking to himself that he would never let his subjects make him look dim. Shaking all over, he lost control and ordered his servant to kill him. The servant stammered back, asking what his lordship meant. Cryan screamed as if losing control, telling him to kill the loser, that the loser must die. The servant anxiously advised that both had put on a good show, but the reply was only a strong push of the hand and the curse, "Get lost." Cryan walked forward alone, arrogantly. He raised both hands high, confusing Kali, who was looking his way. Cryan stuck out his thumb, and then pointed it straight down at the ground, sticking out his tongue arrogantly as he ordered the loser killed. This insolent statement stunned both the people and the soldiers. Kali also widened his eyes and asked back, "Kill?" Soldiers holding bows observed the crowd's reaction and reminded Cryan that they did not seem to want that. Cryan maintained that pose, telling himself that he was the king, he could do anything, everyone's life and death were in his hands. Kali, down on the floor, gritted his teeth, angrily thinking that you blame me and then take your anger out on Bukdu. Kali's student lowered his eyes and spoke softly, that this moment had finally come. "No," a voice cut in decisively. "Bukdu, you cannot fall here," Kali continued, causing his previous opponent to be bewildered. Then he spoke loudly to the superior, asking for His Majesty's mercy. He raised his thumb to show agreement, then continued, asking for Bukdu to be generously forgiven. Cryan was startled, grinding his teeth as he asked back, "What did you say?" He wondered how a slave dared to speak to him like that. That maddening tone appeared again. Cryan hastily ordered the soldiers to shoot him down immediately. Kali below was extremely calm, silently asserting that they could not shoot because of opposition from the people. Then he shouted loudly that Bukdu had fought with all his might, had given his all, and had proven himself an excellent warrior. He will surely become stronger and return to this place. Kali's loud voice left the crowd bewildered. Kali continued, saying that Bukdu would bring more joy and excitement to everyone. If his life were taken. Saying this, the golden-haired warrior turned around. He looked straight at the emperor and then, as if shouting in his face, said that everyone would have to face the wrath of the god of war. Cryan began to rage furious. Suddenly, the crowd collectively shouted, startling him, "Spare Bukdu's life!" People vied to scream, begging the king to be generous and spare his life. Standing among the crowd was Count Joseph. Hearing the cheers resounding everywhere, he thought in alarm about the current atmosphere. Memories of young Kali involuntarily flooded back. Count Joseph's face grew serious, seeing it was exactly like 4 or 5 years ago. The thin silhouette of the hero appeared in his thoughts regarding the Oxer incident of years past. Despite the Count's scattered thoughts, the crowd steadfastly chanted following Kali's words, begging to spare Bukdu. The golden-haired warrior stood at the center of the chants, his face full of contemplation as if in a tug-of-war with the superior. He told himself that was what he could do to stop him. "Cryan, how will you respond to my actions?" That challenging thought arose as the emperor's face twisted more and more. Gaining momentum, the people continued to shout, "Spare Bukdu's life, King Grin." At the same time, Kali's mind slowly echoed about those who lived their entire lives under oppression. His gaze shifted to Cryan, who was grimacing in helplessness, and he said again that today they dared to defy the royal order. That was something individuals could not do, but at the center of the resistance, the golden-haired warrior stood tall like a pillar. There was one who led them all, and that was Kali. His face was solemn, as if preparing for battle. Cryan let out a cold, irritated snort. He impatiently snatched the bow from the soldier's hand and shouted, "Give me the bow and arrow. I need to take down that bastard right now." Cryan raised the bow, aiming directly at the two fighters below the stands. Kali showed no fear. He stood in front of Bukdu with his brows tightly furrowed. A pair of footsteps approached at a slow pace. The one who arrived was Iran. He grabbed Cryan's bow-wielding arm and reminded him, "Your Majesty, please calm down." Cryan was like a bomb ready to explode. He roared at Iran, "Marcus, do not stop me. I will not spare him." But immediately after, Cryan's eyes widened in fear. Facing the stern expression that was warning the young king, Cryan froze, his mouth hanging open. Even though he was afraid, Cryan still tried to retort, "I am the king. I cannot let that slave defy my orders." The entire small space they stood and fell into silence. Iran sighed and thought to himself, "This bastard dares to call himself a king." Iran slowly spoke to teach stop. He leaned close to Cryan's ear and continued, "If this goes on, all royal dignity will be lost." Cryan jerked back and shouted, "How dare you say that?" The Marquis placed his hand on the other's shoulder, saying with a half smile, "I will not repeat myself. Smile and show the magnanimity of a wise ruler." Cryan lowered his head, the hand holding the bow trembling from suppressed rage. A moment later, the insolent king turned and spoke to the people in a cheerful voice, "Rest assured, I was only testing you. This is truly a good match." The sound of the crowd cheering rose up. "Long live the king, you are truly merciful." Kali in the arena also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, your majesty." This facade made both Cryan and Kali feel a knowing discomfort in their hearts. Cryan did not want to look at that fighter anymore, so he turned and left. He clenched his fists, telling himself, "That bastard Kali, I will definitely kill you." As he walked past Iran, Cryan whispered, "And you just wait, I will one day repay this grudge." Waiting for the insolent king to walk far away, Iran looked at his hand and said softly, "You were right, Kali." Dazzling light from the stands shone on the golden-haired fighter. Iran continued, "Indeed, in this arena, the victor is king." In the waiting room, Began yelled in panic, "That was a dangerous move. Baron, you were almost killed." Kali, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned. He replied indifferently, "I knew they would not dare to harm me. If something happened, Iran would step in to help." Began yelled again in reproach, "That was far too reckless of you." Kali sank into thought, "Last time when I fought Oxer, I had the support of the audience. In that situation, the pressure from the crowd was too great, especially for a puppet king like him. He would not dare to do anything." Began jumped in again to ask, "Perhaps you should withdraw from the tournament and return to your territory." Hearing this, Kali got furious, grabbed Began by the collar and said, "I told you to be quiet so I could think, trust me." The earl's nephew was startled by the shout but still hesitated. "But your opponent is," Kali continued, "are you talking about the words of that puppet king?" The fighter patted the other's shoulder to comfort him. "All right, your job is to increase security around this mansion." He turned and left with a firm statement, "I will definitely win this tournament and bring the title back to the clan. Until I do that, I will not give up." Began watched his back and silently admired. Oh heavens, his determination that day was so strong. Perhaps this time, he will make history. At the same time, inside the kingdom's palace, the majestic towers were shrouded in darkness. A glass of wine was thrown to the ground, shattering into many pieces, accompanied by an angry voice, "That damned slave." Cryan clutched his chest in discomfort. He gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard Kali." A slender figure slid out from the shadows. The person asked softly, "What is the matter, your majesty? Why are you so angry?" Cryan's face immediately lit up. He turned and called out, "You have finally arrived." Nasa, the woman in the black cloak, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a slight smile. She lowered her hood and asked, "How did you find his match?" Nasa sat on the chair, gently stroking Cryan, who was resting his head on her lap. She slowly said, "So it was all because of that arrogant slave Kali." Her slender hand gently caressed the king's face and continued, "It seems my father stepped in to defend that man and made you angry." Cryan eagerly chimed in, "Exactly as you say. The Marquis does not regard me as anything." Nasa continued to soothe him, "That is precisely why I left the clan. Now consider me to have no more connection with them." Cryan sat up and looked at his lover with surprised eyes. "Is that so? That is good. As long as you have no connection with the Marquis, everything is fine." He then said, "You just need to stay by my side. I will take care of everything for you." Nasa replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you, your majesty." But in the moment Cryan was not paying attention, Nasa let out a very faint sneer and thought to herself, "Truly an easy-to-control foolish king. Just a few sweet words and he believes me." Remembering the bottle of wine still on the table, she thought to herself, "Although I have drugged him, he does not seem completely subdued." Next, she made a request, "I have a favor to ask, your majesty." The girl's figure swayed slightly in the night. Nasa whispered into his ear, "I beg you to send another secret letter to Duke Wright." A few days later, Kali fanned the letter in his hand and asked irritably, "Who is Duke Fred Bowling?" Began spoke up to explain, "He is one of the 5 ducal families, currently encamped with 500 soldiers outside the royal capital." Kali rubbed his chin in puzzlement. 500 men. He must not have brought his army here for fun. He scratched his head and thought, the king's ascension ceremony ended long ago. Why have they not left yet? Began immediately said, it is clear they are taking the opportunity to profit under that bastard Crayon's reign. Hearing this, Kali lowered his head and muttered, this matter should be left to Marquis Iran to handle. Began disagreed, you say, but they have sent a letter requesting a secret meeting with you directly. Suddenly, Began bent down to look closely at the letter and said, however, this letter does not have the official seal of Duke Wright. Kali propped his chin on one hand while doodling with a pen in the other, sighing, the current situation is truly unstable. After drawing a few symbols on the paper, Kali thought to himself, almost all the power in the kingdom belongs to Marquis Iran. Remembering that powerful man, he continued to think to himself, on the surface, Iran only has a high position and little territory, but he controls all the military power in the capital. The other 5 dukes have vast territories, so their influence is not weak either. Their territories are far from the capital, so they cannot act quickly. The current situation is like a white chess piece bound by many different chains. Kali added symbols for the factions. His train of thought continued, but Duke Fred Bowling used the excuse of attending the Ascension ceremony and stayed with 500 soldiers for an entire month. As such, this matter could lead to a clash between Wright and Iran. The golden-haired fighter suddenly widened his eyes and thought, to see further ahead, this could be a plan by the 5 dukes. Kali thought to himself that this power struggle was like a game of chess. He wanted to eliminate Marquis Iran and turn King Cryon into his puppet. Now the situation had changed. King Cryon was like a shield protecting the one behind him. 2 new symbols appeared on the board, but the focus was on who was backing this plan. Recalling the banquet with Alan, his thoughts just kept flowing. Wright and Iran were frantically rallying forces. Surely we were also in their sights. With a powerful force behind him and a thin analysis paper in front, every action he took had to be cautious. He slammed the table and shouted, I have a reputation among the nobles. They will need me. Politics is exhausting. Rubbing his head in thought, Kali believed the empire and its people had suffered too much. Perhaps, as Began said, he should return to his domain. But I am not one to bow before difficulties. Even if I go back to the domain, the beautiful image of Azalea appears in my mind. Kali darkened his face, thinking further that even if he returned, it was uncertain this political war would not spread to the Agassiz domain. His voice was serious. I cannot let those nobles pull the strings. I need to go out for some business. The scene shifted to the warm candlelight on the table. A voice rang out, thank you for coming. That person said to the one who had just arrived, truth be told, I didn't expect you to show up. An old man with white hair sitting with clasped hands was Duke Wright Pauling, he said. I thought you already joined Marquis Iran's faction. Kali gripped his sword tightly and replied, I just wanted to meet both sides to ensure fairness. In his thoughts he tallied, the Duke and 2 subordinates, 3 total, all armed. Wright spoke up, since you are here, I think you are ready to listen to me. Kali pulled out a chair and replied, but first, I need to ask one thing. Thinking of the long, straight lines of soldiers, he asked, why did you bring troops to the capital? An ordinary visit wouldn't require such a large scale. To be honest, there is something suspicious. Wright clasped his hands and calmly asked back, suspicious. Did Iran say something about me? The image of a man with dark, gloomy eyes appeared. Wright continued, Marquis Iran has no territory, yet he has an army and loyal men to build a large power base. So where does the money to support the army come from? Do you know? Everyone understands but dares not speak. It is money from the royal treasury. The old man put his hands down on the table and asked Kali back. So he seeks to manipulate the royalty to retain power. Who do you think is truly suspicious? The blonde-haired warrior replied. But the Marquis has the heart to protect the kingdom. Kali lifted his chin and continued. At least he does not want the kingdom to perish. In his heart he added, I never thought Iran was innocent. Wright Pauling lowered his eyes and interrupted. Of course I do not want the kingdom to collapse either. What I aim for is to end unjust privileges. Kali rolled his eyes and silently cursed. That sounds so noble. He then asked the Duke, but aren't you trying to seize power through Cryon? Do you think pulling me in, someone the king dislikes, will be of any use? Wright asked back contemptuously, do you think that brat is important? The image of the warrior, fervently supported by the people, appeared. The Duke explained, your noble status, sphere of influence, and the people's admiration for you. If you support me, things will be much easier. He smiled smugly, thinking, even if I could overthrow Iran, if Kali still stands with him, the people won't look upon me favorably. Conversely, if Kali is in agreement, even if there are minor conflicts, I can still maintain legitimate authority. He pointed a finger straight at Kali's face. Kali August, make your decision. Do you want to be my friend or my enemy? Knowing the conversation was about to end, Kali stood up and said, then I choose to be your enemy. Being friends with you, I find the age difference too stark. A soldier behind him angrily drew his sword, but the Duke raised his hand to stop him. He stared wide-eyed and asked, are you not afraid of death? Kali calmly replied, as a warrior, I am always used to facing death every day. Wright placed his hands on the table and said to the young man leaving, fine, I will spare your life today, but soon you will lose your head, Kali retorted, meaning I will return with the champion's title in hand. Before he could lift the curtain to leave, Ryan Wright called out, one last question. Why did you choose Marcus Aran's side and not mine? Kali tilted his head. No matter who is in power, the kingdom will operate the same. A past image appeared along with the words, I chose this side because it is my decision. The next sentence made the Duke's eyes widen in disbelief. I do not want to befriend a cold, scheming man like you. Through the gap in the curtain, he continued, I do not like associating with someone who never suffers a loss. The Duke and his two subordinates remained behind in silence. Wright Pauling ground out each word in anger. Do you dare to look down on me? In his mind, he calculated, deal with him in front of many people, but must ensure no one knows I am behind it. He ordered an investigation into his past before he became a noble. A subordinate wondered, but wasn't he just a boxer? Before he could receive an answer, the soldier turned pale with fear. The Duke coldly glanced at him, reminding him not to oppose my orders. In contrast to the tension, Kali returned to his residence. Began ran out to greet him. Baron, you are back. I waited all day for you, restless as could be. Kali handed him his coat. All right. Recalling his panic upon leaving, Kali sheepishly admitted to himself that he was very afraid they would chase after him. Began asked beside him, a bit embarrassing, huh? How was Duke Wright? Kali narrated slowly. That old man is truly cunning. I have no intention of siding with him. I stopped by the Iran mansion to report today's events and decided to sail with him. Though I cannot completely trust him, at least the Marquis is a clear and transparent man. Gan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the image of the Baron as a wooden puppet. You made the right decision. Following Wright would be like tying yourself up. Kali suddenly fell into deep thought after that statement. After a moment, he spoke up. Go prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Gan immediately replied. Lying in the warm bath, Kali murmured, a puppet? 1 year ago, at a tent camp in the western desert, voices of conversation drifted out. He had used every means to control him, yet he still managed to escape, truly astonishing. Kali was lying on the bed, propping his hand on the pillow as he replied. Under that cunning man's control, how could one live long? Beside him, Iskander crossed his arms and sighed, saying, lately he could not even guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, the third prince's tone turned serious. Now that he had left the royal palace, he wanted to ask something that had troubled him for a long time. He glided over to the person lying on the bed, his sharp eyes asking, did you kill my second brother Orestes? Kali did not pay any mind to that threatening gaze. He recalled that man in pain lying on the ground years ago, then answered Iskander. Who knows? The third prince crossed his arms over his chest, lowering his eyes to analyze. The eldest brother and the second brother were enemies. The two of them could not get along. The second brother had planned to start a civil war and invade the neighboring kingdoms. But to me, both are brothers. Kali closed one eye and opened the other as he answered. He did not care who was who. That was how he could treat both fairly. Iskander's face suddenly looked like he was constipated. He hesitated. If civil war actually happened, sweat flowed down his angular face. He continued, I would have to choose a side between the two. Kali looked away to avoid the topic, saying that Philippos was his brother, so he did not want to dirty his own hands, wanting to keep the image of a reliable older brother. The third prince let out a sarcastic laugh, then said, so that was how he showed concern for others. Back to the present, Kali let his body sink into the bathtub, thoughts wandering. Philippos and everyone praised him as a hero for stopping the civil war. Hero? What hero? He was just a murderer. In his memory, the pale golden eyes of the great prince reappeared. Kali told himself now he did not regret his decision to leave. He could not live his own life. Then living again would be meaningless. Thinking that, the gladiator decided to stand up. It was time to go out now. Suddenly, many loud crashing sounds came from outside the bathroom door, startling Kali. The blonde gladiator thought to himself in doubt, what was that? The bathroom door was forcefully knocked open. Kali immediately sat down in the tub, raising both hands to cover his body. The person who came was Bukdu. The boy rushed in while shouting, so master is here. Kali clearly saw who it was, raised his hand in a defensive gesture, then shouted back, hey, what is this? What is this? Do you want to confront me in this state? Bukdu opened his mouth wide to explain, no, after the match I did not get the chance to thank master. Please forgive my rudeness. Kali heard this and immediately waved his hand to stop him. Fine, that thanks is enough. I need to bathe, get out. Bukdu saw he was being chased out and knelt down so hard the floor cracked. He said quickly, but I am not done yet. Master's life-saving grace I do not know how to repay. I have been thinking day and night but cannot find a way. His voice boomed, but Kali's face only darkened as he cried out in despair the floor. Behind Bukdu, the maids were bustling and peeking in, but he continued to shout, this life of mine is entirely master's. Kali made a disgusted face and replied, no. He slowly said, alright, let me bathe first. But Bukdu interrupted with a sincere oath, I swear I will use my entire life to be loyal to master. Kali spoke helplessly once more, I understand. Now let me go bathe. Bukdu was still not satisfied. He yelled and interrupted, I will not leave until master gives me a clear answer. Kali lifted his hand to support his face in despair, reluctantly agreeing, fine, I will let you stay. One more fighter in the training hall is no loss. For now, stay as a guest. Hearing this, Bukdu immediately looked up at him happily. Next second, his strong body was kicked hard out of the bathroom with a curse, and now get out. Not done yet. He poked his head out to look at the maids still standing nearby gossiping. Hey! His face darkened as he scolded, what are you still looking at? You all quickly go back too. The whole group, faced with the man angry at being disturbed during his bath, quickly ran away with blushing, embarrassed faces. Having chased those people away, Kali immediately let out a long sigh. Time shifted to the fourth match last week, at a place called Bak Ma Street Kyong residence. Kali held his ribs and said the wound Bugdu caused was not yet healed. He looked at Bugdu training beside him and thought to himself his condition was still better than those other fighters. More precisely, a light wound like this was already very good. His student Bugdu was raising both hands, constantly moving back and forth on the ground. After a while, Bugdu could not help but ask his master, Master, is this method really okay? It looks like I am about to fall. Kali put his hands in his pockets. Hearing this, he replied, that is because of the imbalance between your upper and lower body. Bugdu asked back in confusion, imbalance? Kali explained, the weight of the upper and lower parts is not uniform. Kali continued to explain further, when the two parts of the body are uneven, the center of gravity during movement will be unstable. Because of that, the force of the strike will decrease considerably. Bugdu heard this and said in surprise, I did not expect Master to understand so thoroughly. This contrasts with your usual image. Kali retorted, then in your eyes, what am I like? Bugdu immediately replied with a highly provoking statement, well, I just thought Master was someone who uses his own strength to overwhelm the opponent. Hearing that, Kali immediately kicked him hard in the leg. After kicking, Kali raised an eyebrow in annoyance and said, go. Not dwelling on that matter for too long, Kali shifted to another question. Bugdu, when did you face Tors? Bugdu propped his hands on the ground and stood up as he answered, about a year ago at Whiskey. He launched into a long speech for Kali. People in Whiskey have all heard of Agus Tors. He is the nemesis of technical school gladiators like those from Whiskey. Kali let him jump around for half a day, then asked, so why did you lose? Long silence followed. Bugdu laughed sheepishly and scratched his head, saying I lost miserably, with my reputation in tatters. The memory of Desley lying flat on the arena floor appeared in Bugdu's mind. His voice sounded as the memory shifted the scene of Tors still standing after the match. I tried to break through his guard stance myself. Unfortunately, it was my first time seeing that stance, so I was taken down in one blow right after. After the match, I never stopped studying that guard stance. He said again, but after the match just now, I saw that Master was so proficient in that guard stance. That is why I was surprised. Kali pointed at himself, then said, of course, I was the one who taught Tors that guard stance. Bugdu immediately exploded upon hearing this. Why am not hearing things, am I? Master is really Tors' teacher. Kali waved his hand to correct his words, not exactly. We were just classmates who graduated from the same gladiator school. Thinking of that boy who once dominated, Kali silently said Tors back then had to continuously fight due to the financial difficulties of the Agus family. Within just 4 years, he had over 200 wins. At this moment, Kali stroked his chin and thought. Even he himself could not guess the limits of him. Snorin walked over to them. She spoke up, so you were here, O warrior. Her arrival made Bugdu dazed, as if meeting the spring sun. Kali turned to ask the girl, you came, any news, Snorin? Only then did Snorin notice the other member present with Kali. She smiled lightly and asked, is this a stranger? Pleased to meet you. Receiving a beauty's smile, Bugdu stammered a reply. My name is Bugdu, a loyal subordinate of the master, sorry. My expression is a bit hard to understand. Snorin said nothing more, turned to leave. She said then you practice. When you are done I will speak later, Kali replied. Alright. Waiting for the beauty to go far, Bugdu whispered to Kali with a shy face. Who was that lady just now? Is she the master's? Kali glanced at him then warned. Don't be ridiculous. I have a family. She is a guest lodging at the mansion. Bugdu clutched his chest in relief. So that was it. This reaction made Kali cannot help but shoot a meaningful glance. The golden-haired fighter sighed, and thought again, are women the Achilles heel of men? At the same time in the royal palace, the royal council along with Cryan and the ministers gathered at the discussion table to talk. Iran loudly questioned the person sitting on the throne, Your Majesty, what did you just say? You intend to replace the understaffed royal guard with soldiers of Duke Wright. The Marquis's annoyed voice rang out, but Cryan looked away, while Wright glanced at him with mockery. Cryan did not look at Iran, answered nonchalantly, clearly you know during the tournament, trade of magic bottles is rampant. The capital's chaos leaves the guard short of management forces. The corrupt king then looked at the still angry Marquis, asked as if reminding, nor can we use the royal army or standing troops. Iran was furious but could not retort. He could only think in resentment. This is truly walking right in the snake's mouth. The Marquis clenched his jaw. He thought, not only bringing Jack Bowling in as finance minister, now he also plans to bring soldiers into the inner circle. A second later, Marquis Iran glanced at Wright then said, Your Majesty, forgive your subject. But Duke Wright's soldiers are notoriously brutal. I do not think they are suitable for maintaining order. Wright immediately turned to Cryan and stated, Rest assured, I swear on the honor of my ancestors, my soldiers will not harm civilians or cause chaos. At this point, unable to find further reasons to obstruct, Iran began to think in panic. Not good. If these two forces clash, it will lead to civil war. Then not only the tournament, but the kingdom will also be lost. I have not found NASA, I cannot let that happen. Remembering the soldiers being eliminated day by day, Iran thought Kryan was slipping from his control. The spies planted in the palace were all gone. In the tense great hall, he clenched his hand, Kryan acting so decisively. Could it be there is? Looking at those present, Iran speculated, some third party interfering. At that moment, a figure peeked at the door. NASA wore a black round hood. After surveying the situation, she said softly, "You seem flustered, honorable father." Her face showed malice as she thought further, "Anyway, I have no future, so everyone must go to hell with me." Elsewhere, Snorin's voice rang out. According to investigation, it seems NASA Iran is still around. Her traces were lost at the royal palace. Her words made Kali slightly concerned. The royal palace. He had no way to enter that place. She allied with someone. Thinking this, light from outside began to shine on Kali very slowly. The trapdoor was lifted. Kali stepped out to prepare for the fourth match of the tournament. He slapped his face and muttered, "No, what am I thinking? Set aside the NASA matter for now, cannot lose focus." Kali and his opponent stepped into the center of the arena. He observed the man before him, then concluded this opponent had very good skills. They touched hands. The other said, "Let us both try our best. Godslayer Oxer." Kali on this side also replied, "You too." The drum for the start of the match sounded. Kali's opponent threw fists filled with power forward. The golden-haired fighter frowned, quickly dodging the blow. A missed punch flew straight towards Kali. In a swoosh, as he leaned to dodge, a booming sound indicating the punch's force rang in his ear. Kali thought he was one of the remaining 8. This guy's skill was impressive, focused Kali. Hook punch came from the right. Kali stepped back swiftly to dodge. Then he threw his arm straight at the opponent's face. The opponent was punched once, blood spurted from his nose. The arena then whistled with the strong sounds of attacks. Kali wasted no more seconds. He hooked a fist and punched hard into the other's stomach. The impact on his stomach made the opponent clamp his mouth shut. But he could not hold it long. He quickly hugged his stomach and spewed out a vomit. The flow of the match suddenly paused. Kali took a defensive stance and asked the opponent, "Hey, not gonna attack anymore?" In his mind he thought John Don's continuous attacks were enough to end this match. But if I do not make the match dramatic, I fear I will have no way to survive for going against their will. It was a bitter but undeniable truth when two fighters step onto the arena. For a warrior, each battle is like a life and death gamble. To win, they must trade with the opponent's life. Loss means an uncertain tomorrow. Looking down at the solemn-faced fighter, it cannot be denied, Kali's action of leaving the opponent a way out carried a different implication, like an act of defiance. It was the confrontation between Kali and that arrogant king. It was like a warning to Queen, the world is not in your hands alone. The Duke sitting on the high platform could not help but exclaim. Truly notorious, he thought, another fighter daring to defy even the king's order. Looking at the boy being cheered endlessly in the arena, he muttered, and he was also supported by commoners and young nobles. Duke Wright gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking that if he could not subdue him, he would have to eliminate him. He turned to his subordinate and asked if his orders had been followed. The other bowed his head and replied that he had agreed, there would be no problem. Hearing this, the subordinate waved his hand and ordered, "When the matter is over, quietly eliminate him." His face showed a cruel expression, emphasizing that he must be silenced. Below the stands, Kali asked his opponent again, confusing the other, "Why not attack? What are you waiting for?" He let out a sound and then wondered to himself, was he giving him an opening? Kali's opponent looked up at the high seats, thinking that he did not want him to die at the hands of the frenzied audience and those nobles. But, touched for only a moment, he decided to take this opportunity to defeat his opponent. Corner of memory was lifted. He secretly felt smug remembering the scene of that Duke coming to find him. "If I can take you down, Duke Wright will give me what I desire." He advanced toward Kali again, thinking, blame yourself for being too merciful. A punch grazed Kali's chest. A cut immediately appeared on the torn chest. Kali glared angrily at his opponent, cursing in his mind, this bastard is cheating. Seeing the needles pinch between the opponent's fingers, Kali widened his eyes and thought, were those hidden weapons? He turned to the referee and questioned. The distant audience might not see, but the referee saw it. Why didn't he speak up? The referee met Kali's gaze and then looked away. He wondered, was he letting him off? Now, standing in the middle of the arena, he affirmed they were on the same side as the nobles. There could be no more leniency. Kali glanced toward the arrogant king, speculating if this was Duke Wright's doing or that bastard Kryan's. Match continued. Another cut appeared on Kali's arm. Shortly after, his side was also cut, blood spilling out. Kali kept retreating, while that cheating bastard pressed forward eagerly. A questioning voice rang out. What's happening? A spectator in the high stands asked in fusion. Kali had many more wounds appearing. A nearby person said knowingly, it seemed his opponent's wire had slashed him. After dodging for a while, Kali stopped and raised his hand to cover his face. When he lowered his hand, a bleeding wound had appeared underneath the covered area. Kali cursed bastard. The scheming opponent continued his attack, thinking that the one who had taken down Oxer was now being overwhelmed by him. Now I can take him down. Thinking this, he swung his fist forward, wanting to end the match. This time, while dodging back, Kali accidentally fell toward the referee behind him. As he fell, the blonde-haired fighter deliberately thrust his hand back hard, breaking part of the referee's rib. The referee lay trembling on the ground. Kali calmly sat up, looking at his opponent with cold eyes. He thought to himself, one down. Catching that gaze, the cheating bastard let out a sound. He was a bit flustered, feeling that something was wrong. The next second, Kali shot forward rapidly. The scheming opponent also raised his hand to attack. Kali spun his leg, lowered his center of gravity, and dodged. A clean punch to the opponent's side made him open his mouth in pain. The other man involuntarily dropped the needle in his hand, clutching his side. Kali reached out and firmly grasped his opponent's face. He said through gritted teeth, "It's not over yet." Fear spreading, the opponent screamed to surrender, but took a full punch to the mouth. Kali held his stance, saying deeply, "You understand now, I gave you a chance. If you were defeated too quickly, the king would behead you." His fist suddenly withdrew, bringing with it blood and the cheating bastard's teeth. The opponent stared in shock at the sudden action. He knelt down, unceasingly begging, "Yes, please don't." Ignoring the other's cries, Kali's hand reached out and grabbed his head. His voice was like an emissary of hell incarnate. "But unfortunately, you have disappointed me. My mercy ends here." Kali spoke, then raised his fist high. Decisive finishing blow. In the final moment, the blonde-haired fighter stood tall, looking toward the king and his courtiers sitting aloof and at ease. Wright and his subordinate both darkened their faces facing this outcome. Kali gritted his teeth word by word. Those bastards used such dirty tricks. Duke Wright turned to question his subordinate. "What is the meaning of this?" The subordinate could only bow his head in apology. Wright Pauling gritted his teeth, thinking the opponent cheated. The referee was bribed, yet he still couldn't take him down? The nobles began to buzz among themselves. There was no doubt Kali would be the champion. Can't say that Torres is also a strong contender. He has 200 victories. That record is only in the countryside. It's nothing. Proof from each match appears. The current situation is, many fighters have been made loomer by Kali, and Torres is one of them. Regardless of the assessments, the opponents are still preparing thoroughly for the match. In another arena, a large, shaven-headed man was standing with his head bowed in the center of the field. Facing him was Torres, who was sternly adjusting his gloves. Torres raised his hand, entering a defensive stance. That stance would startle any onlooker. Kali looked down with wide eyes, silently pondering the name Torres. The match began. Kali muttered. He was using that solitary defense again. The blonde chieftain reached up to stroke his chin, lost in thought. According to Bukdu, about a year ago that man still used that solid defensive stance. Perhaps he had recognized his weakness and switched to a different technique. Kali continued thinking. Here there were no proper textbooks or professional trainers. Abandoning a familiar fighting style to follow another, it was truly risky. Torres's opponent, the shaven-headed man, swung his arm to attack, his whole body in motion. Torres quickly leaned back to dodge with ease. After dodging, Torres immediately lunged forward and punched his opponent square in the face. The shaven-headed man took a hit to the jaw, sending 2 teeth flying out. Not admitting defeat, he yelled and charged forward again. A flurry of consecutive punches were thrown in rapid succession. In the stands, the crowd cheered, believing Torres was about to win. Contrary to everyone else, Kali watched dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. He was completely bewildered, questioning inwardly, what is Torres doing? Kali silently analyzed Torres's method of striking. The new fighting style was effective. All of the opponent's moves were neutralized, nearly useless. Observing the shaven-headed man every time he attacked, Kali realized that just by moving slightly forward, he could gain the upper hand. Shaven-headed man's blows didn't hit Torres, but instead created opportunities for him to approach weak points. Kali continued to think. Before the opponent even launched his attack, he saw it coming and dodged. When he saw Torres jerk his body to dodge, he only needed to step back slightly to evade the close-range attack, or turn his body to create distance, causing the opponent to lose momentum. And indeed, he again twisted his body to dodge an attack. Kali confirmed that almost all of the opponent's attack methods had been neutralized. Suddenly, Kali's face darkened as he realized in shock that he could also do the same thing, but it cost him much more energy. Whereas he fought as if he already knew every move the opponent would make. As if to prove it, a fast punch from Torres shot forward. It struck the opponent directly in the ribs, causing him such pain he couldn't speak. The shaven-headed man immediately collapsed to the ground. The referee stepped forward, raised Torres's muscular arm high, and declared him the winner. Kali lowered his head and thought to himself, truly a good match, full of surprises. He spoke aloud, Torres, you have shown me many interesting things. At the same time, a person below the platform looked up with sharp eyes. A blinding light flooded in as the gate door was pulled up. A muscular fighter stepped onto the stage. As he walked, Torres recalled the matches of Kali that he had watched. He told himself, I have been following your matches from the beginning until now. Torres analyzed, the grown Kali and the young Kali were as different as two worlds. In the past, his blows were sharp but risky. But now he had completely changed, perfecting every aspect from technique to spirit. Sturdy legs stomped the ground. Torres wondered, when this person change? It truly is a miracle that I still cannot explain. I always wonder, when Torres stands in the dust adjusting his gloves. When facing the silhouette of Kali's back in his mind, Torres thought, if we were to face off, would I win? Now, Torres raised his hand into a defensive stance, but his thoughts still hadn't stopped. Yet you had vanished before I could do it. Kali, you truly are a top-tier fighter. His face clearly showed both solemnity and frenzy. Torres thought, defeating you will prove I am the strongest. I must win. A few days later, in a luxurious mansion, Kali, his face dark, muttered as a fighter, I do not accept defeat. Bukdu scratched his head and asked doubtfully, Master, are you really sure you're okay? Kali slapped his chest and said, just do it. Being scolded, he could only scratch his head without replying. A second later, the young man switched to a serious expression. Bukdu threw a lightning-fast cross-punch. Consecutive left and right punches were all dodged by Kali. On the final strike, Bukdu punched Kali directly in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. His student asked in panic if he was okay. Kali sat down on the ground, rubbing his head and cursing, I can't imitate that Torres guy. Thinking of the young man with the sharp gaze, Kali brooded endlessly. Once or twice is fine, but with continuous attacks, relying only on sight to predict is impossible. Be where he is now. Torres had gone through over 200 actual combat matches, not something achieved overnight. He slowly braced his hands on his thighs and stood up, his voice annoyed. That man can use techniques, but I cannot. Then Bukdu removed his mask and called out, oh, but, teacher. Large, strapping lad acted like a shy maiden and asked Kali how he managed to win such a fine wife. Kali asked back suspiciously, huh? Why ask that all of a sudden? Without waiting for Bukdu's reply, Kali answered himself, I saved her a few times when she was in danger. The blonde disciple said this, and then fell into thought. Turbulent life of Argelia eggs. Bodo listened to his master, then propped his chin and thought, is saving someone in a crisis the key point, I wonder? Kali's voice abruptly cut off Bukdu's thoughts. If it's about Snorin, then forget it. She's a Zegan. The student questioned, why? Can't a Zegan person be worthy? Kali raised his hand to illustrate as he explained, it's not that, but the Gigans are nomads. They don't stay in one place. As you've seen, she hasn't come back for days now. Bukdu also let out a breath and said, then I will go nomadic with her. He rubbed his head again and said, last time I asked Snorin to read my fortune, she said I was stubborn and loyal. Spot on, isn't it? Kali was helpless against this fool's obsession, thinking to himself, you don't even need a fortune telling, you can see it just by looking. Bukdu, not noticing Kali's helpless expression, continued speaking and finally stopped. The image of the gentle girl Snorin appeared in the young man's newly loving mind. She said back then that any lucky woman loved by a man like you would surely be very happy. Bukdu ended his recollection and then rambled on until tears flew everywhere. That's what she said, she definitely has feelings for me. Kali could only raise a hand to rub his head, silently refuting. She was just saying that for fun. Began Rover from a distance and quickly called out, my Lord Baron. Began handed a thin letter to Kali saying a new letter has arrived. In 3 days you are to attend a banquet at the royal palace. The blonde disciple doubted. What? No way Cryan would invite me. Nephew, upon hearing this, raised 4 fingers and said, my lord, you've already made it to the semi-finals. This is a celebration banquet for the tournament. The Baron is required to attend. He then spoke about the soldiers' gazes earlier. Also, during the trip just now, I saw Wright's soldiers parading arrogantly. They are ready to fight Iran's soldiers at any time. Kali took the letter to read its contents. Before that, he turned his head to instruct the other 2. After the banquet, don't go out for a while. The nobles on Ride Bowling's side will surely pick a fight when they meet that man. Having said that, he looked towards the magnificent Russian palace beyond the brick wall and fell into deep thought. At Duke Wright's place at this time, a subordinate had just handed over several papers, while reporting that Kali Agassi was from the Agassi training grounds. After handing over the investigation documents, the subordinate continued to report. His father was Kabiro, a champion boxing gladiator, but he passed away from the aftereffects of his injuries. His mother was a serf, who died right after giving birth to Kali. He first drew attention when he participated in a death match with Uxer at Whiskey. Upon hearing that, Wright asked, after the leg injury, he went to the Empire and then disappeared. The subordinate replied, his whereabouts for the past 2 years are all related to the Empire. To investigate clearly would take a few months. White Pauling clicked his tongue and waved a hand upon hearing this. Doing that would be a waste of effort. He rested his hand on his head and thought, this news brings no benefit. The best course for us is to make Kali lose in the upcoming tournament. Ryan Bowling interlaced his fingers, thinking of the Marcus who always opposed him, and said to himself, In the worst-case scenario, I will have to spend a lot of time winning over the people's hearts. But I will expel the Iran family, set up my own private army, and even the royal guard has been bought off, so there is nothing to worry about. He thought smugly further. Cryan has already taken my side, so I can control his army at any time. 3 days later at the royal palace banquet hall, a warm space lit by lamps where neatly dressed people chatted with each other. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent for a moment. In the distance, Torres, who had just been humiliated, was now being scolded relentlessly by someone. How dare you refuse my invitation? The person scolding was a noble woman. She angrily pointed her finger at Torres, saying, "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak so arrogantly? My father is Count Duras, and my late husband is—" Her long-winded words did not bother Torres. He only rolled his eyes and thought to himself, he did not need to waste time flattering the nobles before the most important match of his life. Torres lowered his eyes slightly, thinking about the approaching tournament. Perhaps this would be the last match of his life. The next second he spoke to the noble woman in a calm voice. "So if that makes you angry, then please go ahead." This made the other party hesitate and ask, What did you just say?" After finishing, she quickly reached out to grab a small knife nearby and pointed it at him, saying, "A lowly person like you, do you think anyone will care if you die here?" A sleeve with a golden pattern appeared, gripping the noblewoman's weapon hand and lightly exclaiming, "Oh." Kali stepped forward. He raised his arms and lifted the noblewoman up, causing her to embarrassedly loosen her grip on the knife. That handsome face gently spoke, "If he dies here, then I would be the one in trouble, my lady." The noblewoman stammered, "You are Baron Agassiz?" After coaxing the noblewoman to leave, Torres curled his lips and joked with Kali, "It seems you have gained some fame, Baron, thanks to which I escaped that lust." Kali immediately replied in a very provocative tone, "If you are grateful, then just forfeit the match." Torres his middle finger in response, saying, "A funny joke." Next, the two valiant warriors walked together to a corner to chat. Kali spoke, "Coach Nixa is still a coach, a bit thinner but still very healthy." He then said, "You probably did not know that Kizu got married, right?" Torres widened his eyes and asked back, "What? That guy Kizu?" Kali laughed as he recounted the scene of clumsy Kiro after getting married. Now he was still a coach while being an apprentice for his wife at a brewery. It seemed the coaching profession did not suit him very well. Torres closed his eyes and mocked his old friend. He used to run around frantically as an academy gladiator, and now he is an apprentice again. Next, Torres's face suddenly showed a shy expression. He hesitated and asked, "And what about Lady Argelia?" Kali scratched his face and replied, "Last winter she became pregnant with our second child. Hopefully it will be a girl this time. Boys are too boring." Torres was speechless after hearing that, saying, "You are totally unfit to be a father." The conversation, without regard for rank or status, made Kali unable to help but sigh inwardly. He never expected casual talk like this to be so enjoyable. Since becoming noble, he always felt like he was living behind a mask. Looking at the young man beside him who was unconsciously wearing a slight smile, Kali thought perhaps it was because he was one of his few friends. Middle-aged man suddenly ran over from a distance, waving his hand and calling out, "Torres, so you were here." That man was Baron Joseph Dorimon. The first thing he did upon reaching the two was shake hands with Kali in greeting, saying, "Long time no see, Baron Agus." Kali also replied, "Long time no see, Baron Dorimon." Next, Baron Dorimon turned to Torres and said, "Come on, Torres, many people want to meet you." The gladiator replied irritably, "If it is about ingratiating myself with the nobles again, then I must refuse." The Baron quickly stepped closer and coaxed him in a conciliatory tone, "No, it is your fans who truly love your boxing. At least come out and meet them for a bit." Kali, watching from behind, wondered, "Who is the master here?" Before Kali had a chance to continue, the surrounding crowd cheered, "Long live His Majesty." Cryan walked side by side with his fiancée and spoke, "I thank all of you for being here." He shook his wine glass and said with reluctance, "Today is a celebration for the warriors who have entered the semi-finals. I hope you all enjoy the banquet and deliver glorious matches." He raised his wine glass high, his tone indifferent. "Half of this glory I dedicate to the spirit of my father, King Brgn. The remainder I give to my people and my fiancée, Marina Joseph." As soon as he finished, the people cheered, "Long live His Majesty." But Cryan did not care, leaving with a tired thought. Lately, he could not enjoy any food, his stomach was upset, and he missed Nasa again. Amid the crowd, Kali stood alone, quietly thinking the semi-finals were only a few days away. He would have to fight Torres. Remembering the attacks of that gladiator, Kali said in his heart, "You think I am a genius, but the real genius is you, Torres." His hand clenched into a fist, he softly called out, "Torres." The golden-haired gladiator's eyes blazed with fierce determination. "I will surpass him to become the strongest." After the banquet, Kali devoted all his time to training, those early mornings in the empty forest. A three-person team consisting of Kali, Bukdu and Bagan jogged together under the dawn light. After a few steps, Bukdu couldn't help but collapse. Gasping for air, she said she thought her stamina was good. Kali stopped to take out a water flask, reminding her not to overdo it and to rest. Ali looked at the other member and asked in surprise, "Oh, Bigen, you still seem fine." Bigen wiped his sweat and replied, "To survive among those boxing monsters, I at least have to push myself this hard." And so, there were those who were growing. There were those plotting schemes like the Marquesses and Dukes up high, and there were also those in the massive arena. An angular face was revealed under the sun, preparing for the ultimate match. The towering Torres, a boxing prodigy, along with his pale blonde hair, cunning, tenacious gladiator. The standoff between the two strongest. The tournament semifinals began. In the stands, soldiers carrying barrels of bread distributed them to the people. They handed them out saying, "This is a gift from the king and the right family." Watching the distribution, a person thought to himself, "Ride bowling seems to cost a lot, and I have no ability to share anything with the people." The owner of that thought was Marquess Iran. He frowned and cursed inwardly, feeling his influence among the nobility was slipping away. Damn it. Marquess's eyes clearly showed worry. He told himself, if Kali wins, I must find a way to keep him in the capital as long as possible. The image of the young baron being sought after by countless people. Aiden analyzed the noble's game situation. No one could underestimate Kali's formidable influence. After the victory, Kali himself would become the wall blocking Wright's path. That night he began to rack his brains. Whether his announcement that he would not return without finding Nasa was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained to be seen. The arena at this moment already had its two main characters present. On the stands, Bigan and Bugdu looked down. The Count's grandson couldn't hold back his worry and called out softly, "Baron." Below, Kali tilted his head, warming up. He thought Torres is the one at the pinnacle of the boxing world. He carried no exquisite techniques of modern boxing, nor did he need deep knowledge of ferocious beasts. Kali could not help but marvel. He reached this level purely through his beastly instincts. Truly extraordinary. Yet the golden-haired gladiator lifted his head and silently resolved, "I will not let myself fall short." The two gladiators shook hands before the match. Torres clenched his fist, speaking firmly, "Today I will surpass you and become the top." Hearing this, Kali simply widened his eyes. He was not angry and instead asked with a smile, "You think I am the strongest?" Torres quickly replied, "I have watched all your matches. In technique, willpower, and physical strength, in every aspect you are the most perfect." He raised both hands to guard and continued, "Because of that, today I will defeat you." Faced with the provocation, Kali finally revealed the excited expression of a strong fighter. A black gust of wind swept through, heralding the magnificent battle about to begin. Footsteps stomped heavily on the ground, too fast to leave any afterimage. Tor swung his fist and charged forward. Shining punch was thrown towards Kali's right side. He was not inferior, throwing a punch straight forward. Bugdu watched from above, startled by the initial phase of the match. Physique and concentration were at their peak. No mistakes could be made. Kali's continuous punches were all swiftly dodged by Torres as he leaned aside. Golden-haired fighter's eyes suddenly lit up, focusing on Torres's movements. An opening on the abdomen appeared before his eyes. Kali assumed a stance ready to attack, cheering inwardly. An opening. At the same time, Torres also did not miss any change in Kali. He thought that was the spot. Instantly, before Kali's fist reached his ribcage, Torres's elbow thrust down to block it. The golden-haired fighter gritted his teeth, thinking, "An active defense, huh?" On the next beat, Torres powerfully punched from the left side. Kali immediately withdrew both hands to shield his face. The two opposing forces, one attacking and one defending, clashed, causing a sky-shaking tremor. The immense force forced Kali to clench his teeth tightly to avoid being knocked away. Unable to face it head-on, Kali had no choice but to retreat very quickly. He thought in that moment, "There's no way he can follow those punches with his naked eye like that." Kali guarded his face with both hands and speculated, "He must be relying on sensing my initial movements." Looking at the opponent glaring menacingly from across, Kali silently admired. To be able to use active defense to this extent is truly formidable. Not wasting another beat, Torres rushed forward quickly, thinking, "I have noticed it, Kali." That man's gaze became even more determined. "I will be the one to defeat you." Punches were continuously fired towards Kali. Torres murmured to himself, "My technique is no match for yours, but boxing, it is not just that." Looking at the opponent before him, Torres had thought so. The next second he rushed swiftly towards Kali's weak spot, muttering in his mind, "Ever since I got this feeling." Kali's fifth punch flew toward Torres, but his mind kept churning. He never thought he would lose to anyone, whether it was Kali or anyone else. That strike from Kali grazed past Torres' cheek. Bigan and Bugdu immediately cheered that the hit had landed. On the contrary, Kali gritted his teeth, telling himself he had not felt any impact. Recalling his opponent's movement, the blonde fighter was startled to realize he had tilted his head to reduce the damage. His eyes wide, his sharp mind began analyzing how terrifying this defensive style was. Meanwhile, both Kali's and Torres's punches flew straight toward each other. This attack aimed directly at the broad chest. Kali thought to himself it would lead to a very powerful counterattack. The blonde fighter quickly held tight to the fist heading toward his chest. Instantly, Kali's body was pushed backward. He quietly felt fortunate to have escaped thanks to his good eyesight and reflexes. Looking at the boy across from him, Kali told himself that, "Torres, you are very strong." His body covered in bulging veins from nearing his limit. Kali whispered that lately he rarely fought well, and had never thought he would lose. Memories of previous matches flooded back. Kali realized he had been at a disadvantage before. It forced him to think a great deal. Every moment pushed him to become stronger to win. Kali faced his strongest opponent, thinking to himself that only when encountering an insurmountable barrier would he give his all to break through it. Under Taurus's intense scrutiny, Kali quietly decided that even if he unleashed the most perfect strike, active defense could still block it. So then, his body quickly moved with agile calculation. He would deliberately create a graceful dance. Taurus looked at his opponent suspiciously, wondering why he had not attacked yet. He landed a strong blow to Kali's ribs and thought he was plotting something. Kali, hit by the strike, Kali clenched his mouth shut to keep from spitting anything out, knowing well that his inexperienced technique could not defeat Taurus. But right after, he affirmed he could still create an opening and quickly punched straight into Taurus's stomach. The powerful hit made him wince. His teeth clenched tight, but a bit of blood still sprayed from Taurus's throat. The fighter pushed through the pain and launched a counterattack to the side of Kali's face. At this moment, he began to live up to his nickname Taurus. Another punch to the other side of the blonde fighter's face. Bukdu and began exclaimed in worry. This was truly a brutal match of his. Kali was hit. He stepped back to keep distance, spat blood and cursed. That man Taurus disrupted the rhythm of the fight. He could not land effective blows. After throwing the punch, the blonde boxer raised both hands in a defensive stance. Thinking this was dangerous, he had to get out of this situation quickly. A bright smile spread across his face. Taurus shouted loudly. At the same time, 5 punches flew straight toward Kali. As they neared the target, those 5 punches suddenly straightened out. Kali was caught off guard, allowing Taurus to breach his defense. Sweat immediately streamed down his handsome face. A thunderous blow landed straight on Kali's chest the moment he showed an opening. The hit made Kali's mouth gape open. He nearly cried out in pain. Wasting no time, Taurus' 5 punches returned, aiming for Kali's chin and striking upward. The blow sent Kali sprawling backward. The blonde boxer spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Kali's eyes immediately seized the opportunity. He raised his 5 punches straight up. A swift strike flew out. The opponent's face was twisted by the punch. Taurus took the full force of a heavy blow to the head, his mind reeling. He struggled to stay steady, thinking he did not expect that in that position, he could still strike, losing consciousness for a split second. Taurus lunged forward quickly, intending to cripple the opponent's hand, needing to close the distance. Seeing the opponent advance, Kali stepped back, thinking he could not win close combat against Taurus. Now he understood why people called him Taurus. Taurus closed in. The blonde boxer immediately threw a missed punch, as if to maintain distance. But Taurus's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly ducked low to dodge the blonde boxer's blow. Kali watched the opponent crouch down, thinking his courage to risk taking hits was truly admirable. Then Kali told himself, but I knew you would drop your stance. As soon as he finished, his punch flew toward the opponent. A sudden powerful punch Taurus could not dodge in time. The impact made his face seem to shrink for an instant. Both Taurus and Kali fell flat onto ground. The arena was chaotic, dust billowing everywhere. In the stands, Began rubbed his head. The bewildered Bukdu beside him asked what had happened. Through the dust and smoke, the referee vaguely saw 2 figures still charging at each other. He immediately ran over and shouted loudly, "Hey, both of you step back." Upon approaching, the referee came to a halt, giving space to the 2 fighters who had just separated. Crowd roared loudly, still awake. "Come on, Baron." Began, sitting nearby, was startled, exclaiming he never thought someone could push the master this far. The cheering caught the attention of Began and Bukdu. The 2 of them paused for a moment. Then, the 2 men merged to the crowd, shouting, silently urging the Lord must not lose. Facing such enthusiastic support, Kali thought instead, haha, maybe I will lose. His 5 punches trembled uncontrollably. Kali silently counted his injuries: 3 broken ribs, the left wrist ligament strained from the fall. The blonde boxer gritted his teeth, a flicker of panic in his mind as he thought if he took another hit to the chin, he would not be able to eat meat anymore. He narrowed his eyes to assess the opponent's condition, then confirmed. But Taurus's condition was not much better. There was the sound of broken bones. Taurus could only open his eyes into narrow slits now. His vision was growing blurry. Suddenly he let out a soft laugh. Then, in a teasing tone, he said, "Face is a mess, isn't it, Kali?" The boxer replied, "No problem, my face was handsome to begin with." Taurus spat blood, saying, "You have a good sense of humor." Before lunging in to tear each other apart, Taurus whispered, "Freedom, reputation, I am inferior to you in every way. But in boxing, victory will be mine. That is my last honor." With that thought, he let out a long scream. Taurus swung his arm, punching hard toward the opponent. Kali's eyes suddenly turned sharp. In his mind, he said, "Take this, Taurus." An uppercut aimed straight for the chin. You cannot dodge it. A hook came from the side, but Taurus ducked and dodged it. Kali looked at him, startled. Taurus paid no attention, solely focused on ducking down quickly. In the brief moment of ducking down, Taurus thought persisting with boxing was something he should not have done. A punch flew toward him, he thought, but this is how I caught it. Kali's opening. Having thought this, Taurus swung his fist, landing a direct blow on Kali's ribs. The feeling of his internal organs shattering from the series of blows made Kali open his mouth and let out a loud cry. He was sent flying backward by a powerful punch. Kali clutched his stomach, his body convulsing repeatedly as he coughed hoarsely. His opponent Torres was leaning against the wall inside the ring, holding his arm and breathing with difficulty. The referee walked over and asked the man lying flat on the ground if he could still get up. Kali's hand scraped fiercely against the ground. His entire body kept twitching uncontrollably. Torres leaned against the wall but kept his eyes fixed on that man, silently begging him not to get up again. The blonde-haired fighter clenched his jaw tightly. In the vast arena, that body slowly began to stir. The body, covered in wounds, gradually straightened up. Torres slowly walked over and spoke, "So you can get up?" Kali panted and replied jokingly, "Do you want me to?" That previous hit was practically a finishing blow. Torres sneered. This guy who just spat blood still has a tough mouth. Both warriors, their bodies full of bruises, struggled to stay on their feet. A signal for movement was fired. Both Torres and Kali both rushed quickly towards their opponent. One of Kali's eyes could no longer open at this point, but his other eye was wide open, shining brightly. Another punch came flying towards the side of the blonde fighter's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Hit, Kali couldn't help but curse inwardly. This time even his body couldn't keep up. Dodging while pulling his arm back to strike, he screamed in his mind, every move now could be the most painful one. Before he could land a hit, Kali's head was punched hard, making him think he was done for. Shouts rose from the stands, "This is insane. This match is more brutal than a death match." Began, who was in front, heard this and mentally replied, "The difference between a death match and this fight is." Looking at the two fists crashing into each other, Began muttered soundlessly, "They value victory over survival." The match made everyone present gasp in awe, and Kali's subconscious echoed the primitive value that existed before cold weapons, before stone tools and crude clubs. The image of a stunned Korean appeared, and that voice said again, "Even in civilized society, strength is still instinct." Watching Bukdu and Began intently following the fight, every man wished for a powerful physique. Kali took another punch and spat out blood. Subconscious continued, "A doctrine that needs no just cause, rationality, law, or morality." Meanwhile, Torres did not escape painful blows either. Streaks of blood continuously fell to the ground, whose it was unclear. The blonde fighter took another full blow to the face. His foot stomped hard on the ground. Kali raised his hand again. Kali's subconscious let out one final word, "Strength is the original justice." Torres' strike came in ferociously, but this time that punch missed and received a blow to the face from Kali instead. 5 of Torres' punches all swung wide to one side, while he himself took an almighty hit. Both wild animals, after unleashing their final strength, separated a distance to catch their breath. Torres suddenly threw an uppercut, and then he slammed his hand down. Both times were like a crab pinching for show, which stunned Kali. He gritted his teeth and immediately charged forward. 5 punches smashed directly into the front of Torres' face. Blood gushed out, and the fighter Torres finally collapsed to the ground. "Torres, you can't see anything anymore, right?" Kali stood straight and asked the young man on the ground. Torres was silent, just looking up at the distant sky. Kali involuntarily turned his face away. He spoke. He was cut off by the blonde fighter. "You're stronger than me now, that's it. Don't make excuses." Torres said with a faint smile, "I'm glad it was you in the end." The entire stands roared as the result became clear. The national boxing semifinal was over. Kali and Torres. Kali was victorious. Kali's arm shot straight up like a champion. Iran was terrified watching that scene. This was bad. Even with such severe injuries, he still won. Standing on the viewing platform looking down at the gladiator, Iran mused, even if he lost, the public would still remember him. But right now, victory was what mattered, because people only remember the winner. The Marquis's face suddenly darkened. He clenched his fists, thinking this was truly a disaster. Right, Pauling spoke again with contempt. Those wounds could not heal in time for the finals. He might as well lose or die. After speaking, he flashed a vicious smile, thinking to himself, "You will surely crumble." After the tournament, Kali, his face covered in wounds, looked at the liquid just ladled out. "Is this what they call food?" He sighed warily and said to tell them to add more next time. Began shook his head. "Endure it. Sir already threw away all of yesterday's food." Began looked at the man sitting on the table and pleaded, "Sir needs to focus on recovering. After that match, I thought both you and Torres were dead." Kali lowered his eyes and remarked with a bruised face, "Torres is truly the strongest gladiator." Thinking of the mighty people he had met, Kali silently affirmed that he was not like mutated beasts like the ape or oxer, nor was he raised like Iskandar. He was simply a gladiator who reached the peak through his own fists. Thinking of that, Kali felt relieved. Having taken down Torres, he no longer needed to care about the finals. He could die without regret. Thinking this, Kali smiled softly, remembering his wife. "If Azalia knew I thought that, she would kill me." Began also spoke up to remind him, "Sir should think about the cleanup crew too." Viscount Granson said while stroking his hair, "The physician told you to stop daydreaming. But you will still participate, right, in that semifinal." Hearing this, Kali looked up at the young man. Thinking back to the moments of fighting Torres, Kali said calmly, "I do not care about the championship. I am not doing this for myself, but to prove Torres is the strongest." A determined look appeared on his angular face. Kali confidently said, "No matter who the final opponent is, I will end it quickly." 2 weeks after the semifinals, the finals were scheduled for next month. Every day before the finals, the palace held feasts. The magnificent palace was always brightly lit in the darkness. And in a certain room after the feast in the royal bedchamber, the sound of someone struggling to breathe rang out. A hand tightened around another's neck. Crazy voice spoke, "I am the king. Today's feast was held for me." Cryan had lost control at this point. He kept questioning, why is everyone talking about Kali? Why are they only seeking him out? And then an incident occurred. In the darkness, two people, a man and a woman, struggled. A week later, at that estate, someone rushed in and shouted, "Baron, something major has happened." Kali covered his ears and questioned, "What could be worse than my condition? I thought it was already a tangled mess." Began panicked and said, "About the new Queen Marina Joseph, the king's fiancée." Kali heard this and indifferently asked back, "Marina Joseph, what has Joseph done this time?" Began's next sentence cut through Kali's weary state, "The king has killed Marina Joseph." The young man standing by the bed continued, "The nobles who knew the details are all aware. After the feast, the king visited her room late at night. The incident is officially considered an accident, but there were clear marks on her neck." Kali touched the back of his neck, thinking that although the two families were enemies, her death was very suspicious. He said aloud, "That madman finally acted. And what about Viscount Joseph?" Began lowered his eyes and recounted the Viscount's pitiful state. He had fainted from shock. It was understandable that his youngest daughter died like that. Criticism seemed to take shape, pointing towards the luxurious palace. The two talked back and forth. Amidst this upheaval, would the tournament continue? It will even more lavishly because they consider this an accident and need something to divert attention. Suddenly Kali stopped and asked, "Have you seen Snoren anywhere? With things turning out this way, I am quite worried." Began thought for a moment, then said, "No, she used to come once a week, but let me ask the servants." Kali then put his feet on the ground, muttering to himself, "So tiring, I will go get some fresh air." Kali's thoughts gradually settled. His bones had healed, but just one blow would shatter them again. He pulled the red hood over his head, thinking if he should turn back instead of putting himself through this. While walking down the street, a harsh voice rang out, catching Kali's attention. "Listen to me, speak boldly." That person continued, "Cryan is a tyrant," making Kali startle. He thought, wrong, this voice is. Looking towards the person trying to attract the crowd, Kali thought to himself, "Warren Joseph." He continued loudly, "Warren Joseph received his sister's body on behalf of his deceased father, Lord Viscount Joseph." The image of the body with handprints on the neck appeared. Warren told the crowd the clear handprints on the girl's neck were Cryan's. His voice was frantic, "I cannot accept that madman as king. He is no different from a sick pervert." Kali watched from below, thinking it was ironic. He had done similar things himself. His gaze turned cold. He thought again, this time it was his sister, so that was why he was enraged. Warren continued, "I cannot let the killer of my sister live unpunished." A few people in the crowd voiced their support. "He truly is a tyrant, killing innocents." Soldiers suddenly appeared, quickly intervening. "What are you people doing?" A sharp blade pointed at Warren's face, making him gape, not daring to say another word. The soldiers lowered their voices and threatened, "How dare you insult the royal family? Do you have a death wish?" A citizen from the crowd yelled, "Do not spread false information. From what I heard, she died from a broken railing." A few others spoke up to refute, "Do not be angry at the wrong person. Warren Joseph must be right." The crowd criticized further, "On the other hand, are you not the one who plays around with women? How absurd. Shame on you, Warren." Warren was held tightly by the soldiers, constantly yelling, trying to argue back. Marina Joseph was murdered unjustly. Please listen to me. Warren was pinned down by the soldiers but accidentally lifted his head and caught sight of Kali standing in the crowd. His face suddenly showed an expression of extreme fear. Right after, Warren hurriedly bowed his head to the ground, pretending not to know anything. Kali just stood there looking at him, silent without saying a word. He sighed, recalling the words he once said about breaking his back if they met again. But now he could not do it. He thought of the restless crowd just now. Right, soldiers and the swindlers were running rampant, but, looking at the people's eyes, Kali affirmed that the seed of suspicion towards Cryan had been planted. After Warren's outburst, the rumor spread through the lavish capital, reaching nobles and commoners alike. All eyes followed the king upon his throne, branding him with the name, the Mad King. Everyone believed it. The next month, the chaotic finals of the Dragons tournament took place. Not only to watch the fights, but people also gathered to see Creel's face, the stands packed full. In the stands, nobles gossiped. He already killed his fiancée and still holds the tournament. Right, this was supposed to be a tournament celebrating their engagement. The murmuring chatter continued. Did he really kill her with his own hands? My friend who works as a guard says it is true. He executes prisoners publicly, truly a bloodthirsty monster. Crayan's hands clenched and trembled. He questioned, "What is this? I already ordered extra bread to be distributed to the people, right?" The servant bowed his head and replied, "It has been distributed, Your Majesty." Cryan, with a gaunt and angry face, asked, "Then why do I not hear anyone praising me? Someone must have stolen some of it." He immediately ordered, "Bring the person in charge of food distribution here. I will execute him immediately." Right, sitting nearby, frowned and thought, "My only mistake was not realizing how severe Cryan's madness was." Suddenly he changed his mind. "Forget it, start the execution of the prisoners." Right silently watched him, thinking he cannot predict his actions. A shout rang out, a clawed paw reached out, releasing the lion. Cryan looked at the lion stepping out and asked, "Is this it? The most ferocious lion?" The servant stammered, "Yes, your majesty. They said it killed 2 others in the cage and survived alone." The servant said it was the most brutal one. An order shouted again, "Now release the prisoners." Kali stood in the preparation area looking out, cursing softly. "This madman," he asked suspiciously, "public execution?" Kali's eyes widened when he clearly saw a person among the prisoners. He could not help it, gripping the iron bar tightly and whispering, "That person is..." Kali called out loudly, "Snoren." Before him was a girl with many wounds slowly moving forward. Her face was blank. Snoren wore ceremonial robes, disguised as a maid to find Nasa, who had disappeared from the palace, but a slip-up caused her to be discovered. Standing in the middle of the arena, Snoren quietly thought this could be the end of her wandering fate. She quietly sat down on the ground and twisted her hand a few times. Snoren traced a line on the ground. A symbol of death appeared, Snoren thought. A skull, a sign too obvious. She quietly shed a single tear, thinking this result was because she broke her oath of wandering and interfered too much in the mortal world. The lion's mouth slowly opened. Its face clearly showed ferocity and bloodlust. The terrified prisoners scattered in panic, shouting, "Run, I do not want to die." The lion lunged forward. The prisoners beside had all run away. Only the girl remained still. Snoring closed her eyes tightly, accepting her fate. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the stands. A large figure blocked in front of the small girl. That figure faced the lion. Snoren hesitated and asked, "You are..." When she recognized the person in front, Snoren called out in a daze, "Sir Bukdu." Bukdu looked behind and then shouted loudly, "Step back, do not come near." The audience buzzed. "What is that? Who is that person? Bukdu? Is he not a tournament contestant?" Cryan, sitting up high, was also startled and asked, "What is this?" The attendant standing beside explained, "It seems he recognized a prisoner, your majesty." Cryan paid no mind, as the lion had already approached its prey. He said, "Ah, they will just become the lion's meal anyway." Bukdu stood there panicking inside. "Oh no, what am I doing?" Facing the ferocious beast, Bukdu told himself, "Just seeing Snoren made me act without thinking." He clenched his trembling fists and wondered, how can I deal with that thing barehanded? Then the lion rushed quickly towards Bukdu. The quick-thinking guy ran diagonally to face it. The Lord of the Jungle paused for a moment to gain momentum, then pounced fiercely at Bukdu. A splash of blood burst out. Bright red dripped drop by drop onto the ground where Bukdu was standing. He was holding his torn arm, thinking he could not win. The Lord of the Jungle lunged at him again. Thinking of the girl he loved, Bukdu was determined. "Somehow I have to save Snoren." Thinking that, he let out a very loud shout to gather his courage. The lion pounced, but Bukdu luckily dodged. The young man quickly threw a very strong punch at the beast's head. Its eye took a strong hit, immediately spurting a stream of blood. Instantly the lion let out an enraged roar. It quickly clamped its jaws tightly around Bukdu's arm. Its sharp fangs sank deep into that massive bicep. Bukdu yanked his arm back from the lion's mouth. Snoren, standing behind, shouted worriedly, "Lord Bukdu," but someone held her back, telling her not to come close. His burly frame trembling violently, Bukdu's face turned pale as he thought, "It's over. There's no way to defeat this lion with bare hands." Kali called out from inside, "Bukdu, Snoren, I think things are clear now." He immediately presented his deduction. Snoren has news about Nasa. The reason she disappeared for a while was because she was imprisoned in the palace. He gripped the iron bars tightly, wondering, could it be that she entered the palace to find news of Nasa? Or did she take the risk for me? Kali reminded them, "What about now, even with the lion?" Suddenly the iron bars separating Kali from the arena were raised. Everyone exclaimed, "What? An iron cage?" Seeing the person inside, the audience couldn't help but be startled. Watching the gladiator step into the arena, the crowd was bewildered. Kali is out. The match hasn't even started yet. And now Kali faced the lion. Bukdu, Snoren, and the other prisoners looked at each other in silence. Kali stepped forward, confronting the king of the jungle. Cryan shouted angrily, "What is he doing? This was supposed to be an execution." Right calmed him. "Please be calm, your majesty." He said this out loud, but in his heart he thought, "Well, this is perfect. If he gets devoured by the lion, that's one less trouble for me." Marcus Iran, drenched in sweat, wondered to himself, "Kali, how?" Suddenly, a soldier ran in and called out, "My lord Marcus." He spoke softly, "Baron Igus has a message." The Marcus asked back, "A message?" Conversation between Kali and the other person was relayed. "You are a soldier under Marcus Iran, correct? Tell the Marcus this." Gladiator's serious face appeared. "We have found her. If you wish to protect the family's honor, then bear the responsibility for the consequences." Iran was shocked upon hearing the relayed message. He rushed over, leaned on the railing, and looked down, thinking, are they using protection to trade information about NASA's whereabouts? Iran thought to himself, if they truly have found NASA, then both politically and personally, Kali must live and be set free. The blonde-haired gladiator raised his spear high and shouted, "Look here, people of dragons. Takali Agest will answer your cheers with his fists and feet. Open your eyes wide and witness a battle no one has ever seen before, and no one will ever reach this level in the future." Kali's words quickly stirred the crowd. Bukdu, seeing the lion had shifted its attention to Kali, called out softly, "Master." That mighty man frowned, thinking, stopping the execution is just the start. Simply killing the lion is not enough. He suddenly snapped his own spear in half with his bare hands. Seeing this, Iran cried out, "Impossible!" The audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Barehanded?" The spear was thrown to the ground. Bugdu said, pale-faced, "Master is risking his life." Behind him, Snorin knelt down to perform another divination. She let the dust particles in her hand fall with a serious expression. Then suddenly she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Looking at the symbol on the ground, she thought fate had changed. The sun had shifted from impending death to abundant life. The girl thought fate was something ordinary people could neither perceive nor change, but this warrior had seen through and changed fate itself. A firm hand grasping the film of life, Snorin thought, a life force so great it changed the fate of others. Looking at the mighty gladiator, she continued to think, this was not the ordinary ability of a prophet, but a true miracle. Remembering Kale's past, a weak child. Originally, he was destined to die right at the training camp. Even after being revived, his life was still threatened by countless deaths. The boy looked at his hands, feeling surprised. The gladiator once had so many destinies that led to dead ends, Kali dying of lung disease in the mine, Kali being torn apart by Oxer, Kali by the lion in the empire, Kali being devoured by the giant apes. Now the mighty gladiator said to the roaring lion before him, "Come here, you beast." Even though his death was foretold countless times, he broke through them all and stood proudly in this arena. Kali took a fighting stance and said to the animal, "I'll shatter all those yellow fangs of yours."